You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Because I hate seeing Bella. Jack's answer was crisp. Chloe was dazed for a moment. It turned out that Mr. Dawson's reason for selling the house was this. Bella put in so much effort to be neighbors with them. She spent millions to buy a condo at Imperial Park, brought them midnight snacks, and even tried to initiate conversations with Jack. Truthfully, it was quite disgusting, but Chloe was not one to pick a fight, so she never confronted Bella. Even though Chloe missed their old home, she was okay with Jack's decision if it meant that they could be away from Bella. Mr. Dawson's actions made Chloe really happy. Honey, cough. Were you never tempted by Bella? After all, she's prettier than me, and more cultured than me. She also has a master's degree from a prestigious university, and comes from a better family. Chloe deliberately said, just to tease Jack, but he interrupted her before she could even finish. He said, "It doesn't matter how good she is. Her name is not Chloe." Mr. Dawson rarely said such sweet words. Chloe knew that everything he said out was his true thoughts, so she felt warm in her heart. Since the sale of Imperial Park was quite sudden, Jack asked for their private belongings to be moved to South Hill Manor. From now on, this would be their only home. Their small nest away from home, which they initially planned to occasionally stay at, was disrupted by Bella, who had no idea about Jack and Chloe's move. When she saw that the lights at their condo were still on, she thought they were staying there. So, she bought some snacks and beer and went up to press their doorbell. "Who are you looking for?" A tall, muscular, fierce-looking hunk opened the door, his upper body completely exposed. Bella was not prepared for the sight, so she was extremely shocked. "Hi, isn't the owner of the house Mr. Dawson?" Bella asked, weakly. "Oh, no, I just bought this condo from an agency." The hunk's voice was loud. "Oh, I see." Bella finally realized Jack had sold this place, but she was left out of the loop. "Hey, pretty lady, do you know the owner of this condo? Come in. Let's talk," the hunk teased when he saw how pretty Bella was. "No, thank you." Bella immediately turned around and left the residence. She spent a fortune to buy a place at Imperial Park, just so that she could run into Jack more. But everything was ruined now. South Hill Manor was a lone-standing mansion, with no neighbors in the surrounding area. Even if she wanted to move next to them, there was nothing she could do. This was a huge loss. She took out her phone and dialed a number. "Refer an agency to me. I want to sell my home." Bella did not even stay at Imperial Park that night. After hearing that Jack had moved away, she was not in the mood for anything. Therefore, she ended up driving back to her family's mansion. Hall Family Mansion. "Baby, why are you home so late?" Mrs. Hall had on a face mask and was quite surprised to see her daughter at this hour. "Yeah, I'm not living there anymore. I'm going to sell the condo." "What? Sell it? Didn't you just buy it?" "Yeah, but Jack moved out already. What's the point of me staying there?" Bella would only stop pretending to be a goddess when she was talking to her mother. Her tone and attitude were often rude, but the Hall couple were used to it. After all, they only had one precious daughter. "Jack moved?" Mrs. Hall was also surprised. "Let's not talk about this. I'm in a crappy mood." "Oh yeah, Mom. Do you know a good tailor?" Bella suddenly asked. "You want to custom make an outfit?" "Mm-hmm. I am going to a party for Christmas, and I have to be the most stunning and eye-grabbing person there. I can't lose to Chloe. I have to win this round." "That's easy. I know the best tailors in town. I'll ask them to come in tomorrow and take your measurements. Just tell them what style you want, and you'll be satisfied." Madam Hall supported her daughter. She approved of her daughter's actions, even though it meant that she was going to wreck someone else's marriage. The only level-headed person in the Hall family was Mayor Hall. However, Mayor Hall was very busy every day and was often on business trips, so he didn't know what his wife and daughter were up to. Inside Max's private mansion, He was having a small party. Countless hot women in bikinis drank by the pool in the middle of winter. Luckily, the pool could be heated up. Rich people really knew how to enjoy life. They could do whatever they wanted, regardless of the season. Max was the biggest playboy of all his friends. He always changed women and was never loyal to any of them. He was an unattached rich heir who never committed. Max's parents gave birth to many children, and his older brothers and sisters were all famous entrepreneurs. Therefore, all he needed to do was drink and play to his heart's desire. He had it easier than Justin and Brenton. Max's family could afford to give him a few $1 billion to spend. In the past, he invested in some companies and bars out of boredom. Later, he thought that managing them was too tiring, so he dropped his investments and spent his days drinking and having fun. He had limitless money to spend, and his funds came from his shares in the family business. So, he didn't know what his purpose in life was, because he had no desires. Slapping the butt cheeks of the girl in his arms, Max said, "Be good and go play. I have to talk to Justin. Remember to look for me later?" The beauty unwillingly rose, shooting Max a flirtatious gaze before she left, afraid that she would lose his favor. He watched the girl leave. Hopeless, Justin looked at Max and said, "You've been a player for so long, aren't you tired?" "No, it's interesting." "I'll never be tired of it," Max laughed. Justin was convinced the number of people Max went through was comparable to a human trafficker, seeing that he began dating in his teenage years. If not 100, he at least dated 80 women. He never corrected his lusty habits. Some of the rich men who hung out with Max had already corrected their ways. Others were tired and changed their sexual orientations. However, Max was still the same as he was 10 years ago. One could argue that he was at least dedicated to something. "I've had enough of you," Justin commented. "Ha ha ha ha. Technically, I am a single-minded man. Take a look, Justin. Is there a girl you like here?" Number Justin rejected him without even looking. "Impossible. Look closely. I carefully chose these girls. Their bodies are the golden ratio. Their faces are plastic surgery-free. And most importantly, they're relatively clean. You know." After speaking, Max winked at Justin as if he were hinting him to take action. "No, save them for yourself. Don't you worry about me." Justin slowly drank his beer. "Right. Do you have plans for Christmas?" "No, not yet." "I don't know if any of our movies are premiering. I haven't seen the agenda yet," Justin replied. Brenton and his wife received invitations from Chloe. Apparently, Chloe's holding a party at their manor on Christmas Eve. "I heard it's going to be a costume party?" "Excited," Max said. "Oh." Justin's reaction was tame. It was because he knew that no matter what Chloe hosted, it had nothing to do with him, and she would never invite him. "So, she really didn't invite you?" "No," Justin replied. "Chloe is kinda heartless, no? Who looked for a military doctor when her husband was in the hospital? Who went without sleep for 3 days, running around the hospital? Now that they're healed and the incident's past, she's forgotten all about you?" As one of Justin's best friends, he always felt that Chloe was heartless for not reciprocating Justin's feelings. Even if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be friends. At the very least, she had to thank Justin. However, Chloe didn't do anything. It made him feel like Justin should be avenged. "I was happy to do those things. They don't have anything to do with her. Don't put the blame on her." Justin was still defending Chloe. "Justin, I don't understand why you're so obsessed over this woman. I don't understand either." Justin bitterly smiled. "Damn, this is tough. My heart aches to see you like this. In my opinion, you should just find a new woman and develop feelings by sleeping together." Max waved and called over a sweet-looking girl with waist-long hair and a light blue bikini. "Young Master Max." The girl smiled sweetly. "Come, keep our young Master Cooper here company." Max pointed at Justin. The girl immediately understood what Max meant, and she walked behind Justin to massage his back. Justin rose awkwardly without any hesitation. "I'm good. Young Master Cooper, is it my technique or my strength?" the girl asked innocently. "Neither. You guys go play. I'm leaving now. Hey, come back. I've prepared this party for you. However, no matter what Max said, Justin was set on leaving. He was completely different from the old Justin. Young Master Max. I heard that young Master Cooper wasn't like this before. Today was this girl's first time meeting Justin, and his indifference disappointed her. She heard that many of the A-listers at Imperial Star came to fame after climbing into Justin's bed. He wasn't like this before, but then he met. I won't tell you the story, but I feel his heartache. Max sighed. He felt bad for Justin's inability to escape the wrath of love. To be truthful, Justin didn't suffer at all. His life even became more meaningful after he met Chloe. He was like a zombie before, living every day meaninglessly. No amount of money could buy a single bit of happiness. Now he had something to look forward to every day. He felt happy even looking at her Weibo. He was like a boy who found his first love. Unlike the others, Justin spent his youth in the military. There were no girls, no beauty queens, and only tough men. They were faced with hellish training and went through tests of life and death. To him, Chloe was the first girl that he ever liked, so she really was his first love. Although his love for her was one-sided, it made him taste the sweetness, bitterness, sourness, and spiciness of love. Sometimes, he greedily prayed to God for a chance with Chloe, that she would be with him, even for a little while. He would be fine, even if she left him afterward, because at least he would be left with amazing memories. To Justin, his most precious memories formed when he was recovering at Southside. He even wanted to speed again, so he could tear his ACL and go back to Southside. However, Chloe was no longer the head nurse of the orthopedics department. Now, she was a renowned doctor in Southside's neurology department. This woman was so outstanding that she let her talents shine without trying to. At South Hill Manor, after Mr. Dawson's indecent torture, Chloe felt sleepy and wanted to close her eyes and just sleep. However, she heard Jack ask, "Honey, should we invite Justin to our Christmas party?" Honey, did I hear wrong?" Chloe immediately lost her sleepiness, turned around, and hugged Jack. She leaned her face against his firm chest. Are you sure you won't be jealous?" "Of course." The corners of Jack's mouth lifted into a smile. "But why would you suddenly have such a thought?" Chloe thought that Jack and Justin were obvious rivals. Be it their work or private feelings, they would never be friends. So he really wouldn't be bothered having Justin over. "You invited so many people, like Noah and Sarah, our best friends. But Brenton and Victoria are friends with Justin. So why don't we invite him as well? But won't you be unhappy?" Chloe was still a little worried. After all, Justin never hid his feelings, and Jack knew them from the beginning. Was it really a good idea to invite his romantic rival? The grasp Jack had on Chloe's waist tightened. He intimately rubbed his lips against her forehead, kissing her. "Your husband isn't that jealous. He still knows right from wrong." "During my coma, Justin helped us a lot. No matter what his intentions were, be it you or something else, he still did a lot for us. I am not a heartless person. I won't pretend to not acknowledge his help. I think Justin is a true gentleman, seeing that he didn't take the opportunity to get close with you, advance his own company, or use any other method to push me down and take his revenge." Jack voiced his opinions toward Justin. "Justin is indeed a righteous gentleman." Chloe admitted that as well. Justin was a little like Linda from years ago. Yes, he was Jack's enemy, but at least he was honest about it. He didn't try to hide his feelings, as the scariest enemies were the backstabbers. So Justin's personality was commendable. "Seeing that Bella is allowed to come, why can't Justin? It's an open event, so it's fine. We should invite him," Jack suggested. "But I don't think he'll come," Chloe slowly said. She thought back to the day where Justin came to the hospital, but didn't come say hi, like he was trying to avoid her. After Jack recovered, she never saw Justin, nor did they interact on Weibo. Maybe Justin finally saw it through and decided to stop intervening in their relationship. So, Chloe didn't think Justin would come, even if they invited him. It's his own choice to come, but our choice to invite him. I'm not a narrow-minded person. Though Justin is my rival, he's a respectable opponent. Tolerance to diversity is a virtue. Honey, I admire your open heart. Chloe admiringly looked at Jack, suddenly realizing how magnanimous her husband was. He was almost a perfect man. There were many types of men, but those who carried the selves with confidence and generosity, as Jack did, were rare. You admire me? Really? You're not just trying to make me feel good? Jack looked at her and smiled with doubt. Of course not, I swear. Okay, I believe you. Since you worship me so much, I'll give you a chance. What chance? Chloe was taken back. I'll give you a chance to be on top. Let's go again. After speaking, Jack suddenly picked Chloe up and placed her on him. She sat on his body, in a very dirty position. Ah, again? No, I'm out of energy. It's fine, you just sit. I'll do the moving. Chloe immediately covered her face with her hands, feeling as if she was on fire. Mr. Dawson was being indecent again. The next morning, when Chloe woke up, the first feeling she felt was the pain in her back. Then, she looked at the time on her phone. It was already 9 a.m. She hadn't slept in so late in a while. The sun was basically shining on her butt. She drowsily turned around, but didn't see Jack. So, she sent him a message. Honey, are you at work? You're awake? Jack's tone was full of love. How could I sleep for so long? Why didn't you wake me up? You looked really tired, so I didn't have the heart to wake you up, Jack said. How could you say that? My back is so sore, Chloe complained. She didn't know what happened last night, but Mr. Dawson went wild and had fun with Chloe until she begged him to stop. She felt as if her legs weren't her own. No problem. You're not going to work today anyway. Enjoy your day off. What day off? Tonight's Christmas Eve. I have to go prepare and decorate the house for everyone. The party's tonight, and it's my first time being a hostess. I can't lose face. Okay, do you need help with anything? No, just get off of work on time. Chloe smiled. Okay, see you tonight. Go get 'em, sweetie. For the first time, Jack smiled and cheered Chloe on. His expression was so cute. Right, honey. Who should we dress up as tonight? You decide. I'll go with whatever. Jack wasn't really interested, so he didn't want to make the decision. Aren't you afraid that I'll dress you up like Spider-Man? I'm telling you, don't blame me if you die from shock after seeing my creativity. No problem. Dress me up however you like. After Jack gave his outfit decision to Chloe, she stopped chit-chatting with him. After climbing out of bed, Chloe chose a milky sweater with a light pink cotton jacket. She looked much younger than she was. She still dressed like a teenager. Sarah used to tease her and say, "Girl, your fashion sense now is the same as it was 10 years ago. The outfit you're wearing today is the same one as the one you wore the first day of high school." She never knew how to dress herself up. In the case of company activities, Jack arranged for a stylist. Normally, she dressed casually, like the girl next door. Her style was completely different from Bella, who went the goddess route and always looked classy and regal. Sarah, on the other hand, put sexy first. She loved low cuts and short dresses, while the high EQ Victoria went the intellectual route, as she always wore a confident aura. After Chloe washed up and got dressed, she went downstairs to eat. When she ate breakfast, she told the maids to clean the house and empty the living room, so she could get ready for the Christmas party that evening. Chloe then contacted GK's planning department and discussed the design with them, and 5 people from GK's planning department went to buy materials, and 5 others began decorating the house. Chloe believed that they would be done by the end of the day, and since the party would start at 7, she had lots of time. So, she drove to Phoenix's Landing, where Cody lived. "Sis, why are you here?" Cody was pleasantly surprised to see Chloe. "I'm obviously here to see you. How are you doing?" "Great. I'm rotting in here, though. Can you ask President Dawson if I can go back to work?" Cody's operation was very successful, but his recovery at his mansion was boring. He couldn't even step outside. So when he saw Chloe, he saw his savior. "Ha, I knew you would be bored, so I'm here to invite you to my party." "Wow, what party? Tell me about it." Cody's curiosity immediately went through the roof. "A Christmas costume party in which all the guests have to go as villains. Do you want to come?" "Whoa, whoa, whoa, that sounds really cool." Cody burst out in laughter. He was at an age at which he loved weird things, so he liked costume parties. "You coming?" "Of course I am, it sounds amazing." "I have a feeling that this will be the most unforgettable Christmas ever," Cody exclaimed as he clapped. Looking at his handsome and energetic face, Chloe probed, "Have you been in contact with Hannah lately?" "Sis, why would you bring that scumbag up all of a sudden?" Cody's face immediately fell at the mentioning of Hannah. "Cody, you shouldn't talk about her that way. She's still your mother." "Mother?" "Haha. That word carries a lot of weight, but is she worth being called that?" "She's just that boy's mother, not mine. She didn't fulfill her responsibilities as my mother. I bet even she feels guilty about it now," Cody sneered. "Perhaps something happened to her that she couldn't tell you about," Chloe said. "What could have happened?" "Ha. I don't think that's the case. No mother in this world is capable of abandoning her son for years, not caring about his life or death. Is her heart made of stone?" Cody smiled bitterly. Upon seeing how agitated he became, Chloe decided not to bring her up again. Instead, she changed the subject. "After New Year's, I'm going to ask the company to slowly fill up your schedule. Since you're still recovering, for the first half of the year, we'll limit your work to mostly photo shoots and maybe get you to produce a few singles. I'll make sure you don't have to participate in any action films, and let's push your concerts back. Your health is the most important thing right now." "Thanks, Sister Chloe. Don't thank me. You treat me like your sister, so of course I have to take care of my little brother," Chloe said, as she lovingly patted Cody's head. "I'm lucky to have met a sister like you." Cody smiled happily, showing 2 dimples. At this moment, he was more like the boy next door than an international superstar. "Nope, I'm the lucky one. Even that brother of mine has been badgering me to get him your autograph. I don't even have the guts to upload photos of the 2 of us because Snap and Weibo might blow up." "Huh, then let's just blow things up for them," Cody said playfully, as he whipped out his cell phone and snapped a selfie of him hiding behind her. Then, he photoshopped it a bit and uploaded it onto Weibo. "My sister Chloe came to check up on me today. She also invited me to her Christmas party. Yay!" Right after Cody uploaded the photo, nearly 40,000 fans commented. They were all his supporters. Therefore, the comments went something like this, "Nisi. Big boss, you're the best. I'm so happy for you, Merry Christmas. Big boss, you've lost weight. Your face is even smaller than Chloe's. You should really eat some more meat." Chloe didn't know how to react upon seeing that last comment. That didn't sound like a compliment, did it? After a while, Chloe walked out and drove to her coffee shop. After Nico recovered, Chloe went through connections to get him into a school, and Hannah no longer sold hand-pulled pancakes. Instead, she began working as a cleaning supervisor at Chloe's coffee shop on the pedestrian walkway. Her salary wasn't bad, and she could enjoy employee benefits. Plus, she was very hardworking at her job and kept the entire coffee shop so clean that one could eat off the floor. As soon as Chloe walked in, everyone began greeting her. "Hi, young madam. Just ignore me. Go back to work." Chloe smiled. "Young madam, what would you like to drink?" The manager walked up to her and carefully asked, "A hot mocha." "Okay." Then, Chloe walked upstairs to the second floor, where Hannah was cleaning. Mrs. Hannah. Dr. Green. Upon seeing Chloe, Hannah immediately stood up. She acted reserved around Chloe, which was also a form of respect. "How are things going here? Have you used to the work environment?" "It's great. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I know you'll do good. Let me know if you need anything." Dr. Green, Cody, Hannah hesitated. "He's recovering well? I just saw him, and I wanted to come to tell you the news in person." "That's great. How's Nico doing? Does he like his new school?" Chloe asked with a smile. Hannah kept nodding her head. Yeah, he loves going to school. He told me that he met a lot of new friends there. That's great. Don't worry. I'll look for a chance for you and Cody to meet up. Hopefully, you two can work things out soon. Okay. Hannah nodded. Then, Chloe had a cup of coffee, took a look at the approximately 13 shops on the street, and left happily. Back then, she called back these 13 storefronts and declared that she was going to manage them because she was angry with Bella. Yet, today this area had now become one of the busiest pedestrian streets in the city, with countless people going in and out of these 13 shops every day. The turnover rate was so high that it even shocked Chloe. Soon, she wouldn't need to rely on Jack anymore, since the money she made here was more than enough to make her Mrs. Moneybags. The Financial Channel invited Chloe multiple times for an exclusive interview. They wanted her to share with them her experience in entrepreneurship. However, she politely declined, not because she was pretentious or wanted to be low profile. Rather, Chloe believed that the only reason the 13 storefronts were all doing well was that they were GKs, and she didn't have to bear the pressure of rent. Therefore, she didn't want to show off on TV and talk about her experience and thoughts, since she had none. She could summarize her success in one word: money. She had a lot of money. By investing with money, she earned money. That's how rich people lived in this world. After running around all morning, she went to Sky Blessing Court at noon and had lunch with her mom. It was already 5-something in the afternoon by the time she got back to South Hill Manor. Those from GK's planning department were definitely good at their job. They decorated the entire mansion in a day, even perfecting the tiny details that Chloe told them to pay attention to, leaving her in awe as she walked in. She felt like she had traveled back to the 18th century Europe, which was fitting since they lived in a castle. All the chandeliers were covered with purple cloth, adding mysteriousness to the room. Santa Claus, who was by the door, wasn't wearing red. Instead, he was wearing a cute black cloak like the witches in Harry Potter, with a broom in his hand. Rudolph, which stood beside Santa Claus, wasn't a reindeer. Instead, it was a black eagle, very stimulating to the eyes. The Christmas trees were gray, not green, and even the lights hanging on it were dark-colored. It was really a party of the villains. Even the decorations were dark, dangerous, and mysterious. Young madam, do you think the decorations were a little too much? The director of the planning department smiled awkwardly. Nope, I think it's perfect. Chloe nodded in satisfaction. Then, she gave those in the planning department a giant red pocket for them to go out and celebrate Christmas Eve with. When she looked down at her watch and saw that it was already 6 p.m. I need to hurry up and get dressed up. She figured that since Jack was almost off work, she should probably head upstairs and start putting on makeup. Just then, she remembered something important, so she opened her Weibo and sent a private message to Justin. Are you there? Yeah, Justin immediately replied, pleasantly surprised that Chloe was talking to him. Ever since he found out that Chloe had Weibo as well, he was basically logged onto it 24 hours a day. There's something I need to talk to you about. What do you want? Justin tried to keep his cool. Tonight, I'm hosting a party at South Hill Manor, and all the guests have to dress up as villains. Are you interested? Chloe carefully asked him. So, are you inviting me? Justin was in disbelief. Just yesterday, Max was complaining to him of how dishonorable Chloe was and how she burned her bridges so quickly. However, now she was inviting him to her party. If Max was with him, he would probably turn away from the pain of face slaps. So, are you going to come? Chloe asked gently. Fine. Justin's heart knew that he shouldn't go, because the more he saw Chloe, the harder he fell for her. However, his mouth said yes uncontrollably, since he wanted to see her more than anything. Justin wasn't interested in parties, nor costumes. The only reason he wanted to go was the fact that he could see Chloe there. Then you'll have to hurry up, it's almost time. The party starts at 7 p.m., so you still have time to get dressed up. It's at South Hill Manor. I got it, Justin answered. Then, see you later. Okay, see you later, Justin replied as he felt both his gaze and his voice soften. Those 3 words, see you later, sounded nice coming out of Chloe's mouth. He was still smiling even after he set down his phone. Anne. Yes, sir. Clear my schedule for tonight. But, sir, there are 2 dinners for you to attend tonight. One of our business partners is turning 60 years old, and President is holding a party for his month-old son. They're both pretty important. Justin interrupted Anne before the latter could finish. I said, clear my schedule. Don't make me repeat it again. Anne froze for a second, and then nodded. Yes, sir. Right way. After leaving Imperial Star, Justin drove all the way back to his parents' house. Justin, you're back so early. Are you having dinner at home? Mom, tell me, which villain should I dress up as? Justin asked excitedly. Justin, what are you talking about? Mrs. Cooper was completely stunned. Never mind. I'll figure something out myself. Then, Justin ran up the stairs. In the past, the company often held costume parties, and he would occasionally join in the fun. Therefore, he owned a lot of costumes. After hanging up the phone, Chloe began putting on makeup as she clicked into the Snap group of her, Victoria, and Sarah. Hey, pretty ladies, are you guys ready? Victoria. I'm ready, just waiting for Mr. Blake here. We'll be there in a jiffy. Don't worry, we won't be late. Sarah. I'm ready too. I'll be there in a little over 10 minutes. Be prepared to witness a miracle. Haha. Chloe. Sarah. Don't tell me you're dressed up as White Skeleton Demon. Sarah. Pfft. Yeah, right. White Skeleton Demon is so ugly. She's no more than a skeleton. I'm dressed up as someone pretty. Victoria. Chloe, who else is coming today? Give us some insider information. Chloe. Aside from the 3 of us, there's also going to be Cody, Emery, Andrew, Justin, and Bella. Victoria. Wait. I get why Justin's coming, but Bella? What the hell? Sarah. Yeah, why did you invite that manipulative batch? Did your brain go cuckoo? Chloe. I was pushed into a corner too, but if she wants to come, then she can come. Victoria. I'm going to make her miserable. Sarah. Yeah, me too. The 3 of us need to team up to make Bakchal miserable. Victoria. But Chloe, does Jack know you invited Justin? Victoria was attentive to details, so she suddenly thought of this. Chloe replied, Actually, Mr. Dawson told me to invite him. Sarah and Victoria were dumbfounded by this information. I don't know what Mr. Dawson was thinking either, but I invited him already, so might as well. Chloe nodded in self-consolation. So who are you dressing up as tonight? I'm curious, Sarah laughed as she asked her. I have the same question, Victoria hooted along. Haha, it's a secret. You'll find out when you guys get here. Chloe purposely kept her mouth shut and pretended to be mysterious. After she finished her makeup and looked herself in the mirror, she nodded, satisfied with how she looked. Honey, I'm back. Jack barely finished his sentence before he froze. Was the woman standing in front of him really his wife? Honey, are you surprised? Chloe pointed at her makeup as she bit down on her lips and smiled shyly. Truth be told, Jack wasn't surprised, but he was shocked. He was originally looking forward to coming home to his wife, but who the hell did he just see upon opening their bedroom door? This person did not look like Chloe at all. She was wearing a black and red robe that had pointy collars. A lot of foundation was smothered onto her face, and her lips were painted bright red. Most importantly, she had on 2 giant fangs on either side of her mouth and was wearing purple contact lenses. She wore a silver wig over her shoulder-length hair that fell to her waist, and a black crown was pinned onto the top of her head. She was the ultimate description of a villain. When Jack walked into the manor just now, he was shocked by how scary the entire place was. It was dark everywhere. Even the candlesticks looked scary. Chloe sure put a lot of effort into this party. Honey, are you dressed up as Count Dracula? Jack was speechless. It was a little childish for a woman her age to be dressed up as a vampire. She didn't look scary, but she sure looked cute. Nope, you're Count Dracula. I'm the Countess, okay? Chloe said matter-of-factly. Okay, so you prepared something like this for me as well? Jack walked up to her and smiled. Yeah, if you're not happy with it, you can think of something else to dress up as. I like vampires, so I want to dress up as one. No matter what Jack wanted, Chloe was determined to be a vampire. Okay then, I'll cooperate with you. Jack loved his wife too much to say no to her. Therefore, he quickly put on makeup and the outfit. Once he was done, Chloe looked at her husband in awe. He was also wearing a black robe, purple contact lenses, white fangs, and a silver wig. Unlike her, however, Jack's expression was a little cold and arrogant. Chloe was surprised by how good-looking Mr. Dawson was after he dressed up as Count Dracula. I'll give you a 9 out of 10 for this get-up, but I deducted 1 point so you won't get too arrogant. Chloe gave him a thumbs up. Their outfits matched so perfectly that anyone could tell that they were a couple. My beautiful vampire countess, please head downstairs with me. Our guests are arriving. Jack reached out to her an invitation. Chloe smiled as she placed her hand in Jack's, and the two of them walked downstairs together. Uncle George and the housemaids were all dressed in black robes and were wearing cute vampire fangs to go with the party theme. It was almost time, and Victoria and Sarah mentioned in Snap that they were almost there. Just as Chloe was about to call, a black Jaguar stopped in front of the parking lot outside their manor. The moment Noah and Sarah got off the car, Chloe was truly dumbstruck by what she saw. It turned out Sarah wasn't joking about her costume. Yes, she didn't dress up as White-Boned Spirit, but she really did dress up as Snow White's evil stepmother, looking exactly like Angelina Jolie in Maleficent. Not only was she wearing a black robe, but she also had 2 black antlers coming out of her head, leaving Chloe at a loss for words. The good thing was, Sarah was good-looking, so the jaw-dropping costume looked good on her. You're the most beautiful, evil stepmother. Ha ha. Chloe couldn't help but laugh. So, what the hell are you here as? Jack asked Noah. Chloe glanced towards Noah as well. He was wearing a black robe and an interesting gold mask that looked like a mirror. Can't you guys tell? I matched with poisonous tongue Sarah. Noah was a little speechless. So, you're the king? The husband of the evil stepmother? Chloe guessed. Nope, he's the queen's mirror, Sarah answered. Chloe and Jack were both at a loss for words. Smart as they were, they never would have guessed that Noah came as a magic mirror. Then, Sarah funnily lifted Noah's chin up with her finger and asked, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? You are, my queen. Noah sucked up to her immediately, and just after Sarah nodded her head in satisfaction, he added, But Snow White is 1,000 times prettier than you are. Damn it, stupid cop. I am going to kill you. Sarah began chasing Noah in circles around their living room. This couple immediately got comfortable and treated South Hill Manor like their own. Chloe and Jack laughed. Then, they saw a luxurious Mercedes-Benz RV park outside, and Victoria and Brenton coming out of it. Brenton used to drive his Bentley, but ever since he and Victoria started dating, his tastes changed, especially after the latter's pregnancy. He now drove RVs, since they were spacious and comfortable, and Victoria could lie down whenever she wanted to. Honey, guess who they dressed up as? Chloe pulled onto Jack's hand excitedly. I don't want to guess. It's too childish. Jack was embarrassed to say what Victoria and Brenton were dressed up as upon seeing them. His and Chloe's costumes were obviously not as imaginative as theirs, considering they were only dressed up as characters from Count Dracula, a show that Chloe loved. Victoria strutted in, wearing a red cloak, white turtleneck sweater, yellow crown, black fishnet stockings, and red heels. She looked extremely sexy and charismatic. She was also wearing a long gray wig with curls, had on purple eyeshadow, and a mole next to one of her eyes. Most importantly, She was holding a mini frying pan in her hand. "So, Victoria, did you come as Red Wolf?" Chloe opened her mouth to ask. "Smart girl," Victoria answered matter-of-factly. Compared with his wife's outfit, Brenton's big wolf attire didn't seem as unique. Brenton was wearing a cute hat, gray wig, and a dark gray vest. A long scar was drawn onto his face, exactly like the one Big Wolf had. However, his costume wasn't as jaw-dropping as Victoria's. "Ha, welcome to our house, Mr. and Mrs. Wolf." Chloe clapped. Victoria's costume fit her personality just right, or even Brenton thought she was coming as herself. "I love your vampire outfits. I'll give you 10 out of 10. Victoria thought Chloe and Jack's costumes were the perfect depictions of Western mythical characters. After a brief conversation, Chloe helped Victoria down and asked the maid to pour her a glass of warm water. "Victoria, you're pregnant. Is it okay for you to have that much makeup on?" "It's okay. I made sure that this makeup was okay for pregnant women to use." "That's good. Is that the evil queen from Maleficent?" "Haha. Sarah looks exactly like Angelina Jolie's character." Victoria burst into laughter upon seeing Sarah, who was standing not far away from her. "Yeah, she's always liked Angelina Jolie, and was determined to go like this. It's really funny," Chloe explained. Just then, a white Maserati parked outside. Andrew and Emery got off together. As soon as Chloe and the others saw the duo, they fell immediately silent by how stunning they looked. Andrew was wearing a bright yellow imperial robe with 9 dragons sewn onto it. On his head was an emperor's crown. Most importantly, he was wearing makeup and used a wig to cover over his own head, attaching a long braid like those that the men in the Q dynasty had. Even his shoes matched his outfit. It was obvious that he borrowed this outfit from some movie set, or else the quality wouldn't be as good. Andrew was waving a fan as he walked, looking extremely like an emperor from the Q dynasty. When Chloe first saw him, she had no idea which emperor he came as. There were so many in the Q dynasty. However, she knew who Andrew came as soon as she saw Emery, because the latter was wearing exactly what Concubine Hua of the TV show Empresses in the Palace wore. Even the nail protector she wore was the same as the one Concubine Hua wore in that TV show. Holy F. Emery looks exactly like Concubine Hua. She looks really pretty in ancient-era costumes, Sarah exclaimed. If Emery was Concubine Hua, then Andrew had got to be the emperor. The two walked up to the manor and Chloe greeted them. "You guys look really cool. Your costumes are awesome," Chloe said, as she gave them a thumbs up. "So, Chloe, are you a vampire today?" Andrew looked at Chloe ever so gently. He had never seen her like that and loved how cute she looked. "Yeah, I've always liked vampire fangs as a child, and I finally get to fulfill that wish today." Chloe smiled, embarrassed. Emery reached out to touch Chloe's little crown. "It's really pretty. I like it." "Thanks, Emery. You guys should head in and sit. There are drinks on the table." The party began to heat up after Andrew and Emery went in. Andrew walked over to Jack. After glancing at the latter, he said, "Did Chloe make you wear this?" "Yeah." Jack nodded. He didn't like talking to Andrew. "She sure is stubborn, but that's what makes her cute, right?" Andrew exclaimed. Jack shot Andrew a complicated look, but he didn't say anything. The next to arrive were Cody and Beth. Cody was driving his own maroon-colored Porsche sports car. It was pretty and attention-grabbing. Cody's costume was really cool. He came as the most popular character in The Lost Tomb. He was wearing a black hoodie that covered half of his face, making him extremely mysterious. His right hand was wrapped in white gauze and was holding a black sword. Beth, his manager, was also wearing a black grave robber costume. Both their costumes matched today's theme. Chloe tousled Cody's head lovingly. "You a little brat? What are you trying to do coming here so handsomely?" "Sister Chloe, I love your vampire outfit." Cody reached out and began poking at Chloe's fake fangs. "You guys should head in. It's cold outside." Chloe was worried about Cody catching a cold, so she immediately told them to go inside. Then, she looked down at her watch. Everyone was here, except for Justin and Bella. Did they change their minds about coming? Where's Justin? Victoria asked aloud. Did Justin say he's coming? Brenton asked in surprise. He didn't know Justin was even invited. Victoria nodded. Yeah, Chloe told us in Snap that he's coming today. Before Chloe had the chance to respond, a black Lamborghini Sesto Elemento came to a quick stop outside the mansion doors. It parked in such a fast speed that no one even saw what happened before he parked. No wonder his car was known as one of the best sports cars. The other cars looked like scrap pieces compared with his. Whoa, it's really young Master Cooper. Brenton was obviously excited. He was here today, with his wife, and since he wasn't that close with the others, he was glad that Justin was here. That way, he would have someone to hang out with. Justin walked out of his car slowly, while the others looked at his costume in awe. Who in the world did young Master Cooper come as? Brenton was confused. He had been to countless costume parties with Justin, but had never seen him in an outfit like this. Everyone watched as Justin walked up to them, step by step. He was wearing a long black robe and a pair of black wings with golden rims on his back. His long black wig fell down like a waterfall, and he was wearing black fingernails. He was wearing a silver mask that covered half his face and red contact lenses. There was also a gorgeous ruby gem on his forehead. Chloe looked at Justin. He looked incredibly flirtatious tonight. That was the only word she could think of to describe him. The person he came as was the most villainous of all the villains, and no one could compare with him. He looks really sexy today, Victoria exclaimed. Holy F, his mask and wings are really pretty. Sarah also stared at him. Does anyone know who he came as? Noah liked Justin's costume, but who did he come as? He had never seen a character like him. Jack, on the other hand, was extremely calm as he watched Justin walk up to them. Chloe, let's make a bet. I bet that he's Zeus. Victoria smiled, since a person as arrogant as Justin was very likely to come as the chief of gods. Brenton reminded her, Victoria, Zeus is the sky and thunder god, the third conqueror of ancient Greek religion, who rules over the 12 gods of Mount Olympus. I know, you don't have to tell me, Victoria replied. I know you do, but Zeus is a god, so he's a protagonist. But today, we're supposed to all come as antagonists. I know Justin won't be a Mary Sue, and come as a god when today's party is villain-themed, Brenton explained, immediately leaving his wife at a loss for words. True, how could she have forgotten about that fact that today was a villain-themed party? Chloe, what do you think? Victoria knew Chloe was probably smart enough to tell. He's Lucifer, Chloe said slowly. Lucifer? The fallen angel? Noah asked, uncertain. Yeah. Chloe nodded. Andrew smiled and said, Justin came as Lucifer. Not bad. It's a good character to come as. Young Master Cooper sure is creative. Emery couldn't help but praise him. Jack walked out from behind the crowd and said, Lucifer was an angel who later became a demon. He used to be an angel and then became a demon? What in the world happened to him? Sarah knew that Justin was dressed as a famous character and that he was super gorgeous. His giant wings, silver mask, and red contact lenses left everyone in awe. Chloe, why don't you tell everyone who Lucifer is? Victoria picked up a glass of water and sipped at it. Only she, Jack, and Chloe, and some others knew how Lucifer became a fallen angel because they studied Christianity. Since the others didn't know, of course, they should be informed. Chloe nodded and said slowly, Apparently, Lucifer used to be God's favorite angel and was known as a seraph. He was envied by all the other angels because he could spend as much time as he wanted with God. Many goddesses liked him, but he wasn't interested in any of them. Later, while he was out on a mission, he fell in love with a woman from hell. To be with her, Lucifer cut off his wings and betrayed God, just so he could go live with that woman. Sadly, he wasn't accepted by Satan, nor anyone else from hell. Yet, he was willing to do anything for her. Later, this woman betrayed him for some other devil in hell, and in his sorrow, Lucifer left and was chased down until he escaped hell. When he got out, he was surrounded by the angels who had previously been extremely jealous of him, since he received most of God's love. Therefore, they swore they would ruin him. In the end, Lucifer lit himself up in flames because he decided that even if he died, he wanted to kill himself rather than be killed. He thought that he would die, but he didn't. As the fire burned, his wings turned black and his eyes turned red. He became much more powerful, and with anger and hatred, he killed all the angels and devils that once tried to murder him. Since then, he had been traveling between heaven and hell, quietly waiting. No one knows who he's waiting for, but he became the loneliest being on earth. He had no family, no lovers, no friends. Later, people began calling him the fallen angel. Upon hearing Chloe's explanation, everyone was shocked to hear how sad and complicated Lucifer's backstory was. During this time, Justin had entered the mansion. Chloe walked up to him and extended her hand, greeting him as the hostess. "Welcome, Lucifer." Justin looked at Chloe, his gaze softening as he did. He smiled, and then reached out to shake Chloe's hand. When he touched her hand, Justin felt dozens of electric currents flowing all over his body. However, he let go after a few seconds, behaving like a true gentleman. He wanted to hold her hand a little longer, but also didn't want Chloe to feel embarrassed, since after all, there were so many people here. "Young Master Cooper, what a pretentious and arrogant outfit." Brenton gave him a thumbs up. Justin smiled and walked right up to Brenton. "Chloe, should we start?" Jack wanted to ask the maids to serve dinner upon seeing that most of the guests had already arrived when Chloe stopped him. "Bella isn't here yet? You invited Bella?" Andrew was amused. "I don't think she's coming. I wouldn't if I were her." "Is she looking for trouble for herself?" Sarah commented. However, at this instant, Victoria saw a black Rolls-Royce park outside the mansion. It was obvious that Bella was trying to be the center of attention today. "Speak of the devil! I guess she is." Victoria pointed at the window, and everyone's gaze fell on the car outside. The driver got off the car to open the backseat door, and Bella slowly walked out. Everyone was shocked to see her outfit. Victoria sneered. "I knew she would do this. You can't make a crab walk straight. I can't believe she's trying to be manipulative even now. It's disgusting," Sarah spat angrily. Bella's outfit was gorgeous, because she didn't come as a villain. Rather, she was dressed as a mermaid. On her was a long navy blue dress that had see-through lace around its hem. The fishtail dress showed off her figure and had countless shining crystals sewn onto it. On her head was a gold wig, and in her hand was a golden scepter. Her face was delicately made up. She really did look like a mermaid. Yes, she looked pretty, but today's party was villain-themed. "So, she's not here to party, she's here to be a beauty contestant?" Emery laughed sarcastically. "Great, the manipulative batch is here. Let's have some fun today. We don't need to go easy on her." Victoria rubbed her palms together, ready for a face-off with this woman. She's here purely to ask to be bullied today. Sarah hated Bella so much that she swore. "Chloe, did you tell Bella the theme of today's party?" Andrew smiled as he looked at Chloe. "I did," Chloe replied calmly. She already invited Bella, so of course she would tell her what today's theme was. Yet, Bella paid no attention to the hostess and pretended to be the pure and innocent mermaid amongst a sea of villains. How calculating and manipulative could she be? Jack didn't even look at her. He said, "Uncle George, we're ready for dinner." "Yes, sir." Uncle George followed Jack's orders and began prepping the dishes. Bella strutted in wearing crystal heels and smiled shyly. "I'm sorry that I'm the last one to come." "It's fine. We didn't start yet." Chloe chuckled. "Miss Hall, I guess you didn't understand what Chloe meant when she said it's a villains-themed costume party, did you?" "Why did you come as a mermaid?" Victoria shot at her. "I did, but I really didn't know which villain to come as, since I've never been to a costume party. Plus, Chloe never said that I wasn't allowed to come as a protagonist. Bella smiled sweetly, as if she was the innocent one. She even emphasized that Chloe didn't say she couldn't come as a mermaid. It's okay. You can be whatever you want to be. Let's sit. Dinner's ready, Chloe said, and everyone sat down around the table. Then, Uncle George and the maids began serving the dishes. Chloe was very generous. She prepared a delicious meal consisting of sirloin, foie gras, caviar, fruit salad, Boston lobster, and abalone rice for each guest. My gosh, did your chefs make these? Victoria exclaimed. Yeah. They're just as good as the chefs at five-star hotels. Everything's so authentic. Victoria was pregnant and always had a good appetite, so she dug right in. Brenton, on the other hand, passed her some napkins. Slow down, Victoria. I'll give you my portion too. Don't rush. Haha, don't worry. There's more in the kitchen. You guys can have all you want. Bring in the wine, Jack said, and Uncle George brought up a case of wine, placing one bottle by every guest. Jack never wasted money like Justin did, but he was still opulent, serving their guests wine that cost more than $200,000 per bottle. Sarah glanced at the wine bottle from every angle. As a certified alcoholic, she couldn't take her hands off alcohol. The 12 guests, including Jack and Chloe, sat in pairs on the rectangular dining table. The host and hostess sat across from each other on the main seats, while Andrew sat with Emery, Cody with Beth, Noah with Sarah, Brenton and Victoria, and Justin with Bella. Justin didn't like sitting across from Bella and didn't even bother looking at her face. He couldn't even remember her name correctly, since he had zero good feelings towards this woman. After the maids filled everyone's wine glasses with wine, they all raised their glasses. Here, guys, let's thank Chloe and Jack for inviting us here today. I'd like to make a toast to them, Victoria said happily. But before anyone had the chance to say anything, Chloe suddenly opened her mouth. Wait! What's wrong? Worried, Jack looked at her. Uncle George, can you please get Victoria some water? She can't drink. If Chloe didn't react as fast as she did, Victoria would have drunk the entire glass of wine in her hands. I'll just have a tiny sip, Victoria said coyishly. No, you're pregnant. You have to think about your unborn child, Chloe said with determination. Fine. Can I at least have some juice? Victoria pouted. No, there are preservatives in juice. You can only drink water. Chloe wasn't nice at all. As expected, Victoria was immediately silenced. Uncle George quickly took away her wine glass and gave her a glass of water. Brenton looked at Chloe gratefully. Thank God she still listens to you. If I said something like that, she would have smacked me with a frying pan and made my head bloom like a flower. As soon as he finished this sentence, everyone burst into laughter. Bella wasn't so close with the others, so she seemed a little out of place. As they ate, everyone took out their phones to take photos and upload them onto Weibo, or their Snap Friend circle. Chloe uploaded a group photo as well as one of her and Jack that looked really cute. As soon as the photo was uploaded, Chloe's fans went crazy. Most of them posted compliments on how good-looking the vampire couple was, while a bunch of others asked why a mermaid showed up at a villain-themed costume party. They wondered why she was the only protagonist in the room and cursed at Bella for being a batch. Dr. Green, why is your romantic rival at your house? You have to be careful. Homewreckers these days are willing to do anything. Some even exclaimed, wow, Dr. Green and young Master Cooper are in the same photo. How rare. Chloe was too lazy to reply to these gossipy fans. Even Bella took a selfie. Yes, a selfie, and uploaded it onto Weibo. Above the photo, she wrote, I went to a costume party. Do you guys like my outfit? Then, her brainless fans began commenting like crazy. I'll give you 10 out of 10. You're so pretty. Goddess, you're so pretty. You look like an angel. Goddess Hall, you're so pretty as a mermaid. I'm going to make this photo my screensaver. Goddess, you're always so beautiful and charismatic. I love you. You're so pretty. I'm crying. I love Goddess Hall. Please like my comment. Princess, please allow me to kneel down in front of your beauty. Goddess, please make a debut. If you do, the female celebrities in the entertainment circle will look like weed next to you. Yeah, who cares about Emery, Gianna, and Annie? You're 1,000 times prettier than they are. Most of the comments complimented her beauty, while a couple of bystanders began asking questions such as, "Hey, wait, Dr. Green and Victoria already uploaded photos with you in them, but they're all dressed up as villains. Why are you the only protagonist? Isn't it weird?" Then, Bella's fans began cursing at them. "Mind your own business. Goddess Hall doesn't look like a villain. Only evil people can dress up as villains." This comment completely pissed off Chloe, Victoria, and Justin's fan base, and they began shooting malicious comments at each other. Her Weibo comments multiplied quickly, but Bella didn't care for them. In her eyes, her fans were no more than brainless farts. Moreover, Bella was so delusional that she really thought of herself as a goddess. Then, Bella put away her phone and looked at Jack with love and tenderness. "Jack, have you been recovering well?" "I'm better now, thank you," Jack replied distantly before turning back around to put food on Chloe's plate, waiting on her hand and foot. Annoyed by Bella, Justin picked up his wine glass and said, "Here, mermaid, let's toast. I'm sorry, I can't really drink. I'm allergic to alcohol." Bella smiled as she refused. Andrew suddenly stood up from his seat and walked up to Bella. Ignoring her, he put an arm around her shoulder, stood behind her, and snatched a selfie. Then, he uploaded the photo onto Weibo. This process took no more than 10 seconds, and Andrew didn't even give Bella time to protest. "President Green is funny, haha. He appeared out of nowhere, scaring me." Bella felt a little awkward, but Emery glanced over at her and sneered. "President Green's always been like that. You need to slowly get used to it." This is what Andrew wrote on his Weibo. "I came across Goddess Hall at a party. She's really pretty. I've never seen such a cute and gentle character amongst villains. It's a sight to see." Then, one of his high IQ fans replied, "President Green, are you indirectly bashing on her?" Andrew smiled but didn't reply. Just then, Victoria suggested, "Let's play a game." "Sure, what game?" As the most curious of the bunch, Sarah's interest was immediately piqued. There's been a really popular internet lingo that goes like this: "I still love you. Just like." You can add whatever you want to the end of that sentence. Let's go around and vote the best one, and that person will have to perform something for the rest of us. What do you guys think? "Sure," Noah nodded, thinking that it was fun. The others all nodded in agreement too. "Victoria, since it's your idea, why don't you start first?" Chloe chuckled. "Okay then, I'll start." Then, Victoria cleared her throat and looked at Brenton, who was sitting across from her in all seriousness. "I still love you just like the sun, the moon, and the stars, existing forever." Brenton looked at Victoria tenderly upon hearing what she said. Talk about a public display of affection. "Brenton, you go, since you're right across from her," Justin suggested. Brenton stared into Victoria's eyes and didn't even hesitate before saying, "I still love you, just like blood pouring down the earth, draining me of warmth to beautify you." After hearing this, Doctor, Victoria, a publicly known Iron Lady, blushed, while the others began heckling them. "Aw, how sweet." "Your turn, Noah." Chloe nodded. Noah, a little nervous, looked shyly at Sarah, who was sitting across from him. "I still love you, just like a clamorous secret, worth thousands of words." The others immediately began to clap. As the people's police, Noah was surprisingly poetic. "Sarah, your turn now." Chloe was looking forward to what Sarah, one of the big-mouthed girls she knew, would say. Sarah thought long and hard for about 10 seconds before the light bulb in her head went off. She pointed at Noah and said, "I still love you, just like a shrew screaming on the streets, unreasonable as can be." The entire room filled with laughter as soon as she finished her sentence. Noah, on the other hand, was speechless. "Sarah, did you do that on purpose? What kind of confession was that?" Just now, Noah was so poetic, but Sarah brought them down to a new low. Hey, never mind it. I'm done. You guys are too mean. I'm not poetic at all and can't compare with super scholars like you bunch. It's good enough that I even thought of something. Chloe, come on. You and Mr. Dawson, go now. Chloe, Chloe. Everyone began clapping as Chloe smiled and turned to look at Jack. Chloe thought about it for a second before saying, I still love you. Just like the swaying willows and chirping cicadas, the setting sun and evening tides, unable to control themselves. That's a good one, Noah said as he clapped at what Chloe said. My little sister Chloe, sure, is expressive. The verse she produced is very elegant, Andrew commented as he swirled the wine glass in his hand. Before the others called on Jack, he looked at Chloe lovingly and said, I still love you. Just like how the stars traveled light years out of darkness, without a word of complaint. Whoa, nice. Very manly. Both Noah and Brenton were impressed by what Jack said. Cody, you go. Chloe smiled as she looked over at Cody, who said, I still love you. Just like how clouds condensate into rain, dropping onto the earth, bit by bit. Beth immediately said, Young madam, I will pass. I really can't think of one. Emery then. Chloe tilted her head at Emery. She elegantly put down the chopsticks in her hand and stared at Andrew lovingly. I still love you. Just like how flower petals fall onto the ground, without a gap in sight. I still love you. Just like the plots of old stories. Maybe death, maybe mute. But I still cannot catch my breath. Andrew immediately replied. Then, Brenton glanced at Justin. Justin, it's your turn now. Instead of looking at Bella, Justin lowered his head and slowly said, I still love you, just like a violent storm or heavy rain, soaring across the skies. That's a good one, the others praised. The last one to go was Bella. She tilted her head at Jack, sitting not far away from her, and opened her mouth to gently say, I still love you, just like the wind that's willing to travel 8,000 kilometers, even if it is no destination in sight. Her verse wasn't bad, but the problem was that no one liked her, and she was the public enemy, so Victoria immediately laughed upon hearing what she said. What are you laughing at? Unhappy Bella looked at Victoria, who answered, From a physics perspective, it takes at most 2 months for the wind to travel 8,000 kilometers. You should have just said, I still love you, just for 2 months. After Victoria finished, everyone broke out in quiet laughter, while Bella's expression changed drastically. The latter never thought that Victoria would humiliate, challenge, and bully her in front of everyone. However, Bella wasn't someone who was easily trifled. Doctor, Victoria, are there misunderstandings between us? Misunderstandings? Why would you say that I don't even know you that well? Victoria replied nonchalantly, immediately stuffing a metaphorical sock into Bella's mouth. Ahem. Victoria, have some more food. Brenton felt that it would be awkward if his wife got into a fight with Bella, so he immediately put more food on Victoria's plate. Okay then, what do you guys think? Whose verse was the best? Let's vote. Whoever gets the most votes wins, Sarah suggested. I vote Jack, Noah said. I vote Chloe, Sarah said. Then, the rest of the group all voted on their favorite verse, and in the end, Chloe and Jack had the highest votes, and the latter even lost to his wife by 1 vote, since both Andrew and Justin voted for Chloe. So, Miss Chloe, please perform for us. Everyone clapped in encouragement upon hearing what Victoria said. Hey, can we not? I really don't know what to perform. Haha. Honey, why don't you sing for them? Jack laughed. I can't sing. I might scare them all away. Chloe was tone deaf. She knew herself well, and wasn't about to sing in front of the crowd. Hey, there are 2 grand pianos over there by the edge of the living room, Chloe. Why don't you play something for us? Cody was interested in instruments and therefore suggested, What? Piano? I haven't played in a while. Chloe smiled embarrassedly. It's okay. We won't laugh at you, even if you played 3 Blind Mice. Noah joked as he looked at Chloe. Chloe, why don't you play Reminiscence de Don Juan for us? I haven't heard it in a while, Bella smiled as she said. Reminiscence de Don Juan by Franz Liszt, one of the hardest piano songs in the world. Miss Hall, does your mother know big of a bully you are? Victoria said, as she coldly glanced at Bella's face. But Chloe's a genius. She probably knows how to play, right? Bella beamed back at her, making the hairs on Victoria's body stand up in disgust. Before anyone had the chance to say anything, Bella quickly added, "It's okay, Chloe. No one will blame you if you don't know how to play this song. After all, you didn't major in music, nor did you study abroad in the past. It's normal for you not to know who Franz Liszt is." Bella was certain that Chloe had no idea who this pianist was, let alone a classic piece like Reminiscences de Don Juan. Everyone knew that Bella was looking down upon Chloe's education background. Jack even frowned and stood up to ask her to leave, but Chloe held his shoulder down, gesturing for her husband not to get mad. Jack saw how calm Chloe was, so he was aware that his wife knew what she was doing. All these years, he had never seen her play the piano. True, she rarely had the chance to play. When she was young, her family wasn't well off enough to buy her a piano to practice with, and later when she went to medical school, she no longer had the time to learn it. Perhaps she would be able to play a regular piece, but one like Reminiscences de Don Juan was extremely demanding, and not even a piano teacher would be able to play it without any mistakes, let alone a mere piano enthusiast like Chloe. Chloe smiled upon hearing Bella's accusation that she didn't know Franz Liszt. Then she stood up, glanced around the room, and said slowly, "Franz Liszt, born October 22, 1811, is a Hungarian composer. He is known to be a romanticist and also a genius pianist. Reminiscences de Don Juan is based off Mozart's Don Giovanni, and because of its length and dramatic intensity, not many are willing to perform it. Currently, there is only one pianist in the nation that performed this piece in public, from beginning to end. Miss Hall, you're my guest today. As the hostess, I'm more than willing to fulfill your request, but I also have a request of my own." "What request?" Confused, Bella looked at Chloe, who smiled provokingly. "Do you have the guts to play with me?" There were two grand pianos in the living room, a black one and a white one. Chloe's request to play together was obviously an invitation to compete with Bella. Everyone turned around to look at Bella, wondering if she would agree to Chloe's request. "Sure, haha, I look forward to it." Bella had been learning piano since she was a child, and she had been practicing for years. She played Reminiscences de Don Juan a couple of times, so she was confident in her skills. "I have a feeling that Chloe will gloriously defeat Baksh Hall." Victoria smiled. Sarah, on the other hand, cheered Chloe on. "Chloe, break a leg!" She didn't understand the piano piece they were talking about, but since Chloe was a genius, she was going to live up to that title, right? Bella stood up, holding her shiny fishtail dress as she sat down in front of the white piano, while Chloe, wearing her vampire costume, sat in front of the black piano. "Let's go over the script in our heads for 5 minutes, and then begin. You good?" Chloe looked at Bella, who replied proudly, "I'm good, ready at any time." Victoria had an idea, so she took out her phone and began filming them. After 5 minutes of silence, Chloe and Bella's fingers touched the keyboard at the same time, and they quickly began to play the song. They both played with such speed that the other's eyes couldn't even keep up with the movement of their fingers. After the first bar, Bella realized that not only did Chloe know this famous piano piece by Franz Liszt, she was also incredibly familiar with it. As her mind wandered, Bella's pace slowed down, allowing Chloe to immediately surpass her. When that happened, Bella began panicking and tried her best to catch up with Chloe. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. And when Chloe finished playing the entire piece, she was still at the end of the third bar. Chloe didn't wait for her to finish before standing up and bowing to the crowd. "Thanks for listening, guys. I've known her for so long but had no idea she was a master pianist. Jack, did you?" "Curious." Noah looked over at Jack. "This is my first time hearing her play." Jack's gaze was soft as he looked at Chloe. She challenged Bella to a piano deal with such seriousness, just like a little girl. And when she won, she smiled so proudly, as if she were the same competitive Chloe from high school. I'm not sure I understood what just happened, but I can see that Chloe won. Yay. Sarah held up a peace sign with her fingers. Do you think we're being a little unethical, bullying her like that? Brenton felt bad that everyone in the room was being mean to Bella, but Victoria sneered. She brought that onto herself, okay? If she didn't try to embarrass Chloe in the first place, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Justin, on the other hand, was completely dumbstruck. Growing up, he had learned countless musical instruments, including the piano, violin, and saxophone. Last time, during GK's 30-year anniversary, Justin showed off his singing and piano skills, immediately gaining countless fans. Yet, he never thought that Chloe, who was always so low-profile and old-fashioned, would have such musical talent. She may be tone-deaf, but she certainly had mad piano skills. Had she taken classes before? Noah was flabbergasted. Nope. If memory serves me right, back in high school, the music teacher taught her how to play the piano a few times, and then she learned the rest on her own, Sarah answered. Reminiscences de Don Juan isn't something that one could learn on their own, though, right? Noah was unconvinced. I learned this song during university. I was going to play it during the school's New Year's celebration, so I took a few days to learn it. I didn't end up performing, but I memorized the melody. Chloe smiled. So how long ago was that? Noah was still dumbstruck. Not too long ago. Sophomore year, I think, during the winter. Chloe was 19 years old in her sophomore year and was 24 years old now. It had been 5 years, although she only learned this song for a couple of days, all those years ago. She still remembered every single note. Her memory skills were indeed impressive. After Bella finished playing, she stood up and retorted, "That's impossible. This piece takes at least 5 years to learn and memorize." "Oh yeah? I'm sorry, but it only took me less than 5 days of practice," Chloe replied confidently. She wasn't lying. It really did only take her a couple of days. Justin was thrown back into shock upon hearing this. He was a skilled pianist and knew how demanding this piece was. He also knew that even if someone practiced it for 5 years, they still might not be able to play it as fluidly and quickly as Chloe did just now. This just proves that she was just extremely talented. "Miss Hall, don't tell me you're going to be a sore loser." Sarah snickered, and Bella's expression immediately became grim. "To be fair, let's ask someone who knows music to comment on your performances. Miss Emery, you've been a singer for years and are extremely experienced. Why don't you comment objectively so we won't be accused of being biased?" Victoria suggested. Emery turned around to look at Chloe and then at Bella. Then she stood up and smiled. "Truth be told, I can't play this piece, but I've listened to it many times in the past. Miss Hall's skills aren't bad. I can immediately tell that she learned piano for years." Chloe, on the other hand, played extremely fast and didn't miss a single note. Some details are left a little rough, but since she never took piano lessons and only learned this piece for 5 days, it's shocking that she was able to play it to such perfection. At least I've never met a genius like her. Those are my comments. Thanks. After she finished speaking, Emery sat back down, while Bella, unsatisfied by her remarks, walked back to her seat. Then, she looked over at Jack and said, "Jack, you've been learning the piano since you were 3 years old. You're more of a professional than anyone else here. What do you think?" Chloe is extremely talented. Jack was a man of a few words, so that was all he said. Bella, on the other hand, was hurting from the slaps to her face. It was obvious that Jack only listened to Chloe's performance. Truth be told, Bella's skills weren't too bad. Yet, she was nothing in front of Chloe. Chloe learned this song in 5 days, while she practiced this song for 20 years. That was no small difference. My sis is the legendary hidden master type that stomps rivals. She's so scary. Cody laughed. I was just playing for fun, don't take it too seriously. Come on, guys, let's keep eating. Chloe thoroughly enjoyed her competition with Bella. She wasn't the one who brought this up. It was Bella who told her to play Franz Liszt. Or else, she was just going to play a Christmas song for the others, and it would have been just as nice. She was basically forced into being pretentious. Honey, are you tried? Jack placed Chloe's hand onto his palm and rubbed it carefully. Chloe took a giant sip of wine with her free hand. It was a little tiring to play an entire piano piece in one sitting. Victoria looked down as she uploaded the video of them playing onto Weibo, along with the following sentence. Our two pianists just competed against each other. What do you guys think? This video quickly went viral on Weibo and was shared by various media outlets. Even renowned piano experts began to share their comments. Bella's brainless fans replied, My goddess is the best. She obviously won. Others wrote, Goddess Hall, you're the best at everything. Chloe is nothing compared to you. Soon, some bystanders couldn't take it anymore and replied to Bella's brainless fans, When did you go blind? One of the best comments were as follows. The techniques and pose of the girl in black are a little off. It's very obvious that she never learned the piano. If someone as inexperienced as she can play a piece as demanding as Reminiscences de Don Juan, then she's incredibly talented. If she keeps learning the piano, she can unleash unlimited potential. A couple of interested famous musicians didn't know who Chloe and Bella were, so they used the girl in black and the girl in white to describe them. Most people didn't comment on Bella's piano skills because Chloe's performance was too amazing. A few master pianists even asked for the latter's contact information on Weibo because they wanted to teach her. A few informed fans commented, You want to be her teacher? Does she want to be your student? She's a chief physician at Southside Recuperation Center and is GK Corporation's young madam. Why would she want to learn piano out of all things? Wake up, guys. Dreams are meant to stay dreams. You need to snap back into reality. Even Victoria was shocked by the amazing chain reaction that her post caused. Bella, on the other hand, blew up upon seeing the post. She immediately demanded at Victoria, Did you get my permission before uploading this video onto Weibo? This is just a friendly competition amongst friends. We're not doing anything illegal. Why can't I upload it? And why do I have to ask for your permission? I had no intention of defaming you. The netizens were the ones who bashed on you, not me. Why are you blaming me? Victoria immediately rid herself of all responsibility, angering Bella in such a way that her face turned pale. She suddenly realized that she really shouldn't have come to the party. Not only did she fail to get Jack to pay attention to her, the others even bullied her to no end. Chloe, is this how you treat your guests? Bella couldn't shut Victoria up, so she pointed her blame at Chloe, who was just about to take a big bite of steak. When Bella said that, Chloe was just about to eat her steak. Unwillingly, she put down the fork in her hand and asked her innocently, Did I not treat you well? Am I drenching you or starving you? Didn't I give you steak and wine? Didn't I greet you when you came in? Bella used to think that although Chloe was smart and also easy to handle since Bella was never openly challenged by her, she truly thought that Chloe was a weakling, so she kept bullying Chloe. But the truth was, Chloe wasn't weak. Victoria was right. She just didn't want to stoop down to her level. Chloe's life motto was, If a dog bites you, you can't bite it back. Therefore, she rarely engaged in verbal confrontations for no reason. In the past, she never bullied Bella, but the latter went over the top to make her life difficult. Today, Chloe silenced and humiliated Bella with one sentence. Chloe was right. She held a party, and Bella wanted to come to her party? Sure. Bella didn't follow the party theme and came as a mermaid to steal attention? Sure. Bella wanted a piano face-off with her? Sure. But now that Bella was attacked, she was trying to blame everything on Chloe? Sorry, Bakch, but you're messing with the wrong person. Chloe gave her food to eat, wine to drink, and even entertained her. What was Bella trying to do, accusing Chloe of not treating her well? Miss Hall is the mayor's daughter, born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Perhaps she's not fit to hang out with people like us. People are different. If that's the case, I suggest that you go home, Miss Hall. Don't be such a party pooper, Sarah said. She loathed Bak Song and therefore attacked her alongside Victoria. She waited and waited until finally getting a chance to ask her to leave. Bella's appearance was the low point of the party, so if she left, they would all have a better time. Originally, they all thought that Bella was thin-skinned and would leave at Sarah's remarks. However, she shocked everyone by sitting in her chair, and after 5 seconds of silence, she glared over at Sarah's face. Are you the owner of this house? Do you have the right to ask me to leave? I asked for Chloe. Do you have a problem with that? Sarah tilted her head and refuted. Does Chloe need you to ask on her behalf? Doesn't she know how to speak? If Chloe is the one asking me to leave right now, then fine, I'll leave. However, if neither Jack nor Chloe says anything, then everyone else should just shut up. Bella sure went all out, saying something as uncouth as that. To be honest, Jack wanted her to leave, but Chloe didn't want to openly make it difficult for her, because if Bella was chased out today, she might start defaming them as soon as she left South Hill Manor and act like the victim. Therefore, Chloe smiled. Never mind. Since you're here already, let's all enjoy ourselves. I treated everyone well, so I hope you can respect each other and not cause any more disturbances. Chloe stopped them from quibbling with Bella any further because there was no point in doing so. Soon, they all finished dinner and had nothing but red wine left. Noah suddenly made a suggestion. Why don't we play Truth or Dare? Hey, that's a good idea. Let's play. Sarah loved games, especially since this was Noah's idea. The others all nodded in agreement to Noah's suggestion. How should we play? Why don't the host and hostess make the rules? Victoria looked at Chloe. Honey, you go. Perhaps Chloe had a little too much to drink, so she leaned on Jack's shoulder and looked at him sweetly. Jack would never disappoint his wife. He thought about it and said, Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Everyone gets to choose who they want to play with, and the loser has to either do truth or dare. That sounds good, I'll start. Victoria couldn't wait to begin. Chloe laughed. Sure, Victoria should start. Who do you want to play against? You... Of course. Victoria pointed at Chloe, who was immediately speechless. Okay. Come on. Then they played rock, paper, scissors, and Victoria's paper lost to Chloe's rock. Damn it. I lost. Victoria pouted. Haha, you just shot yourself in the foot, didn't you? Chloe chuckled. I choose truth. I might not be able to do dares, Victoria said as she rubbed her round belly, ready to accept her punishment. Let me think. What should I ask you? Chloe racked her brain. People usually ask dirty or sharp-edged questions when playing truth or dare, so she was determined to have some fun with Victoria. Suddenly, the light bulb in her head went off, and she asked in all seriousness, How often do you and Breton do it every night? Everyone burst out laughing upon hearing this question. Even Justin couldn't help himself. What was Chloe trying to do to Victoria? Incredibly embarrassed, Brenton immediately looked away from his wife and covered his face with his hands. It was so awkward to talk about something as private as this in front of others, but it wasn't Chloe's fault, since his wife was the one who wanted to play against her and ended up gloriously losing. Twice, Victoria answered shyly. Only? Really? Sarah was obviously unconvinced. Of course it is. Twice a night is considered a lot for people our age. It's tiring, okay? Victoria laughed. What a high hit rate. You got pregnant from just 2 times a night, Justin said, and Victoria immediately rolled her eyes at him. Don't display schadenfreude. I may have lost, but you guys will get to have your fun soon. Ha 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 ha. Victoria pointed at the others as she said. Next one. Chloe? Who do you want to play against? Sarah asked Chloe. I choose Noah. Chloe laughed. Evilly. Why do I have a feeling that this deliberate plotting? Noah felt goosebumps crawl all over his body as he heard Chloe's laugh. Don't worry. Don't be scared. What if she loses? You might be able to reverse the situation, Sarah consoled. rock, paper, scissors. The results were depressing. Like Victoria, Noah played scissors, while Chloe played rock again. Hey, you're so stupid. Why did you play scissors again when Victoria lost just now? Sarah complained. I know. That's why I thought that Chloe would play something else this time. Noah thought that he was being smart. Every man has a fool in his sleeve, Andrew joked playfully. In the end, Noah had no choice but to lower his head in defeat. Truth or dare? Chloe asked. Dare. I don't know what kind of question you might ask me, so I'm definitely choosing dare, Noah said without thinking. Here's your dare. You now need to kiss the woman across from you for 1 minute, with tongue. As soon as Noah said this, everyone in the dining room went into uproar. Jack lovingly rubbed Chloe's head. Good dare, honey. I'm an adrenaline junkie. Chloe was proud of herself. He was right. She had been planning this the whole time and finally tricked Noah. Would Chloe ever lose in rock, paper, scissors? She was the best at mental tactics and knew from the beginning that Noah would play the exact same thing as Victoria. Therefore, she was more than ready for him to step right into her trap. Can I get another dare? Noah glanced at Sarah and swallowed. Sure, he wanted to kiss her, but Sarah might kill him if he does. Girl, you suck. Sarah's face was just as red as Noah, but Chloe showed no mercy and urged them impatiently. Come on, guys. What are you waiting for? You can do it. Victoria laughed as she ate her fruit salad. Compared with Noah, Chloe was extremely gentle on her just now. Therefore, Noah had no choice but to stand up, adjust his shirt collar, and stride towards Sarah, who was scared out of wits. Holy F, what are you doing? Are you really going to French kiss me? She couldn't do it. There were so many people in the room. It was too embarrassing. Noah bent down and whispered into Sarah's ear. Don't be nervous. I won't actually kiss you. There's a little technique called position swap. Sarah was in a daze when Noah held her face in his hands and planted a wet one on her. Because his back was towards the others, technically, he did swap positions. Originally, Sarah was too embarrassed to make out with him in such proximity to the rest of the group. Just as she was about to object, Noah's lips touched hers ever so lightly, sending her brain into overdrive and causing it to immediately blank out. Woot woot! The others began clapping and egging them on, as if they were at a wedding. A minute later, Noah unwillingly let go of Sarah. Sarah immediately slapped him on the face. What the hell? You said you were going to swap position to fake a kiss, you liar. I couldn't control myself. Noah smiled idiotically as he touched the back of his head, leading the crowd to burst out in laughter. Ha ha ha, Sarah, you're so innocent. Why would you believe a guy who said that he was going to swap positions? Most men say, don't worry, I'll just put it there. I won't actually go in. Would you believe them? Victoria's dirty joke sent everyone howling with laughter once again. Brenton kept reminding his wife, Honey, remember who you are. You have a PhD. So what? Can't PhDs have sex? Where did my baby come from then? Victoria's question immediately embarrassed Brenton, and everyone began laughing at him. Bella, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at Victoria and cursed underneath her breath. What a vulgar woman. Thank goodness the latter didn't hear her say it, or else World War III would have erupted then and there. Sarah slapped Noah. Noah kissed Sarah. That was the end of that. Then it was Noah's turn to pick, and he picked Jack. Huh? Did you want to seek revenge on me? Is that why you picked my husband? Chloe leaned against Jack's chest and asked coyishly. Of course not. How petty do you guys think I am? Noah replied with a question of his own. Very, Jack and Chloe answered at the same time. Okay, you guys got me. Ha 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 ha. I want to seek revenge. Noah laughed shamelessly as he used all his might to play rock, paper, scissors with Jack. In the end, Noah played rock, while Jack played paper. Jack won. Idiot. Why did you play rock? Even Sarah was worried about his IQ. But Chloe won with rock every time. Noah began sweating through his costume, but Chloe was against a dumbass named Noah. But you are the dumbass, Noah. Why would you play rock? Your brain worries me. Sarah didn't know what to say. Honey, you're the best! Chloe began clapping at her husband's victory. Truth or dare? Jack smiled as he stared at Noah, who answered, Truth. After Chloe almost played him dead, Noah decided that he needed to be more careful. He was worried that pervert Jack would ask him to kiss Sarah with tongue again. Although he wanted to, if Sarah slapped him again, he wouldn't be able to leave his house tomorrow. Out of all the women in this room, who do you like the most? Jack asked without hesitation, sending Noah into a whirlpool of awkwardness. Can't you fucking ask me another question? He never had the guts to confess his feelings towards Sarah, since he didn't want to be rejected. If he told everyone in the room he liked her and she rejected him, he would have to dig himself a hole to crawl into. Answer, Chloe urged, while everyone glanced over at Noah. They all knew who he liked, but he didn't have the guts to admit it. Feeling awkward, Sarah held a glass of wine in her hands and sipped at it, pretending to be nonchalant. Just then, Noah said, Sarah. Hey, not bad, you've got great taste, Chloe laughed. Sarah, on the other hand, lowered her head until it was about to touch the floor. She felt like hiding away in a corner. Jack and Chloe were really the definition of bullies. They sure knew how to rip people off. Sarah had a feeling that if they kept poking fun at her and Noah, they would probably explode. Finally, Noah completed his mission, and Chloe smiled as she looked at Jack. Honey, who do you want to pick? Andrew? Jack calmly glanced towards Andrew, who had been smiling without a word the entire time. Chloe froze. She was surprised that Jack would pick him to play with. I'm surprised that you chose me, brother-in-law. Andrew got up slowly and wiped his hands off with a wet toilette in a gentlemanly manner. Jack looked at him with a complicated expression on his face. Then, the two of them played rock, paper, scissors. To everyone's surprise, Andrew's rock lost to Jack's paper. It wasn't psychological warfare. Rather, it was plain luck. Unfortunately, I won. Jack seemed to have expected this, and he asked, Truth or dare? Truth. Andrew was a careful person, so he would never choose dare if he had another option. The truth was only a question, but you never knew what your opponent might ask you to do in a dare, so he chose truth without thinking. Same question, out of all the women here, who do you like the most? Jack stared into Andrew's eyes and asked. Andrew licked his tongue and smiled profoundly. His brother-in-law was sure interesting. It was obvious that he asked this question on purpose. Chloe froze, and her hair stood up a little. For some reason, she began to feel uneasy, and had a feeling that Jack's question had something to do with her. Emery, who was drinking red wine, froze for a second, before going back to slowly sipping on her wine. Yet, her heart was nervous and all over the place. Justin glanced at Jack, and then at Andrew. He knew why Jack asked a question like this. After 3 seconds of silence, Andrew pointed at the person sitting across from him. Without a doubt, Emery. Emery put down her wine glass and smiled sweetly, while Chloe let out a sigh of relief. Andrew didn't tell them the truth, but Jack didn't expose his lie. Truth be told, Jack didn't ask that question so he could expose Andrew. Rather, he wanted to exert some pressure on the latter. Jack wanted Andrew to know that he knew how Chloe's brother felt about her. Jack stared at Andrew for a while before finally saying, It's your turn to choose. I choose young Master Cooper, Andrew said without hesitation, and Justin slowly stood up. He didn't like being named by Andrew because it felt pre-planned. Everyone here was manipulative and chose their opponents closely, just to ask them questions that would make them uncomfortable. After a round of rock, paper, scissors, out of pure luck, Justin's paper lost to Andrew's scissors. Truth or dare? Truth. Justin was a careful man and chose truth for the same reasons that Andrew did. Whose photo is on your screensaver? Andrew knew the answer to this question from long ago, but he asked it anyways, in front of everybody. As soon as he asked the question, everyone's gaze fell on Justin. Cody, Emery, and Beth, who knew nothing about Justin's screensaver, had no idea who was on it. Jack, Chloe, Noah, Sarah, Brenton, Victoria. And even Bella knew how Justin felt towards Chloe, so they could make an educated guess. Chloe had no idea that her photo was on Justin's screensaver, but after she heard Andrew's question, she began to panic, since she had a faint idea of what was going on. Jack looked down on Andrew. Just now, he purposely asked Andrew a question he didn't like to answer, and the latter ended up throwing Justin a hot potato, taking out his fury on him. After 3 seconds of silence, Justin opened his mouth. Everyone in the room held their breaths as they awaited Justin's answer. Justin said, word for word, "I can't answer your question, so I choose dare." As soon as he said that, everyone went into an uproar, but rules had it that when someone didn't want to answer a truth question, they were allowed to choose dare. Andrew smiled, pleased with himself. "Drink this entire bottle of red wine in 30 seconds. Aren't you going a little overboard?" Brenton was a little angry. This red wine was really strong. Wasn't it bad enough that he had to drink the entire bottle? Was Andrew kidding? Making Justin drink the entire thing within 30 seconds? What, young Master Cooper, are you chickening out? Andrew smiled as he looked at Justin. "I'll do it." Justin nodded, accepting Andrew's dare. Justin, Brenton, and Victoria were both worried. Ever since Victoria started dating Brenton, she treated him like her friend as well. Therefore, it was normal for the couple to show concern for him. This red wine isn't like the $1,000 ones. It's really strong. "Don't make him drink the entire bottle." Chloe rarely pleaded on Justin's behalf, but even she thought that this dare was a little too much. Jack didn't say anything, because he didn't care about what was happening between Justin and Andrew. Even though they were all worried about him, Justin was a man who liked to save face, so he couldn't tell anyone whose photo he had on his screensaver, and had no choice but to accept this dare. Justin picked up the bottle of wine in front of him, tilted it up, and gulped it down as fast as he could. Andrew, on the other hand, looked down on his watch, timing him. "Time's up." As Andrew said this, Justin also finished his bottle of wine. Bella seemed to take pleasure in Justin's agony and smiled as she clapped. "Your tolerance is impressive, young Master Cooper." Victoria glared at Bella, as if to say, "F your mother." Worried, Chloe looked over at Justin. If she had known that Andrew would pick on him, she wouldn't have invited him. True, Chloe didn't like Justin, but she didn't want to see him in a pickle either, since, after all, he helped her when she and Jack were on the brink of death. Not many men were as chivalrous as he was these days. Justin was a real man, who lived like an open book. "I finished," Justin sighed and said quietly. Then, he couldn't contain himself. He ran into the bathroom and began throwing up. This red wine was truly a little too strong. Even someone with his tolerance felt his head spinning around in circles. "Is he okay?" a concerned Victoria asked. Chloe stood up and poured him a glass of warm water. When she handed him the glass, Justin thanked her, and then drank the entire thing, seemingly feeling much better afterward. "You shouldn't have picked dare. No one would laugh you, even if you picked truth." Chloe looked at Justin and said, in all seriousness. Justin looked at Chloe, his vision a little blurry, with a complicated expression. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but he leaned against the door for a while before slowly replying to her, "I didn't want them to laugh at you." Chloe was in total shock by what Justin said. She was surprised that an arrogant man like Justin would one day put others before himself. This also proved her assumption. Justin's screensaver was a photo of her. After a while, Chloe finally came back to her senses and began to say, "Justin, we are... Hey, please don't say anything. I know that. Nothing will ever happen between us. You have Jack. You love him very much and you're willing to die for him. I know. You don't have to repeat it to me, I know." Justin cut Chloe off and basically told Chloe what she wanted to tell him. For the first time, Chloe was at a loss for words. "Don't worry. I won't interfere with your life. I just want to secretly like you. No one has to know, Justin said as he smiled bitterly. Then, he stumbled out of the bathroom. Next person, I choose. Old Blake. Justin called out the next person and went back to playing truth or dare with the others. Chloe stood outside the bathroom, feeling bad about what Justin just said. Soon, all but Bella was called on. She sat there awkwardly and finally lost her patience. She stood up and said, Jack, can I play a round of rock, paper, scissors with you? Before Jack had the chance to refuse, Chloe walked out from the bathroom. My husband won't play with you. If you want to have some fun, I'm happy to entertain. Sure. Bella looked provokingly at Chloe. She's really not going to turn back unless she hits a wall. Chloe just won. And now, she's looking for trouble all over again. She's such a bach. There are 3 types of holes: big, medium, and small. Why does she have to hog the biggest hole? Gosh. Sarah was good at verbal confrontations. As soon as Noah heard what she said, he burst out in laughter and quietly asked her, So, she's the biggest hole of all types? Sarah ignored Noah. She was still a little angry at his French kiss just now. After a round of rock, paper, scissors, Chloe won. She was basically a pro in this game and could guess what her opponent wanted to play just by looking at their expressions. Both Bella and Noah played paper. They lost because they thought they could outsmart her. Truth or dare? Chloe asked Bella, to which the latter answered, Truth. She wanted Chloe to ask her who she liked, because that way she would be able to confess her feelings towards Jack. She believed that Chloe would erupt like a volcano if she told Jack how she felt about him in front of all these people. Do you know the point of truth? You have to tell the truth. So, swear that you won't lie first, and then I'll ask you a question. What do you want me to swear? Bella asked, her expression grim. Something like, if you lie, you will be punished. Or something like that, Chloe replied. Okay, Bella, swear that I will tell the truth. If I lie, my entire family will die. She wanted to confess her feelings for Jack so badly that she was willing to say anything at this point. Bach Hall is screwed. Chloe dug a hole, and she immediately crawled in. Ha ha ha. Victoria couldn't control her laughter. She knew Chloe well and was certain that the latter was going to play dirty. However, Bella didn't realize what was happening and jumped right into Chloe's hole. She couldn't lie anymore since her entire family would die, if she did. Happy? Ask me now, Bella said, proud of herself. When did you lose your virginity? Chloe asked calmly. Bella's face almost turned green upon hearing this question. She never anticipated that Chloe would ask a question as poignant as this. She kept pretending to be a goddess. But the truth was, she lost her virginity in Italy years ago. It was a one-night stand with a middle-aged man. Her first time wasn't even with that Italian boyfriend of hers. So how could she tell these people in front of her when it happened? Chloe asked, when? She lost her virginity 10 years ago when she was 16 years old. Because she spent the better half of her life in Italy, she matured at a young age and never thought of sex as a big deal. But the thing was, she wasn't willing to tell Jack that because his impression of her might falter. Therefore, she continued to hesitate until Chloe put her arms around her chest and asked calmly, Miss Hall? Are you answering or not? Can I choose dare? Bella decided that she would rather do a dare than answer that question, because, like Justin, she didn't want the others, especially Jack, to know the truth. Are you sure? Chloe smiled as she asked. Yes. Bella was ready to jump out of the chute. During this back and forth, Jack didn't even lay eyes on Bella, because to him, she was not even a bystander. Why did she work so hard to keep up that goddess image of hers for such a long time in front of Jack? In his life, Mr. Dawson only cared about one woman, whom he treated like a goddess, and that woman's name was Chloe. Ha ha ha. See? I told you Bach Hall is screwed. Victoria felt awesome and tugged at Brenton's sleeve as she mumbled quietly. Brenton kept trying to calm his wife down. Don't get too excited, honey. You're pregnant. You need to stay calm. Chloe, hurry up and tell her what you want her to do. Miss Hall chose Dare, Sarah reminded her, reveling in Bella's situation. Everyone was looking forward to Chloe's Dare. They all wanted to see Bakch Hall fall on her face. Everyone thought that Chloe would take the opportunity to bully Bella, such as make the latter lick her shoe or something. However, Chloe would never push someone over the cliff, even if everyone wanted to see Bella forced into desperation. Instead, she decided to dare Bella to do something that was considerably easier to achieve. "Why don't you sing the last sentence to Tibetan Plateau for us?" Chloe asked. Bella didn't know what to say. "What the hell, that's so easy. Chloe, are you crazy?" Sarah was obviously unhappy with that dare. Victoria froze for a second as well. She didn't seem to think that Chloe would come up with such an easy dare, but she didn't say anything and chose to watch them quietly. "My little sister sure is merciful. That's a really easy dare. Miss Hall, hurry up and sing." Even Andrew felt like Chloe had pulled her punches and smiled as he glanced over at Bella, who stood up in her elegant mermaid costume, blushing. The truth was she used to study pop music and could sing songs from 9 different countries. However, she never sang a folk song like Tibetan Plateau, nor had she ever sang a song with such a high note in the end. Everyone was watching her, and she had to be a woman of her words. Therefore, after a moment's thought, she clenched down on her teeth and sang, "That is the Tibetan Plateau." As expected, Bella's voice broke at the highest note. Even if she was a skilled singer, she still made a really nasty screech, like a ghost or a wolf. Not many people could sing the end of this song unless they studied folk songs and had a very resonating voice. Many singers had produced remakes of this song, but Chloe's favorite version would always be Lee Na's, whose singing sounded like she was actually from the Tibetan Plateau. When Bella finished, everyone looked at her mockingly. Then, something surprising happened. Bella began to cry. She stood there, sobbing quietly. What are you doing? Are you being a sore loser?" Victoria hated women like her. She asked for this herself and played the victim. What a manipulative Bakch. "I feel a little embarrassed today. I think you guys have misunderstandings about me, and therefore none of you like me." "I can tell. If that's the case, then I might as well go," Bella said, and cried as she began heading out. No one else in the room moved, because none of them liked interacting with her. Chloe didn't want to talk to her either, since it would make her seem like a fake, pretentious batch, and she didn't like Bella to begin with. Sometimes, rather than putting on a mask, humans should treat each other more genuinely, to avoid uncomfortableness. "Honey, should we ask the driver to take her home?" Chloe looked at Jack, who replied, "No, it's okay. It's better that she left." Then, he glanced around the table, and upon seeing that everyone was having a good time, he nodded at Uncle George. Soon, the latter brought up another box of red wine, even better than the last batch. "Chloe, why didn't you teach Bakch Song a lesson just now?" It was such a good opportunity for revenge. Victoria called Bella a Bakch in front of everyone, but no one was surprised, because they all felt the same way. Truth be told, I'm a selfish person, and wanted to take revenge on her. But if I did, then I'll be like her. And I don't want to be like her. "I can't forego my principles for selfish gains," Chloe said faintly. Victoria looked at Chloe admirably. "You're the only one thinking of the bigger picture. True, you would never give in to or forgive the enemy, but you would never purposely seek revenge on her either. Some men aren't even as magnanimous as you." Victoria had always been a big fan of Chloe's. Brenton was often grateful that both of them were women, because if one of them were a guy, he and Jack would have been kicked to the curb long ago. After Bella left, the overall atmosphere became much livelier. Emery and Cody both performed their new singles, while Noah showed off his amazing dart skills. After all, he was part of the People's Police and had great aim. They ate, chatted, and played. No one's mood was affected because of Bella's departure. Justin, on the other hand, sat in his Lucifer costume, looking unique but lonely. Unlike Bella, who dressed up as a mermaid princess to become the center of attention, Justin didn't try to grab Chloe's attention by dressing up as Lucifer. Rather, he was saddened by Lucifer's story and empathized with him. To his surprise, everyone loved his costume. Both Victoria and Sarah took photos with him since he was extremely handsome, and his black wings looked really cool. His costume was both mysterious and low-key. Lucifer wasn't from heaven nor hell. He was a lone soul that existed in darkness. Victoria thought that Justin's costume fit his current state of mind. He loved Chloe, but couldn't get her. However, everyone there was smart enough not to bring up the topic of Justin and Chloe again. In the end, they all got pretty drunk, and Cody played the piano as the others danced in the living room with wine glasses in their hands. Even Chloe, who was usually a reserved person, had a lot of fun with Sarah. Justin, however, stood off to the side, quietly watching them. For some strange reason, he found himself to be out of place amidst the party and fun. Just then, Jack walked up to Justin with a glass of wine in his hand. "I never got to thank you for the army surgeon." Jack's voice was faint. Like Chloe, he never expressed his emotions in front of other people and always acted much more mature than others his age. The black-robed vampire costume looked extraordinarily handsome on him. Justin tilted his head to look at Jack. "Don't thank me. I didn't do it for you. I know you didn't do it for me. In the past, I thought you liked Chloe because you couldn't get her, or because you were curious. But now I feel like that's not the case." Jack never thought that one day he would peacefully talk to Justin about Chloe, of all things. "Chloe, never mind. Nothing matters. You're a lucky man, Jack. Sometimes I'm so jealous of you I feel like I'm going crazy. You only showed up in her life a couple of years earlier than I did, but you have a hold over her entire life. Truth be told, I was really scared on the day of your surgery. All I could think about was that I needed Chloe to stay alive. So, I wanted you to live as well, because only that way will I be able to see Chloe healthy and unharmed," Justin said in all seriousness. Jack held his wine glass. He didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Chloe, standing not far away from them. She was bunny dancing with Sarah and looked adorable as she jumped up and down. On her face was a smile that suited her age. Chloe looked like a child when she smiled and showed her most innocent side, usually hidden at the bottom of her heart. Both Jack and Justin's gentle gazes landed on her. They were both outstanding and successful, but neither of them could ever get enough of her. "Don't let your guard down. If you want her for the rest of your life, then you have to be good to her, as good as you possibly can be. Or else, one day, if you hurt her, I will steal her away from you," Justin suddenly threatened. "You won't have a chance to steal her. Chloe is mine, no matter in this life, the next life, or the life after that," Jack said arrogantly. Justin stood there without replying. He knew how much Jack loved Chloe. He loved her so much that he was willing to sacrifice everything for her. That wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Justin used to say that he hated childhood sweethearts. He hated that he didn't even get a chance to fairly compete for Chloe because he met her after Jack did. If he could, he wanted to travel back to his high school years. If he could, he wouldn't have enlisted. Instead, he would have attended second high school so he could meet that arrogant young woman. South Hill Manor's lights were lit the entire night, and everyone partied into Christmas Day. When the clock struck midnight, Uncle George, dressed as Santa, pushed a cart into the living room that was filled with a dozen delicately wrapped peace apples. Chloe picked up an apple and handed it to Justin. "Here, this year's almost over, and I hope that you can stay safe and healthy in the next year." Chloe gave her best wishes to Justin and smiled as she looked at him. Justin slowly took the apple from her hands without saying anything. If he remembered correctly, this was the first present that Chloe ever gave him, so he was trying to control himself from shaking with excitement. He looked down at the apple. It felt extremely heavy in his hand. "What's wrong? Is it too cheap for your taste?" Chloe laughed. "No," Justin immediately explained. "Haha, eat it. Legend has it that if you eat an apple on Christmas, you will live safely and peacefully. Your young Master Cooper, one of the richest people in the city. You have all the money in the world, and I didn't know what to give you as a Christmas present, so I figured that I should buy you guys apples. Thank you. Justin held the apple tightly in his hand and thanked Chloe, all while suppressing the complicated wave of emotions that came rushing to his mind. Chloe handed the apples to all the guests, until there was only one left. She took that last one, cut it into two with a fruit knife, and gave Jack the other half. Honey, from now on, I'm safe, as long as you're safe, Chloe said. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Jack's expression wavered slightly as he took the apple and took a small bite. Chloe ate her half of the apple as she looked lovingly at Jack with a sweet smile on her face. Justin saw their brief exchange and felt tears well up in his eyes. Brenton walked up to him and patted his shoulder. See? I told you not to go where Jack and Chloe went. You're basically asking to be tortured. It's fine. I've cultivated for a long time to become the Man of Steel, and my heart's no longer made of glass. What is it made of? Curious, Brenton asked, to which Justin laughed and answered, tempered glass. Isn't tempered glass also glass? It's the same shit, Brenton laughed and exclaimed. After Bella left South Hill Manor, she didn't directly go home. Instead, she drove to the Dawson Manor in a fury. Mrs. Dawson was applying a face mask when she arrived. Peter wasn't feeling well, so he was already asleep in their bedroom upstairs. Mrs. Dawson, she walked over prissily. Bella, it's so late. Why are you here? Mrs. Dawson was surprised to see Bella. Mrs. Dawson, I'm useless. I embarrassed you, Bella said as she suddenly burst out in tears, leaving Mrs. Dawson flabbergasted. Although Mrs. Dawson was a little angry at Bella and her mother because of what the latter said during Jack's surgery, she had known Bella for a long time and even took care of her for a year when she was young. Therefore, Mrs. Dawson still liked her. As soon as she saw that Bella was crying, Mrs. Dawson walked up to her and patted her shoulders in consolation. What happened, Bella? Who bullied you? Tell me. Mrs. Dawson, I'm useless. I ruined Jack's perfectly good party. I know I'm stupid, so I couldn't beat them when we played games. I kept embarrassing myself, and I know that Chloe wasn't targeting me, and it was all for fun. But I'm so thin-skinned and have never been so humiliated in my life, Mrs. Dawson. I'm sorry. Bella rambled on, and even apologized to Mrs. Dawson in the end, causing the latter to be more confused than ever. Bella, don't cry. Can you tell me what happened? Tears streamed down Bella's face like a waterfall as she looked at Mrs. Dawson and told the latter her own version of what happened tonight. Mrs. Dawson, tonight's Christmas Eve, so Chloe and Jack held a private party at South Hill Manor. They invited me, but I was too innocent. So I went as a mermaid and angered them all. Chloe and her friends bullied me together, but I didn't care. After all, I went because of Jack. But I don't know what they said to Jack, and he ignored me the entire night. In the end, they played a perverted game to humiliate me. I just came back to the country. I'm not used to prank games like that. What game? Curious? Mrs. Dawson asked. Chloe kept asking me over-the-top questions and made me swear that if I lied, my entire family would die. What? That's preposterous. Mrs. Dawson's expression darkened. Perhaps Chloe didn't do it on purpose. It was just for fun, right? Bella continued crying. But she can't use someone else's parents' life and death to have fun. I have to ask her, Mrs. Dawson said, as she took out her phone, but was stopped by Bella. Mrs. Dawson, don't do that. I don't mind what happened. But your relationship with Chloe just got a little better. I can't stand in the way of that. I'd feel so guilty. Don't call her because of me. Stupid girl. You're too considerate. Mrs. Dawson was a little heartbroken to see Bella like that. You're my second mother, of course. I have to be considerate. It's okay, Mrs. Dawson. You should go to bed. I only came because I felt really bad and needed someone to talk to. Don't think about it too much. I don't want you to misunderstand Chloe in any way. Bella brought their conversation around and went back to pretending to be the good girl. After speaking with Mrs. Dawson for a little while longer, Bella left Dawson Manor. Mrs. Dawson watched as Bella left. She didn't immediately call Chloe. Rather, She went upstairs and told her husband what happened. After Jack's incident this time, Mrs. Dawson seemed to have come around. Just a few weeks ago, her only son hovered on the brink of death, and after something as dangerous as that happened to him, Mrs. Dawson learned to discuss things with her husband before putting her plans into action. After retelling what happened to her husband, Mrs. Dawson asked, "Peter, what do you think? Do you believe what she said?" Peter didn't answer directly. Instead, he replied with a question of his own. "I'm not sure. In the past, I would have believed her, but recently, I've had the feeling that Bella is a little spiteful, and perhaps not everything she says is true. You being able to think that way proves that you still have a brain." Peter nodded in admiration. "What do you mean, Peter?" Mrs. Dawson froze for a second. "I can't say too much since I wasn't there myself, but you have to understand that if one person doesn't like you, that person might be lying or biased against you. But if no one likes you, then you will have to reflect on yourself. Bella kept saying that none of Jack and Chloe's friends liked her and teamed up to bully her. If everyone treated her that way, there must be a reason behind that, right? We can't just blindly believe everything she says." "You have a point." Mrs. Dawson began seeing things clearer. "So, if you want to get to the bottom of this, you can go ask Chloe, or go ask our son," Peter suggested. But Mrs. Dawson immediately said, "Chloe will never admit to anything, and our son will definitely take her side." "See? You're still biased against Chloe, aren't you?" "No, what I meant was, I could take some time and go to South Hill Manor. Their housekeeper, George, is a good man. I'm sure he knows exactly what happened." Mrs. Dawson smiled. "Ha ha ha. You've gotten much slyer and smarter." Peter liked how his wife changed after their son's surgery. She no longer acted like a shrew and stopped blindly believing in everything Bella said. After Bella left the Dawson Manor, she didn't go home. Instead, she went to a private club with a bunch of girlfriends. She was a woman of special status, so she would never go to places like Seductive Fox, afraid that media outlets would make a big deal out of nothing. She didn't want anyone to know where she was headed, so she parked her car outside her building and asked a friend to pick her up. Bella was a woman who knew how to conceal herself. Inside a private club, 5 socialites sat inside a giant room, puffing on cigars as they chatted. Each of them was accompanied by a male model. Although it was deep into winter, the heat was on very high, so none of the models were wearing shirts, exposing their sexy, well-built bodies. In the upper-class society, both men and women were corrupt. Money was a great thing. One would do anything they wanted with it. Bella, one of the women, stood up to greet Bella and pulled her down to sit beside her. Then, the woman picked up a Russian cigar and passed it to Bella, who took it in her hand and lit it up with extreme familiarity, all while wearing a depressed expression on her face. "Hey, go keep our goddess Bella company," that woman ordered, and a good-looking male model stood up and walked over to her. However, Bella immediately rejected him. "No, get away from me. I'm in a bad mood." "What's wrong, Bella? Who had the guts to piss you off?" The woman laughed, to which Bella replied a tad impatiently, "I don't want to talk about it. I'm so annoyed." "Tell us, perhaps we can help you," the woman offered. The others were doing all sorts of inappropriate stuff with the male models. Bella was used to this, so she didn't look surprised. "I don't need you guys to help me. If she really pisses me off enough, I'm going to make sure she disappears forever." At the thought of her being forced by Chloe into singing Tibetan Plateau earlier tonight, every fiber in her body felt humiliated. Little did she know that Chloe already went easy on her. If it were Sarah or Victoria, she would be forced into licking someone's shoe, running around half naked, or peeing while singing. Therefore, humans shouldn't be too greedy. But it now seemed like Chloe's mercy was her biggest flaw. The party at South Hill Manor didn't end until 3 a.m. Although Chloe asked them to stay again and again, they still all left, leaving only her and Jack in their giant living room. "Honey, did you have a good time?" "Yeah, it wasn't bad." Chloe nodded. "Then can I have a good time now?" Jack asked with a smile on his face. How? Startled, Chloe asked, not sure what Jack wanted. Before she had the chance to react, however, Jack lifted her entire body off the floor, threw her over his shoulders and headed upstairs. Put me down. Hey, it's too late. We should go to bed. Chloe's face turned bright red as she blushed, but Jack arrogantly replied, exercise first, then sleep. But we still have makeup on. Chloe was drowned in Jack's kisses before she could finish her sentence. Sure, their vampire couple outfit was really awesome. When Chloe sent Thomas a photo of her and Jack, even he said they looked really cool. But why didn't Mr. Dawson let her remove her makeup first before rolling in bed? Did he have a vampire fetish? Chloe didn't have much time to think. After Mr. Dawson had his way with her, they quickly showered and went to bed. When Chloe was lazy, she was too lazy to even shower, but Jack took care of all that. That was why Sarah kept saying that he was the husband of the century. Those who left South Hill Manor all had complicated thoughts in their heads. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, so Emery was certain that Andrew would ask her to stay over. But he didn't. She felt weird upon realizing that they were heading towards her own apartment. Andrew, are you staying at my place tonight? Unsure, Emery asked. No, Emery. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to head home, Andrew said exhaustedly, upon walking her to the bottom of her building. In the past, even if he was tired, he would still have sex with her at least once before leaving. Andrew was a man with incredible lust and desire, and sometimes even did it with Emery a couple of times every night. She loved that about him. He was good-looking, knew how to take care of women, and most importantly, was amazingly skilled, considerate, and gentlemanly in bed. He always asked Emery what position was the most comfortable and went along with her, rather than focus on his own pleasures. Therefore, love and relationships aside, Andrew was a good sexual partner. However, sexual partner aside, Emery really loved him. Andrew was just about to leave when Emery rushed up to him, putting her lips onto his. Faced with her passionate embrace, Andrew remained extremely calm. He didn't push her aside, but he also didn't kiss her back. Emery let him go in disappointment upon seeing no reaction from him and asked, Do you hate me that much? Emery, you should know. I don't hate you. He didn't get to finish his sentence before Emery smiled bitterly and interrupted him. You just don't like me, right? She had been with Andrew for a long time, so she knew more secrets about him than most. More than any woman, Andrew had slept with in the past. To some extent, they were more than lovers. They were also allies. Are you still daydreaming? Do you know how ridiculous you are, still liking that woman despite everything? Setting aside the fact that you guys are technically siblings, she has him by her side right now. Before she could finish, however, Andrew shouted, Enough! Emery immediately fell silent because she was scared of Andrew, especially when he was angry. Don't think you can judge me just because you know me better than other women. I've told you before, we don't have a future, nor did we have a past. You can live the life you want to, but don't interfere with mine. You will never understand what I want, and I will never be able to give you what you want. Then, Andrew rudely pushed Emery off to the side, causing her to fall onto the ground, bruising her knee. Then, Andrew got onto his Maserati and drove away. Andrew, you're a F-king a hole, Emery cried as she sat on the ground. She loved him so much. But why did he have to love someone who barely even acknowledged his existence? Were human beings all this greedy, always wanting the things they couldn't get? Noah drove Sarah home, but he drove really slowly, seemingly unwilling to drop her off so soon. Hey, this isn't the route to my place. Are you taking me in circles? You're not a cab driver, and you're not getting paid by the kilometer. What the hell are you doing? Sarah demanded. Sarah? What? Do you like me? Noah asked in all seriousness. What? Sarah thought she was hallucinating, so she asked him again. This made Noah feel defeated. What did you just say? Sarah asked again. Nothing. Noah was slightly disappointed. Seriously, I'm not kidding. What did you just say? Sarah was curious. Good things cannot be repeated, Noah said stubbornly, and Sarah angrily turned her head away from Noah. Fine, I don't want to hear it either. Noah suddenly remembered a joke and said, I read a joke on a book that goes like this. A prince was cursed by a witch, and he could only say one word every year. One day, he fell in love with a princess, and in order to confess his feelings for her, he didn't utter a word for 4 whole years. And on the 5th year, he said, Princess, I love you. However, the princess's reply almost killed the prince. Do you know what she said? She said, I don't love you, right? Sarah turned back and looked at Noah, but he shook his head. What did the princess say then? Curious, Sarah asked. Noah helplessly glanced at her and said, The princess only said 4 words. Which 4 words? She asked the prince, What did you say? Sarah immediately understood the joke upon hearing it and broke into crazy laughter. Ha ha ha. The princess is so stupid. Why would she ask the prince what he said? He didn't speak for 4 whole years, and she ruined everything. I would die of anger too, if I were the prince. Sarah laughed without a care in the world, while Noah snuck secret glances at the side of her face. He felt the urge to lay another wet kiss on her, but he didn't have the guts to, because he wasn't sure if Sarah felt the same way. If he acted without thinking and Sarah rejected him, they might not even be able to be friends anymore, and it might become awkward when they saw each other in the future. Therefore, Noah swallowed his thoughts and buried them deep within his heart. He drove Sarah to the entrance of her residential district. Let me walk you in, he said. No, it's okay. This area is really safe. You can head home, Sarah replied. Ahem, aren't you going to invite me upstairs for some coffee? Noah laughed. Sarah thought he was having fun with her, so she immediately refuted. If I invited you upstairs to take a bath, would you come up? Noah was immediately speechless. I'm heading up now. Bye. Sarah turned around to go into her residential district, while Noah turned around, a little disappointed. As soon as he turned around, Sarah suddenly called out, Stupid cop! He instinctively turned around to see her standing less than 5 meters away from him. Did you mean what you said when we were playing Truth or Dare tonight? Sarah shouted. I did! Noah's heartbeat sped up as he said that, as if he had just confessed his feelings towards her. Okay then, I got it. Bye. What the hell, Sarah? Stop right there. I promise I won't beat you to death. Noah was furious. He walked up to Sarah quickly and grabbed her from behind, by the waist. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Sarah kept struggling. Are you playing with me? I'm not. Sarah pretended to be innocent. Then why did you call out to me just now? Noah wasn't an idiot so naturally. He didn't believe what she said. Sarah suddenly turned around. She reached out to put her arms around Noah's neck and looked at him lovingly. Stupid cop. If you're okay with my vicious tongue, should we make do with each other? What did you say? Noah pretended to not understand what she was talking about and asked her, Screw you, Noah. Are you toying around with me? This time, it was Sarah's turn to be furious. Ha ha ha. Noah laughed arrogantly, proud of himself, as she punched his muscular chest with her fists. Noah wasn't angry. He hugged her and spun her around in circles, as excited as could be. Sarah's words weren't thinly veiled, but it was obvious that by make do, she meant that she wanted to date him. They met in high school and had known each other for 7 years. Finally, after a long journey, they made it back to each other. Jack and Chloe weren't the only ones who wasted 7 years of their lives. The same went for Noah and Sarah. Time was the best trial for the human heart was true for anyone. After everything they had experienced together, they finally saw through their own hearts. At 3:30 a.m., while the icy wind howled and snowflakes fell, Noah and Sarah embraced and kissed each other, so passionately that it was enough to melt all the snow around them. Chloe lied in their bed as she mumbled to herself, Why do I have a feeling that Snow White's evil stepmother will end up with her magic mirror tonight? They're bound to get together, sooner or later. Jack supported his wife's standpoint. Just then, Chloe and Jack's phones received notifications at the same time. They opened their Snap group to see that Noah and Sarah had sent them a midnight selfie. They finally got together. Chloe laughed on her bed. It seems like alcohol makes them do stuff. It's all thanks to my 2 cases of red wine. Jack laughed as well. The Dawson couple knew from a long time ago that Sarah and Noah had feelings for each other, but the people in question were always in denial. Now that they were finally together, Jack and Chloe were wholeheartedly happy for them. "Congratulations," Chloe sent, while Mr. Dawson wrote, "I hope you guys have children soon so your children can give you a bunch of grandchildren." Noah laughed as he replied to them, "Don't worry, if we have a son and you guys have a daughter, we'll make them sworn siblings." "Right, and if we have a son and you guys have a son too, they can get married," Sarah added. "Perfect," Noah complimented Sarah. Jack replied, "Lol," while Chloe said goodnight. She knew to give them personal space since they finally ended their lives as 2 single people and were now torturing her and Jack by being all perverted. The next morning. Although it was Christmas Day, Chloe still went to work, since she had been busy ever since she was promoted. After Chief Nina was transferred over to the first hospital, Chloe had been in charge of Southside's neurology department. Including Chloe, there were 4 doctors in her department. One of them was a graduate student who had been working at Southside for 2 years. Another was a female doctor in her 30s. The last was a female intern doctor. The truth was, Chloe wasn't satisfied with any of their skills and didn't think they worked hard enough. In comparison, the most outstanding person in her department was Violet, her assistant nurse. She was very hardworking and rarely complained. She also finished all the tasks that Chloe gave her, and even took the initiative to work overtime. Chloe liked her state of mind. Violet graduated with an advanced nursing degree from a community college. She was originally from the mountains, and her family was quite poor. Therefore, she worked extremely hard, but still, working at Southside wasn't easy, since a lot of intern nurses came to Southside every year, and less than 10 of them would be given permanent positions. Overall, being a nurse at Southside was extremely competitive. That morning, when Chloe arrived outside her department, she overheard the intern doctor talking to Violet. "Violet, are you stupid? It's easy to receive a permanent position here. You're Chief Green's right hand. So, if you beg her and tell you about your family situation, I'm sure she'll feel bad for you and ask the hospital to promote you. Not only is Dr. Green our department chief, but she's also a board member of the Green Corporation. She wields so much power that even Director Richard respects her." Upon hearing this, Chloe sucked in her breath and listened intently. She was curious to hear Violet's answer. Was Chloe right about this young assistant of hers? "I don't want to ask Chief Green to do me any favors. I want to go through regular procedures." Violet opened her mouth and replied weakly, "Gosh, stop being such an idiot. Once you go through regular procedures, you'll be weeded out. The intern nurses are all waiting in line to send gifts to HR, so you'll never get your chance. Don't you want to continue working at Southside?" the intern doctor asked. "I do, but..." Violet seemed to be struggling, and the doctor added, "Go ask Chief Green. I know she'll help you." "I can't. I don't want to cause her any trouble." Violet shook her head and left, unwilling to continue with the conversation. Chloe suddenly realized that she might have focused too much on her work and overlooked her employees. Therefore, she went into her office, printed out an application, and filled it out. During the lunch break, she asked Violet into her office, "Chief Green, you were looking for me?" Although Chloe was only 4 years older than her, she still respected this chief very much. In Violet's eyes, Chloe was a skilled and hard-working doctor who held great prestige at Southside. "Sit down, Violet." Chloe waved her hand, gesturing for her to sit. "Okay. Here, this is for you. I filled it out for you. I hope it'll help." Chloe handed her a piece of paper. Violet took one look at it and was immediately dumbfounded. It was a permanent position application form, and Chloe had written her a very long recommendation. Chloe said a lot of good things about Violet, She didn't over-exaggerate her skills, and almost everything she wrote was the truth. "Chief, this is—" Violet was flattered, and Chloe said, "Something happened a while back, so I ended up taking a few weeks off. If I didn't suddenly remember this today, I would have held you up. You've been here for 6 months, and you started off as Chief Nina's assistant, and she kept telling me how good you were at your job. After I was transferred into our department, you've been of great help as well. So of course, I'm willing to help you get a permanent position." "Chief Green, don't say that. You overestimated me. I've always done what I'm supposed to do. I'm really not that great." Chloe could tell that Violet wasn't saying that on purpose because her expression was extremely sincere. She was an intern nurse who had a dream. She didn't want to take shortcuts. Rather, she wanted to succeed through hard work. Chloe seemed to see herself in Violet. The good thing was, Chloe was lucky enough to receive a permanent position, take medical exams, and become a doctor in a short amount of time. Then, the hospital even made an exception and promoted her to the department chief, making her the youngest chief in the city. Chloe knew that she couldn't be greedy. She had everything she could ever want and knew how hard it was for her to become who she is today. Therefore, Chloe was determined to give young people like Violet a chance. "Violet, you don't have to be afraid. I know you can do it. Although our hospital only keeps a few intern nurses each year, I'm certain that you'll become one of them. Department Chief Green, Let me know if you ever need anything. I'm your supervisor, so I'm obligated to take care of you." Chloe liked Violet. The latter was smart, easy to like, attentive to details, and extremely efficient. "No, I don't, Chief Green. I'm doing great. I really am." Violet's family was probably one of the poorest out of all the employees at Southside, but she never used that to gain others' empathy, because she thought that winning that way wasn't something to be proud of. That's why she kept hanging in there, no matter how hard things got. As Chloe talked to Violet, her phone suddenly began ringing. She picked up her phone and saw an unfamiliar number, calling from Capital City. After a few more rings, a confused Chloe picked up. "Hello? Is this Chloe Green?" "Yes, it is." "I'm Fang." A stern voice came from the other end of her phone, and Chloe suddenly remembered who this person was. "Hi, Dr. Fang. How is your husband doing?" "He's doing great. Thank you for asking." Chloe smiled. "Chloe, I'm not a person who beats around the bushes, so this phone call is going to be short and sweet. On behalf of the Military General Hospital, and as the Chief of Surgery, I am sincerely inviting you to join our team over here in Capital City. We are in dire need of skilled and brave surgeons like you." Chloe was dumbstruck as she held her phone against her ear. Was Dr. Fang trying to poach her? Did he want her to go work for him at the Military General Hospital in Capital City? Truthfully speaking, Chloe never thought that Dr. Fang would call her. After all, he was such a prestigious man with such a sought-after status. It was a command sent straight from Justin's grandfather. Truth be told, Chloe didn't really want to be involved with the military. The waters ran too deep in an environment like that, so when Dr. Fang called, she was more than stunned. "Dr. Fang, At that moment, Chloe didn't know what to say. "Chloe, listen to me. I don't know if old Richard told you or not, but I am no longer accepting apprentices." The old Richard Dr. Fang mentioned was none other than Director Richard G. of the First Hospital and South Side. Yes, he did. Director Richard said that you are a top-notch expert in our country. No need to flatter me. I once told Richard that I am longer accepting apprentices, but you truly stunned me. Your husband's surgery wasn't the first one of its caliber to be conducted domestically, but your skilled techniques and calm demeanor truly impressed me. Honestly, I never imagined meeting someone as skilled as you in such a small city, not to mention your tender age. I am truly shocked. Someone like you shouldn't stay at Southside. It's a waste of talent. Come to Capital City and be my apprentice. It takes many years to refine a skill, and I will make sure that you become the best surgeon in the entire country. Dr. Fang was usually a solemn old man. His willingness to talk so much proved just how much he wanted Chloe to join his team. Dr. Fang, I thank you for your recognition. I know that there are probably millions of people who dream to be your apprentice, but Chloe paused. What are you worried about? Dr. Fang asked. I'm not worried. I'm just not sure I can give up my life here. My family and my friends are here, and so is my husband and his career. I am very attached to this city. Although it's a small city, nowhere as grand as Capital City, I want to stay here for the rest of my life, Chloe said earnestly. Don't you want to chase your dreams? Dr. Fang furrowed his brows as if he was disappointed by Chloe's lack of ambition. My dream is to become an outstanding doctor. I feel like I've already accomplished that. Another dream of mine is to spend the rest of my life with the person I love. I've accomplished that as well, Chloe replied with a smile. But don't you want to go higher and do better? Dr. Fang asked, unwilling to give up. Chloe smiled once more through the phone. I've never been an ambitious woman. I don't have a lot of dreams. I just want a life of peace and happiness. Thank you for your kind offer, but I am definitely not leaving here. In the end, Chloe decided to reject Dr. Fang's invitation with a smile. Are you not going to think about it more? Dr. Fang asked again, unwilling to give up. As far as he was concerned, Chloe was truly a once-in-a-blue-moon kind of talent. She was not even 25 years old, graduated from a third-rate medical school and studied nursing, yet she was so skilled in ophthalmology, neurosurgery, neurology, gynecology, orthopedics, and many more specialties. Plus, she could single-handedly conduct a bullet removal surgery, one of the hardest surgeries that existed. These stunning facts left the usually stoic Dr. Fang in awe. He decided to make an exception for Chloe. If it were anyone else, the offer would have sent them jumping in joy. But Chloe wasn't just anyone else. She was truly one of a kind. I don't think it's right for me. I apologize for disappointing you, Chloe said. No problem. If you ever change your mind, just give me a call, Doctor, Fang insisted before hanging up. All right. Chloe smiled. After she hung up the phone, Chloe immediately sent Jack a message. Honey, I'm going to Capital City, she teased. Capital City? Jack was taken aback, confused by what Chloe was trying to pull. Yeah, remember the surgeon from the Army hospital who helped take out your bullet? Yes, I remember. Dr. Fang called me today and said that he was going to make an exception for me and make me his apprentice. He wanted me to move to Capital City and become an Army surgeon. And you agreed? Jack asked. Yes. How could I reject such an amazing opportunity? I'm no fool. It's extremely difficult to become an Army doctor, Chloe replied, matter-of-factly. Jack went silent. Honey? Jack sounded slightly dejected. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you happy for me? Chloe replied as she stuck out her tongue playfully. I am. I don't believe you. You sound mad. I'm really okay. If you want to work in Capital City, you should go, Jack replied calmly. Are you serious? Chloe was very surprised. Yes, I'm serious. If that is your dream, you should go. I won't stand in the way. Jack was still as calm as could be. Then are we doing long distance? Chloe was slightly angry. It was her who teased Mr. Dawson, wanting to elicit a reaction from him. Now that he agreed to let her go, she was annoyed. Women are strange. They often say things that were the opposite of what they truly meant or felt. Long distance? Why? Jack asked, enunciating every word. Didn't you tell me to go to Capital City? If I leave and you're here, wouldn't we be separated? Chloe asked angrily. Did I say I was going to stay here? Jack asked, amused by Chloe's anger. Then, Chloe was very confused. What was Mr. Dawson trying to say? You can go to Capital City, but I'm going with you too. So what long distance are you talking about? You're going with me? Then what about GK? Chloe was kind of shocked. To me, nothing is more important than you. I can leave the company anytime I want, but Dr. Green, You will never get rid of me. Understand? Mr. Dawson's voice was more than domineering. Chloe felt her heart fill up. She knew he never liked to talk sweet nothings, and was always just speaking his mind. Although he was never one to be disgustingly sweet, his blunt words were 100 times more moving than anything Chloe's ever heard. Chloe stared at her phone, dazed. Honey, why are you so silent? Are you really leaving me to go to Capital City? Jack asked again. Chloe replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I was joking about that. I'd never leave here. Career opportunities are endless and I'm really not that ambitious. What's more important to me is being with the person I love, doing things I like, and living an ordinary life, as simple as that. You look like the type of woman who'd make a good wife and a good mother. Jack laughed as well. I will definitely try my best at the good wife thing, but good mother. Mom. Feeling a sting in her heart. Honestly, Chloe was feeling a lot of pressure to get pregnant. Victoria and Brenton had only met, but they had already gotten married and pregnant. No wonder there were gossips flying around. Even she began doubting herself. Sensing Chloe's mood, Jack comforted. Chloe, remember, I didn't marry you to have children. I'll love you regardless of that. Don't think too much about it. Honey, be honest. Do you want a baby? Chloe asked with a hint of sadness. Before Jack could finish his sentence, Chloe interrupted again. Tell me the truth. Don't worry about how I feel. I just want to know how you really feel, Chloe emphasized. To be honest, I do, Jack said slowly and clearly. Chloe downcast her eyes as her heart grew heavier. But, Jack added, compared to a child, I care about you much more. I don't need to have a child, but I can't live without you. The only reason why I'd like to have a child is that you would be our child's mother. Chloe, to be honest, sometimes I would imagine us having a baby girl who looks just like you. I would be right by her side as she grows up. I'll be by her side when she goes to school, and I'll be there to give her away on her wedding. Thoughts like this make me very emotional. But you should understand that I don't love you because of her. I only want her because I love you very much. So, matters as such cannot be forced. I believe in fate. To gain is my luck. To lose, well then, it is my destiny. You know, you were right about something. A man whose heart is not content is like a snake that tries to swallow an elephant. I'm content to have you this lifetime, and as for everything else, it will happen when it happens. I'm leaving it up to Lady Fate. Chloe's lips gave a slight tremble. She was deeply moved by Jack's speech. Jack rarely spoke this much, and treasured his words like gold. There was only one reason as to why he suddenly became so talkative, and that was to make Chloe feel better. Honey, Chloe choked slightly with sobs. Honey, promise me something. Don't give yourself so much pressure. Just go with the flow, yeah? Jack's voice was filled with tenderness. It was the kind of softness and warmness that was only revealed to Chloe, much like the first ray of spring sunshine that broke apart the winter blues. Thank you, honey. Chloe finally calmed down and muttered to the phone. She felt much better after hanging up. What Jack said had touched her deeply. A wise man once said, "You'll get what you will have, but don't push yourself for what you'll have. A child is not something that you can push for. The only way was just to go with the flow." Just like Jack said. Chloe handed in the application form for Violet and took care of a couple of patients in the afternoon. Soon enough, the day passed by busily. Later at night, Victoria walked in, right when Chloe was about to call Jack for dinner plans. "Oh, hello there. Do I need to get my vision checked? Why are you here?" Chloe chuckled as her eyes lit up with delight at the sight of Victoria. This woman was like a storm that comes and goes in haste. Some notice would have been nice, but what the heck? It was why Chloe loved her so much. "I knew you were almost off work, so I'm here to corner you." Victoria smiled. "Well then, doctor. Victoria, what shall we do?" Chloe took off her clean white lab coat and changed into a white cotton dress. Come shopping with me. I've been in wedding prep mode, and there's so much stuff to buy. I'm having some serious indecisive moments. That's not a problem, but do you really trust my taste? Chloe smirked. In Chloe's opinion, Victoria dressed much better. It would surely be a lot of pressure to be Victoria's personal shopper. Don't worry about it, I trust you. Chloe and Victoria then drove to the city's most luxurious mall. Inside the young female section, Victoria tried on one outfit after another, having difficulty deciding. Chloe sat down on one of the cutely decorated sofas within the store. She was messaging Jack as she waited for Victoria, also providing necessary advice whenever Victoria came out of the fitting room. Suddenly, a woman walked into the young female section. Chloe looked up as she thought she saw a familiar figure in the corner of her eyes. To her surprise, it was Brenny, whom she had not seen in a long time. Ever since Evelyn's incident, she seemed to be having a pretty rough time. Rumor had it that she was interested in Case Chase, but in the end, lost to Brenton's little sister. Is that dress on sale? Brenny walked over and asked the sales associate awkwardly. I'm sorry, miss. Green. That dress is this season's new arrival. There's no discount. Oh, I see. Brenny sounded a little disappointed. It's actually not that expensive. It's only $36,000. Do you guys take credit cards? Brenny bit her lip and asked unnaturally. Oh, look who we have here. Isn't this the Green family's precious daughter? When did you fall so low that you need to ask for a discount when buying clothes? Putting it on a credit card? Where's your Black American Express card? Doesn't your father love to spoil you? What's the matter? Did you lose your father's love? The young woman ridiculed to another. It seemed like they all knew each other. Brenny turned around to leave, but before she could, the woman continued. No good women ever come out of the Green family. You guys all like to steal men. You are stealing from Zuri Blake, and that bastard daughter stole from our Bella. Is GK's president Chin blind? Upon hearing such a remark, Chloe didn't know if she should cry or laugh. She was just there, minding her own business, and somehow they managed to diss her too. This was entirely Brenny's problem. Chloe couldn't care less, and would never be bothered by it. After all, Chloe had her fair share of conflicts with Brenny in the past. However, the matter was a little different now that the two women had included Chloe in their derogatory talk. Judging by the sound of it, they were very likely Bella's friends. They even refer to her as their Bella. Chloe shuddered at the thought of it. Victoria was still changing in the fitting room. Chloe stood up and walked over with a smile. Watch what you're saying, young lady. Karma can be a batch. Who the hell are you? Clearly, the two women had no idea who Chloe was. What a coincidence. I'm a member of the Green family that you guys have been speaking so fondly of. I'm also the woman that's supposedly worse than Bella, but is favored by President Dawson. You eavesdropped on us? Have you got no manners? One of the women objected. Manners? Of course, I can never compare to you girls. After all, people like you who speak behind others' backs obviously have incredible manners. Chloe smirked coldly as she scanned their faces. What did you say? One of the women raged. You heard me. Chloe tilted her head slightly and glanced down with despise in her eyes. The women from the Green family are the poorest. Did you see that? Brenny doesn't even have money to buy clothes. It's merely $30,000. And yet, she's asking for a discount. That's hilarious. Oh, and your jacket, what brand is that? I bet it's not even branded. I knew you guys were poor. The other woman quickly changed the subject as she realized she was not merely as gifted as Chloe when it came to speechcraft. You speak as if you're well off. Chloe folded her arms across her chest. Of course I'm richer than you. My daddy loves me very much, the woman said proudly. Excuse me, but are you talking about your biological daddy or your sugar daddy? Even the sales associate began to giggle after Chloe finished speaking, admiring her eloquence. Brenny watched silently as she contemplated perhaps wondering why Chloe was standing up for her. "What the hell are you saying? I was talking about real daddy." "My daddy is the chairman of the He Corporation." The woman heaved heavily with anger. "He? The steel company that started off with collecting garbage? Oh, I see. You're a nouveau riche, aren't you?" "That explains the mannerism." Chloe chuckled to herself. Upon hearing this, Brenny couldn't help but also chuckle a bit. The woman's face grew from red to purple, and all the shades in between. "Shut up!" The woman stomped her feet, reverting to throwing a tantrum like a child. "Bickering is no fun. How about this? Let's place a game. We each pull out a debit card to see who has a higher balance. The person with more money wins and gets to slap the loser across the face. How does that sound?" For a moment, the two women didn't know what to say against Chloe's request. After a moment, one of the women whispered to the other, "Don't be afraid of her. Your family is so rich and you have millions in your account. You would win for sure." The girl listened and nodded in agreement. She looked up immediately with pride. Her eyes were full of prejudice as she said, "Sure, but don't you dare cry when I'm slapping you across the face. Don't worry, I'm not that cowardly." Chloe simply smiled. She's the only daughter in the family. Her father spoils her a lot, so she's got millions in her account. "You shouldn't be betting on this," Brenny kindly whispered to Chloe, wanting to warn her. "I'll be fine. Just watch." Chloe waved her hand to the sales associate. "Do you have an ATM here?" she asked. "Yes, it's right by the door." The sales associate pointed. "Great. Everyone in the store, come and bear witness. We're about to make a bet." Chloe smiled some more. "I'll go first, so that you would know you've lost before you even began," the woman said, as she took out her Supreme Status Black card and walked over to the ATM. As she finished inputting her password, she looked back proudly at everyone as the screen showed her balance. There were more than $38 million sitting in there. It was quite a large amount. The woman glared down at Chloe, her eyes full of contempt. "Your turn, loser. I heard your father was a cheap ass, so you and Brenny must be cheapskates too." Chloe didn't reply. She simply pulled out a regular ICBC debit card and walked towards the ATM with lightsome steps. Chloe's motions were slow but graceful. She inserted the card and inputted her password. Then, when the moment of truth arrived, everyone was dumbstruck as the card balance flashed onto the screen. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Brenny's mouth fell open as well. If she was counting the digits correctly, Chloe had $158 million in her account. In all honesty, Chloe was surprised too. She hadn't checked her balance for a while and had no idea there would be so much money in it. Every month, Jack's finance department would transfer her $1 million. Her monthly salary of 20 or so thousand was nothing compared to Jax's transfers. Jack had also given her a couple $100,000 before, so at most, she thought she would have maybe 70 or 80 million. Who would have thought it was actually 150 million, an astronomical number? Everyone's jaw was still on the floor and Chloe herself didn't know what to say either. "That's impossible. She's cheating." "It's impossible to have that much," the woman said in disbelief. "Have you got any brains? You can fake a debit card, and you can fake a screenshot of your balance, but you can't fake an ATM. It's literally the most reputable machine in the country. Hello?" The woman's eyes were still bulging out of her eye sockets. She seemed like she had swallowed her tongue. "But how can you have so much money? It doesn't make sense," the other woman demanded. Before Chloe could answer, Victoria walked out of the fitting room. She answered with a cold smirk on her face. "It's a miracle that you guys live to today with those brains of yours. Chloe is Jack's wife, who is the president of GK. Do you know? GK, one of our city's top corporations? Is it that much of a surprise for her to have $100 million? Dumb ass. Time to pay your debt." Before the woman that made the bet could respond, Chloe walked over and winded up her arm. Her palm kissed the woman's right cheek, and on the return trip, The back of her hand struck the woman's left cheek. The woman stumbled a couple of steps, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Let me emphasize 2 points. First of all, don't act like a snob. Second of all, regardless of how ugly I, Chloe, look, I will always be Jack's wife. No matter how beautiful someone else is, and no matter how angelic they look, they are merely whores who are trying to steal other people's husbands. As Chloe finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards Victoria. "Oh, I like this outfit," she said casually, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her, and she was merely a bystander. That was how calm and collected Chloe was. She would never be a storm in a teacup, and she never overreacted. Just wait. The woman held onto her throbbing face and fled the scene. A bet's a bet, and she had lost fair and square. It was rather bad luck for her to speak behind Chloe's back on behalf of Bella. After all, Chloe had taken a serious dislike to the latter recently. Just the way Bella appeared on the night of the party was enough to disgust everyone. So, if the woman had never mentioned Bella's name, perhaps Chloe would have let their remarks slide. Moral of the story? Don't strut around like you own everybody and everything. Brenny walked over to Chloe and stood in front of her for a moment. "Thank you for that." Her voice was so low that Chloe could barely hear her. "What are you thanking me for?" Chloe looked at her weirdly. "Thanks for standing up for me and stopping them for giving me a hard time. You're thinking too much, Miss Green. My intention wasn't to help you, but to help myself. Even though we haven't been seeing eye to eye, my last name is still Green." "I won't take those remarks silently," Chloe explained. Brenny looked down, as if she was contemplating. A moment later, she left in a hurry without saying or buying anything. "I heard Brenny's been having a pretty rough time recently. She used to have a lot of party friends and now she has no one. It's incredible how people like to kick a person who's already down. The tide is always changing and every person has their days. Remember how snobby she was when everything was going fine and dandy? It's not a complete surprise that things turned out the way they did. However, I don't kick people when they are down. I'm just not capable of doing so," Chloe said calmly. "I know. Oh, my little Chloe doesn't fawn upon those who are rich and powerful, and neither will she drop a stone on a man who has fallen into a well." Victoria smiled. The two of them were enjoying their little chat. Suddenly, another woman's voice floated across. "Justin, this store has some really nice pieces. Can you wait for me? I want to try some stuff on." Victoria and Chloe both looked up to see Justin walk in with a woman. It was already the middle of winter, but Justin only wore a simple white cotton coat. On first glance, it looked very similar to Chloe's coat, as if they were wearing couples' jackets. Chloe and Justin didn't contact each other after the party. Chloe simply thought the next time she would possibly see Justin again would be at Victoria's wedding. Little did she know that they would meet again so soon. The woman that walked in with Justin looked about 25 or 6. She was about 170 centimeters tall, wore a white mink coat, and had an elegant complexion. As the two of them walked in, Brenny was just on her way out. The woman went straight to the fitting room after grabbing a couple of pieces of clothing. Back in the day, Brenny would have immediately swarmed up to Justin. But now, after all that she had been through and the lessons of life she learned, she knew better. If Justin never glanced at her back then, when she was on the top of the world, he would never glance at her now. She downcasted her eyes and walked away quickly. However, if anyone was to ask Justin, he had never taken an interest in people who didn't matter to him. He had seen Brenny a couple of times, but never once did he remember what she looked like. As they brushed past each other, Justin didn't even recognize her. He did, however, notice Chloe from afar. She was also wearing a white cotton coat and speaking happily with Victoria. As he watched a smile appear on Chloe's face, he felt his heart melt a little. He wondered if he was lovesick. Not long ago, he would have walked over to Chloe excitedly and asked her if there was something wrong with her that she didn't like him back. But now, things were a little different. Ever since he witnessed Chloe's love for Jack and her willingness to die for him, He had lost all confidence. However, despite the loss in confidence, his feelings for her never changed. It only got buried deeper. Justin smiled and waved. "Hey guys, I wasn't expecting to see you guys here." "Justin, what's going on? Who's that woman?" Victoria asked. For the amount of time that she spent with Brenton, she would hear everything firsthand if something was going on with Justin. But Brenton had never mentioned anything about a woman. "She's someone that my family has set me up with." Justin dropped his eyes to the floor and said awkwardly. He was afraid to look into Chloe's eyes, scared that she would look at him with disdain and contempt. But in fact, Chloe had no expectations for Justin whatsoever. She wouldn't freely comment on Justin purely on who he was with. However, Victoria looked at him with surprise. "Really? Why would you do that?" "That's so lame," Victoria questioned. "I had no choice. It was up to my grandpa," Justin continued awkwardly. He felt uncomfortable admitting to Chloe that he was on an arranged date. "Oh, is it because of last time?" "No, it's nothing. You guys have fun. I'm going to check up on her." Justin interrupted Victoria before she could finish. Then, he turned and walked away, as if he was running in defeat. "Hey, don't be late for the wedding. You're Brenton's best man," Victoria called out after him. Yes, I'll be on time." Justin waved his hand without looking back. After Justin went to the other end of the store, Chloe asked, "Victoria, does Justin being set up for a date have anything to do with me?" "Why would you think that?" Victoria asked carefully, surprised by Chloe's sharp observations. "Because he ran off before you even finished." "I'm wondering if he's running away," Chloe guessed. "Then it's because he doesn't want you to know." "Maybe you should stop asking." Victoria gathered up the clothes that she was trying on and walked towards the cash register. "I'll take these." "Okay." The sales associate nodded immediately. "But I want to know, can you tell me?" "Victoria, I don't want to owe Justin anything anymore." "You know?" Chloe said slowly, as sadness crept in her voice. "Why not?" Victoria looked at Chloe, her eyes glimmering. "Because I could never repay what I owe him," Chloe murmured. She had chosen Jack as her life partner, so whatever Jack did for her, she would always do the same in return. But things were different with Justin. She could never return the favors he had done for her the way he wanted. That's what's been keeping Chloe up at night. Victoria looked at her and immediately understood what she was talking about. "Just tell me, or I'd feel more anxious," Chloe insisted. Victoria pondered for a moment and continued. "He made an agreement with his grandpa in order to have the army surgeon operate on Jack. You know how it is. Army surgeons are not allowed to operate freely without an order, even for military leaders." Grandpa Cooper was angered by how stubborn Justin was being. They ended up having a huge fight, and the compromise was that Justin had to go on blind dates set by his grandpa. You know how he is. Must be tough for him. Victoria initially didn't like Justin, since she thought of him as a playboy who was only interested in Chloe because she was different from the masses. She never expected his interest to last. However, she learned the truth after she and Brenton got together. Justin's affection towards Chloe was more than just interest. Just like how Justin himself described it, to like is to take what you want, but to love is to hold back. Justin had been holding himself back as much as he could to reduce the amount of burden that may be put onto Chloe. His previous flamboyant acts of showcasing his love had quietly turned into a silent crush. It was rather stunning for someone with Justin's identity to be doing all this. Brenton had once mentioned to her that deep down, Justin was someone who valued connections and relationships deeply. The nannies in his house were never changed. The pets, he had all died of old age, and even the phones he used in the past were locked away in his drawers. The longer something stays with him, the more deeply rooted it becomes in his heart. The moment his heart locked on Chloe, it was forever. Initially, Victoria was doubtful. After all, Brenton was one of his bros, so of course, he would compliment Justin. But now, After witnessing everything, it seemed real enough. Chloe's heart felt heavy as she finished listening to Victoria. There she goes again, owing him another favor. Back then, she was determined to return the bullet back to Justin. Little did she think she would see that bullet right beside her pillow when she woke up at the hospital. I knew it. I knew it was because of me, Chloe murmured to herself. Don't think about it too much. We all know he cares about you. He just didn't want anything to happen to you. We can all understand that. Victoria comforted Chloe. Chloe pressed her lips together and didn't say anything. After a brief moment, the two of them walked out of the mall. Remember to show up early for my wedding. Technically speaking, you were supposed to be my maid of honor, but because Justin is the best man, I didn't want Jack to think too much. I don't have any other good friends, so I asked Sarah to be my maid of honor instead, Victoria explained. You don't need to explain things to me. I understand. Chloe smiled understandingly. She shouldn't be the maid of honor anyways, since she should lessen her interactions with Justin. Well, at least that was the plan. But who knew things would change so suddenly? On New Year's Day, Jack had to stay behind to take care of the company party. Therefore, he asked Chloe to bring his best wishes to Victoria's wedding. Chloe, on the other hand, didn't make an effort to convince him to go. Jack wasn't a part of Brenton and Max's group, but Noah was different. Chloe wouldn't have met Victoria if it weren't for him. So, early that morning, Noah and Sarah drove to the wedding. Sarah wore a bridesmaid gown, a strapless white chiffon dress. Noah lifted a smile, his eyes arching with delight. I didn't think you would look so pretty in a white dress. I'm pretty in everything. Sarah shot back and was ready to get off the car. Suddenly, her face turned into shock as she gasped. Oh my God, no. What's wrong? Noah asked anxiously upon seeing Sarah's body freeze. Never would Sarah have ever thought that an accident like this would happen on such an important day. Not to mention it was in front of Noah as well. What is it? The anticipation was killing Noah, and the silent response from Sarah was not helping. Sarah looked back at Noah, her face flushed with color. She opened her mouth and slowly said, I got my period. Noah opened his mouth and then closed it abruptly. He had nothing to say as he looked at Sarah's sad expression. Noah stuttered. Was there anything more frightening than girls having their period? So, now what? Noah asked dumbly. Sarah was too embarrassed to think straight. Auntie Flo was supposed to come on the 5th, but somehow it came early for a surprise visit instead. Can you go get me some, Sarah said, as her face became even redder. For a moment, she felt like crawling into a crack on the ground. Okay, does the supermarket sell it? Noah asked, still dumbfounded. Sarah nodded embarrassingly. Noah immediately parked the car near a supermarket and stealthily sneaked around the car and went in through the entrance. As a police officer, he had never been afraid when chasing after bandits. But now, somehow, he felt his heart pounding inside his chest. What are you buying? Seeing the way Noah sneaked into the store, the cashier asked in an unfriendly manner. Do you have the thing? Noah asked in a low murmur. What thing? The cashier snapped back impatiently. The thing that girls use, Noah asked in an even lower whisper. Last aisle in the back. Take a look at it yourself. By the time Noah had completed the mission, Sarah's face was growing pale. Are you okay? Noah asked worriedly. My cramps are really bad during my period. Chloe and I both like to eat cold food, so it's always the toughest 7 days of the month for us. I'm dying in pain. Sarah hugged her belly with both her hands, her face in agony. What? What should we do? Noah asked in a panic, not knowing what he could do to help Sarah. Let's go to the hotel. I have to change out of the gown. This one is probably dirty now. Sarah sounded deflated. Noah nodded and began driving towards the hotel. Victoria's wedding ceremony was held at Wanjing International Hotel. It was a 5-star hotel that operated under the Blake family's parent company. So really, The wedding was complimentary. The Blake family had high status within the city. Brenton, as one of the younger generation of heirs, ranked among Justin and his groupies. He was known as one of the 4 princes within the city, so his wedding was most definitely a sight to see. Sarah was ecstatic that Victoria had invited her. She had known Victoria through Chloe, and despite not knowing her for very long, they had an instant connection from the moment they met. Sarah had especially prepared the bridesmaid dress herself, but now it was ruined by the surprise visit of Auntie Flo, leaving her in a terrible mood. Upon arriving at the hotel, Sarah immediately went to change in the hotel's washroom. Noah grew impatient and worried as he noticed Sarah had been gone for a long time. He was in the midst of bursting into the women's washroom when Sarah walked out feebly. "Is it really bad?" Noah asked, concerned. "Of course. If you were to bleed this much, it would be really bad too," Sarah snapped back. "What should we do? The ceremony is about to start." Noah looked at his watch. "I don't know. The dress is small, and the skirt is short. My flow is too heavy. What if it leaks? Also, I can't be the maid of honor anymore. It's a bad omen for the bride because I got my period. I can't do that to Victoria," Sarah said warily. "Should we ask Chloe to take your place?" Noah asked suddenly. Sarah looked up at Noah, her lips pressed together tightly as her expression grew complicated. "Do you think it'll be okay?" Sarah didn't seem to think it was a good idea. "No one else can do it except for Chloe. As far as I know, you and Chloe are Victoria's only friends, and you guys are the only ones familiar with the ceremony. If Victoria's maid of honor was a stranger, she might screw up," Noah calmly analyzed. "But Justin's the best man. Victoria asked me to be her maid of honor in the first place because she wanted to avoid arousing gossip," Sarah reminded him. "I know Chloe's worried that Jack might be angry, but it's fine. We can talk to Jack about it. Look at you. At this point, you definitely won't be able to be the maid of honor, and we can't hold up their wedding." Upon hearing what Noah said, Sarah thought he had a point, so she had no choice but to nod in agreement. It was already 9 a.m. when they found Chloe, and the wedding was at 9:30 a.m. They didn't have a lot of time, but the good thing was, Chloe was easygoing and immediately agreed upon hearing what happened. Worried that Jack might think too much, Noah called him. The truth was, Jack was a jealous man who cared about Chloe, but he picked his moments to be jealous and was never unreasonable. He knew that things like this were unpredictable and agreed without saying much else. Sarah washed the dirty stain off her dress and gave it to Chloe, who immediately put it on. The white gown looked pretty on Chloe, as it wrapped perfectly around her slim body, and the white emphasized her fair complexion. Her hair fell elegantly down her back, all the way to her shoulders. Then, the makeup artist wrapped it up in a natural bun and applied light makeup on her face. When Chloe walked into the VIP lounge in the dress, Victoria and the others all looked at her in surprise, since they were just about to talk about the ceremony procedures with the best man and maid of honor. Therefore, they didn't expect Chloe to come in instead of Sarah. "Chloe, why are you here?" Justin had never seen Chloe in a white wedding dress-like gown and felt like he was dreaming. As Chloe walked up to them, he stared at her and felt his heart beating uncontrollably and his breathing becoming uneven. Something came up, and Sarah can't be the maid of honor anymore. "So, here I am," Chloe explained with a smile. That's really sudden. The wedding's starting in half an hour," Brenton said, a little worried, but Chloe looked at him and Victoria confidently. "Don't worry. She told me what to do. I won't mess up." "Okay. I trust you." Victoria was exhilarated that Chloe could be her maid of honor, but she suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where's Jack?" "He didn't come. The company's really busy, so I'm representing my entire family." Chloe chuckled. "Oh, I see." Victoria felt more at ease upon hearing this. "Okay then, we'll go in as soon as the ceremony starts." "Thanks in advance," Victoria said, as she intimately linked arms with Chloe. Brenton turned around to see Justin's gaze still on Chloe, so he coughed lightly. "Young Master Cooper, are you awake yet?" "Huh, what did you say?" Justin finally came back to his senses and Brenton laughed. I asked you if you were awake. I wasn't even asleep. Stop making fun of me, okay? Justin could tell that Brenton was toying with him, so he immediately refuted. Thanks in advance, guys. The wedding's starting in 15 minutes. Victoria, go reapply your makeup and I'll go talk to the MC. Brenton said as he pulled Victoria out of the lounge, leaving only Chloe and Justin in the room. Awkwardness immediately surrounded them. I've never seen you in a white gown like this. Justin looked up at her and said in all seriousness, This was Sarah's gown. It doesn't really fit me. Chloe looked down and replied, No, you look really pretty, Justin said in a hurry, but quickly realized that he misspoke, so he looked down, no longer looking into Chloe's eyes. You don't look too bad in it, haha. Justin. Chloe faintly called his name. To Justin, that was the gentlest voice he had ever heard. Yeah? He looked up. Thank you for the army surgeon. I know what you agreed to in order to help me. Thank you. Chloe bowed down to him in an extremely formal manner upon finishing her sentence, leaving Justin a little flustered. Hey, I told you it's not a big deal. Don't bow down to me like I'm dead. Gosh. Justin felt incredibly uncomfortable seeing Chloe like that. Jack and I are incredibly thankful that you lent us a helping hand while we were at the brink of death. Plus, I heard that you gave up a lot to help us, and we sincerely appreciate you for that. I know you've never needed anything your entire life, and I probably won't be able to help you with much, but if, and I'm saying if here, you ever need my help, just tell me, and I will do everything I can for you. Chloe meant every single word she said, and wasn't just being polite. She truly wanted to return the favor to Justin if the chance arose. Okay, I just hope that next time I'm hospitalized at Southside, Dr. Green can go easy on me. Justin joked, and Chloe immediately burst into laughter upon this. Justin's days at Southside Recuperation Center were never dull, and the two of them went from enemies who bickered every day to friends. Just then, the wedding planner pushed open the door and came in. Are you the maid of honor and the best man? We are, they both answered. Good. Get ready. The ceremony's beginning soon. Okay. Chloe and Justin both nodded and left the lounge. The Blake family booked a couple of 100 tables in the largest ballroom on the second floor of the hotel. There were 8 people to each table, and the room was jam-packed. Each table served 18 dishes that cost $88,000, such as luxurious double-headed abalone and Boston lobsters flown in from overseas. The Blake family spent a couple dozen million on the reception alone, and it was obvious that Victoria, that little vixen, had been accepted by Brenton's parents. Soon, the clock began counting down, and the wedding march began playing. With the MC's opening remarks, Chloe helped Victoria, who was wearing a magnificent wedding dress, onto the stage. Then, Chloe stepped behind her, not about to steal her spotlight for even a millisecond. Now, let us welcome the lead man for today. Music blasted over the speakers as Brenton walked up to the stage in a slim, black suit. They were a really good-looking couple. This was Chloe's first time looking at Brenton at such close proximity, and she realized that he was actually really handsome. Victoria, on the other hand, had always been that gorgeous woman with cute canine teeth, capable of turning into a tigress when she was angry. Groom, today is the most important day of your life. Are you happy to be marrying such a beautiful and gentle bride? The MC asked. Very. Brenton laughed. Okay, if you're happy, then hurry up and propose. You know how to do it, right? Do I need to teach you? Nope, I know how to do it. Brenton smiled. Then, he faced Victoria and got down onto one knee. Brenton handed the bouquet of flowers to Victoria and held up a microphone. Honey, marry me? In the future, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. Let's work hard to eat and sleep, and starting today, the two of you will be the most important people in my life. Once Brenton finished, the guests began whispering amongst themselves. He had just exposed the fact that Victoria was pregnant. Brenton's parents laughed happily, while Victoria's parents nodded in satisfaction. Victoria couldn't help but smile as she took the bouquet in her hands and helped Brenton up with the other. At that moment, she looked like the happiest woman on this earth. Thunderous applause erupted in the ballroom. "I heard that this is a shotgun wedding?" the MC asked. "It is," Brenton nodded. "I also heard that the best man and maid of honor introduced you guys to each other." "Let's invite them up," the MC said as he gestured Chloe and Justin up onto the stage. The crowd broke into applause again. Bella, who was sitting on one of the tables, sneered, "How can a married woman be the maid of honor?" "Are you kidding me?" Bella attended Brenton and Victoria's wedding as well. Originally, she didn't want to come, but her mother made her, emphasizing that the Blake family was of prestigious status in the city, and they needed to maintain a good relationship with them. Although Bella's father was the mayor of the city, his status was intimately connected with the local moguls. Truth be told, Bella borderline hated Victoria, because the latter embarrassed her more than once, and every time she was humiliated, Victoria never even gave her a chance to fight back. However, after some careful consideration, Bella decided to come. After all, ever since their Weibo exchange, their fans thought they were close friends. Plus, she always pretended to be a lady, so she would never openly diss anyone in public. Therefore, she took a photo of Victoria standing on the stage, and then 8 selfies of herself. She then uploaded these 9 photos onto both Snap and Weibo, along with the following sentence: "Dear Victoria, I hope you can be happy forever. I'm so happy for you." Her Weibo fans began commenting as soon as she uploaded the photos. "Goddess, why didn't you upload a photo of you and Dr. Victoria?" "Goddess Hall, why is President Dawson's wife, who's already married, Dr. Victoria's maid of honor?" "That's really weird. You're not married. Why aren't you her maid of honor?" "Miss Hall, did you not want to be the maid of honor because you're scared that no one will marry you? You didn't even go up to the stage. Too bad. I really wanted to see you in a white gown. Young Master Blake and Dr. Victoria look so cute together. They're both so good-looking. Today's a really good day. The entire city is focused on their wedding, and the TV stations are even live-streaming it. They may not be celebrities, but they're even more popular than celebrities. Rich people sure are powerful." Bella scrolled through Weibo, annoyed at her brainless fans. Then, she put away her phone and turned her attention back to the wedding. Justin and Chloe were both a little nervous to be called up to the stage. This was Justin's first time being best man. He would only ever do something like this for Brenton and Max. Although Chloe was once Linda's bridesmaid, she was still really nervous. There were a lot of people present, and their wedding was even live-streamed. Andrew sat below the stage and looked at Chloe with an inexplicable expression on his face. "Chloe, my little sister, looks breathtaking today." He had known Chloe for years, but this was the first time he had seen her wearing a gown like this. The gown exposed her slim legs, and the kitten heels she wore was adorable. His gaze never left her. He was so focused on Chloe that he didn't even hear what the MC said. "Apparently, they owe their marriage to the two of you," the MC asked Justin with a smile on his face. "Kind of," Justin answered modestly. "Can you tell us what happened, young Master Cooper?" "That's a secret. If I told you what happened, Brenton will kill me, but I can tell you guys that their fate began with alcohol, as well as a video that none of us will ever forget." Thinking back at how Brenton lost a bet with Victoria and was forced to run around Seductive Fox in his underpants, Justin almost burst out in laughter. "Ahem, please go easy on me, Justin," Brenton kept reminding him. "Maid of honor, can you tell us what's in the video?" The MC knew that Justin wouldn't say anything, so he began targeting Chloe, who answered just as vaguely, You can use your imagination, but I can't tell you anything." "If neither of you wants to say anything, then let's go on to the next item on my list. The best man and maid of honor will be performing for the bride and the groom. Let's also thank them for introducing the bride and groom to each other." Then, the crowd began clapping once again. Chloe was a little dumbstruck. A performance? She didn't know about this. Was the MC improvising? Chloe realized that she couldn't refuse since there were so many people present. Plus, how could she say no during Victoria's wedding? It would embarrass her. Justin knew that Chloe was tone deaf, so he didn't ask her to sing. All he said was, "You decide what we should perform? I'm fine with whatever." Upon hearing this, Chloe felt more speechless than ever. They couldn't sing since she sang off tone. They also couldn't dance since it was too intimate. In the end, Chloe blurted out, "Justin, why don't we play a duet? What do you think?" She had seen Justin play the piano before, so she made a bold suggestion, to which Justin nodded. "I'm fine with anything. It's up to you. What would the two of you like to play?" MC asked with a smile on his face. Truth be told, Justin was surprised that Chloe suggested that they play a piano duet. But he was also exhilarated since Chloe's performance during the Christmas party left him dumbstruck. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to play a duet with Chloe. How lucky was he? What are you going to play? Mariage d'Amour by Richard Clayderman is a good song. What do you think? The MC suggested, but Chloe shook her head. That's not an appropriate song for a wedding. It actually has a really sad back story. So, we can't play it. The MC laughed awkwardly at her remarks. Justin, what do you know? Chloe looked at him and asked, but he was so happy that his mind no longer operated on its own. So he said, I'm good with anything you decide. Do you know Wang Liham's still in love with you? Chloe asked carefully. That's fine. As long as he had a music score, Justin could basically play anything. Brenton was even more excited upon hearing what Chloe and Justin were going to play for him, so he added, I love that song. Why don't you guys play? And Victoria and I will sing. Hey, that's a good idea. Let's perform together. Victoria nodded in agreement. Then, Chloe and Justin quickly walked up to the piano, sitting next to each other, while Victoria and Brenton both picked up microphones. Let's give a round of applause to the bride and groom, who will be singing, and the best man and bridesmaid, who will be playing the piano. As soon as the MC finished speaking, everything began clapping for them. Chloe glanced at Justin, signaling him to start, and then a beautiful melody sounded from the piano. At the same time, Brenton and Victoria opened their mouths to sing. A flash, a twinkle of a star traces our time together. Yet, the center of my world is still you. A year, and yet another year. Time flies by with a blink of an eye. The only thing that never changes is constant change. I'm not how I was before. You're not like you were either. But your smile in my eyes is still as beautiful as ever. Time only moves forward. The clock only turns one way clockwise. I don't know how long we have left, so I want you to understand. I still love you. The only path I walk. I still cherish every minute and every moment of happiness. Your every breath, every movement, every expression. Till the very end, I will always still love you. Justin played the piano as he watched Chloe, who was sitting beside him. His gaze was filled with so much tenderness and so many emotions. She was sitting so close to him, intently playing the piano, as her fingers jumped quickly from key to key. Just her side face profile was able to mesmerize Justin. She wasn't the most beautiful woman in this world, but he was still bewitched by her presence. For the first time in his life, he felt such intense emotions that at one point, he wanted to stop playing and hug her with all his might. Justin and Chloe were both really skilled pianists. Therefore, they made a great team and played as if they had been practicing together for years. Victoria and Brenton were both really good singers as well, although they had never been trained. Everyone listened to their performance in awe. Chloe was focused on playing the piano. She didn't look at Justin, nor did she dare look at him, because she could feel his passionate gaze on her. While they played, Bella recorded a video of their performance and sent it to Jack's phone. She didn't have his snap, so she sent him a text message. Jack replied with a question mark. Jack, did you know that Chloe is today's maid of honor? Bella asked. Yeah, Jack answered indifferently. She's playing a piano duet with Justin and everyone thinks they're a couple. I think Chloe went a little overboard this time, and it's not really fair to you. Maybe you should come over, Bella asked. We don't need outsiders to butt into our relationship, Jack coldly replied, immediately shutting Bella up. She didn't think Jack would talk to her like that. He was supposed to run down here and teach Chloe a lesson. Unfortunately, Bella's attempt at tattletaling failed, not to mention she was even humiliated, leaving her at a loss for words. After they finished performing, everyone clapped thunderously for them. The four of them put on an amazing performance, and thanks to them, the audience was able to enjoy both a visual and auditory treat. Justin was still in a daze after he got off the stage. That might have been the most unforgettable duet he had ever played, because playing with Chloe was his ultimate honor. Then, the MC began messing around with Brenton and Victoria. Bride and groom, please stand back to back. Chloe held up Victoria and helped her adjust the long hem of her wedding gown before standing off to the side. Pick up these wine glasses, the MC said, and they each picked up a glass. Victoria was pregnant, so she was drinking juice, while Brenton's glass was filled with red wine. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. If you think I'm talking about you, then take a sip. Then, the MC continued to ask, who's better looking? Both Brenton and Victoria took a sip. They couldn't see what the other person was doing since they were standing back to back. Who's willing to do all the chores at home? Victoria didn't move. After 3 seconds of hesitation, Brenton took a sip. Zuri Blake laughed hysterically in the audience. Look at my brother. He's such a good-for-nothing. This is so funny. My sister-in-law is probably the only one that can tame him. Who wants to wear the pants in the family? Victoria immediately took a sip. Brenton was just about to raise his hand and take a sip when he suddenly put it down. If Victoria saw the video of their wedding afterward, she might kill him. He might be forced into kneeling on a durian or something. Therefore, Brenton chickened out. Holy F. Young Master Blake got no balls. He doesn't even have the guts to take a sip. Max made fun of him from below the stage. Who wants to do laundry and take care of the baby? Victoria still didn't move, as if that question wasn't for her. Brenton hesitated, but he picked up his glass and took another sip. The crowd burst out in laughter. Brenton's parents didn't get mad, because they knew the MC was just jesting for sport and trying to make the atmosphere livelier. When having sex, take 1 sip if you're on top and 2 sips if you're on the bottom. Once again, the crowd laughed aloud. Even Chloe, who was usually calm, could no longer contain herself. Talk about awkwardness. Did Brenton kill the MC's parents or something? And that's why he's playing our young master dead? Ha 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 ha! Max howled in laughter. Just then, Brenton took 1 sip while Victoria, 2 sips. Originally, Chloe thought that being the Iron Lady she was, Victoria would for sure be on top. To her surprise, she took 2 sips. Later on, while she and Victoria casually chit-chatted, Chloe asked her, Victoria, why did you drink 2 sips during your wedding? I didn't think you were someone who is willing to be on the bottom. Because the person on top does too much work. It's too tiring. Chloe was speechless for a full 10 seconds upon hearing Victoria's answer. It might be because of that PhD halo, but everything she said made sense. After having fun with the newlyweds, the MC went into romance mode. First, Victoria and Brenton exchanged their vows, and then rings. After all that, exhausted, Chloe took off her white gown and changed into an elegant light yellow cocktail dress before heading out of the lounge. Perhaps she was too tired, or maybe because she was overly nervous just now, but she tripped and almost fell onto her face. Justin saw that she was falling down and immediately rushed over to help her up. Aside from shaking Chloe's hand, Justin had never touched her hand before. He was so shy that he blushed. Your face is so red. Confused, Chloe looked at him, and Justin's face turned even redder. Oh, I'm actually feeling really hot. Don't you think the room is a little warm? Justin asked as he continued to blush. Nope, the air conditioner is on pretty high. Chloe didn't let Justin off the hook and kept poking fun at him. Justin let go as soon as he helped her up, but coincidentally, Bella snatched a photo of this scene. She knew Justin liked Chloe, so she had been following them, waiting to catch them in the act. To her pleasure, they didn't disappoint. After snatching this photo, Bella excitedly sent it to Jack, who was in an executive meeting talking about GK's plans for the New Year's celebration. "President Dawson, I think we can travel somewhere close. The employees can go to Yundong Vacation Village, which is under GK. We can ski and enjoy the hot springs, so it's a good opportunity for our hardworking employees to relax," one of the department managers suggested. Jack listened carefully, agreeing with his suggestion. Before he could say anything, however, he received another text from Bella, containing a photo. It was of Justin holding Chloe's hand. They looked to be very intimate. If someone else had sent him that photo, he would have felt a little jealous. However, since Bella was the sender, Jack wasn't about to lose his cool. Jack always felt like Bella was an incredibly calculating woman. In the past, he didn't say anything because she was Mayor Hall's daughter, but later he realized that this woman was absolutely shameless. She still hovered around him even after he and Chloe moved out of Imperial Park. Truth be told, when Bella sent him the video a while ago, he didn't want to reply. However, he was surprised to see Chloe playing the piano, so he replied with a question mark, uncertain of what Bella's intentions were. In the end, Bella was just being a petty woman, tattletaling on Jack about Justin and Chloe. Therefore, he immediately poured a bucket of ice water over her head. But that batch sent him another photo. Jack glanced at the photo, his expression unchanging. He quickly clicked her number and blocked it, so that in the future, Bella would not be able to get through to him. "President Dawson, what do you think?" the manager asked again, to which Jack replied, "Sure, let's go with your plan. Yundong Mountain sounds good." Then he stood up and left the conference room. After Chloe changed into the cocktail dress, she didn't sit down next to Justin. Rather, she ate with Noah, Sarah, as well as a bunch of other guests. Justin, on the other hand, sat with Max, Case Chase, and Zuri, who were all super rich heirs. Young Master Cooper. The duet just now wasn't bad. The name of the song wasn't bad either. "Still in Love with You?" Max teased him. "Shut up and eat your food. Stop blabbering nonsense," Justin said as he ate quietly. He was incredibly happy that not only did he get a chance to play the piano with Chloe, he also got to touch her hand. Technically, he had to thank Sarah and her period for this opportunity, or else he would never have gotten to pair up with Chloe. "Girl, good job. Your performance was amazing." Sarah was extremely proud of Chloe. "It really wasn't. I'm worried that Mr. Dawson might go crazy." "Haha, I'm actually pretty scared." Chloe smiled. "Don't worry. Mr. Dawson is a magnanimous man," Noah consoled. "I'm sorry. I'm actually not that magnanimous." A voice sounded from behind, leaving Chloe, Noah, and Sarah dumbfounded. They turned around. It was really Jack. He snuck up behind them, ever so quietly. Honey, why are you here?" Chloe asked in surprise, to which he answered, "If I didn't come, my wife would have run away with someone else." Feeling guilty, Chloe didn't respond, and Jack asked, "Are you full?" "Yeah." Chloe nodded obediently. "Did you give them their present?" Jack asked again. "I gave it to them as soon as I got here." Chloe's gift for Victoria wasn't money. She gave her a set of jewelry made by GK that was worth millions of yuan. It was Jack's idea since he didn't want to embarrass his wife. "If that's all done, then come home with me. I need to talk to you about something," Jack said sternly as he turned around to leave. "Crap, I'm screwed. Do any of you want to help me out?" Chloe helplessly glanced over at Noah and Sarah. She had a feeling that Mr. Dawson was about to go crazy. Chloe looked at Noah and Sarah with puppy dog eyes, but they both remained silent. What happened to brotherhood? And friendship? Girl, I think you'll be fine, haha. If we help you, we might overcomplicate things. Sarah laughed. Screw you. You're shirking from responsibility. Chloe felt like crying. Chloe, I think Sarah has a point. You don't have to be scared. You're Jack's pressure point. You're the only person in this world who can rein him in. So, don't worry. Just go, Noah said as he waved goodbye at Chloe. Noah, way to burn your bridges. I took Sarah's place to help you guys. You can't refuse to help me, Chloe said, pitiful as ever. Brave soldier, go. You'll be fine. If something happens to you, I'll remember to light some incense at your grave exactly 1 year from now. Ha ha. Sarah burst out in laughter. She had never seen Chloe so scared of Jack and was reveling in her misery. Damn it, you're such a monster and you… Chloe pointed at Noah. I can't believe you guys won't help me. Fine, I'll go by myself. I have 1 life and 1 head. What can he do? Then, Chloe got up and left without even saying goodbye. Hey, stupid cop. Say, will Jack really get mad at Chloe? Sarah became a little worried. Lovers' quarrels are easily mended. They'll be fine. Let's not worry about her. Noah knew Jack well. As soon as Chloe acted coyishly or played cute, Jack would be defeated. Sarah and Noah didn't need to be concerned for her at all. After saying goodbye to Victoria and Brenton, Jack and Chloe headed home. On the way, Jack didn't say a word, making Chloe more nervous than ever. Weird. I didn't do anything wrong. Why do I have such a guilty conscience? Chloe mumbled to herself. Jack tilted his head nonchalantly and asked, Did you enjoy the duet? It wasn't bad, but wasn't that enjoyable either? Chloe said, as she looked down. Damn it. Who in the world sold her out? How did Jack find out so fast? Then, do you want to enjoy yourself even more? Jack continued to ask, and Chloe immediately shook her hands. No, it's okay. I'll pass. Just then, Jack parked the car. He held her hand as the two of them walked into South Hill Manor. He took Chloe over to the white triangle piano. She looked at the black and white keys on it and felt her heart flutter. Jack pulled her down in front of the piano, and Chloe smiled awkwardly. Honey, what are we doing? I heard you had mad piano skills. Why don't you play Still in Love with You for me? Haha, honey, don't be like that. Chloe felt guiltier than ever. Did Jack see the live broadcast? How in the world did he find out the song she and Justin played? Did he have magical wife-stalking powers? Perhaps, someone told on her to him. At this thought, Chloe suddenly asked, Honey, who told you that I played a duet with Justin? Jack looked at Chloe in all seriousness and said, Dr. Green. Oh, you're Chief Green now. Can you not change the subject? I'm asking you to play a song for me. Can you not try to confuse me? Honey, I'm sorry. Upon seeing Jack's determination, Chloe decided to admit she was wrong and apologize. What are you sorry for? Jack crossed his hands. He sat handsomely beside Chloe and looked into her eyes. I shouldn't have played a duet with Justin. Chloe apologized to Mr. Dawson, not sure if she wanted to cry or laugh. Yeah, what else? Jack continued to ask calmly. Oh, and I shouldn't have stepped up as the maid of honor and helped Sarah. She's such an ungrateful woman. Haha. Chloe tried to bring nonsense into the equation, in an attempt to change the subject. Chief Green, you've grown wings, haven't you? You don't have to discuss anything with me, do you? Mr. Dawson asked overbearingly. No, that's not it. Chloe immediately denied. Then do you think your husband is too weak, and that's why you've ignored him and publicly flirted with another man? Did you think I was dead? Jack asked grimly. I'm innocent. Mr. Dawson, the MC went off script and asked us to perform. I wasn't informed beforehand. Plus, I wasn't flirting. You don't have to believe me, but don't humiliate my character, okay? Chloe said, as she angrily turned her head around. How about this? Play a duet with me, and I'll let it go, Jack said calmly. What? You can't do it? Upon seeing Chloe's awkward expression, Jack asked on purpose, to which she immediately answered, No, I can. What should we play? Take your pick. In the end, Chloe decided to admit defeat in front of Mr. Dawson and sat down obediently in front of the piano. After 5 seconds of silence, Jack said, "Play the theme song for Bonnie Bear." "What?" Chloe thought she didn't hear right, so she asked again. "Bonnie Bear." Mr. Dawson repeated it, word for word, leaving Chloe speechless. After a few seconds, she glared at Jack angrily. "Jack, are you kidding me?" "I'm not. It's what I want you to play." "Are you going to do it, or not?" Mr. Dawson asked stubbornly. "Fine, let's play, but we don't have the music score to that song, and I don't know it," Chloe said, on purpose. "Uncle George, bring me Bonnie Bear's music score." "Right away, sir." Chloe went crazy as soon as she heard this. "Wait, Mr. Dawson, why would we have music scores for kids' songs at home? How long have you been plotting your revenge?" she asked, in fury. "I bought the music score to that song a long time ago for our baby, but it's good that we got to use it beforehand." Jack was still as calm as ever, leaving Chloe with absolutely nothing to say. The two of them sat in front of the piano, and she said, "Are we really doing this?" She felt awkward playing the theme song of Bonnie Bear with her husband. It was a little odd. "You can choose not to, but—" Before Mr. Dawson finished the rest of his sentence, Chloe quickly compromised. "I'll do it. I'll do it." She could guess with her eyes closed what the end of that sentence was. Therefore, she bit down on her tongue and decided to play. "Bonnie Bear? Let's go." Jack almost burst out in laughter upon seeing his wife struggle like that. Truth be told, it was hard to pretend to be mad at Chloe, because as soon as he looked at her, his gaze would automatically soften. "Let's see who can play faster. If you're faster than me, then I'll let this go and never bring it up again," Jack said in all serious, and Chloe replied confidently, "Not a problem." She was extremely self-assumed of her fast reflexes. However, she was obviously too happy too soon, because Jack added, "But you have to give me a 5-second head start." "Why?" Chloe asked resentfully, and Jack answered matter-of-factly, "Because you're the one who did something wrong and I'm the one doing the forgiving." After a few seconds of hesitation, Chloe clenched her teeth and said, "Deal. If you lose, then you have to be on top for the entire next month," Jack added, almost sending Chloe into a breakdown. Was Mr. Dawson playing with her? "So, Mr. Dawson, can we or can we not enjoy each other's company in peace?" Chloe asked, as she felt like crying out in desperation. Jack smiled, satisfied with himself. "Beat me first, and then we'll talk." After counting down for 5 seconds, Jack's long fingers quickly glided over the piano keys. This was Chloe's first time seeing him play the piano. In the past, she only knew that he studied medicine for 7 years and signed billion-dollar contracts with a wave of his pen. She never thought that one day, Jack would play the piano in front of her like a skilled musician who had his way with the beautiful notes and melody. Although the theme song from Bonnie Bear was a little funny, Chloe had to admit that Jack still looked incredibly handsome playing the piano. Chloe stared at him in a daze until she heard Uncle George's kind reminder, "Young madam, it's been 6 seconds." Only then did Chloe remember that she and Jack were competing, and immediately snapped back to reality, trying to catch up with him. She stared at the music score and played quickly, no longer caring whether the melody sounded good. All she wanted to do was to beat Jack. However, Jack's speed was way too fast. She would be able to catch up with Justin or Bella in a matter of seconds, but Mr. Dawson was too skilled and too accurate. Chloe began sweating, all but ready to jump up and dance with both her fingers and her toes. "Honey, slow down. Spare me, will you?" Chloe played as she harassed Mr. Dawson. Jack chuckled, but he ignored her and continued speeding up. In the end, Chloe went all out and began shouting, "Hubby, you're so handsome, you're so gentle, you're the best hubby in the world." As expected, Mr. Dawson was immediately hooked. He knew that she was sucking up to him so she could win, but it worked nonetheless. After Chloe's wave of compliments, Jack slowed down and tilted his head to look at Chloe, his expression so gentle that it could melt a glacier. Pleased with herself, Chloe knew that honey traps and sucking up worked best on Mr. Dawson. While Jack slowed down, she immediately picked up her pace, and finally, she won by 2 notes, ending their duet one after the other. The young madam won. Uncle George could immediately tell who won and commented in all seriousness. "Yay." Chloe made a peace sign with her hands, as silly as can be. If Sarah or Victoria saw her right now, they would probably laugh at her. "Honey, I win." Chloe was proud of herself. "So, honey, I guess you like being on the bottom." "It's okay. I don't mind donating my strength," Jack said, as he suddenly carried Chloe up bridal style and headed right up to the second floor. "Hey, let me down. It's the middle of the day." Chloe had always been embarrassed to have sex in broad daylight, but why did the time of the day matter? To refute her, Mr. Dawson said something that sent butterflies all over her body. "I like doing it during the day because that way, I'll be able to see your face clearly." What a seductive sentence. Yet, instead of blushing, the Dr. Green replied, "You have a point. That way you won't mistake me for that girl next door." Jack was immediately speechless. Chloe was the best at ruining moments. She could use one sentence to destroy every romantic bone in a person's body. The good thing was, Mr. Dawson didn't hold this talent of Chloe's against her. He carried her right into the upstairs bathroom, threw her gently into the bathtub, and jumped right in afterward. After the throes of passion, Chloe lied in the tub, unwilling to come out. In the end, it was Jack who covered her with a towel and carried her out. She put her hands around Jack's neck, her heart filled with happy content. "Honey, I know you weren't actually mad at me today, right? You were just playing around with me. What else do you know?" Jack smiled as he looked at her and she answered, "I also know that Mr. Dawson acts like a child when he gets jealous. And that's why he made me play the theme song of Bonnie Bear. Haha." "What else?" Jack asked again. "I also know that you lost to me on purpose just now. You weren't distracted. You just wanted me to win, right?" "Continue." Jack was happy upon hearing what she said. "Also, Before Chloe could finish her sentence, Jack's phone suddenly rang insensibly. "Honey, can you pick up for me? I'm going to go blow dry my hair," Jack said, as he gently placed Chloe onto their giant bed and turned around to go back into the bathroom. The truth was, Chloe didn't like picking up Jack's phone calls. She felt like it would be violating his privacy, as if she didn't trust him. However, it was fine if Jack agreed beforehand, so she flipped over and grabbed Jack's phone to see that it was his mother calling. At the thought of Mrs. Dawson, Chloe hesitated for a second before picking up. "Hello? Chloe?" Mrs. Dawson immediately asked upon hearing a woman's voice. "This is she. Where's Jack?" Mrs. Dawson's attitude towards her was much friendlier than it used to be. "He just showered and is drying his hair. Are you looking for him? I'll go and get him for you," Chloe said as she got off the bed. But Mrs. Dawson said, "Oh no, it's okay. I can just tell you, and you can tell him. Bella called me just now. You know who she is, right? Mayor Hall's daughter." "I do," Chloe replied calmly. "She's on Hexie Road, and something happened with her car. She panicked and didn't know what to do, and for some reason, she couldn't get in touch with Jack. She said his line had been busy this entire time and asked me to ask him to help her." "Oh, I see. I will tell him for sure." "Okay, tell Jack to go see what happened. After all, our families are pretty close, so we can't just sit around and do nothing." "I know." Chloe nodded and Mrs. Dawson hung up the phone. 3 minutes later, Jack walked out from the bathroom in a bathrobe. His short hair was all dry and he looked as handsome as ever. A lot of people couldn't stand those with germophobia, and therefore disliked doctors and people working in the medical profession. However, Chloe thought that germophobia was a good thing. Keeping one's own home clean was a good habit, wasn't it? No one liked to live in a pig pen. It didn't matter how big a house was, but it at least had to be clean. Therefore, Chloe loved how clean Jack was. Jack rolled onto bed and put an arm around Chloe's shoulder. "Honey, who called?" "Your mom." "What for?" "She said Bella's car broke down on Hexie Road and she couldn't get through to you, so she called your mom." "Oh, I blocked her," Jack said oh so nonchalantly, leaving Chloe quite shocked. "What? You blocked her? Chloe asked, startled. Yeah, she's too annoying, Jack answered briefly. The truth was, he wasn't interested in summarizing or commenting on Bella's character and personality, because to him, she was way too annoying. Although Chloe was surprised that Mr. Dawson blocked her, she was also quite happy that he did so. Mr. Dawson sure was stubborn. He blocked the mayor's daughter without hesitation and didn't even think about saving Bella's face. Mr. Dawson used an iPhone, so when he blocked someone, all the other person would hear is, "I'm sorry, the subscriber you dialed is busy now. Please try again later." No matter how many times Bella called, he will always be busy. She was, however, innocent enough to think that Jack was actually busy, and that's why she called Mrs. Dawson for help. Chloe felt like Bella really overestimated herself. A socialite of her status probably never expected that she would be so heartlessly blocked by Jack. So, what should we do now? Chloe asked, and Jack looked confused. About what? Bella's broken car, Chloe reminded him. Mr. Dawson answered arrogantly, "What does that have to do with me? But your mom wants you to go check up on her. After all, she's Mayor Hall's daughter. Am I supposed to spoil her just because she's the mayor's daughter? How good do you think my temper is?" Mr. Dawson rolled his eyes at Chloe, causing her to burst out in laughter. She had to admit that sometimes Mr. Dawson was really cool. There may be hundreds of thousands of millions of pretty women out there, but he only loved her. Thanks to him, Chloe was slowly developing a superiority complex. "Honey, I have an idea," Chloe said as a great idea popped into her head. "Shoot, we can ask a company employee to go deal with it. That way, no one will be able to talk about it behind our backs, and her conspiracy won't succeed either. Is that necessary?" Jack didn't want to send someone from GK to go check up on her since she's not that important. You have to be nice to her, on the surface, and take Mayor Hall into consideration. Although Chloe detested Bella, she still cared about Jack's reputation. After all, Mayor Hall had taken great care of GK, and therefore she didn't want things to become completely awkward between them. Plus, Mrs. Dawson called just now, and if Jack didn't help her, his mother would again assume that it was Chloe who stopped him from doing anything, and their finally improving relationship would crumble all over again. That's where Chloe was smart. She never acted without thinking about the consequences. Every action would prompt a reaction, including Jack's surgery from last time. When she went into the OR, she knew that she might die. That was why Sarah said she was the most logical woman alive, while Victoria said she was the smartest. You decide. Do what you think is fit. Jack gently kissed Chloe on the forehead. Then, he turned on his laptop and began going through the specifics of the end-of-year party that his employees sent him. Chloe picked up her phone and made a call. "Hey, Mark. This is Chloe." 20 minutes later, Mark arrived on Hexie Road in his white Volkswagen. Bella was still there. She seemed to think that as long as Mrs. Dawson called, Jack would definitely arrive to save the day. Therefore, she was pissed off to see Mark. "Why are you here?" Bella impolitely asked him with a grim expression on her face. "Miss Hall," the president's wife called, and told me that something happened to your car. The truth was, Mark didn't want to come either, but he couldn't say no to the young madam. He didn't want to come because he didn't even know how to fix cars. He also wondered why Miss Hall called the president when her car broke down instead of a mechanic. "The president's wife? You're saying that? Chloe told you to come?" Bella's attitude was vile. She didn't see the point in pretending to be a lady in front of little people like Mark. Yes. Are you kidding me? Who the hell does she think she is? Does she think she can make all his decisions for him? Pick up your phone and call your president immediately. I want to talk to him." Furious, Bella thought that Chloe did all this behind Jack's back and wanted to tell on her. "Miss Hall, I thought you had the president's phone number," Mark said, confused. "I can't get through to him. His line has been busy this entire time." "Try his landline," Bella commanded. "That's impossible. The president's phone is never busy in the evenings. Plus, he doesn't talk a lot, so he would never be on the phone for an hour unless it was with young Madam. But they're definitely together right now. So I was thinking, maybe your phone is broken? Mark was surprised by how fast his brain turned and his stellar deductions. Bella understood what he was trying to say, and immediately looked like she was about to kill someone. She picked up her phone and dialed Jack's number. "I'm sorry, the subscriber you dialed is busy now." Frowning, Bella then looked at Mark. "You call. Hurry up. Call him now," leaving Mark no choice but to call Jack. As soon as the other end rang, he hung up the phone. "Miss Hall, my call went through." Mark opened his mouth feebly. So, what's going on? Bella had never encountered something like this in her life, so she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. I think the president blocked you." "He blocked me?" Bella's expression changed dramatically. "Yeah, that's the only possibility left. So, Miss Hall, did you offend the president in any way?" In the beginning, Mark liked Bella because she was pretty and polite. Later, he noticed that she was a little too obsessed with President Dawson. No wonder young Madam got jealous. However, compared with Bella, the young Madam was a lot more down-to-earth and unpretentious. She even joked from time to time. Bella seemed nice on the surface, but she gave others a sense of distance. In addition, Mark believed that no one was perfect in this world, man or woman. If someone seemed too perfect, that could only mean that she or he had flaws that were too well hidden. Therefore, people like Bella were much scarier, because they constantly lived with a mask over their faces. That's impossible. It must have been Chloe. Bella always thought that she left a good impression on Jack. There was no reason for him to block her, right? Was he angry because of the video and photo she sent him earlier today? But why would he be mad? Shouldn't he be mad at Chloe? Chloe was the one who was married, but still flirted, and played a duet with Justin. So, why would Jack block her? Bella didn't understand what was happening, and was a little dumbstruck by it as well. Annoying people never know how annoying they are. This phrase perfectly described Bella. She never reflected on her own problems. Rather, she pushed all her wrongdoings onto a completely irrelevant Chloe. "Miss Hall, would you like me to check your car for you?" It was freezing outside, and he didn't want to stand in the cold doing nothing. He wasn't dressed as warmly as Bella, who was wearing a cozy mink coat, and had been waiting in a coffee shop across the street for the past hour or so. "It's okay, you can go," Bella replied icily. Did her car really break down? Yes, it did. But she wanted Jack to come, not to fix her car since he wasn't a mechanic, but just so she could see him. "If you don't need me, then I'm going to go now." Mark was immediately exhilarated. "You can go," Bella said, and just as Mark was about to turn around, she called him, "Wait! What else can I help you with, Miss Hall?" Mark stopped in his tracks, while Bella matter-of-factly reached out her hand and said, "Let me use your phone." Mark was unwilling, but he didn't object, and handed Bella his phone, and the latter called Jack again. Chloe was the one who picked up. "Hello? Is this Chloe?" Bella asked. "It is." "Haha. Thank you for sending someone to pick me up." "You're welcome." "Thanks for being so nice to me. I will make sure to pay you back in the future," Bella said, enunciating each word. "It's okay. You don't need to pay me back. You should know that I never liked you. So, I don't want us to interact so much." "If you hadn't called my mother-in-law, did you really think I would help you?" Chloe answered very directly, causing Bella to clench down on her teeth and reply, "Ha, you sure are straightforward." "I'm a straightforward person who doesn't like to play games, but if you want to, I'm not afraid of you. Before you attack, however, I suggest that you weigh the pros and cons," Chloe warned her. "Are you kidding me? I graduated from a prestigious overseas university. Do I need you, someone who graduated from a domestic third-tier university, to teach me the facts of life?" Bella spat back, and Chloe chuckled and replied, "Being human has nothing to do with a person's education background, though, does it? A lot of Capital University doctorates have no idea what takes to make it in this world. I don't have time to quibble with you. Just you wait, Chloe. Bella hung up the phone right after she finished that sentence. She was sure that Chloe was the one who blocked her with Jack's phone, and therefore treated her like a mortal enemy. Here's your phone. Bella threw Mark's phone towards him, but he couldn't catch it. The phone fell onto the ground with a bang, and the screen was immediately shattered. Miss Hall, I just lent you my phone as a favor. What did you do that for? Mark knew that Bella threw his phone on purpose, so he was furious. Bella glanced at Mark's phone and snickered. Your phone is at most $4,000. Here's $5,000. Go buy yourself a new one, she said as she took out a stack of bills from her wallet, threw them onto Mark's phone, and turned around to go back into the coffee shop. Mark stood where he was, so furious he felt like cursing. What the f? He just braved the icy weather to see this crazy woman. After Bella went into the coffee shop, she called Mrs. Dawson and began sobbing nonstop as soon as she picked up. Bella, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Say something, Mrs. Dawson asked, worried. Mrs. Dawson, can you come to find me? My car broke down and I can't go to your house, but there's something important I need to talk to you about. Sure, where are you right now? I'll ask the driver to drop me off. Mrs. Dawson was too soft-hearted. After all, she had liked Bella for so long, and although she was unhappy with her behavior during Jack's surgery and began suspecting the validity of her words, she still treated Bella like her daughter. 30 minutes later, Mrs. Dawson's driver dropped her off outside the coffee shop of Hexie Road. After getting off the black Bentley, Mrs. Dawson walked in and immediately saw Bella, whose eyes were red and puffy from crying. What happened? Who made you cry like this, child? Mrs. Dawson was surprised. Ever since Bella came back to the country, she had spent most of her time with Mrs. Dawson, but she had never seen this young woman cry like that, and was, therefore, a little dumbfounded. Mrs. Dawson, Jack blocked me. I suddenly can't get through to his phone, Bella said as tears continued trickling down her face. To make herself seem more pitiful and her story more realistic, she even picked up a tissue and dabbed off her tears. That's impossible. Why? Would Jack block you all of a sudden? Mrs. Dawson obviously didn't believe her. I don't believe it either, since nothing unhappy happened between us. In the beginning, I really thought he was busy on the phone. How stupid am I? I didn't realize that he blocked me until I called him with someone else's phone, and it went through, Bella said as she began sobbing again. How could this be? Calm down, there must be a misunderstanding. I'll call Jack right now and ask him what happened. Mrs. Dawson grabbed her phone to call Jack, but Bella stopped her. Mrs. Dawson, not yet. Let me finish first. Okay. Mrs. Dawson nodded as she put down her phone. Later, when I called Jack with someone else's phone, Chloe picked up, and I instantly knew what it was about. Chloe's always been like jealous of how close Jack and I are, and she has tried to embarrass me in the past too. I always patiently explained our relationship to her. You know that Chloe and I are really close, and I consider her as my friend, but I feel like she's really mad this time, and blocked me behind Jack's back without him knowing. Do you know what I mean? Bella looked up and asked Mrs. Dawson. I do. You're saying that Jack doesn't know that Chloe blocked you from his phone. But why would she do that? Did you guys get into a fight? Mrs. Dawson asked. True. Mrs. Dawson didn't like Chloe, but she knew that the latter wasn't an impulsive and extreme woman. So why would she block Bella from Jack's phone? Was it necessary? That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mrs. Dawson. I'm not spreading rumors, nor am I lying. But Chloe has an unspeakable relationship with President Justin of Imperial Star Entertainment. Just this morning, she played a piano duet with Justin at Brenton and Victoria's wedding. I really was shocked. What she did was really despicable. How could she disregard the Dawson family's reputation like that? I think she blocked me from Jack's phone because she was afraid that I would tell Jack what happened. Bella was good. She connected her being blocked with the piano duet, telling an extremely well-rounded story. Really? Mrs. Dawson didn't really believe Bella. Could something as exaggerated as that really have happened? Bella didn't say anything. Instead, She took out her phone and showed Mrs. Dawson the video of them playing the piano. "Mrs. Dawson, this is solid proof. Take a look at it for yourself. Photos can be photoshopped, but videos cannot. This is the ultimate proof of Chloe's infidelity." Mrs. Dawson looked at the video as her expression slowly darkened. "I originally didn't want to tell you about it because I didn't want you to worry, but what happened will affect Jack as well as the Dawson family's reputation. Mrs. Dawson, you treat me like your own daughter, so I couldn't hide this from you. I'm sure you can tell from the way Justin treated Chloe while Jack was hospitalized that there's something weird going on between them. If Justin was just her friend, would he help her like that? The good news is Jack woke up. If he didn't, then Chloe would probably end up with Justin. I feel really bad for Jack." Bella tried her best to brainwash Mrs. Dawson, hitting the latter's sore spot with every sentence. Mrs. Dawson's face almost turned green, and her fingers shook as she watched the video. "Mrs. Dawson, you have a weak heart and high blood pressure. Please don't get too agitated." Bella immediately put down the tissue in her hand and walked over to console Mrs. Dawson, who demanded with a grim expression on her face, "Bella, was everything you just said the truth? I've always treated you well. This is a big thing for my family. You can't lie to me. Mrs. Dawson, I would never give you a fake video. Everything I showed you really happened. Plus, a lot of people attended Brenton's wedding. I wasn't the only one there. The media also live-streamed their ceremony, so you can look into it yourself," Bella gently explained, sending Mrs. Dawson into immediate fury and annoyance. "Okay, I understand. Bella, your car broke down, so let me get our driver to drop you off at home first." "It's okay, Mrs. Dawson. My dad's sending someone to pick me up. I just wanted to tell you about this. After all, I don't want that manipulative woman to keep you in the dark." "I know. I'll deal with it. Thank you for telling me," Mrs. Dawson replied, her expression ugly. Bella took this opportunity to put her hand on Mrs. Dawson's shoulder and say, "Mrs. Dawson, you have to take care of yourself, so don't get mad at people who aren't worth it. Tell me if you need help with anything and call me anytime. Your problems are also my problems. I got it." Mrs. Dawson nodded. Exhausted, Mrs. Dawson walked out of the coffee shop and left in her black Bentley. Bella, on the other hand, was in a good mood and picked up her phone. "Girls, go wait for me at the private club. Drinks are on me tonight." On the other end of town, the lights were still on at Brenton's mansion. After the reception came the most vexing part of the evening, celebrating the wedding in the bridal chamber. The rich heirs knew that they couldn't go too far with Dr. Victoria, since she was not only pregnant, but also scary. So Justin and Max came up with some ideas. Max found an apple and tied it rope onto it. Then, he asked the bride and groom to each take a bite. After they bit onto the apple, they swapped it into a kumquat, and then a red date. Furious, Victoria cursed. "Why don't you just Effie King use a sunflower or sesame seed and get it over with?" "Hey, that's a good idea." Max laughed, and Brenton cursed, "Screw you. Are you sure you want to play with us like this right now? On your wedding night, I'm going to double the favor and return it to you. It's okay. You won't be able to join the celebration when I get married. Married people are considered old uncles and therefore can't come into the bridal chamber," Max retorted, proud of himself. "Then I'll ask Justin to seek revenge on my behalf." Brenton glanced over at Justin, and Max teased, "Maybe young Master Cooper will get married before me. Then he'll be an old uncle too. How perfect." The others all had a lot of fun in Brenton and Victoria's bedroom, but compared to his old partying days, Justin seemed a little out of it. "What's wrong, Justin?" While the others teased the bride and groom, Max asked him. "Nothing." Distracted, Justin answered, "Haha, are you still thinking about that awesome piano duet with Chloe? Do you miss her?" "Get away from me." Justin didn't want to admit his feelings. "If you miss her, I have an easy fix. I'll find a girl who looks like Chloe and send her abroad for some plastic surgery. I promise she'll come back 10 times prettier than Chloe. And then you can push her into your bed and have your way with her." Justin sighed, and said something so poetic that he never thought would one day come out of his mouth. Once having seen the best, the rest is not worth looking at. F? What does that mean? Who's the best? You've seen Chloe naked? Is her body the best you've seen? Max began making dirty jokes. Justin glanced at him in disdain. Get lost as far as you can. In the future, don't tell others that we're friends. Justin thought of himself as a pervert, but who knew Max was an even bigger one that he was? When Brenton freed himself from the crowd, he ran up to Justin, put his arm around his shoulders, and asked mysteriously, I heard that you went on 4 setup dates in the last 5 days. How did they go? Hey, your information is pretty up to date. I guess marriage didn't turn you into a complete dummy? You still have time to care about what's going on with my life? Amused, Justin glanced over at Brenton. Of course I do. We're bros. I have to pay attention to your lifelong search for happiness, or else I might end up in bro hell. Tell me, how were the girls? Did you like any of them? What do you think? Justin rolled his eyes. Justin, you have to find yourself a wife, sooner or later. People like us can't be single our entire lives. Oh, and remember not to set your standards to Chloe, Brenton reminded. Why not? Justin looked at him, not sure what he meant, and Brenton answered, If you look for a woman like Chloe, you might not be able to find one. You know how weird she is. A woman's looks can be altered, but her personality can't be changed, and her IQ can't be improved. You seem to have it all figured out. Justin chuckled as he looked at Brenton. I'm trying to help you here, I think. Worst comes to worst. Just find someone who's pretty, obedient, gentle, virtuous, magnanimous, outgoing, filial, and from a prestigious family. It's a great ending for you. Plus, you'll be able to take a woman like that out onto town without embarrassing yourself, Brenton said. After he and Victoria got together, he began spending more time with Chloe, and soon came to this realization. Chloe was incredibly stubborn, and loved Jack very much, being even willing to die for him. Their relationship was unbreakable, and wasn't one that Justin could easily disintegrate. Rather than living his life in painful agony over a woman he couldn't have, why not just let go like a man? You have a point. Justin nodded. However, just as Brenton was about to express his relief in Justin's change in attitude, the latter added, But I'm not interested in any of that. Brenton was left speechless, him wasting so much saliva, trying to persuade Justin into giving up on a married woman, didn't get anywhere because young Master Cooper was just as stubborn as Chloe. Brenton, come save us. Your wife is going crazy. A bunch of rich heirs yelled at him, and Brenton looked over to see Victoria smashing a bunch of people on their heads with an inflatable hammer, of which Max was most seriously inflicted. Hey, sister-in-law, you're not playing whack-a-mole. Spare me. Max ran around, but Victoria kept chasing him. Celebrating in the bridal chamber sure was exciting. Too bad Chloe wasn't here, or else it might be even more fun, since her brain was wired to torture others. After Brenton walked over to Victoria, Justin picked up a can of Coke and began slowly drinking it. He took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo, noticing that Chloe updated her page 5 minutes ago. She uploaded 9 photos of the wedding, all with Victoria in them. The last photo was a selfie of her and Victoria. Although she only had on a thin layer of makeup, her aura was no weaker than the bride. To Justin, Chloe was someone who, although not the most beautiful in the world, he was willing to do anything and everything for. Both Chloe and Victoria smiled happily in the photo. Their faces were smeared together, proving their close friendship. Unlike Bella, Chloe didn't fake emotions to her fans. She only uploaded 8 words along with the photos. Time will not age, we will not part. These 8 words were more than enough to express her friendship with Victoria. Justin really wanted to like her post, but he didn't want others to misunderstand their relationship again, so he controlled his urge to click like. He stared at the smiling Chloe in the photo for a very long time, his gaze as genuine and innocent as a young man who fell in love for the first time in his life. South Hill Manor. After a sleepy Chloe uploaded the photos onto Weibo, She was just about to go to bed when she suddenly received a message, immediately waking her up. She unlocked her phone and looked at it. "Girl, are you still alive and well?" As soon as Chloe saw this message, she knew that Sarah was the only person capable of sending something as funny as this. After Jack took Chloe home, she and Noah talked about ways Mr. Dawson might punish Chloe. After some back and forth, she decided to ask Chloe what happened comically. "Sarah, I'm at the Bridge of Abyss. Would you like to come down to hang?" Chloe decided to be just as amusing. "Hello, goodbye." Sarah feigned horror and immediately said goodbye. Then she sent, "Ha ha ha. Enough joking around. Tell me the truth. Did Mr. Dawson punish you? I can't believe you're asking me this. The two of you are so heartless. Do you think any of this would have happened if I didn't take your place as the maid of honor?" Chloe asked angrily. "Ha ha ha. I know Mr. Dawson loves you too much to get mad at you. I can tell from the way you're talking to me that you're completely fine. Or else, you wouldn't be here messing around with me. If Mr. Dawson was just bluffing, then I don't have to worry anymore. Next time I'm not helping you out again? Humph. I can't believe you guys would burn your bridges as soon as I helped you out. In the future, I won't trust anything you say ever again. Not even your punctuation marks." Chloe purposely teased. "Haha, don't be like that. We have to keep being friends. After all, you're my only high IQ friend," Sarah laughed. "Forget it. You're in your honeymoon phase and the people's police is the only person on your mind. You probably forgot all about me, your high IQ friend. I get it, though. Men are more important than girlfriends." "Hey, don't sound so sour. Don't forget how you and Mr. Dawson flaunted your love in the past. You guys are too full to understand how starving people feel," Sarah retorted. "Is that why you stopped being picky and chose Noah?" Sarah, "Ha ha. I'm gonna tell Noah that you're talking smack about him behind his back. I don't care. Your cop is nothing compared to my hubby. Mr. Dawson is much better, whether it's money, looks, or IQ. Humph. Stop showing off. You're strutting in borrowed prunes, bullying little citizens like us using Mr. Dawson's reputation. You're the definition of a despot," Sarah said via voice message, and then sent over a disdain emoji. Jack heard what she said. He tilted his head to look at Chloe with a smile on his face. "I like it when you talk about me like that, honey." Chloe immediately burst out in laughter. As expected, everyone liked to be sucked up to, even the arrogant and indifferent Mr. Dawson. Just then, Sarah typed her another message. "Girl, the weather is getting cold up here. Do you want to go shopping tomorrow after work? I want to buy a white mink coat." Mink was not only warm, but also pretty. A lot of celebrities liked mink, even Bella. Winters in Italy were cold as well, so she had about an assortment of mink coats in her closet. Long, short, popular, and top sellers. "It's okay, I like cotton padded jackets. When it gets colder, I'll just wear my down jackets." Chloe immediately refused. "Are you kidding me? Cotton padded jackets are so outdated. Aren't mink coats much prettier? But mink is made from killing innocent wild animals. Do you know how many minks have to die to make one coat?" Sarah fell silent. "Did you also know that to make mink jackets pretty, they can't kill the minks before taking their skin? Rather, their skins are stripped off while the minks are still alive." Sarah was still silent. "Did you also know that when adult minks die, their babies are forced to watch their mothers smashed to death from their cages?" Again, Sarah didn't know what to say. "The truth is, I feel really bad for minks, especially farm-bred ones. They were born to die, so their fur can be stripped away and made into beautiful coats. A while back, I saw a photo of a baby mink calling out for its mother while wearing a mink coat. At that moment, I swore to never wear mink coats again, because the price for beauty is too bloody and cruel. There are a lot of ways to stay warm in the winter. Why do we have to kill off innocent animals to do so?" Chloe said, word for word. "Girl, I didn't know that before, but after hearing what you said, I don't want to go shopping anymore. If we don't buy these things, they won't kill those animals, and baby minks won't die in vain. I'll never wear mink coats again. Sarah felt guilty upon hearing what Chloe said. Sarah, you might think I'm being a Mary Sue, but I want to say that when I chose to become a doctor, I promised to myself that I will forever respect lives, whether it's the life of humans or animals. I really can't face the cruelty behind beauty, but I will never judge you for anything, because everyone has the right to choose. I know, if I had known how cruel it was before, I wouldn't have wanted to buy a mink coat, Sarah replied. At 11 p.m. or so, Chloe fell asleep in Jack's arms after her conversation with Sarah. At 6-ish in the morning the next day, she and Jack had just arrived downstairs to have breakfast when they saw Mrs. Dawson storm into their manor. Mom, why are you here so early? Jack was surprised to see his mother. To talk to you, of course, Mrs. Dawson said as she glanced at them. Have you eaten? Uncle George, prepare another set of cutleries for the table, Jack said, but his mother stopped him. No, it's okay. I don't want to eat. I need to talk to you guys. Go ahead. Chloe saw that Mrs. Dawson looked at her with a little animosity and immediately knew that it was about her. Mrs. Dawson took out her phone, opened the video from yesterday, and slammed the phone onto the dining table. She demanded, Here, take a look. Is this you? Chloe picked up the phone, glanced at the video, and nodded calmly. It is. Jack also looked over and asked, What's up, Mom? Is something wrong? How dare you ask me if something's wrong? Your wife played a duet with another man. Did you know that? I did. She was the maid of honor, and the bride is her really good friend. The MC asked them to perform, so she and the best man played the piano, and the bride and groom sang, Jack explained. Are things as simple as that? Chloe, do you or do you not know Justin? I do. Chloe nodded. What is your relationship with him? Mrs. Dawson asked, with a dark expression. Chloe put down the glass of milk in her hand and said slowly, The truth is, your question is really funny. What relationship could I have with him? If there really was something going on between the two of us, then I would be Mrs. Cooper right now, not Mrs. Dawson. Then, before Mrs. Dawson had the chance to say anything, Chloe continued, So please don't say that I married Jack for his money because technically, the Cooper family is richer and more powerful than yours. I can sacrifice my own life to be with Jack. You saw what happened with your own eyes. Therefore, I really don't know why you keep asking me weird questions like this. Have you been confused by those who are trying to cause trouble and stir up chaos in our family? Chloe got straight to the point. She didn't want to keep fighting with Mrs. Dawson. But you can't disregard the reputation of our family. Mrs. Dawson was obviously unconvinced. Mom, I knew that she was the maid of honor and I knew she played the piano. She discusses these things with me before doing them, and she didn't disregard our family reputation. Think about it. If there was really something going on between her and Justin, do you think she would play piano with him in public? Isn't it much safer to see him in private? Upon hearing what Jack said, Mrs. Dawson thought that her son had a point. Chloe, on the other hand, glanced at Mrs. Dawson as she asked, So, did you get this video from Bella? How did you know? Mrs. Dawson was surprised that Chloe guessed right. She's the only person who would tell on me to you, Chloe said, as she took out a tissue, wiped her hands and passed Jack's phone to Mrs. Dawson. Take a look. She sent Jack the same video yesterday afternoon. Jack was in a meeting and didn't have time to deal with her, so he blocked her. I guess that's why she sent you the video as well. It's normal. She is prone to doing things like that. Chloe smiled. Chloe was not at all surprised by Bella's tattletaling and trouble-stirring. She would be surprised, however, if one day Bella stopped causing trouble. Chloe knew that Bella was a woman who couldn't stand it when others lived better lives than she did. Plus, she liked to tell tall tales and was smart and good enough at hiding her true intentions. So many people have fallen victim to the mask over her face. The good thing was, Jack was too smart to be deceived and never once let Bella bully Chloe. In addition to blocking Bella, Chloe knew that Jack didn't believe anything she said, Not even the comma she typed out. Jack, you blocked Bella? Mrs. Dawson was surprised. I did. Jack nodded calmly. Why would you do that? Mrs. Dawson thought her son went a little overboard. After all, Bella was Mayor Hall's daughter. He should have taken that into consideration before doing something so rashly. However, Jack didn't care for that and blocked her just like that. She's too fake. I don't like her, Jack answered nonchalantly. But she said that she's pretty close to you and that she's friends with Chloe. Mrs. Dawson was a little shocked by the completely different versions of the story. So, just don't believe anything she says in the future. She's a woman who lives her life in a pool of lies, Jack warned his mother. What about that video? Mrs. Dawson was still worried about the video, but Chloe smiled. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. But I suggest that you go home and think carefully about everything, because lies will be exposed sooner or later. Framing others isn't an easy task. There's bound to be countless loopholes. Upon hearing what she said, Mrs. Dawson stood there in a daze. Chloe glanced at Jack. Honey, I need to go to work now. Are you coming with? Jack nodded. Mom, we're going to work now. You should head home. In the future, don't believe everything other people say. Think about it before running over and interrogating us. I like my life right now, and I don't want any more unhappiness in the family. I know you're smart, so stop being used as a tool by someone else, he said as he patted his mother's shoulder. Then, he held Chloe's hand in his as the pair walked out of the manor doors. Mrs. Dawson, would you like some breakfast? I'll go prepare some for you, Uncle George asked, but Mrs. Dawson interrupted sternly. No, I don't want breakfast. Sit down, George. I need to ask you some questions. Sure, Mrs. Dawson. How are Jack and Chloe's relationship? Very good, Uncle George replied. Do they sleep at home every night? Does Chloe come home on time every day? Mrs. Dawson continued to ask. Uncle George nodded. Ever since young Master sold their condo at Imperial Park, they've been sleeping here every night. Young Madam has an incredibly regular routine. She goes to work and comes back home on the dot, usually with the young Master. They occasionally have friends over for dinner. They're really good to each other. I've never seen them fight before. Are you telling the truth? Mrs. Dawson looked at Uncle George, a little confused. If you don't believe me, you can always look at the surveillance cameras. Young Madam comes home around the same time every day and is always with the young Master. Over the years, I've seen my fair share of couples, so I can tell that their love for each other is genuine because some things just can't be faked. Then, what about the party? Mrs. Dawson suddenly remembered how Bella went over to her house on Christmas Eve and cried to her, saying how Chloe bullied her. Since she was already here, she might as well find out what happened. She and Uncle George talked for about 2 hours. Mrs. Dawson's expression was complicated upon leaving South Hill Manor in her car. She didn't understand why she treated Bella like her own daughter. The latter basically played her like a fiddle. Bella had been lying to her since day one. The good thing was, she didn't get into an argument with Jack and Chloe this morning, or else she would have wronged her daughter-in-law all over again. At this thought, Mrs. Dawson picked up her phone and dialed Chloe's number. Chloe had just finished her morning meeting and was heading back to her office when she saw Mrs. Dawson calling her. After a few seconds of hesitation, she picked up. Hello? Chloe said. Chloe, I'm Jack's mother. Her voice was a little unnatural. Hi, did you need to talk to me about something? I was a little reckless this morning. I spoke with old George afterwards. I've known him for years and know that he would never lie. You were right. I trusted Bella too much. I'm glad you realized that, Chloe answered gently. She didn't like Mrs. Dawson, but the latter gave birth to Jack and therefore still had to be respected. I hope you won't take what I said, this morning to heart, Mrs. Dawson said, a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I won't. Oh, and thank you for performing surgery on Jack last time. I really appreciate you for not giving up on him during a crisis like that one. I know there's nothing going on between you and Justin?" "There really is nothing going on between us. I'm glad you believe me," Chloe replied faintly. "The two of you should come home for dinner sometimes." Mrs. Dawson never invited Chloe to her house, so out of politeness, Chloe couldn't refuse. She nodded. "Okay, we'll go when we have time." Then they hung up, and Chloe walked into her office. "Dr. Dawson, this is the receipt HR sent. The permanent position application you submitted for the nurse in your department wasn't approved," the deputy director's assistant said as he passed the receipt to Chloe. "She wasn't approved? That's impossible." Her assistant's skills were more than enough to receive a permanent position. Violet wasn't pretty, but she was incredibly good at her job, so much so that not many at Southside could compare with her. Chloe looked down at the receipt and saw that the reason the application wasn't approved was because Violet hadn't been working at Southside long enough. She frowned. "Assistant? Who wrote the receipt? The chief of HR? Her department decides who gets permanent positions within the hospital." "HR? But I wrote a recommendation letter to the director himself," Chloe said, startled. "That's no use. The director is a busy man and never asks about these things. The director's assistant sent all those documents down to HR upon receiving them." "What about the deputy director? He doesn't take care of these things either?" Chloe continued to ask. "He usually does, but right now he's out of town at a medical symposium, so he delegated this task to HR." "Oh, I see." Chloe nodded, and the assistant asked, "Chief Green, did you have any questions?" "I can pass them along to the deputy director." "It's okay. I'll deal with this myself." Chloe nodded with a smile on her face. Then, she took the receipt and sat down on her office chair. Southside wasn't as corrupt as it used to be, but it wasn't completely clean either. The doctors all knew that nurses who wanted permanent positions had to have more than skills and professionalism. Rather, they had to buy gifts and go through connections. The relatives of department chiefs were bound to be promoted, but if you were just an ordinary citizen who didn't have money nor connections, you would never be given a permanent position. The only reason Chloe received a permanent position was because she performed an immaculate surgery, which prompted Director Richard to make an exception and promote her. Originally, she thought that Violet's application would definitely be approved, but she was rejected. Later that day, however, she heard from the colleagues in her department that only 5 nurses were approved this time around, and they were all from different departments. These nurses were not outstanding, nor did they have good performance records. Moreover, one of them worked at Southside for less than 3 months. Violet had worked here for over a year, but her application was rejected because she hasn't worked at Southside long enough. Talk about irony. "Chief, there are 2 booked appointments this afternoon, one at 2:30 p.m. and the other one at 3 p.m. Are those times all right?" Violet knocked on Chloe's door and asked carefully. "That's fine. Violet, come in." Chloe waved her hand, gesturing for Violet to come in. Then she gave Violet the receipt she received earlier today, to which the latter smiled upon seeing. She wasn't surprised. "I knew I wouldn't have been approved. After all, I'm not good enough." "Violet, do you believe in yourself?" Chloe suddenly asked, and after a great deal of hesitation, Violet replied with determination, "I do." "Then, do you believe in me?" Chloe asked again. "Chief, I believe in you, but I don't need a permanent position. I really don't want to cause you any trouble, because I know my own limitations," Violet said slowly. "All I know is, you're very good at your job. Wait for me." Then, Chloe took back the receipt, got up, and left her office. "Chief..." Worried, Violet watched as Chloe left. She knew Chief Green was a hospital legend, and she was extremely honored to be her assistant. But she really didn't need to be promoted. After all, she was born in the countryside and didn't have much talent. Because of her background, she learned to never dream about things she didn't deserve. To her surprise, however, Chloe treated her matter so seriously. With the receipt in hand, Chloe went directly up to HR in her white lab coat. She rarely interacted with this department, since in the past, Director Richard had promoted her personally, not needing HR's approval. What happened to her brought upon shock to all and was incredibly inspirational, making her the legend of Southside. The little nurses admired her to no end. "Is Chief Chow here?" Chloe knocked and asked, and one of the HR employees turned around to look at Chloe in shock. "Whoa! Are you Chief Green? Chief Cow's in there," another employee said, and Chloe nodded and went into the department. The door of the chief's office was open, and a 40-something woman was sleeping on her desk. Chloe looked down at her watch. It was already work hours. Why was the director of HR slacking off like that? She knocked on her door impolitely and loudly, waking up the sleeping woman. She unwillingly got up from her desk and looked up at Chloe, but didn't say anything. "Are you Chief Cow? What do you want?" She asked in an unfriendly manner, and Chloe said, "I'm Chloe Green, from the neurology department." "What do you want?" the woman asked again, unhappily. "I recommended my assistant for a permanent position, but you didn't approve it." Chloe looked at her and said, word for word, "Isn't that normal? Dozens of people here apply for permanent positions every month, but only a few get it. I understand that, but your reason is that she hasn't been here long enough. But from what I know, my assistant has been working at Southside for over a year, and that's pretty long to me." "So what?" the woman asked arrogantly, and Chloe resisted the urge to walk up and beat the crap out of her. Instead, she continued to ask, "So nothing. I just wanted to ask you what the real reason behind her rejection is." "She doesn't qualify." The woman yawned and replied impatiently, "But why did the nurse who worked at the OB/GYN department for less than 3 months qualify?" Chloe smiled. The woman was obviously unhappy upon the mentioning of this. "Because she had outstanding performance." "Really? But I saw her assessment records, and her performance wasn't as good as my assistant's. Then it must be because of something else. Either way, our department's decisions have nothing to do with you." "Is it because my assistant didn't give enough gifts?" Chloe continued to ask. The woman felt so cornered that she began to shout, "Chief Green, what do you mean by that? Did you come here to look for trouble? You have no right to interfere and decide who gets promoted and who doesn't. You also shouldn't come in here, guns blazing, just because I didn't approve your assistant's application. You're just a chief physician. You should be saving patients, not butting in with administrative matters." "Haha, of course. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to seek justice. I know you know the truth, so I'm going to call Director Richard and ask him to investigate into this matter. Let's see if it's really my assistant who's not good enough or the new nurse's bribes that worked. Director Richard is a smart man. He'll get to the bottom of this." To Chief Cow's surprise, Chloe was willing to call up Director Richard just for a nurse's promotion. Her face quickly turned white. Chief Chow didn't think that Chloe, who always appeared as an easygoing person, would be so bold and daring, hitting all the critical points with her words. Actually, Director Richard wasn't in charge of promoting nurses, but if someone really reported this incident to him, it would become difficult to deal with. After all, Chief Chow did accept some bribes. Chief Green, why don't you take a seat? We'll sort it out. No hurries." "No, we're all busy people. I'm here to get to the end of it. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I'll ask Director Richard myself." After speaking, Chloe got up to leave. It scared Chief Cow into rising immediately. "Chief Green, wait for a second, please." "What's wrong?" Chloe asked, despite knowing the answer. "Actually, Chief Green, the nurse from your department has good performance. I was going to promote her with the next batch of nurses because we're out of spots this time around. But I just remembered that we have one more spot. I'll give it to her, all right?" Chloe pretended to be troubled and said, "That won't be fair. After all, my assistant hasn't been employed for that long. It's been a while. I messed up the time." "Haha. I was really busy and was confused, Chief Green. Don't mind me." But she doesn't have enough experience, though, right? Chloe purposefully asked. What? I'm sure your assistant is excellent just like you. Chief Green, it's decided. I'll give the last spot to your assistant, Violet. Then, you don't have to trouble the director. We're all busy people. Chief Chow said this in a vague manner, but Chloe immediately knew what she meant. She nodded. If that's so, I really have to thank you. No, you're welcome. Just speak up if you need anything. After thanking Chloe and seeing her out, Chief Cow finally let out a long breath of relief. Chloe was practically a vengeful goddess. She was too scary. Actually, Chloe didn't have to deal with the chief of the Human Resources Department. Anyways, she could have just asked Director Richard to directly resolve this issue. However, she wouldn't do that. Instead of forcing people into a dead end, she always showed mercy when she could. No matter who took over that position, bribery was inevitable. She wouldn't be overly sympathetic for everyone that was not being treated fairly, nor would she condemn others on God's behalf. The only thing she wanted to do was to make sure that her people didn't suffer. It didn't matter if Chief Cow's words about the last spot were true. She knew that Violet would be all set. One should strive and fight for what they needed to fight for, and shouldn't be too meek nor arrogant. That was Chloe. She always stuck to her plans and the rules she lived by, whether the others liked it or not. After seeing 2 patients that afternoon and working for a while, she got off work. Before she could call Jack, however, she saw him walk up to her. Honey, why are you here? I'm here to pick you up. We're going to a dinner party, Jack said. Is it business related? You can say so. It's a high-class wine party, but you know the host. Who is it? Rick, Jack said. The owner of Seductive Fox? Chloe was a little surprised. Rick's family has connections with both the black and white sides. Today's the year-end party of Seductive Fox, and I think many influential people are going. I'll quickly pack up and get ready. Chloe left the hospital and got on Jack's car. Because she didn't really like makeup, she just changed into the caramel-colored cocktail dress that Jack brought her. It was both formal and cute. As soon as the two got to the hotel, the media surrounded them and began taking pictures. Jack held Chloe's waist tightly in front of everyone. President Dawson. A source says that Mrs. Dawson is pregnant. Is that true? After hearing that question, Chloe felt a little embarrassed. Jack indifferently opened his mouth and replied, I'll make sure to tell everyone if we're expecting. Thank you. After speaking, he pushed away from the crowd and walked in with Chloe in his arm. He didn't let those people threaten and trouble her. You're here. Rick was wearing a long black tuxedo, which made him look extremely handsome. He was an apathetic man, so he seemed unenthusiastic, no matter who he saw. Chloe thought that he smiled even less than Jack did. The only person that Rick had a good relationship with, in this city, was Jack. Therefore, he personally welcomed the Dawson couple upon their arrival. We're not late, are we? Smiling, Jack asked. Of course not. Then, Rick and Jack talked amongst themselves while Chloe drank a cup of juice to combat her boredom. She didn't know if Victoria and the others would attend a gathering like this. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she saw Justin walk in with Max and the others. Amongst the group was Brenton, but Victoria nowhere to be seen. They spotted Chloe as well and immediately walked over to greet her. Hi, Brenton spoke first. Didn't Victoria come? Chloe asked. She's been so tired lately and is always sleepy. I don't know why, but she can fall asleep while eating and never wants to leave the house. Brenton scratched his head, seemingly confused. After Chloe heard what he said, she laughed. Why are you laughing? Brenton was confused. It's a normal reaction during pregnancy. You really need to read up on it. Right, there's something really important that I have to tell you. Chloe suddenly remembered something. Yeah? Brenton looked at her with confusion again. Come here, I need to tell you in private. Others can't know, Chloe said, as she mysteriously beckoned him closer. Brenton obeyed and walked over. Max seemed to be interested and wanted to eavesdrop. He only moved 2 steps before Justin dragged him back by his collar. Eh? Justin, what are you doing? Bros before hoes, all right? You can't be that partial to Chloe, it's unfair. They're having a private conversation, what do you have to do with it? Justin rolled his eyes at him. When Brenton walked up to her, he heard her say in a hushed voice, "You can't do it with Victoria during the first 3 months of her pregnancy." Brenton's face immediately turned awkward. "It might cause a miscarriage. It's a serious matter. You can do it during her second trimester, but you can't be too rough. You can't do it during her last trimester either." Brenton didn't know whether he should laugh or cry upon seeing how serious Chloe was. "Why are you laughing? Remember this. This is serious. I'm not over-exaggerating," Chloe reminded him once again. "I got it, Dr. Green." Brenton smiled. "Okay, I'll leave now." After instructing Brenton, Chloe left to find Jack. Brenton returned to Justin and the others with an expression that was neither laughing or crying. "Tell us what Chloe and you were conspiring about," Max demanded. "Conspiring your ass. Dr. Green is professional. She went over some professional knowledge with me." Brenton smiled. Then he intellectually patted Justin's shoulder and slowly said, "Justin, I finally know why you like Chloe." "Why?" Even Justin was confused. "Because she's too freaking adorable." After speaking, Brenton wholeheartedly laughed upon thinking about how cute Chloe was just now, when she gave him bedroom instructions with such a serious expression. She was a 24-year-old girl, acting like an old expert. It was just too funny. Justin was speechless. "So did Chloe call you over to tell you a joke?" Justin didn't understand what Chloe said that could make Brenton die with laughter. "No, Chloe. Told me that Victoria's pregnant, so we can't be too rough during the actions." "Ha ha ha ha. My God, I'm gonna die." Max bent over with laughter as well, while Justin was left dumbfounded. Isn't that obvious? Who would be rough to a pregnant lady? Justin thought that Chloe was incredibly cute sometimes. Chloe originally wanted to go look for Jack, but she bumped into Andrew on the way. "Hey, my little sister. It's been a few days since we last saw each other. I've missed you so much." Andrew boldly flirted with her each time they saw each other. He looked very energized in his gray suit. The girl beside him wasn't Emery. It was a large-chested girl who Chloe had never seen before. "Unfortunately, I didn't miss you at all." Chloe looked at Andrew and slowly said, enunciating each word, "Huh, no problem. I'm fine with me missing you." Andrew's patience towards Chloe was seemingly limitless. "Did the old man contact you recently?" "No," Chloe replied. "Oh, then I suppose he's going to—" "Soon enough," Andrew slowly said, after sipping from the champagne glass in his hand. "Why? Did you already put your plan in place? You're a clever one. That's why I like you. After all, who wouldn't like such a smart sister?" Smiling, Andrew looked at Chloe. "All right, I don't want to waste time with you." Though Chloe wasn't repulsed by Andrew as much as she used to be, she still had her guard up around him and didn't want to continue the conversation. "Young Master Green, is Mrs. Dawson your sister?" "No," Andrew absent-mindedly replied. "I heard that she has a complicated relationship with Justin," the large-chested girl said. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Andrew tilted his head and looked at her sharply. "No, I heard it from someone else," the large-chested girl explained. "Oh, really? I also heard from someone else that your boobs were made from silicone. How could that be? They're 100% real." After speaking, the girl pushed her chest out, as if she wanted to prove something to Andrew. "Right. Whatever you see with your eyes is real, so don't always listen to others." Andrew seemed unpleased. He would never allow anyone to say bad things about Chloe in front of him, and would grill whoever did. After the large-chested girl heard that from Andrew, she shut up. Andrew didn't want to pay any more attention to her, so he turned around and walked away. He walked towards Bella, who was wearing a luxurious white mink fur shawl with a long black evening gown. Her arm was linked around her father, Mayor Hall's arm. The father-daughter pair stole the spotlight as soon as they walked in. The media swarmed over to interview and photograph them. They treated Bella and her father like celebrities. Whenever Bella saw the camera, she put on a gracious smile. As soon as the camera looked away, her face darkened. After the media photographed them, Mayor Hall began conversing with celebrities. Bella got herself a glass of red wine and looked around as if she was looking for someone. "Miss Hall, are you looking for me?" Andrew smiled. "President Green, what are the chances?" Bella kept Andrew at arm's length. Maybe Bella's bad impression of Andrew came from their last unhappy encounter at the hospital. Then she finally saw Jack's silhouette and wanted to walk over, but was stopped by Andrew, who said, "Miss Hall, I heard that you started your own art school. Congrats. Let's have a drink." Bella was in a hurry to see Jack, so she had no choice but to hold up her glass of wine so she would get Andrew out of the way. However, when her cup met with Andrew's, he spilled red wine all over her due to an unsteady hand. The black gown was fine since the stain wasn't obvious. However, the white mink fur was instantly stained red. Bella was immediately furious. "Ah, look at me. I'm so sorry. I get nervous in the presence of such a beautiful woman. I'm really sorry, Miss Hall." Smiling, Andrew apologized. Bella really wanted to throw a tantrum, but there were too many people there, including the media. Therefore, she had to bite down on her teeth and reply, "It's fine." However, her look was murderous. He did it on purpose. No one would ever believe that his hand was shaky. Bella had no choice but to change in the restroom. Smiling, Andrew looked at everyone present and sipped wine quietly. He was in a great mood tonight. Chloe silently sat in a corner. She didn't like business dinners, but she wouldn't go out of her way to destroy the atmosphere. She just wanted to quietly wait for Jack. To her surprise, however, she saw a shocking scene unfold. A few celebrities surrounded Case Chase, and Brenny was one of them. However, she wasn't approved by the others. "Young Master Chase, let's have a drink." Brenny took the initiative. Case didn't get a chance to say anything when a socialite cursed at her. "Why don't you take a look at yourself? You really are shameless, going after young Master Chase. Don't you know what you are? We all know that your mom cheated on your dad and had your brother. Did your dad go check your blood type? Perhaps he's raising someone else's daughter." After the girl said that, everyone laughed, while Brenny stood there like a fool. She had tears in her eyes, but didn't dare argue back. After Evelyn's affair got out, Timothy treated Brenny badly. He controlled all of the money and assets, and due to Andrew's scheme, Evelyn and her children lost all of their savings. Brenny was no longer the golden girl. She had completely fallen from grace. The only reason she was still in the socialite circle was that her last name was Green. Everyone treated her pursuit of Case Chase as a joke. Although Chloe didn't like Brenny, she couldn't live with herself upon seeing Brenny treated like a dog in the situation. She hated the people who added insult to injury the most. When Brenny was in her prime, she had handfuls of best friends and spent all her money on food and entertainment for them. Now that she had fallen, everybody wanted to step on her head. The snobbery was unreal. Brenny was more than aware of her current social status. She was no longer the brainless idiot she used to be, so she didn't dare to make a sound when others made fun of her. She was scared of messing with people she couldn't afford to offend, but her infatuation with Case was real. She went after Justin due to his financial and political powers and influence. However, Brenny really liked Case. Otherwise, she wouldn't go after him despite everyone else's mockery. Chloe couldn't watch anymore. With a bang, she put her champagne onto a table and walked over with a smile on her face. "Brenny, why didn't tell me that you're here?" Chloe grabbed Brenny's hand as if they were best friends. The latter turned her head and was flattered upon seeing Chloe. "Mrs. Dawson." When the socialites saw Chloe walk over, they backed off before greeting her. Chloe scanned their faces one by one, smiling without speaking. Then, she walked up to Case. "Brenny really likes you, young Master Chase. Would you have a drink with her?" Case didn't really know Chloe, but he did know that Justin liked her. So, he silently glanced at her face before raising the wine glass in his hand. "Miss Green?" The normally unsmiling Mr. Chase raised his wine glass. Brenny was extremely surprised. A little stunned, even. "Brenny, young Master Chase is talking to you," Chloe reminded. I... Brenny took forever to say something, and Chloe had to remind her in the end. She then raised her glass and had a drink with Case. "Young Master Chase, my name is Brenny Green." Stuttering, Brenny introduced herself. Case nodded to indicate his understanding. However, he had an indifferent expression on his face. "Thank you for the favor. We'll leave you to it then. Let's talk later." Smiling, Chloe finished her sentence and dragged Brenny away. The socialites discussed the incident with strange expressions on their faces. "Eh? That's weird. I thought Chloe's relationship with Brenny was awful. Why would she help her? Did Brenny give her shares to Chloe to mend their relationship? I don't know, but they're still a family. Both their last names are Green. We have to be careful from now on. Although Brenny's done for, Chloe is still strong. We can't mess with that woman. I heard that even Mayor Hall's daughter couldn't beat her." Case had no interest in the fight amongst socialites. He was more interested in the kind of person that Chloe was. How could she make an arrogant person like Justin fall head over heels for her? What was it about her that made him hold on, even though she was married? These were questions worth thinking about Chloe. "Thank you for what you did just now." Biting her lips, Brenny said in a soft voice, "You don't have to thank me. It wasn't my original intention to help you, but I didn't like the way those people behaved," Chloe said calmly. Brenny's smile was bitter as she said quietly, "Ever since my mom's incident, I've gotten used to this kind of treatment. Those people are like that. When you're rich and powerful, they'll hang out with you. When you've fallen from grace, they'll treat you like scum. So that's why you're determined to marry rich, so you can turn your situation around?" Chloe asked. Brenny shook her head. "That used to be my plan, and that's why I tried to seduce Justin. I knew that he would never be interested in me, but I still stuck myself onto him like glue, because back then, I wanted to use the Cooper family to climb back up and avenge those who treated me like a homeless dog. Later, however, I thought some things through and changed my mind." "What things?" "Relationships are pointless if love is mixed in with profit. Life is too short. We only get a handful of years in our lives. So if I link my marriage to money, then I'll never be truly happy. Plus, marrying rich doesn't guarantee a good marriage, and rich men might not be interested in me." If you understand all that, then why are you still chasing after Casey Chase?" Chloe was confused. "That's because I really like him," Brenny said, word for word. "Then," she continued, "young Master Chase and I graduated from the same middle school. Back then he was the hottest guy in our class, and all the girls at my school, including me, liked him. Then he went abroad, and we all lost contact with him. I thought I'd never see him again, but who knew he would suddenly come back to the country during young Master Cooper's birthday? As soon as I saw him, my heart began beating uncontrollably. I've never felt like that. It's really an amazing feeling. I don't want to miss my opportunity. That's why I decided to chase after him like an idiot. But did you know that you'll never marry into the Chase family? Setting aside the number of rivals you have, a lot of the socialites have given up on him already, since he's basically dating Zuri Blake. I'm sure you know how powerful the Blake family is, and what kind of person Zuri is." Chloe was close with Victoria, and the latter often talked to her about Zuri and Case. Zuri was crazy in love with Case, and although the latter never said anything, and they weren't officially dating, their families have already decided on their marriage. Even Brenton mentioned countless times that the Blake and Chase families will soon become in-laws. That was an undeniable fact. I know. The truth is, I didn't dream about marrying Case. I just want him to know that a woman called Brenny Green likes him. That's it. Brenny smiled naively. Truth be told, Chloe felt bad upon seeing Brenny like that. "Okay then, That's your problem, but I suggest that you be more careful in the future. You really shouldn't do anything degrading. It's not worth humiliating yourself over. If you want to climb back up, you should look for someone who can accept you, and vice versa. If you want love, then look for someone who loves you, rather than your appearance and family. Someone who doesn't care about your scandals. After all, human beings are all selfish, and you should know that you won't be able to have it all. Chloe's words might have been a bit harsh, but she really wanted to remind Brenny not to do pointless things. She thought that Brenny might get angry and object to what she said. But to her surprise, the latter nodded her head in agreement. I will remember what you said. Chloe, after everything I've done to you in the past, you're really magnanimous for treating me this way. Now I get why so many people like you. Your success today owes everything to your character. I used to be jealous of you, but I realized that no matter how I change, I will never be able to become someone like you. Therefore, I will never be able to have what you have. Chloe looked at her quietly, with a complicated expression on her face. She never expected that one day, an idiot like Brenny would suddenly become enlightened and understand the principles in life. Okay then, I hope you can take care of yourself, Chloe said as she turned around to leave. Chloe, I know your IQ is high and you're really smart. I'm willing to do anything, even wipe your shoe and pour you tea. But can you deal with Andrew for me? I hate him, I really do, Brenny said all of a sudden, and Chloe immediately stopped in her footsteps. I can deal with Andrew, but I won't be doing it for you, because the price of doing so is too great, and you won't be able to make up for the losses I would suffer if I were to deal with him, even if you wipe my shoe or pour me tea. I always weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. Setting aside our past grudges with our current relationship, I can't help you, even if you give me all your shares of the Green Corporation. Then, Chloe turned around to leave, leaving Brenny standing there, a little disappointed. In the past, her mother always said she wasn't as smart as Chloe. She didn't used to believe her mother, but now she did. Chloe always thought before she acted. Therefore, she had all the intelligence and resources in the world to deal with Andrew, since she also had Jack's help. Sadly, Chloe didn't agree to help her. She was right, though. The sacrifices of standing on the opposing side of Andrew were too grave. She had no reason to do so, especially to help someone like Brenny. Was she kidding? Just as Chloe walked to a corner and was about to go get some food, Jack walked up to her and put his arm around her shoulder. Honey, are you tired? He asked gently, and Chloe shook her head. If you're tired, let's go home. No. It's okay. I have a feeling that Rick is a good friend of yours. You should stay here to support him. Smart girl, you're right. Rick and I are really close, and he's helped me out a lot. The things he's done for me cannot be calculated with money. That's why I have to stay here with you. Chloe smiled. Jack reached out his hand and rubbed her face, his expression filled with adoration. Bella stood not far away from them, her heart filled with endless fury. Why? Chloe wasn't as pretty as she was, but why did Jack love her so much? He loved her so much that he refused to even look at her. At this thought, Bella strutted over in her high heels. After Andrew spilled wine all over her mink shawl and dress, she changed into a ruby blue gown and tied her hair up in an elegant bun. She wore a beautiful smile on her face the entire time, and a woman of her status quickly became the center of attention. It was too bad that Jack wasn't interested in her, no matter how pretty she looked and how perfect she seemed. Jack! She opened her mouth from afar. Chloe and Jack were enjoying a romantic moment when they heard someone call Jack's name, so they turned around together. As soon as she saw Bella, Chloe stopped smiling and immediately felt moody. Jack, on the other hand, looked at her with slight detestation. When did you guys come? I didn't see you guys just now. She smiled, seemingly still trying to get close to Chloe. Jack didn't feel like answering, but Chloe nodded. We've been here for a while. Jack, my dad's here as well. He was asking about you just now. Bella looked up at Jack, who answered faintly, I've said hi to him already. Oh, I see, Bella replied a little awkwardly. Chloe suddenly thought of something and smiled at Bella. Miss Hall, thank you for recording that video of me at Brenton and Victoria's wedding the other day, and thank you for showing that video to my husband. Because of the video, he agreed to buy me the best piano on the market. You're such a great person. Even my friend forgot to record my performance, but you didn't. Plus, the angle was perfect. Thank you. Bella's expression changed upon hearing this, and then she laughed awkwardly. Oh, yeah? I'm glad you like it. Of course I do. I even saved that video. My husband was shocked at how well I played pop music on the piano. Then, Chloe gently pecked Jack's right cheek, right in front of Bella, leaving Mr. Dawson's heart fluttering with butterflies. All Bella could do was smile awkwardly. She never thought that Chloe would joke about what happened. Talk about awkwardness. Miss Hall, you really are a great person. Not only did you send the video to my husband, but you also sent it to my mother-in-law. She came to praise me on my piano skills. You've really helped me out this time. How could I ever repay your kindness? Chloe linked arms with Jack. She smiled at Bella as if she really did appreciate her tattling. Bella's face churned, and her blush-covered face turned pale white. It was a sight to see. You're welcome. I just happened to record it by accident, Bella said as her expression became more awkward than ever. Your photography skills are amazing. No wonder you're an artist. Can you take some more photos for me when you have time? Chloe continued smiling. Bella didn't respond. Oh, hey, should I empty one of the storefronts on my pedestrian walkway so you can open up a photography studio? Bella still didn't respond. Honey, let's go take a photo with Rick. Jack held onto Chloe's hand. He didn't want his wife to continue talking to Bella. Okay then, we'll be off now. Bye, Miss Hall. Chloe waved her hand as she walked away with Jack, hand in hand. Upon seeing them leave, Bella felt so much hatred in her heart that her teeth itched. She never knew how good Chloe was at making people feel awkward, all while wearing a smile on her face. Bella was a smart woman, but for some reason, she couldn't say anything when faced with Chloe's taunts. After they left, Jack pinched Chloe's cheek lovingly and couldn't help but laugh. When did I say that I was going to buy you a piano, huh? Are you trying to rip me off? Haha, I was trying to make a point. Didn't you see me pissing her off back there? Did you see how ugly her expression got? She's no match for you. In the past, I knew you didn't want to stoop down to her level, but perhaps she mistook your kindness and thought you were an easy target. She probably knows now that I'm not so easy to deal with. Chloe smiled, proud of herself. Of course you're not. My wife is basically undefeatable, Jack complimented her. Honey, thanks for sucking up. That totally worked on me. The duo went back to enjoying their alone time as they walked over to the other end of the room. They walked up to Rick and allowed the media to take photos of them. With GK's president present, Rick's private party Murmadili went up a class. During this time, various rich heirs walked in to congratulate Rick. The entire ballroom was filled with people wearing suits and gowns. But Chloe suddenly noticed a young woman in a red plaid coat, eating ice cream in a corner. Her outfit didn't match with the party at all. She was pretty. Her hair was long, her eyes were big, and although there wasn't a speck of makeup on her face, her looks could still charm the masses. She's so pretty, Chloe mumbled quietly, but Jack didn't care much for that woman. The only woman he was interested in was Chloe. Rick's expression changed as he said apologetically, "Please give me a second." Then, he walked over towards that young woman. Huh, is she Rick's girlfriend? Chloe asked out of curiosity. He's never mentioned her to me before, but I can tell from how nervous he is that she might be his girlfriend, Jack guessed. The woman ate ice cream quietly in her corner. Her head was down, and she didn't attract a lot of attention. Perhaps all she wanted to do was find somewhere quiet and be alone. Cece, where's your gown? I got it dirty just now, so I changed into my own clothes. Did I affect you? If I did, I'll leave now. I don't want to embarrass you, the girl said as she got up to leave, but Rick immediately grabbed her hand. It's okay. "You look really pretty in this," Rick said with incredible tenderness. He never used to understand why Jack was so nervous when it came to Chloe, but now he finally did. Chloe looked at Rick and that girl from afar, and then smiled as she leaned against Jack's shoulder. The Dawson couple sure likes to display affection. They're always flaunting their love. "Luckily, I'm not alone tonight," Max said, as he squeezed his good-looking date for the evening. "Neither am I," Brenton immediately pronounced proudly. He was newly married, and therefore was most qualified to show off his relationship status. After they finished speaking, they immediately looked over at Justin, who was lifting his drink to his lips. The hand that was holding the wineglass paused for a second upon hearing what they said. "So, was I just implicated?" Justin asked with puppy dog eyes. "Ha ha ha." "Justin, we didn't say anything." Max burst out in laughter and Brenton chimed in. "Yeah, we didn't name you. Don't be so sensitive. Stop pretending. Do you guys think I don't know what's going on in those brains of yours? But it's okay. I've gotten used to it," Justin said as he looked down and continued to drink his wine. Of course, Justin saw Chloe leaning against Jack's shoulder, laughing about something. However, he didn't say anything, and like always, swallowed his sorrows. Upon hearing what Justin said, Max and Brenton stopped teasing him and began feeling sorry for him. Every time the Dawson couple flaunted their love, their hearts would quietly ache for Justin. However, Jack and Chloe didn't do anything wrong. They were just in love. They knew of Justin's agony, but little did they know that every time the Dawson couple acted all lovey-dovey, there was another man who was in even more pain than Justin. No one knew of his feelings, so no one paid much attention to him. Andrew leaned against a pole with a champagne flute in his hand. He sent his date away and drank quietly alone, all while with a smile on his face. Yet the waves in his heart were strong enough to overturn all rivers and seas. He was a man who would never give up without achieving his goal. Therefore, he was more than patient towards Chloe. He had waited for her for so long, and he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Chloe unintentionally glanced over towards his direction and accidentally met his gaze. Andrew immediately raised his champagne glass with a smile on his face, while Chloe tilted her head away, refusing to respond to him in any way. Andrew didn't mind. He had long been used to being treated indifferently by Chloe. After Chloe and Jack left the party, they didn't go home. Rather, they headed over to Sky Blessing Court. Ever since Thomas went abroad, Sandra had more time on her hands and was quite lonely at times. Therefore, Chloe went home more often to spend time with her mother, afraid that she'll become depressed. When they arrived, Chloe's mother was having dinner with a young woman. The woman was skinny and had average looks. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her white flowered shirt looked extremely old-fashioned. "You guys are here." Her mother immediately stood up to greet them, and Chloe went up to hold her mother's hand. "Mom, why are you just having dinner? It's so late." "Haha, I wasn't so hungry today, so I thought I'd wait until June got here to eat with her." "Oh right, you guys haven't met before, right? This is June, your uncle's oldest daughter." Chloe glanced over at that innocent-looking young woman. "June, this is your cousin, Sister Chloe." "Hi, Sister Chloe," she said, stuttering a little. "Hi, Chloe. June is already 20 years old. She's even a year older than Thomas." Sandra was very excited to see her niece. "Yeah," Chloe said, a little uninterested. She didn't sound like someone who had just seen a close relative. "June, this is your brother-in-law. He's the president of a big company and really successful." Sandra proudly introduced her niece to Jack. The girl's expression froze upon seeing Jack. She was from a rural village, so the only presidents she had seen were the middle-aged men from TV shows. Those people were either bald with beer bellies or short with buck teeth. Never in her life had she seen such a young and good-looking president. June stared at him as she felt her heart race in its socket. "June, what are you standing there for? Say hello," Sandra reminded her. "Oh, hello, brother-in-law," the girl said a little shyly, and Jack nodded his head at her. "Don't be so nervous." Chloe smiled, but she didn't really mean it. The reason was simple. Her maternal grandfather and grandmother died young, and her mother had an older brother, Chloe's uncle, who married a long time ago in the village. His wife gave birth to a son and daughter, and throughout the years, Chloe's uncle refused to come to see her mother. In the past, her mother used to visit them, often bringing them gifts and money. Her mother spent a lot of money for her brother, but later when she fell from grace, Chloe's uncle cut off all ties with her. Her mother, in a fury, stopped talking to them. After Chloe got married and she and her mother's lives became well off again, somehow her uncle found out and immediately contacted her. Chloe disliked their selfishness and therefore kept her distance from her uncle's family. Your uncle is still busy with work and will head over here once they're done. June came here alone by bus today, and she's going to stay with me for a while. Sandra missed her family, so she was exhilarated to have them visit her. Oh, okay. As long as you're happy, Mom. Chloe didn't like the fact that her uncle's family was coming, but she couldn't voice her unhappiness to her mother. Oh, have you guys eaten yet? Come have some dinner with us. June brought me a bunch of wild mushrooms, pickled cabbage, and salted duck eggs. We already ate, Mom. I just wanted to come to see you, Chloe replied. Has Thomas called you recently? He hasn't called me in 3 days, Sandra complained, and Chloe answered, We chatted me this morning. Don't worry. Okay, that's good. Sandra nodded. Okay then. We're going to go home, Mom. Okay, hurry up and go home. You guys are both busy people, so remember to take care of yourselves. You too, Auntie, Jack said respectfully. After leaving Sky Blessing Court, the two of them headed back to South Hill Manor in Jack's car. Honey, did you notice that I don't like that cousin sister of mine? Chloe asked. I did. Can you guess why? Perhaps you don't like your uncle's family. I don't recall you guys seeing each other often, Jack analyzed. Once, when I was young, Thomas dislocated his shoulder and was hospitalized. My mom and Uncle James didn't have enough money, so we asked my uncle for some, but he didn't lend us anything. It was autumn, and they had just sold their grains, so they had money, but they refused to even lend us $1,000. You need to know that my mom never forgot about them when she was an actress, and had money, and often gave them money, and bought them all sorts of stuff. Back then, I felt like people like them were worse than dogs. At least dogs are happy and wag their tails when you feed them, but they were just ungrateful people who only knew how to burn bridges. That's why I never wanted anything to do with their family over the years. I can understand you. Jack nodded empathetically. I understand my mother's intentions. No matter how heartless they are the only family my mom has left. My grandparents aren't here anymore, and she only has her brother. No matter how selfish he is, he's still her family. As long as my mom's happy, I guess I'm fine with them. You should be presented with a Best Daughter award. Jack smiled. Haha, I'll work hard to receive a Best Wife award as well. That's a little hard. Jack smiled profoundly. What's hard? Chloe didn't understand what he meant. You have to know all 108 positions to receive the Best Wife award, but you only know 2 right now, top and bottom. You're still a ways away. Chloe didn't understand what Jack was talking about until he finished his sentence. Then she immediately punched him. Honey, you're such a pervert. They chatted as they headed home, as sweet as can be. On the other end of town, Bella's brain was in a mush. She thought it was weird that nothing seemed to have happened with Chloe. Didn't Mrs. Dawson cause trouble at their house? She thought about it long and hard. In the end, still worried, she decided to drive to Dawson Manor to make sure. Dawson Manor. When Bella walked in, she immediately saw Mrs. Dawson drinking tea and eating fruit in the living room, and she called out sweetly, Mrs. Dawson. Oh, Bella, you're here? Mrs. Dawson didn't get up and only greeted her faintly. Was she thinking too much? Or was Mrs. Dawson's attitude towards her much different than before? Mrs. Dawson. Have you had dinner? I bought you some shrimp dumplings, Bella said as she passed the bag, in her hand, over to Mrs. Dawson. But the latter replied, Oh, I ate already. It's okay. You should bring it home to your parents. Mrs. Dawson, what's wrong? Bella finally caught on. Mrs. Dawson's attitude towards her had changed drastically. Nothing. I ate already, that's all. It's no use leaving the food here with me since it'll just go to waste tomorrow. You might as well take it home to your parents. Don't say that. I bought this for you. You don't have to eat it, and I don't care if it goes bad. Bella smiled as she set the plastic bag down on the coffee table. Then, she sat down beside Mrs. Dawson. Mrs. Dawson, did you ask Chloe about what happened the other day? No. Mrs. Dawson picked up her tea glass and replied faintly. Oh. Bella didn't expect this answer from Mrs. Dawson and suddenly didn't know how to respond. Mrs. Dawson then said, The truth is, I've been too hard on Chloe. They were playing piano in public. If there was really something going on between them, wouldn't it be easier to meet up in private instead? Perhaps she did it on purpose to cover certain things up. Chloe is a really smart woman, Bella provoked. Mrs. Dawson slowly put down her tea glass, glanced at Bella and said, I would have guessed that in the past, but now that I think about it, I realized how old and stupid I was. Nothing is more important than life. A person who was dying wouldn't care about money and fame, right? Chloe is willing to live and die with Jack. That means she really does love him and not his wealth. So, I don't want to burden them with mundane things, like who played the piano with whom. All I want right now is for them to have a baby soon. I really want a grandchild. Bella was shocked, speechless by Mrs. Dawson's words and attitude. Mrs. Dawson continued, I used to be biased against her, and that's why I've hated her all these years. I've thought about it, and I think the only reason I can't be nice to her is the accident that happened those years ago. I'm scared that she'll keep hating me, but then I realized how stupid I've been this entire time. If Chloe hated me, she would have never married Jack. I'm just being petty. I'm old now, so I'm easily influenced by outsiders who only know how to cause trouble and give me headaches. But here's the thing. Why would I bother with people like that? No matter how close they seemingly are to me, at the end of the day, they're still outsiders. Peter, Jack, Chloe, and I are a true family. Why would I listen to others' attempts to disintegrate our relationship? By then, Bella's expression was so ugly that she looked like she was about to throw up. Upon seeing her expression, Mrs. Dawson immediately held her hand and smiled. Bella, don't overthink it. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the employees at GK. They really like to stir up trouble talk about Jack and Chloe behind their backs, because they can't stand them living a good life. Neither my son nor I like petty and manipulative women like them. Chloe may seem a little indifferent at times, but I've come to realize that she's a really good person. At this point, Bella felt so overwhelmed that her brain went into overdrive. She always used Mrs. Dawson like a gun, but today, the gun pushed her into a corner. Moreover, Mrs. Dawson's sentences embarrassed her, but Bella couldn't get mad. Bella, what do you think? Do you think I'm right? Mrs. Dawson held Bella's hand on purpose and asked her. Mrs. Dawson, you're right. Bella smiled awkwardly. This was her second blow to the guts today. She felt like somebody had just stabbed her with a broadsword. Mrs. Dawson, Chloe married Jack a while ago, but they're still not pregnant. What if they never have children? What's your thought on that? Smart as she was, Bella quickly decided to tackle from a different angle. Upon hearing this topic, Mrs. Dawson's expression changed slightly, but she immediately said, I do want grandchildren, but it's okay if it takes a while. I'm not in a hurry anymore. I believe in fate. Some couples take 3 to 5 years to get pregnant. They both got checked up, and the results came back normal. So I'll just wait patiently. Mrs. Dawson, your attitude and perspective changed a lot all of a sudden. Bella smiled, feeling uncomfortable. Yeah, the people I've hung out with in the past were all just too petty. The only reason rich middle-aged women like me is because I'm rich, so why would I keep hanging out with them? As an old saying goes, a long road tests a horse's strength, and a long task proves a man's heart. It might take a while, but sooner or later, I'll be able to tell the good from the bad. After all, no one will be forever stupid, right? Haha, yeah, Bella replied awkwardly. Bella, you too. In the future, you need to look closely before you marry someone. Some people have on one face when they're with you, and change into another when they're not. No matter how good-looking or rich they are, do not choose men like them, because they'll ruin you," Mrs. Dawson said in all earnestly. "I will, Mrs. Dawson." Then, Mrs. Dawson changed the subject, and they chit-chatted for a while, before Bella finally lost her patience. "Mrs. Dawson, it's late. I'm going to go home now." "Okay, good night." Mrs. Dawson waved goodbye at her, and she left Dawson Manor with a belly full of fury. When she got onto her car, she slammed her hands hard on her steering wheel. "You old hag. I can't believe you dare to make oblique accusations like that. I'm going to make you pay for it." Originally, Bella thought that she could use Mrs. Dawson's bias against Chloe to splinter their relationship. However, Jack's parents were incredibly impressed by Chloe's willingness to die for Jack. Therefore, all their biases against her dissipated into the wind, and they began treating her much better than they used to. Mrs. Dawson was a straightforward woman who sometimes acted rashly, but ever since her conversation with Jack and Chloe, and then Uncle George that day, a great amount of truth was revealed, and she slowly began to understand Bella's true colors. On Friday, GK held its end-of-year appreciation party on Yundung Mountain, so Chloe and Jack headed over after work. Sarah and Noah went along with them, but Victoria couldn't, since she was pregnant. Therefore, she kept complaining on Snap. She kept saying that she didn't care if she gave birth to a boy or a girl, but she didn't want a second child because life as a pregnant woman was too inconvenient. Pregnant women were incredibly discriminated against and forbidden from doing too many things. There were so many things she couldn't eat, so many places she couldn't go, and so many positions she couldn't use. Victoria was so furious that she kept abusing Brenton. To make his wife happy, Brenton booked an entire Western restaurant, and the two of them had dinner with Justin and Max. Victoria ate as she sent messages on Snap and occasionally laughed idiotically. "Sister-in-law, are you having an affair? Young Master Blake is right there. Who are you talking so happily to?" Max teased. Before Victoria had the chance to reply, Brenton answered, "Who else could it be aside from Chloe?" "Ha ha ha ha. I'm glad you're a girl, or else you might become the second young Master Cooper. You're both so obsessed over Chloe." Max broke into laughter. "So, was I just inflicted again?" Justin felt unlucky. For some reason, they always brought up Chloe around him, so he was metaphorically shot in the head, again and again. Chloe went to Yundung Mountain with Jack for GK's end-of-year party. "I bet it's going to be really fun." Sarah and Captain Noah went as well. "I want to go too," Victoria complained. "Victoria, Yundung Mountain is just a poor mountain range. Why would we go there?" "It's boring," Brenton consoled her. "Screw you. Do you take me for a fool? GK invested in Yundung Mountain a while ago, and that place is now a 5-star resort. There's hot springs, a ski resort, a vegetable base, and even a one-of-a-kind maple forest." Victoria immediately went nuts upon hearing what Brenton said, prompting the latter to immediately shut up. "Hey, Chloe just uploaded a selfie. What a rare sighting. Who wants to see it?" Victoria raised her phone and asked, proud of herself. Everyone present immediately looked towards Justin. "Why are you guys all looking at me?" Justin didn't know whether to cry or laugh. All he wanted was to enjoy a quiet dinner with friends. "Don't you want to see it?" Max laughed and Brenton added, "Just admit it. We won't laugh at you." "Fine, I want to see it," Justin finally admitted. $100. Victoria reached out her hand and gestured a one with her fingers, leaving Justin flabbergasted. "What the hell? You are charging me?" "Of course I am. There's no such thing as a free lunch." "Don't say it like that. It'll upset me. If you want money, Justin paused, and everyone thought Justin would be too arrogant to agree to a deal with Victoria. Could his pride keep him from looking at Chloe's selfie? However, the end of Justin's sentence was, "I'm curious. Can we negotiate? $100 is too expensive. What about 80? Pfft. Justin, you need to stay strong. I thought you were going to say you didn't want to see it anymore." Max burst into laughter. "That's what I thought too. But he completely surprised us. Brenton laughed as well. You get what you paid for. If you give me $80, then I will just blur out Chloe's face, Victoria said, word for word. Sister-in-law, you're one scary lady. Allow me to bow down to you. Max worshipped Victoria so much that he was ready to grovel at the hem of her skirt. It was obvious that she was no simpleton. All hail my wife! Brenton gave her a thumbs up. Justin took out his wallet and gave her $500 bills. Then, he said mightily, Here's $500. Let me see this one and send me her future selfies as well. Mr. Moneybags. Victoria laughed as she handed him her cell phone. Justin looked at her friend circle and saw Chloe's selfie. She was sitting in a car, seemingly in a good mood. Chloe wasn't a narcissist, so she only uploaded the occasional selfie, and when she did, it would light up one's eyes. The temperature in the car seemed high since she was only wearing a fluffy white sweater. Braids fell down on either shoulder, and her bangs made her look absolutely adorable, like Chibi Maruko-chan. She didn't have any makeup on, and her face was comfortable to look at. Justin liked this photo so much that before Victoria could say anything, he saved it onto her phone and immediately sent it to himself. Young Master Cooper, I feel bad for you. Too bad we live in a modern society. Or else, if we lived in ancient times, I would have kidnapped Chloe and forced her to be your wife a long time ago. Screw you, I'm not a F-King mafia boss. Justin laughed. Everyone knew how Justin felt towards Chloe. Victoria would occasionally send updates about the latter to Justin, not to tease or laugh at him, and definitely not to really take money from him. The truth was, she felt heartbroken for Justin, because she knew how much he loved Chloe. Chloe was bored in the car, and the four of them began video conferencing in Snap. Jack was driving his Maybach with Chloe in the passenger seat, while Noah drove his Jaguar with Sarah in the passenger seat. The Jaguar followed closely behind the Maybach, and they could poke fun at each other on Snap, making their drive up to Yundung Mountain as enjoyable as can be. When Noah pretended to reach out and grab the bottle of water, beside him, he purposely touched Sarah's hand, but the latter unintentionally moved away. Noah immediately complained, What the hell, Sarah? Would it kill you to hold my hand? How the hell would I know that you wanted to hold my hand? I thought you were getting water, so I got out of your way, Sarah retorted, and Jack and Chloe burst out in laughter upon hearing them. We just got onto the road and you guys are already touching each other. Are you guys going to start having car sex in 5 kilometers? Chloe asked on purpose. Noah fell silent. Sarah said, Chloe, you're filthy. To which Chloe replied proudly, I was under Mr. Dawson's tutelage. Honey, should you really make your own husband the scapegoat? Of course I should. I married you so that you could be my scapegoat. Okay, I'll suck it up then. But let's do it 3 times tonight to make up for me being a scapegoat, Mr. Dawson replied in all seriousness. This time it was Sarah and Noah's turn to burst out in laughter. The 4 of them laughed and chatted along the way, and when they arrived at the hotel, they immediately checked in. Whenever Chloe saw the words, Chloe Hotel, she would remember just how much Jack loved her. The hotel manager reserved 2 presidential suites for them in advance, while the rest of the rooms were filled with GK employees. This time, Jennifer came as well. This was her only chance to come to Yundung Mountain and see Jack. GK's end-of-year celebration benefited the staff. When Jack's father was still at the company, he just gave the employees year-end bonuses. However, when Jack took over, he thought bonuses were boring, so he began planning this celebration 2 weeks in advance. He decided to focus on fun and entertainment, giving the employees a chance to relax. At the same time, this event will be reported on local newspapers and media outlets to promote the vacation village, thus hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Chloe had to admit that Jack was quite business savvy. I didn't know this place was so beautiful. In the winter, Chloe was immediately mesmerized by the snowy landscape before her. Yundung Mountain had rolling mountain ranges, so its winters were a glorious sight to see. If you like this place, we can stay for a few more days after the celebration. Jack looked at her lovingly. It's okay. Haha. It's the end of the year, and I know how busy you are. We'll go home after the celebration and come back when we have time in the future. Chloe wasn't that stubborn and never expected Jack's world to revolve around her, which he really appreciated. President Dawson, dinner is starting in 15 minutes. Would you like to eat alone or with everyone in the Magnolia Hall? The hotel manager asked carefully. Honey, where do you want to eat? Jack asked Chloe, and she answered, I'm good either way. Then let's eat with the others, Jack said. Okay, President Dawson, dinner starts in 15 minutes in the Magnolia Hall. We will reserve a table for you, the young madam and your friends. Then the manager left. 15 minutes later, Chloe and Jack changed into formal attire and went downstairs with Noah and Sarah. They were dumbstruck upon entering Magnolia Hall. There were more than 100 tables set up in the ballroom. Apparently more than 1,000 employees came to this celebration. Oh my God, what a scene! There's so many people. It's like we're at the Spring Festival celebration, Noah exclaimed. Some employees are on duty. If everyone came, there would be even more people here. Jack laughed. The four of them walked up to the table in the middle of the room and sat down. Hi, President and Mrs. Dawson. The employees greeted them along the way. Sarah's mouth began watering upon seeing the food on the table. There were 20 different dishes, all delicately made, from seafood to meat, from stir-fry to soup. Before they opened their mouths to speak, Jennifer suddenly walked up to them in an emerald gown. She held up the wine glass in her hand and smiled at Chloe. Young madam, I would like to thank you for all that you've done for me over the past few months, and thank you for promoting me. Haha, allow me to make a toast to you, she said as she drank the entire glass of wine. Chloe quietly looked at Jennifer with a complicated expression on her face. You're welcome. You are a capable woman and deserve to be more than a director in the design department. That's why I thought you'd be able to unleash your potential as the general manager at the branch company. To tell you the truth, you've come across a rare opportunity that other female employees don't usually get. Therefore, Director Jennifer, you should consider yourself unique and lucky. Chloe smiled as she took a small sip of her champagne. Jennifer bit on her lips, feeling a little awkward. Originally, she wanted to humiliate Chloe, since she thought that the latter couldn't say or do anything to her with all these employees present. To Jennifer's surprise, however, Chloe's remarks were even sharper than her own, leaving her feeling more embarrassed than ever. After what happened at GK's 30-year anniversary party, Jennifer thought that she wouldn't be able to participate in the company's year-end celebration. That's why she was shocked to find out that Chloe didn't ban her from going this time around, and therefore assumed that the president's wife had forgotten all about her. Little did she know that that was not the case. Chloe remembered her. She just couldn't care less. Ever since Jack was shot and they almost died, Chloe suddenly realized that people like Jennifer and Bella meant nothing to them. People like them couldn't even be counted as variables in life. They were at most passerbys. After being completely humiliated by Chloe, Jennifer quietly turned around. She had a feeling that if she stayed any longer, things would get even uglier. GK's female employees are interesting. Haha, they treat you like their mortal enemy. Sarah immediately saw through Jennifer's animosity. Mr. Dawson is too good-looking and irresistible, and he hangs around GK day in and day out. So of course, women who think they're prettier and more suitable for him than I am would try to take my place. She's just one of many. I've gotten used to it. Noah laughed. Chloe, should you really use the word irresistible to describe your hubby? What else should I use? Seductive? Chloe teased back, and Noah immediately threw in his towel. Holy crap, Jack. Your wife is too smart. I will never be able to beat her in a verbal confrontation. Jack laughed, but didn't say anything. He liked listening to everything Chloe said, even if she was to throw out all the curse words in the dictionary. That's what they call the pinnacle of adoration. Sarah picked up a napkin and wiped off the corner of her lips as she said, Being a woman of the new era is so f-king tiring. In the past, we only needed to be attractive enough to be taken outside the house and skilled enough to whip up some good dishes. But now, we're also forced to defeat mistresses and hooligans. We're basically Supergirl. Ha 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 ha, Sarah, you're so smart. It's not that bad, though. Chloe burst out in laughter. It is that bad. That's why sometimes I feel like being a woman is too hard. Not only will I have to take care of my children and parents, I also have to constantly worry about my husband having an affair. It's so unfair. I think this country should allow women to have multiple husbands. If I had 4 husbands, I wouldn't be so pressured to provide for my family anymore. Moreover, I wouldn't be constantly worried about having a mental breakdown just because my husband cheated on me. Haha. I agree with you. Chloe raised her hand, but immediately noticed Mr. Dawson's piercing glare. So, she quickly changed her stance. What I mean is, although I agree with what you said, I only need one good husband, like Mr. Dawson here. Yup, he's more than enough. Jack smiled in satisfaction upon hearing what she said. Forget it. A woman of your frame wouldn't be able to handle 4 husbands. You might pass out in bed. Also, I would like to add 2 requirements to your New Era Women philosophy, Noah suddenly said. What requirements? Confused, Sarah looked at Noah. New Era women must be attractive enough to be taken outside the house, skilled enough to whip up some good dishes, able enough to defeat mistresses and hooligans, knowledgeable enough to know all the positions, and experienced enough to produce copulatory vocalizations. Both Jack and Chloe were speechless by what he said, while Sarah exclaimed, "Holy F! Aren't you the people's police? Why are you such a pervert?" The people's police are human beings, and have basic physical needs as well, Noah said matter-of-factly. Chloe leaned against Jack's chest and laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe, while Jack had his hand around her. His expression was as gentle as can be. GK's employees began gossiping about Jack, while they snuck glances at him. Those sitting at Jennifer's table had never met Jack or Chloe prior to this event, so they took delight in talking about them. President Dawson is so good-looking. He looks like a movie star. I can't believe how accomplished he is at such a young age. Mrs. Dawson isn't that pretty, but she looks like a really nice person who likes to smile. Plus, I can tell she's not pretentious. Jennifer didn't like what she heard, so she interjected, "What do you guys know? A lot of people look like good people from the outside, but they're actually just putting on a show. Do you think she got to where she is today by being credulous and innocent? Think about the historical harem shows. Women who aren't manipulative will never become the queen. You guys are too naive." Everyone immediately fell silent upon hearing what she said. The fact was, no one wanted to offend their general manager. Ever since Jennifer went over to the branch company, she didn't have any significant achievements, but wasn't doing that bad either. No matter how capable she was, she didn't study management and therefore couldn't unleash her true potential. Plus, she was constantly plotting her revenge and therefore never devoted herself to work. As a result, the branch company's performance had only been mediocre. "President Dawson, should we start?" The hotel manager walked up to Jack and asked carefully. Jack nodded, and the hotel manager immediately made orders to begin distributing cutlery. Then, Assistant Mark stood up with a microphone in his hand and said to the thousands of people in front of him, "Colleagues, let us make a toast to our dear president and his wife. Thank you for holding this celebration for us, and we all wish that the 2 of you can live happily ever after." Everyone stood up and raised their glasses at Jack and Chloe, who stood up and gestured at them as well. "Your assistant is such a suck-up. I'll give him 9 out of 10 points. 1 point was deducted so he doesn't get too arrogant," Noah teased. "Mark is a really nice person, and sucking up is a form of art. Everyone likes listening to praises." "Sure, good advice is harsh to the ear, but who wants to be immersed in negative energy all the time?" Chloe explained. After the toast, male and female employees went onto the stage to perform. In the beginning, people were too embarrassed to go up, but after Mark announced that President Dawson had red pockets ready for every performer, everyone swarmed onto the stage. Dinner lasted more than 3 hours, and the last event was red pocket distribution and an exciting lottery, where the company provided prizes like laptops, camera, phones, watches, and luxury bags. Noah and Sarah were both envious of GK's employees. You guys are too extravagant. LV, Hermes, Prada, and Burberry bags? Super rich people sure are stubborn. Damn it. I don't want to work as a flight stewardess anymore. I'm going to quit and work at GK instead. Sarah looked at the mountain of luxury goods on the stage with desire. I want to quit too, Jack. Find me a department to work in. I want to work for GK too. Even Noah, the people's police, succumbed to earthly desires and decided to turn renegade. Don't be jealous, guys. We got you presents too. Chloe laughed. We have presents too? What are they? Come on, let's see. Sarah was immediately looking forward to whatever surprises Chloe had up her sleeve. Chloe waved her hand, and an employee walked over with 2 shopping bags in her hand, to which she passed over to Noah and Sarah. Louis Vuitton limited edition belt and bag. Whoa, how luxurious! Remember to invite us again to next year's employee celebration, okay? Sarah took her present joyfully. That's why I love being friends with you. You guys are the best. Noah took out the belt and fondled with it. We didn't use the company's money. We bought you these gifts ourselves. Happy New Year, Chloe said. Awesome, to thank you guys. We're going to give you something in return, Sarah said, as she took something out from her bag and handed it to Chloe. Take it. You're welcome. Chloe saw the thing in her hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a box of condoms. Are you kidding me? We're trying to have a baby. What are you giving this to me for? Don't you want to be a godmother? Chloe said, as she clenched down on her teeth in fury. You're thinking too much. You guys don't use condoms, but what if Mr. Dawson gets horny when you're on your period and he ends up running a red light? It would suck if you guys get blood all over the bed sheets, right? This is really convenient and super thin. Haha. You won't even know you're wearing one. I guarantee your comfort. Vicious tongue, Sarah. You're the best at telling dirty jokes. Noah gave her a thumbs up. He had no idea that she was going to give Chloe a box of condoms and was completely speechless. You guys suck. Chloe laughed as she retorted. Was Sarah a pervert? How can she give her a box of condoms to use during her period? It's for your own good. Your period comes for 7 to 8 days every month. Do you think Mr. Dawson can endure for that long? Sarah said in all seriousness. Jack, who had been quiet this entire time, suddenly interjected, I'll try my best to control myself. Chloe was immediately at a loss for words. Ha ha! See what Mr. Dawson has to go through every month? With this, you won't have to control yourself anymore. Go nuts, Noah said, as he and Sarah burst out in arrogant laughter. After dinner, the 4 of them went out for a walk. Yundong Mountain was very cold during the winter, and it often snowed in the middle of the night. The 4 of them wrapped themselves in countless layers before walking out to the area in front of the hotel to enjoy the calm and serenity around them. Humans are interesting. We sure like to reminisce. I remember saying that I didn't know when we'd be able to come again the last time we came. Who knew the 4 of us would gather here again so soon? Chloe exclaimed. Just then, a few snowflakes landed on Chloe's head. Jack reached out with a gloved hand and gently dusted them off her head. Upon seeing that, Sarah was immediately jealous and turned around to say to Noah, Stupid cop, me too. Right away, ma'am, Noah said as he went up to her, put his hands on either side of her head and began shaking it so hard that she became dizzy right away. What the F? What are you trying to do? You almost broke my neck. Weren't you the one who told me to shake the snowflakes off your head? Noah looked like he had been wronged, and Sarah retorted, I wanted you to be gentle, like Mr. Dawson, but you were so freaking rough with me. No wonder you couldn't find a woman who wanted to marry you. All women will run away from you as soon as they see how you behave. You didn't run away yet, though. I couldn't find anyone to marry either. That's why I'm compromising and choosing you. Sarah quibbled back. Therefore, broken pots will meet their broken lids, and stupid people will end up with stupid people. Noah suddenly came up with a weird philosophy. Upon hearing what he said, Sarah kicked his butt. Screw you, you're stupid. I'm dating you and this is how you repay me? Sarah shouted back at him. Chloe and Sarah looked at their battle from the sidelines, smiling without saying anything. The four of them always had a great time, and time seemed to pass by faster than usual when the four of them were together. Soon, the weekend was over, and they all went back to work. Monday morning, Chloe received a message from Victoria after her morning meeting. Chloe, breaking news! Did you know that young Master Cooper is going on a setup date today? Yeah? Chloe didn't provide much of a reaction since she didn't think Justin being set up was news. Plus, being set up was a deal Justin made with his grandpa in exchange for the army surgeon, and Chloe had been feeling bad about that. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to go check her out? Why would I be curious? The woman he's being set up with works at the First Hospital. She's a doctor, just like you, Victoria gossiped, and Chloe couldn't help but laugh. There are a lot of doctors at the First Hospital, and I barely know any of them. Why would I be curious? You have a point there, but I think it's interesting. I wonder what Justin is like during a setup date. I bet it's really funny. After a brief conversation with Victoria, Chloe didn't think too much about it and went back to work. First Hospital Outpatient Pediatric Clinic. Justin was told to meet his date here. Heavens knew that he hated these arranged dates, but he didn't have a choice since he made a deal with his grandpa. He had to be a man of his words, or else his grandpa would never trust him again. Justin drove his black Lamborghini to the First Hospital. He was glad that they weren't meeting at Southside, or else he might have died from awkwardness if he bumped into Chloe. Outpatient Pediatric Clinic. You have to line up to see a doctor, a young female doctor said impatiently, and Su Yu replied, No, I'm looking for someone. Who are you looking for? The female doctor looked up, and Justin touched his nose awkwardly. What's her name again? Na something. Justin vaguely remembered that this woman was his mother's friend's niece. Apparently, she graduated with honors from Capital University Medical School and currently worked as a pediatric doctor at the First Hospital. Her family was in the timber business and quite well off. Although Justin's family was somewhat out of her family's league, at least she had a clean background. Too bad Justin wasn't interested in timber, socialites, or straight A students. The only thing that interested him was the fact that she was a doctor. Truth be told, he often wondered if all doctors were like Chloe, or if only Chloe was like Chloe. Therefore, he obediently came to meet this woman out of curiosity, as well as respect for the deal he made with his grandfather. Natalie, the female doctor corrected him. Right, Natalie. Justin suddenly remembered her name and gazed into the outpatient office. Where is she right now? You don't have to look for her. I'm her, the doctor said, as she removed her mask, and Justin was immediately petrified. What a coincidence. The first person he saw was the one he was supposed to meet. Justin awkwardly rubbed his forehead, and the female doctor looked up and asked him, Are you Justin? I am. He nodded. After making sure who he was, the female doctor's attitude became much better. She smiled. Sorry about before. There are too many patients here. That's why I sounded a little impatient. Let's talk somewhere else, more private. The doctor then took Justin to the First Hospital's backyard. There weren't a lot of people, making it a perfect place for talking. Justin glanced at the woman standing in front of him. She was pretty, had a good figure, was about 165 centimeters tall, and had an extremely fair complexion. For some reason, however, Justin didn't like her. She was just incomparable to Chloe. I heard that you own an entertainment company. I don't really pay attention to the entertainment industry, so I don't know much about it. The female doctor initiated the conversation with him, and he nodded. Yeah, that's pretty good. Do you fool around with female celebrities? I hate men who cheat, the female doctor suddenly said, catching Justin off guard. To tell you the truth, I used to, but not anymore. Why, you got an STD? The doctor asked. Justin felt speechless. He really just doesn't like her aggressive personality. No, it was because of someone. Who? Your ex-girlfriend? The doctor continued probing, and he answered, "No." Then who was it? She still wanted to know. "I'm sorry, we're not close enough to talk about these private matters, are we?" Justin said. Then, he suddenly realized that Chloe used to say that all the time, and now he had put her pet phrase into use. Upon hearing what Justin said, Natalie decided to change the topic. She introduced herself. "Did my aunt tell you about me? I graduated with honors from Capital University Medical School." She did. But in our time and age, so many people graduate with honors. Justin didn't like the way she talked, so what if she graduated with honors? It's not like she graduated from Harvard Medical School. Did she have to be so pretentious? As expected, the girl stopped talking about her educational background and went on to saying, "I'm an only child." "Haha, I'm not a twin either," Justin retorted. "My parents work in timber, and I'm going to inherit their 3 furniture factories in the future." Justin rubbed his forehead and said with disinterest, "Not counting my own company, Imperial Star Entertainment. Our family owns the biggest private bank in the country, which I'm going to inherit in the future as well. So, in the future, if your toy factory is short of funds, feel free to come to see me. I might be able to help you out with a loan." "You—" Natalie was furious. "Why are you being so unpleasant?" Natalie was a proud woman who had been set up countless times. The men she had met in the past have all complimented her education and family background. So she was furious to meet someone as obnoxious as Justin. "Then can you please not be so ostentatious when talking to me?" Justin held himself back from slapping her across the face. "I'm not being ostentatious. Everything I said was the truth." Natalie didn't think she said anything wrong. "Didn't your aunt tell me who I am?" Justin put his arms around his chest and asked. "She did. She said your family owned a bank, and you had your own entertainment company." "Do you know the celebrities that my entertainment company made popular?" Justin glanced at her icily, and she shook her head. "Do you know who Gianna is?" "I do. Isn't she the hottest female celebrity right now? She appeared in that Imperial Harem show a while ago. It seemed like she wasn't a complete idiot." "Yeah, my company made her popular. I can ask her to come to pour me tea anytime I want to, can you?" Natalie was flabbergasted. "Is your company that famous?" She moved back to the city only recently, and she had been working at the first hospital for less than 2 weeks. Therefore, she wasn't that aware of what was going on with the city, let alone the legend that was Justin. That was why she had the audacity to show off in front of him. "Never mind. Talking to you was a waste of my time. If it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't have even come." "Bye," Justin said as he turned around to leave. "Hey, Mr. Cooper, wait." "What?" Justin turned around and asked impolitely. This stupid, pretentious woman had depleted all of his patience. "I can see us working out." The female doctor had the balls to propose. "I think you're 10 Pacific Oceans away from my level," Justin said, as walked away, never once looking back. The female doctor stood behind him at a complete loss for words. 10 Pacific Oceans? Was she that bad? After leaving the first hospital, Justin got onto his Lamborghini and dialed a number. "Mom, I'm done. What did you think of her? Did you like her?" Mrs. Cooper gossiped. "Mom, tell me the truth. Where in the world did you find an idiot like her?" Justin asked impatiently, sending her mother speechless. "What happened? Is she dim-witted?" Mrs. Cooper originally thought that someone her friend introduced was supposed to be good. "Not only is she dim-witted, she's even a bigger show-off than me." How is that possible?" "Justin, did you meet with the right woman?" "Worried?" Mrs. Cooper asked. "Of course I did. There's not that many young doctors in pediatrics. Didn't she graduate with honors?" "Her family sells toys." "What toys? They're in the timber business." Mrs. Cooper corrected him. "I don't care what they do. Anyways, I don't like her. She's one of the worst people I've ever met. If I married her, you and my dad will die early." Was it really that bad? Mrs. Cooper was suspicious and wondered if her son was making a big deal out of nothing. Never mind. I don't have time to talk to you. I kept my end of the deal and met her, and it's not my fault that I didn't like her. I'm heading back to the company now. Justin hung up the phone before his mother had a chance to say anything else. Justin really did want to go back to his company, but for some reason, he drove to Southside instead. He hovered outside the hospital for a while before deciding that since he was already there, he might as well go in. Department of Neurology. Chloe was looking at the CT scans of some patients' heads and analyzing their conditions when she heard a knock on her door. Thinking that it was her assistant, she said, "Come in," without looking up. Justin slowly opened the door and walked in. "Violet, get me a cup of water, thanks." Chloe pushed her own cup towards Justin, who froze for a second before obediently picking up her cup and pouring her some water. Then, he placed that cup back onto her desk. Chloe stared at the documents as she slowly took a sip. "Violet, do you have the file of the schizophrenic patient from yesterday? Bring it to me. I think you're the schizophrenic one." Justin smiled as he looked at her profile. Chloe was surprised to hear Justin's voice. "It's you? Who did you think it was?" Amused, Justin asked. "I thought you were my assistant," Chloe replied. Just now, she was too focused on the material in her hands that she had no idea it was Justin who walked in instead of Violet. "Is your assistant as tall, manly, and handsome as I am? Cut the crap. Why are you here?" "Oh, I came to see a friend who's staying here. Also, I've been really busy with work recently and haven't been sleeping well. So, I'm here to ask you to prescribe some sleeping pills for me." He couldn't tell Chloe he came here because he missed her, because every time he acted seriously, the latter would feel awkward and helpless. Therefore, he began making up all sorts of excuses. "You shouldn't take sleeping pills, you might get addicted. I suggest physical therapy." "How?" "Use an eye massager, drink some wine before you go to bed, or listen to some soft music to alleviate your tensed-up nerves. Sleep deprivation comes from the overfiring of neurons in the brain. It might be because of stress, or maybe you've had something on your mind. You should learn to adjust yourself. It's not a big deal." "Okay then, I'll go home and try those methods tonight." Justin nodded. "Didn't you go on a set-up date tonight? How was it? Any progress?" Chloe suddenly remembered and smiled as she asked him, "You sure are up to date with your information. Did you have me followed? Do you really think I'd spend money to follow you?" Chloe laughed. I don't want to talk about it. The woman I was set up with was an idiot. I didn't even want to look at her. It was torture," Justin complained. "Haha. Isn't she a doctor at the first hospital?" "Yeah. I only agreed to meet her because my mom said she's a doctor, and I was curious. And then, holy crap, she's a nut job." Justin greatly regretted listening to his mother and meeting this woman. It seemed like he shouldn't have obsessed over the fact that this woman is a doctor. He really thought that all female doctors were just as smart, calm, and self-aware as Chloe. Was it that bad? "Are you sure you're not exaggerating?" Chloe smiled as she looked at Justin. He stared into her eyes and suddenly reached out and took her glasses off, subsequently placing them onto his own face. Chloe was not prepared for that sudden action and responded, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you stealing from me? I like your glasses. Can you give them to me?" Justin took out his phone and looked at himself in his screen. "Seriously, you're too rich to steal from others. I can't give them to you, but I can sell them to you for $1,000. Are you and Victoria related? You guys are so alike. She likes money too." Speechless, Justin glanced at Chloe and suddenly remembered that money grabber, Victoria. "Maybe we are. I'm going to get a DNA test with her later." Chloe cooperated. "Brenton's lucky to have Victoria," Justin said in all seriousness, as he took off Chloe's glasses and placed them onto her desk. Then, he glanced at her and said with a complicated look on his face, "Jack's lucky to have Chloe." Upon hearing what he said, the usually eloquent Chloe bit down on her lips, not sure what to say. For some reason, she felt sad whenever Justin talked to her in such a serious manner. "Haha, I'm fine. Just wanted to drop by and say hi. You should go back to work. I'll get out of your way now," Justin said, as he turned around to leave. "Justin," Chloe suddenly called his name. "Yeah?" Justin turned around with his hands in his pocket, looking incredibly handsome. "Don't you like my glasses? You can have them." Then, she added, "Free of charge." "It's okay. No matter how much I like them, they still not mine." "Thanks, though." Justin smiled. Then, he walked out of Chloe's office. Chloe sat there, a little dazed. Then she quietly put her glasses back on and went back to work. She felt complicated emotions upon seeing Justin, especially when he wasn't joking around. Truth be told, Chloe didn't want to interact with Justin too much, since she thought it'd be best if they kept a safe distance from each other. Justin, however, felt incredibly fulfilled every time he saw Chloe. Seeing her was the highlight of his entire day. There was a song called Legend that perfectly described Justin's current feelings. "Just because of one more glance of you in the crowd, I can't forget your face from that moment on, dreaming of coming across you again someday. Since then, I began to miss you with loneliness. When I'm thinking about you, you're far, far away. When I'm thinking about you, you're before my eyes. When I'm thinking about you, you are in my head. When I'm thinking about you, you are in my mind. I'd rather believe that we had a promise in past life. Our love story will not change in this life. I'd rather spend my whole life waiting for you to realize that I've been always by your side, never walking away." Justin had this song on repeat all the way to his company. He was no longer saddened by missing her. Rather, he was happy, as long as he could occasionally see her. Imperial Star Entertainment headquarters. When Justin went into his office, a huge stack of documents was awaiting his signatures. He took them, browsed through each and every document, and began signing. "President Cooper, how was your date today? Nervous?" Assistant Anne asked him. Justin immediately stopped what he was doing to look his assistant up and down. "Since when did you quit your job as my assistant and become a paparazzi?" "I didn't. I'm just concerned about the most important thing in your life," and had to admit that he was really curious as to how his boss's date went. "What's it to you if I get married? Will my marriage help with your career?" Justin asked furiously. "It won't help, but I was thinking, if you got married, then maybe I'd be able to have some days off." "Sir, I'm getting married next month and have to go back to my hometown for the wedding. Can I get a week off?" And clenched his teeth and finally asked Justin, who felt speechless, "So, when did you get yourself a girlfriend?" Justin was surprised. Anne had been working for him for years, but Justin had no idea that he had a girlfriend and was about to get married. Was he lying to him just to get some time off work? "We started dating last month." "You began dating last month and are getting married next month?" Justin was dumbfounded. "Yes," and nodded. "Shotgun wedding?" "Yes," and continued to nod. "How did you guys meet?" "Tinder." "Holy crap, I have nothing left to say." "Sure, why don't I give you 2 weeks off? That way, you'll have time to go on a honeymoon too." "Thank you, boss." Anne was exhilarated and added, "Boss? Yeah? You should work hard to find yourself a girlfriend too." Anne didn't want Justin to be alone forever. "Thanks, but you don't have to worry about me." After approving Anne's vacation, he immediately ran away, scared that his boss would change his mind. Justin was surprised by Anne's quickie wedding. Did people really do that? After work, Justin bumped into Gianna on the first floor, just as he was leaving the company. She didn't have the chance to change yet, and was still wearing an ancient-style robe. "President Cooper." Gianna smiled as she walked up to Justin, who nodded in response. "Mm-hmm. There was an indoor scene today, so I came back to film it at our company. Have you eaten?" "It's my treat." Gianna was one of the women at Imperial Star that Justin wasn't annoyed with because she knew her place. "It's okay. I'm heading back to my parents' house." "Oh, okay. Another time then." Unlike the other women, Gianna never got angry or caused trouble after Justin rejected her. Justin drove straight back to his parents' home. His new mansion was basically ready, but he didn't really want to live there. He had gotten so used to living at home that he began to fear being alone. "Justin, you're home! Dinner's ready. I made your favorite, marinated pork hocks." Mrs. Cooper smiled as she saw his son, but Justin wasn't in high spirits. "Okay. It's okay that you didn't like the woman you met today. There's another one tomorrow." Justin interrupted his mother before she could finish. "Mom, thanks. I know you and Grandpa are doing this for me, but I really don't like any of the women you've set me up with, and I'm truly exhausted. Can you stop arranging these dates for me?" Mrs. Cooper's heart broke upon seeing her son's exhausted expression. "Justin, are you still thinking about—" "Mom, I know what I'm doing," Justin said. Then, he turned around and went upstairs. Mrs. Cooper looked at her son and felt sorry for him. Her son was such an outstanding man, but Chloe didn't like him. It was all fate. Brenny seldomly left her mansion because too many people waited around to make fun of her and beat her when she was down. She was surprised that a good friend of hers called her and asked her out to coffee. When she got there, she saw another woman sitting with her friend. Brenny immediately recognized her. "Hi, Miss Green." Bella smiled at her. "Miss Hall, don't be shy. Sit down. Let's talk." "I don't seem to know you very well, Miss Hall." Brenny was smarter than she used to be, and therefore looked at Bella cautiously. "But I'm interested in Chloe. Would you like to work with me?" Bella beamed at Brenny, who looked at her back with surprise. "How?" Brenny slowly sat down across from Bella, who answered, "Simple. Just reveal everything bad you know about Chloe. It doesn't matter if it's true or false." "It doesn't matter if it's true or false? You want me to make stuff up?" Brenny asked her. "You can say that?" Why would you want to do that? Did she offend you?" "You don't have to know that. All you have to know is that I want you to disclose information about her." "What will I get from doing so?" Brenny asked. $1 million, Bella said as she took out a bank card. "There's $1 million in here. It's not a lot, but I know you're short on cash these days. We all heard what happened in your family. You probably don't even have the money to buy clothes these days. I feel bad for you. You're a rich heiress, but your life isn't even as good as a servant's." Brenny didn't say anything. She glanced at the bank card with a complicated expression on her face. "It's really simple. As long as you're the one to disclose information about her, no one will care if it's true or not. You're Chloe's sister from the same father. Your last name is also Green. All you have to do is reveal scandals about her and the $1 million is all yours." "Chloe will kill me." Brenny looked up and stared into Bella's eyes. "Ha ha ha. Kill you? Are you kidding me? We live in a world of law. No one has the guts to kill anyone. Chloe's smart enough to know that, at most, she'll interrogate you. Miss Green, you didn't used to be this timid. What happened? Did Chloe scare the wits out of you?" Bella High looked at her with disdain. "I don't think you know how smart Chloe is. You really shouldn't make her your enemy. She's not as gentle as she looks." Brenny knew how scary Chloe could be, so she tried to talk Bella out of it. "Brenny, are you an idiot? Do you think everyone should be scared of Chloe just because you are? You know that Bella is Mayor Hall's daughter. She's no ordinary girl. No other woman in this city is as prestigious as she is. Why are you trying to talk her out of becoming enemies with Chloe? Are you kidding?" Brenny's so-called girlfriend sneered. "That's not it. It has nothing to do with status. Chloe has her ways. Pissing her off isn't smart. Stop with the nonsense. Do you want to work with me or not?" Bella picked up the bank card and waved it at Brenny. True, Brenny needed the money, but she still made a smart decision. Standing up, she said, "I'm sorry, Miss Hall, but I can't work with you." "Are you scared of Chloe?" Bella raised an eyebrow and asked impolitely. "You can think of it that way anyways. I know you'll regret not listening to me. Take care." Brenny then turned around to leave. Raging, Bella glared at the woman beside her. "Didn't you tell me Brenny was an idiot? Why would she reject my offer? I wasted my saliva trying to convince her, but she didn't even bite. I thought you were her friend." Bella assumed that Brenny was bound to take up her offer for $1 million. Then, scandals about Chloe would erupt, and she would be able to take advantage of that. To her surprise, however, Brenny didn't agree. "Yeah, she used to be really gullible and believed everything I said. When did she become so smart? The woman looked down, scared to look Bella in the eye. What a waste of my time. Bella then got up and stormed out of the coffee shop. Brenny walked around town before finally going back to the Green family mansion late into the evening. Her mom and brother were on house arrest, but she couldn't even call the cops. What kind of life was that? Therefore, she could only drink her sorrows away. Close to midnight, she stumbled into her house, drunk as can be. The living room was pitch black. She was just about to turn the lights on when a hand grabbed her neck and pushed her to the corner of a wall. Through the moonlight, she recognized who it was. The only person in her family who would ever treat her like that was Andrew. "What do you want?" Brenny asked with great difficulty, as Andrew's hand wrapped tightly around her neck, strangling her. "What did Bella talk to you about?" Andrew's voice was as cold as ice, and Brenny shook upon hearing this question. His body exuded different energy, and he wasn't at all like that joking and smiling man the rest of the world knew. "How did you know that? She was looking for me?" Confused, Brenny asked. "Idiot, answer my question. I don't have the patience to speak nonsense with you." Andrew's hand grabbed Brenny's neck even tighter, and she felt like she was about to die. He really didn't treat her with a speck of kindness, as if she wasn't even his sister. "Bella, she asked to work with me," Brenny said, terrified of Andrew. They lived under the same roof, so she knew that this devil was capable of killing her and throwing away her body without anyone ever noticing. "Work with you? To do what?" Andrew's hand let go of Brenny's neck upon hearing her give up information. "Ahem!" Brenny began coughing fiercely. "She offered me $1 million to defame Chloe." "Defame Chloe?" Andrew looked up, his expression dimming. "Yes, she told me to make stuff up and that no one would care about the validity of what I say, as long as I can ruin Chloe's name." I didn't agree. I really didn't take the money. Brenny looked at Andrew fearfully. She was afraid that he would reach out and strangle her to death. This woman really doesn't know how to enjoy life. She's really trying to court death, Andrew murmured, as he took out a moist toilette and wiped off the hand that touched Brenny just now. "I really didn't agree. I would never hurt Chloe. She helped me twice, so I owe her. You have to believe me that I would never agree to Bella's offer. I know you don't have the guts to. Just get out of my face." As soon as Andrew finished this sentence, Brenny was so scared that she ran upstairs with her tail between her legs. At home, not only did she have to tread carefully around Lily and be ignored by Timothy, she also had to endure Andrew's threats. Brenny felt so much emotional pressure that she felt herself break down, bit by bit. All she wanted to do was find a random man, get married, and leave her terrible home. Chloe called Jack after leaving Southside and found out that he was still busy with work. Therefore, she drove to Ashin's Ramen outside Second High. She asked for 2 bowls of ramen to go and brought them over to GK's headquarters. "Young madam," Mark politely nodded his head upon seeing her. "Is he inside?" "Yes, the president is conducting a video conference." "Oh, then I'll wait outside until he finishes." "It's okay. The president said that you can go right in." Upon hearing that, Chloe carefully opened the door to Jack's office and walked in with dinner in her hands. Jack was scolding his employees. None of the general managers of the branch companies had the guts to look up or say anything. "Resubmit the proposal by Friday. If I'm not happy with it by then, you can all retire." "Yes, boss." Then Jack turned off video conference and looked up to see Chloe by the door. His icy and indifferent expression immediately softened as he gestured at her. "Chloe, come here." Ever since they got married, Jack had been calling her honey instead of Chloe. Every time Mr. Dawson called her the latter name, it meant he was plotting something. Therefore, Chloe cautiously made her way over to him. "Mr. Dawson, what are you cooking up this time?" Chloe pursed her lips and smiled at Jack, who raised his eyebrows and questioned, "Is that the kind of person you think I am?" "Haha. It has nothing to do with how I think of you. I just know you're plotting something when you call me Chloe." Chloe was smarter now, so she wouldn't just jump into the holes her husband dug her. "I want to show you something," Jack said, as he took out a piece of paper and placed it onto his desk. Chloe picked it up, read it, and burst out in laughter. "Do you want to go?" Jack asked, and Chloe nodded her head shyly. "I do." It turned out that she and Jack were invited by Second High School to re-experience school life that Saturday. The school recently launched a Back to 17 event, and many successful graduates were invited back to relive a day of high school. As a young entrepreneur, Jack was ranked first on that list and was a legend at Second High. Even his relationship with Chloe was often mentioned by current students. Chloe was elated by this opportunity since her years at Second High were the most important in her entire life. Only because that was where she and Jack met and fell in love. "I'm shocked that Second High would hold such a humane event." Chloe wrapped her arms intimately around Jack's neck and said, "I knew you'd like it. When I was buying ramen just now, I was thinking how good it'd be if we could go back in time. If we did, I would treasure those 3 years, since those were basically the best years of my life." "Honey, I'm hungry," Jack suddenly said with puppy dog eyes. "Oh, right, I forgot. Here, I bought you some ramen." "Let's eat together," Chloe said, as she reached out to untie the knot of the plastic bag. But Jack's hands began moving up and down her body. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chloe immediately turned around, and Jack answered vaguely, "I'm hungry. I'll have this first, and then that." "What do you mean by this and that?" "Let me tell you. Eat your food and stop your dirty thoughts. We're in the president's office right now." Chloe smiled and reminded him, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm the president, and this is my office." Then, Jack held Chloe as he planted a passionate kiss on her lips. He decided to enjoy her first before dinner. Of course, he wasn't actually going to have her then and there. He just wanted a small taste, and was going to save the rest for when they got home. They then had ramen face to face. In the middle was a plate of pickled vegetables the restaurant owner gave to them for free. There really wasn't anything special to the ramen, but they enjoyed it more than anything in the world. "Honey, when we grow old, can we also open up a ramen shop, just like Ashin and his wife did? We can also open one by a school and watch as kids get to and from school every day and serve them ramen. Doesn't that sound like a good life?" Chloe fantasized as she ate. "Isn't that a waste?" Jack smiled, but Chloe didn't know what he was talking about, so she asked, "Waste?" "It's a waste of resources. We're both doctors," Jack reminded her. Only then did Chloe finally understand what he meant, and laughed. "Haha, a doctor who doesn't want to own a ramen restaurant isn't a good doctor." Jack took out a tissue and gently wiped off a tiny speck of oil by the corner of Chloe's mouth. Perhaps Jack was only this patient in front of Chloe. No matter how busy, tired, or annoyed he would never vent his anger towards Chloe. Not even a tiny bit. After dinner, Jack continued working while Chloe picked up a book, sat down on the couch, and began passing the time with him. After working for a while, Jack tilted his head to look at Chloe. He really couldn't get enough of her. He even balled up a piece of paper and threw it at her, landing right on Chloe's head. "Hey, Mr. Dawson, don't be like that. Are you trying to tease me?" Smiling, Chloe complained. "You were too focused on the book and were ignoring me." What Jack meant was that he was upset by Chloe not paying attention to him. "Ha, I was subconsciously paying attention to you. Don't be so dominant. I'll read another book, all right? I'll read your biography instead of this anthology. What do you think?" "That sounds much better." Jack pridefully nodded. "You wish." The two talked and laughed amongst themselves, and it was 8 o'clock before they knew it. Jack shut his laptop and rose after finishing the last of his documents. Then, he walked over to Chloe and laid on top of her, putting the entirety of his weight on her body. That forced Chloe to instantly lie down on the sofa. "Do you want to crush me?" Struggling, Chloe asked. Jack didn't look heavy, but she felt squashed with his body on top of hers. It was the weight of a mountain. Then, "Would you like to crush me?" After speaking, Jack flipped and held Chloe on top of him. Then, he laid back on the sofa. Their eyes met and were filled with love. At that moment, the door to his office suddenly opened. "President Dawson, can I leave Work now. Before Mark could finish talking, he immediately shut the door and left. Was he going to get a pay deduction because he disrupted his boss's business? However, a shocking revelation was that his boss liked being on the bottom. He couldn't tell that the warm and gentle young madam was actually a dominatrix. It's all because of you that Mark saw everything. So embarrassing. Chloe covered her eyes, feeling like she couldn't show her face around people anymore. Nothing happened, but the position was enough for one to think about. Anyone would take it the wrong way, right? Ah, it's over. He's going to think about me the wrong way from now on. I'll never be able to explain myself. Chloe wanted to make sure that Mark knew it was a misunderstanding. Jack was below her as he nimbly worked his hands inside her sweater. He already misunderstood us, so we might as well actualize it. After speaking, and before Chloe could defend herself, she fell into the warm web of love that Jack wove. When the two left the president's office, it was 9 already. It had been a whole hour, gosh. Thinking back at what just happened, Chloe felt her face again burning with embarrassment. The sofa's a bit hard. We'll replace it tomorrow, Jack muttered to himself. Chloe, on the other hand, lowered her head more. Jack held her hand, and they returned home together. Upon returning to South Hill Manor, they were surprised to see Jack's mother. "Mom, it's so late. Why are you here?" Jack asked indifferently. Chloe nodded but didn't know what to say. After all, her relationship with Mrs. Dawson was still a bit strained. Also, it was impossible for her to be like Bella and sweeten her voice like she was trying to please everyone. It just wasn't Chloe's style. Mrs. Dawson scanned the two's face and slowly said, "I went to the temple with your dad today, and they said that the bodhisattvas there actually works, so I asked for a child-bringing statue." Chloe and Jack turned their heads to look and saw that a shrine had been placed in the corner of the living room. In it was a white jade statue about 70 or 80 centimeters tall, holding a cute baby. So this was the famous child-bringing statue. "Mom, what are you doing? You know we don't believe in this. Also, the statue can't decide if we have kids or not. We do. Do you know about genetics and chromosomes?" Jack seemed displeased. He was an atheist and didn't believe in anything that science couldn't answer. He would never believe in the presence of a god in this world. In his words, he only trusted himself. Chloe was more interested in religion, so she didn't say anything. She only silently looked at the statue. "Don't think too much about it. Your dad and I obviously want you to have kids as soon as possible, so we got one for you guys. It's fine if you guys don't believe in it. You don't have to follow the traditions and give offerings. Just ask someone to put down some fruits and light some incense every so often. I trust that the child-bringing statue will bless our family." Jack wanted to ask his mother to take it away. However, before the words came out of his mouth, he heard Chloe say, "Thank you." Jack looked at Chloe with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect her to actually accept the statue and thank his mother. Mrs. Dawson seemed to be in a good mood too, as she nodded back at her. Then, Jack went upstairs to shower, leaving Chloe alone with his mother in the living room. They were enemies before and rarely sat together and talked alone. The atmosphere was quite awkward at first. "Have you been busy at the hospital?" Madam Dawson asked. It's the end of the year, so we have quite a bit of stuff to do. You're not a nurse anymore. You don't have to work night shifts. Also, I heard that neurology doctors aren't as busy as gynecologists, right?" "Yeah." Chloe nodded once again. "Work is important, but family is important too. I hope that you can spend more time on Jack and the family." "I will. You two are meant to be together, and I wish the best for you. Even though I was mean to you before, now that so much has happened, I can finally see through everything. I hope that you won't hold grudges for what happened in the past." Mrs. Dawson's words were ever so calm. Chloe quietly listened to her. She knew that Mrs. Dawson was referring to Uncle James's death as the grudge between them. If it were the old Chloe, she might have had a wall up in her heart. After all, there was a life involved. Uncle James, the closest person she had as a father figure, died. However, some things that happened later changed her view, especially when she realized that Uncle James was closely tied to her real family background. Chloe had a bold hypothesis that Uncle James's death wasn't the doing of the Dawson family, but rather someone who utilized their hands to do the deed. She didn't know if they were the ones who killed Uncle James, because most people related to her birth were either dead or missing. Even the birth records went up in flames. Could everything really be a coincidence? Chloe wanted to ask Mrs. Dawson what happened all those years ago, but now wasn't the time. The two's relationship was improving now, and asking about the incident wouldn't be beneficial to the situation. Chloe thought things through more than people her age did. Though she was only 24, her way of handling situations and speaking could beat that of a 40-year-old. She seemed to be born with a calm and confident aura that didn't exist amongst girls her age. At first, it was her aura that attracted Jack and made him infatuated with her. Rest assured, I won't hold grudges. After all, I married Jack. But I hope that you won't misunderstand me because of others' words, especially those who don't have good intentions, Chloe calmly replied. Chloe was up front and pointed to Bella. I'll make sure to check up on everything from now on. I won't be used as a puppet anymore. After speaking, Mrs. Dawson checked her watch. It's late. You two should rest up. I'm going to go now. Okay, bye. After seeing Mrs. Dawson out, Chloe went to shower upstairs and got into bed with Jack. My mom is superstitious. Don't mind her, Jack explained to Chloe. It's a good thing. Maybe the statue might really give us a baby. You really believe in stuff like this? Jack was a little surprised. Sometimes I have to believe. Chloe laughed with a hint of hopelessness. She wanted a child too, but she was out of options. So she put her hope in the gods, wishing a way out of the dead end she was in. Jack hugged Chloe a bit heart-achingly. Don't be sad. We'll have a baby. She or he might already be on their way here. The next morning, Jack took a private jet away from the city at 5 a.m. for his business trip. Chloe drove to work alone, but she felt as if someone was watching her on the way there. However, when she turned to look, she saw nothing. The feeling was really strange. Frowning, Chloe exited the highway slowly. Behind her, in a black Hummer, a woman's voice said, "Okay, stop following her. She's clever. If we keep following her, she's going to take notice." Yes, boss. The men in black clothes and sunglasses nodded. When Chloe got to the hospital, she was still a little distraught. Chief Green, these are the main points of the morning meeting. You can just refer to this sheet here. Her assistant, Violet, handed her a file. Chief? Violet quietly called again upon seeing no reaction from Chloe, who, only then, was pulled back to earth. Huh? What were you saying? Chloe turned around to look at Violet. I said, these are the main talking points for the morning meeting. You can just refer to this. Oh, okay. Chloe was still distraught when she took the folder. She was completely distracted. Chief, did something happen? No. If you have some personal issues, I'll go to the meeting for you. You don't seem to be focused. Violet rarely saw Chloe like this and therefore couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. You can go back to work. After the morning meeting, Chloe left the conference room, crossed the main hall on the first floor, and took the elevator to the floor of her office. Then, that feeling appeared again. It was like someone was watching her, but she didn't know who that person was. She nervously looked around at the doctors, patients, and nurses walking around and couldn't tell. She only felt a crippling headache. What do I have this feeling? It's so weird. Chloe talked to herself and quickly walked into the elevator. When she walked in, a female doctor on the second floor took off her face mask and smiled at Chloe's disappearing silhouette. After a busy morning, Chloe looked at her watch and saw that it was almost time for lunch. She took out her phone and texted Victoria. Victoria, what you doing? Sunbathing and eating fruits. You didn't go to work today? No, nothing's going on at the station, and Brenton told me not to go. I'm practically on maternity leave and don't have to go to work unless there's a special situation that needs me. What's wrong? Victoria immediately asked her when she heard something wrong in Chloe's tone. Victoria, I think someone is stalking me. Someone stalking you? Victoria was surprised. Yeah, but I'm not sure. As of right now, I have zero evidence. Then how do you know that you're being stalked? Victoria asked. I have a feeling, a really strong one. I feel like a pair of eyes have been watching me ever since I left for work this morning, even at the hospital after my morning meeting. But I don't see them. It's a terrifying feeling. I feel really uneasy, Chloe anxiously said. She wanted Victoria to analyze the situation for her because she was a psychologist. Chloe had been very defensive since her kidnapping last time and observed her surroundings and those who surrounded her at all times. If you have the feeling, it might be real. Look out for any suspicious people or vehicles and record them, Victoria reminded her. No, that's the scary part. I can't find anyone that's suspicious, and it's like everything is just a part of my imagination. Huh. Then that might be your imagination. You've been stressed lately. Actually, stress and tiredness might produce hallucinations, including visual and auditory ones. No, I've never felt like this before when I was stressed. You know? It's a new feeling. I feel like they're close to me, but I can't see or feel them. I can't describe it with words. Chloe couldn't really describe that subtle feeling. That's weird. If that's the case, you should really be careful. Please don't get into any accidents. Your status is really special right now. You're a department chief of Southside and the young madam of the Dawson family. It's only natural for people to plot against you. I'll watch out. Chloe nodded. Chloe felt much better after talking with Victoria. Then, she made an international call to Thomas before returning to work. In the afternoon, she strolled around downstairs after seeing patients. She heard that a woman gave birth to triplet girls in the OB/GYN department on the second floor, so everyone in the hospital went to see the sight. Normally, Chloe didn't like to join the crowd, but she couldn't hold back due to her love for babies. At the doors of the OB/GYN department, Chief Green, some doctors from the department greeted Chloe upon seeing her. They all respected Chloe for her proposal to reorganize the hospital. If not for her, Southside wouldn't be as authoritative as it was now, so much so that it was about to surpass the first hospital. If not for Chloe, Southside would be a recuperation center known for scandals, which shouldn't be the case for a decent hospital. The patient had a C-section, right? Was she due? Chloe leaned against the glass window of the ICU and looked at the 3 cute babies in the incubators with a warm gaze. No, she can't be due with so many babies. She had a C-section at 35 weeks. She suffered from pregnancy hypertension too. She couldn't have made it to term, one of the doctors replied. Are the babies healthy? They're just a little smaller. One only weighed 1 kilogram, but they're still pretty healthy. They're surviving just fine. The OB/GYN doctor smiled. So lucky. 3 little princesses. Chloe was very jealous and leaned against the window to look at the 3 kids in front of her. Her eyes were overflowing with the shine of motherly love. Chief Green, get in on the luck. Maybe you'll have twins or triplets in the future. A doctor gave her blessings as she smiled. Chloe immediately smiled shyly. I'm not that lucky. Anyways, we don't have the genes for twins. The probability is extremely slim. Because of her time in the OB/GYN department, she was quite knowledgeable in the field. Chloe was very rational and wouldn't dream about impossible things. She left unwillingly after watching the babies for a while. She chose to take the stairs because of the number of people by the elevator doors. The stairs from the 2nd to the 3rd floor were broad, and the medical staff took it because the elevator was inconvenient. So, she didn't pay attention to the people rushing by. A woman in a white lab coat lowered her head and walked past her. Chief Green. Chloe nodded. She was used to these types of greetings since she didn't know too many doctors at the hospital due to their sheer numbers. However, most of them knew her, since she was simply too famous. Therefore, she didn't pay attention to the female doctor who greeted her. When she returned to her office, she couldn't find her employee badge. It was hanging right in front of her chest just now. It was nothing, since her employee badge had no important personal information. However, it did have an 1-inch by 1-inch picture of Chloe on it. She wasn't wearing any makeup in the photo, but was still really pretty. Jack used to joke that only those who looked good in official photos were truly pretty. Chloe was immediately put in an agitated mood. She scoured through her office but couldn't find it. "Violet, come in for a second," she called her assistant with the internal line. A minute later, Violet ran in. "Chief, what's wrong? My employee badge is gone. Did you see it? I saw you wearing it this morning." Violet was a little shocked. "Yeah, I had it when I went to the OBGYN department, but now it's gone. Maybe you lost it on the way here. I'll go find it." After speaking, Violet was just about to leave, but Chloe stopped her. "Wait for a second, Violet. Do you need something else, Chief?" Violet looked back. "If you don't find it, can you broadcast it over the intercom to see if anyone found it, and if they could bring it to me?" Chloe knew that it would be inconvenient if she had to apply for another employee badge. It's just too much hassle. So, she wanted to look for it over the intercom. Violet nodded, closed the door, and went to look for Chloe's employee badge. She spent half a day looking for it in vain. The Southside intercom announced, "If anyone found Chief Chloe Green's employee badge, please bring it to the broadcasting room on the first floor." On the roof of the building across Southside stood a young woman in a black leather jacket with waist-long hair. She didn't seem afraid of the cold as she sat on the bone-piercing, cold roof with an employee badge in hand. Then, she slowly read, "Chloe Green, Chief Physician of the Department of Neurology." She pretended to be a doctor just about 10 minutes ago and walked past Chloe. Then, she stole Chloe's employee badge without the latter even noticing. Then, she even talked to Chloe, who thought that she was just another coworker. The girl held Chloe's badge with warmth in her eyes. She could actually get so close to her. So close. "Boss, the helicopter is going to pick us up at the drop-off location in 15 minutes. It's time to go." A man in a black fur coat behind her reminded her with a serious expression. The girl looked at the employee badge once more before carefully placing it in the pocket of her jacket. Maybe he knew what the girl was thinking. The man said again, "We're on an urgent mission. We can't stay for long. Boss, if you want to see her, you'll have a lot more opportunities in the future." "I know." The girl slowly got up and looked at Southside. Then, she slowly put on her black deerskin gloves, leaped off the staircase leading to the roof, and left with that man. The broadcast ran on an entire afternoon, but Chloe still couldn't find it. In the end, she had no choice but to apply for a new one. That evening when Chloe got off work, she put on her earbuds and called Jack. "Sweetie?" Jack picked up the call, and his voice couldn't be warmer. "Honey, are you back yet?" Chloe happily beamed. "Not yet, honey. I'm still out of town. I didn't even get on the plane yet," Jack replied gently. "Oh, are you still coming home tonight?" Chloe was slightly disappointed. For some reason, she was clingier than ever. She didn't like it when Jack went out of town for work, especially if he had to spend the night away from her. This was because South Hill Manor was too big, so if she was left alone in their bedroom, she felt extremely lonely and empty, even though there were countless maids around the house. "I am, but I won't be able to arrive until 8 p.m. Don't wait for me to have dinner. It'll be too late." "Okay, I'll go eat at my mom's house then." "Oh, right. A new movie was just released. Do you want to watch it together?" "I don't know when I'll be able to get back. Let's decide after you have dinner." "Sounds good." Chloe nodded and then hung up the phone. As soon as Jack hung up his call with Chloe, Rick's call came in. They were good friends, but Rick rarely called Jack unless there was something he needed to talk to him about. Therefore, Jack was always very careful when he received phone calls from Rick. "Jack, something really weird happened today that I have to tell you about." "Go ahead," Jack said calmly. "You know that I have people protecting Chloe, right? We have been keeping track of everyone around her, and ever since she was kidnapped, I planted people in the hospital so we could keep a closer eye on Chloe, but today..." Then Rick paused, and Jack became nervous. "What happened today?" he probed, and Rick answered, "This morning, while Chloe was driving to work, a Hummer seemed to be following her. I'm not completely sure, though." "What do you mean by not completely sure?" Jack frowned. How could Rick not be sure if someone was following Chloe? Was she going to be in danger again? Because that car followed her for a while before suddenly turning away. Then, it showed up again. It didn't really make sense. Did that car follow her all the way to Southside? Worried, Jack continued to ask. No. Before it got to Southside, the car made a turn and left, making it seem like it was just a coincidence. But from my experience, it definitely wasn't by accident. That means whoever was in the car is an expert and was playing hide-and-seek with us. If that's the case, we're in trouble, because that person is extremely smart. That's why I wanted to ask you if you wanted to increase security around Chloe, or ask her to stop working for a while. Rick was a calm and reliable man. Some people may think that he liked to overreact, but the truth was, his analyses had never been wrong. His sixth sense had never failed him. Getting her to take time off work isn't viable. Chloe would never agree to it. She's simply not capable of staying at home and doing nothing. Could you tighten security for now? I need to ensure her safety, Jack said after giving it some thought. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll make sure our people are on high alert. Oh, right. Something else suspicious happened that I wanted to tell you about. But I don't know if it had anything to do with Chloe being followed. Rick suddenly remembered something else. Go ahead. Do you know about the Underground Force, the Green Tiger Gang? I've heard about them. They own underground casinos and work as loan sharks, right? Jack was aware of the gangs in the city. Yeah, but they're infamous, and are therefore usually ignored by the other gangs. I heard that their boss, who's Russian, constantly sends them money to hire puppet members. Apparently, their newly completed casino, the biggest one yet, had an explosion during the fireworks at the opening ceremony, and a lot of people got hurt. Their big boss died at the scene. Really? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Jack asked, a little surprised. Because the police sealed off this information. They also refused to outsource the investigation. Local news outlets only reported on the fireworks incident, but according to my findings, some super dynamite called HKN-5 was placed inside their casino, so it was definitely intentional. At the same time, a group of unknown individuals left the city in a helicopter, and I wasn't able to identify them or obtain information on that helicopter, which is really weird. Even you couldn't identify them? Jack was now more surprised than ever. Yeah, even me. So, I was thinking, do you think that group of people has anything to do with Chloe being followed? I don't think so. She would never offend powerful people like them, Jack said slowly. And Rick replied, That's for the best. Anyways, I was just making a guess. Go back to what you're doing. Let's talk later. Then, Rick hung up the phone, leaving Jack's emotions all over the place. It would make things much more complicated if Chloe had something to do with the people behind the explosion. Those people were capable of quietly bombing an underground casino and then flying off in an unidentifiable helicopter. Being followed by them felt unreal and horrifying. Boss, Mayor Kai asked us to stay for dinner. He already made reservations. Assistant Mark reminded Jack, who looked down at his watch. It was almost 6 p.m. and he promised his wife that he was going to watch a movie with her at 8. Therefore, he shook his head. Tell him we'll have dinner next time. Okay. It wasn't the first time the president stubbornly declined a chance to dine with the mayor of a city. Mark knew that no matter how important and powerful someone was, to Jack, he or she was nothing compared to the young madam. Therefore, he immediately called Mayor Kai's assistant, and the two of them took a private plane home. Before he got onto the plane, Jack sent Chloe a message. Honey, I'm boarding the plane and I will arrive at about 8:30 p.m. You can buy tickets now. Chloe's lips curled into a smile upon seeing this message, making Sandra curious. "Chloe, what are you smiling about?" "Oh, nothing." Chloe put down her phone and continued eating. "Cousin Chloe," June quietly said. "Yeah? Are you okay with the food?" "Oh, it's not bad. June made all these dishes. She may be young, but she can do anything. At home, she helps your uncle cut crops and corn, and even takes care of the livestock. She's also a great chef. I think she'll make a fine wife in the future." It was obvious that Sandra liked her only niece, since she kept on complimenting her. Truth be told, Chloe felt nothing towards this young girl. She didn't like her, nor did she dislike her. Yeah, she would. Chloe smiled and chimed in. She didn't want to rain on her mother's parade. "Chloe, do you need a maid at home? I'm not working right now. Auntie said your mansion is really big and pretty. I'm sure you can use some extra hands. Can I come work for you?" "I can literally do anything," June suddenly asked, startling Chloe. "My place. We already have all the help we need," Chloe said slowly. The truth was, an extra person at South Hill Manor wouldn't affect anything. At most, Mr. Dawson would have to pay a few more $1,000s in employee income, but it was fine since he was rich enough to afford to hire 100 more people. GK could make more profit in a day than a regular person made in his or her life. Therefore, to Jack, money was just a number rather than something that needed to be saved up. However, Chloe instinctively disliked this cousin of hers, so she didn't want to pretend to be a saint and hire June over to her house. "Chloe, why don't you find a job for her at your hospital or at Jack's company? She can't just stay home and do nothing." Sandra would never ask her niece to stay with her, day in and day out. She didn't want to use her like a housekeeper, so she wanted to help her find a job. Sandra knew how high her daughter's current social status was, and thought it would be easy for Chloe to find June a job. Before Chloe had the chance to answer, June said, "Chloe, I'm a timid person, and I really don't like working at a hospital. Can you see if there are any openings at my brother-in-law's company? I can work there. I haven't been there in days. I'll let you know when I go, but I can't make any promises. His company is mainly looking for salespeople or high-level executives. I don't think you'd be able to do those jobs. But I feel bad asking you to work there as a cleaning lady. Then, I'm sure my brother-in-law's office needs cleaning. I can be his personal cleaner." The girl's eyes twinkled at the mention of Jack, to which Chloe replied vaguely, "He already has an assistant and a bunch of secretaries." "There's no rush, Chloe. June can stay here for the time being while you see if there's anything that suits her, preferably a job that provides her with meals and hostel. It'll be inconvenient for her to go to and from work if she lives here. Mom, only the service industry offers meals and hostel, like restaurants or hotels. The employees of big enterprises don't provide things like that. Just lunch at most." Chloe looked at her mother, feeling pushed into a corner. "That sounds good too. We'll talk about it when you find something." After their conversation, Chloe lost all her appetite. She wiped the corners of her mouth and got up. "Mom, I'm full. I'm going to go now. Don't leave so soon. Have some fruit. June can wash an apple for you." "It's okay. Mom, I have somewhere to be." Chloe hugged her mother and headed out the door. "Chloe, let me send you off," June offered, and walked Chloe all the way to the gates of Sandra's residential district. "Cousin Chloe?" "Yeah?" "Why didn't my brother-in-law come with you today?" June suddenly asked, to which Chloe answered, "He's out of town on a business trip." "Oh, then you should be careful." "Careful about what?" Chloe frowned, not sure what June was trying to say. When men go out of town on business trips, it usually means he's got someone on the side. My brother-in-law is so handsome and rich, maybe he has a mistress. You should keep a close eye on him and stop him from going on business trips in the future. "Huh. Who told you this?" Chloe sneered, and June stared blankly back at her. "I saw it on TV. That's what usually happens." Chloe patted June's shoulder and said profoundly, I suggest that you stop watching 8 p.m. TV dramas. You should go about town when you have time and get a taste of how it actually feels to live in a big city. Then, Chloe pressed her key control, opened the door to her car, and got onto the driver's seat, while June continued to ponder what Chloe meant by what she just said. Upon arriving at the downtown cinema, Chloe saw someone she knew while buying movie tickets for Jack and herself. Why are you here? Chloe was shocked to see Rick outside the movie theater, to watch a movie. Rick was also a man of few words. No wonder he and Jack were good friends. Their personalities were really similar. Both seemed like they would die if they spoke one more word than they had to. Curious. Chloe glanced over at the woman standing not far behind Rick. She was the one Rick was really nervous about the other day at his party. So it was true. Rick, the iceberg man, was really in love. Oh, enjoy the movie. Are you watching a movie by yourself? Rick was surprised to see Chloe at the movie theater alone, but Chloe shook her head. Jack will be here soon. Rick nodded and replied, Okay then, we're going to go in first. Sounds good. Rick's movie was about to begin, while Chloe and Jack's movie was in 30 minutes. Therefore, they went into the auditorium before her. As they headed in, Rick's girlfriend even smiled at Chloe, who warmly returned her smile with a smile of her own. Chloe held their movie tickets and waited outside the doors. Soon, the movie was about to start. Everyone began walking into the auditorium, but Jack was nowhere to be seen. Anxious, Chloe picked up her phone and called him. I'm sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Please try again later. His phone was off. Chloe remembered that she told Jack when and where to meet him. Did he go to a different theater? Or did something come up and he had to deal with it? But if something really did happen, he would never make her wait here. As her mind began to wander, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Miss, are you waiting for someone? Chloe immediately turned around and leaped into that young man's arms, hugging his neck as tight as she could. Her movements were so sudden that the workers began shooting weird glances at them. I thought you weren't coming. Of course I was coming. I promised you I'd be here. If I didn't come, you would make me kneel on a durian when we get home, Jack said, as he lovingly brushed the stray hairs away from Chloe's face. She smiled and linked arms with Jack as they walked into the auditorium together. They were watching a new release called Love 020. Chloe read the book before and thought the plot was funny and relaxing. Therefore, when she heard that it was made into a movie and found out the main characters were really good-looking, she decided to come to watch. A while back, she came to watch The Lost Tomb with Sarah, since Jack was busy with GK's year-end celebration and Victoria was pregnant. She really liked that movie. It was the end of the year, so there were a lot of movie releases that starred young, good-looking actors. Being able to see a movie with actors who were both good-looking and good at acting was rarer than ever. After watching The Lost Tomb and Love 020, Chloe was pleasantly surprised. She and Jack were still discussing the plot of the movie they just watched as they walked out of the auditorium. Oh, right, honey. I saw Rick as I was buying tickets. Oh, yeah? Yeah. I think he was with his girlfriend. I was really surprised to see him at the movie theater. Haha. He's still a man. You shouldn't be so surprised. Jack laughed. Chloe suddenly thought of an important question. Hey, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Jack shook his head. He was working the entire afternoon, and Mayor Kai was supposed to treat him to dinner. Yet, since he agreed to go to the movies with Chloe, he came back in such a hurry that he forgot to eat on his way back. His private plane, which he was on for more than 2 hours, provided meals, but the sensitivity of humans' taste buds was reduced in the air, so he rarely ate when flying. Therefore, his stomach had been empty this entire time. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have eaten first and then watched the movie. Heartbroken, Chloe looked at him. It's fine. I just wanted to spend time with you. Are you an idiot? Chloe was furious as she punched Jack gently on the shoulder. She was the only person who could say that Jack was an idiot. She was also the only one Jack was willing to be an idiot with. It's okay if I'm An idiot. I'll be fine as long as I have a smart wife. Jack laughed aloud again, and Chloe's heart filled with happy content. Did you eat honey today? What's with all the sweet talk? Mr. Dawson's occasional whispers of love were sweet to hear. Let's go. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Chloe waved her wallet in the air as she pulled Jack by the hand. Then, the pair headed over to the food street next to the theater. There was a restaurant on that street. It was a little spicy, but the food was delicious. Chloe happily pulled Jack into the restaurant. To her surprise, however, she saw Justin as soon as they walked in. He was sitting there with Max and a woman Chloe didn't recognize. They sat near the door and were very attention-grabbing. Should we eat somewhere else? Chloe felt awkward. She swore she didn't know Justin would also be here. Talk about a coincidence. No, it's fine. I like it here, Jack said. Then, he held Chloe's hand as the pair walked casually into the restaurant. Justin and the others looked up and immediately saw them. When Jack and Justin's eyes met, Jack nodded as if he were greeting Justin, and the latter nodded back at him. They might be the most harmonious love rivals in history. This was because they were both frank and forthright gentlemen. Therefore, although they were competitors, they also respected each other. When Justin's eyes landed on Chloe, she smiled and nodded at him as well. Then, Jack and Chloe sat down on an empty table, not too close and not too far from them. Holy crap, I can't believe we would see them here. Young Master Cooper, tell me the truth. Did you have them followed and knew that they were coming here? Is that why you suggested that we eat here? Max teased. Do you think I have nothing better to do with my life? Justin asked as he rolled his eyes at him. Then it means that you guys are meant to be. Haha, the city is so big, but you still managed to bump into her. Good for you. Justin didn't reply. He looked down and continued eating. Every time Jack and Chloe appeared, he would always end up being the one other people were sympathetic towards, since Chloe and Jack constantly flaunted their love in front of others, especially the poor single Justin. Young Master Cooper. Max looked at Justin as if he wanted to say something. Shoot. Justin knew from the way he smiled and called him young master that whatever he was going to say next was going to be dirty. As expected, in my opinion, Brenton is married, and I always have dates. Out of the 3 musketeers, you're the only one who's still single. Why don't you find a woman for yourself? I heard that your company signed a bunch of new entertainers recently. Isn't one of them super gorgeous? What's her name again, Min something? She's really pretty. If you think she's pretty, then you should sleep with her. Justin didn't even look up as he replied to Max, who laughed. Ha 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 ha. She would never go for me. Truth be told, I thought about courting her. Don't worry, Justin. If worst comes to worst, you can just sleep with Gianna. She's super popular and not involved with any scandals. I heard that a bunch of popular male celebrities have been courting her, but she rejected all of them. I think she has a thing for you. Are you stupid? How do you know what she's thinking? Max felt speechless at his remarks, and Justin continued. Stop trying to match me up with random people. I went on so many dates my grandpa set up for me over the past few days that I'm dying of annoyance. I finally completed my mission over there, so I swear if you try to set me up again, I'm going to make you pay the bills when we hang out in the future. Don't do that. Haha, I'm not as rich as you are. With your taste, you might suck my week's allowance dry with 1 bottle of red wine. I'll shut up, okay? Max immediately stopped teasing him. Unlike Brenton and Justin, Max didn't have his own company, nor was he working. However, he couldn't be considered as a freeloader either. All in all, his family was so big that he had income and was filthy rich, even if he didn't work. He just wasn't as rich as Justin. In Sea City, not many dared to compete with Justin when it came to spending money. Jack didn't count since he wasn't a big money spender, unless he was spending money for Chloe. Over at the other table, Chloe ordered her and Jack 4 dishes and some rice. They then ate quietly. Honey, yeah? Jack looked up at her, who said, "Do you think you might get sick of looking at me one day and fall for another woman?" Jack was shocked, speechless by her question. Chloe placed her hands on her cheeks and said in all seriousness, "They all say that people get sick of eating fish and beef every day, and therefore will occasionally crave lettuce. I don't consider myself to be fish and beef, but rather lettuce. So if you eat lettuce every day, would you one day want to eat fish and beef?" "I won't." "Why not?" "Because lettuce is my absolute favorite," Jack replied in equal seriousness, and Chloe burst out in laughter. Why was Mr. Dawson so cute? He looked so adorable when answering her question. It was already 11:30 p.m. when they headed home. Chloe was so sleepy that she fell asleep in the passenger seat. Just then, she received a message on her phone. "Hey, are you asleep yet?" Jack rarely looked at Chloe's phone, but when he glanced over and saw that the message was from Andrew, he became anxious. Therefore, he held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up Chloe's phone with the other. After unlocking it with much familiarity, he replied, "What do you want?" "The old man's going to run out of money soon. I think he's going to come looking for you soon. Whatever measures he decides to take, whether it's playing the victim or the parent card, promise me that you won't help him." "I know," Jack replied. He immediately realized that Andrew was talking to Chloe about Timothy. It seemed like Lily and Andrew were more than ready to snatch the Green Corporation, leaving Timothy with nowhere and no one to go to. "Oh, did you realize anything different on your way to work these days?" Andrew asked. "What do you mean? For example, has anything weird been happening to you?" Andrew's question was vague, but Jack had a feeling that he knew Andrew was being followed. "I feel like I'm being followed," Jack replied on purpose, wanting to test out Andrew's reactions, but the latter quickly steered away from the subject. "Haha, I think you've been watching too many mystery TV shows. Why would anyone follow you?" "What do you mean by weird, then?" Jack replied in lieu of Chloe. "Nothing. You should go to bed soon. There are so many surprises in this world that are just waiting for you to discover." Then, Andrew stopped replying, and Jack decided not to probe further. Green family mansion. Andrew stood by the window in his second-floor bedroom, with a glass of wine in his hand. He muttered to himself, "Tsk, tsk, you damned girl. I can't believe you would let someone else talk to me on your phone. You're so apathetic." He was an extremely sensitive and careful person. Plus, he knew how Chloe usually reacted and talked to him on Snap. He knew her too well, so he immediately realized that someone was pretending to talk to him as Chloe. He originally wanted to let that girl in on some information, but if it was Jack who was talking to her, then he didn't want to reveal anything. After all, it had nothing to do with Jack and everything to do with Chloe. If Chloe knew that person came to the city and even visited her at the hospital, she would be really surprised, wouldn't she? "Andrew, you're not asleep yet?" His mother, Lily's voice, sounded from behind him. The door to his room was open, so Lily saw that Andrew was still awake as she headed downstairs for a cigarette. "Mom." Andrew turned around with a smile on his face. "Why aren't you asleep? I couldn't fall asleep." "Me too. For some reason, I've been having severe headaches recently." Lily walked in with a cigarette in her hand. Timothy hadn't been home in a while. Ever since Evelyn's incident, he had been sleeping with some university student. It seemed like he wanted to have another child at his old age. After all, the fact that Liam was someone else's son was quite a blow to his pride and dignity. Lily was more than used to how slutty Timothy was, since they didn't get married for love to begin with. "I'll ask a traditional medicine doctor to come and give you a massage tomorrow." Lily nodded. Then she asked, "Andrew, how are things going at the company?" "Everything's ready. I'm just waiting for that old man to go looking for help. We're fine as long as Chloe doesn't help him." "Then, do you think Chloe would help him?" Lily smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Andrew replied with a question of his own, and the mother-son duo smiled at each other. They both knew that Chloe would never help Timothy, not even if hell froze over. "Oh, after things are settled at the company, You should hurry up and get married. An arranged marriage might be the best business measure to take. You don't have to marry someone who's richer than us, but her family should be at least on par with ours. Only then will we be able to ensure the undying prosperity of the Green Corporation, Lily reminded him. Don't worry, Mom. I have a target in mind. I'll get on it as soon as I wrap things up at the company. Lily was surprised to hear this. You have a target? Who is it? Don't tell me it's that Emery. It isn't. That's good. Women in the entertainment industry are only for playing. Don't get too serious with them. We need to focus on our business, Lily said profoundly as she patted Andrew on the shoulder. Okay. Andrew nodded obediently. The next morning at South Hill Manor, Jack and Chloe woke up early to have breakfast. Honey, we're going back to Second High tomorrow. I'll ask someone to send over our uniforms today. We get uniforms? How formal. Chloe couldn't help but laugh. Of course, Second High's current uniforms are much better than the ones we used to wear. We get to wear a blazer and everything. If we're going to enjoy student life, we might as well go all out, right? Jack took this Back to 17 event quite seriously, so he made all the necessary arrangements for him and Chloe. Then, do we also get backpacks? Yeah. Wow. What else is there? Tell me so I can look forward to it. There's also Noah and Sarah. Really? Chloe exclaimed in pleasant surprise, and Jack nodded. Yeah. Noah was also invited since he's the captain of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Unit. Sarah may be just a flight attendant, but she's Captain Noah's girlfriend, so she was invited as well. Whoa, that's awesome. Our high school lives are being recreated perfectly, Chloe said with great expectations. As they chatted happily, Uncle George suddenly walked up to them. Sir, young madam, someone's here to see you. He's driving a Mercedes-Benz E60. Is the license plate number UF 5828? Chloe asked, and Uncle George nodded his head. She glanced at Jack and said, It's Huo Zhenghai's car. Tell him to come in. Jack elegantly picked up the white handkerchief on the table and wiped off his hands, while Uncle Garoj picked up a walkie-talkie and instructed the guards by the gates to let Timothy's car through. Soon, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove into South Hill Manor. It was Timothy's first time here. He knew they used to live at Imperial Park, but later he found out that they had moved. So, he decided to come and see Chloe here. It wasn't even 7 a.m. yet. Timothy wouldn't be here if he didn't have something to talk to her about. Chloe didn't see Andrew's message from last night, so she didn't know why he was here. Jack deleted their conversation because he didn't want Andrew's words to confuse Chloe and make her think too much. Why is he here so early? Chloe took a small sip of milk and looked worriedly at Jack, who replied calmly, He probably needs you for something. Chloe, Jack, you guys moved. I went all the way to Imperial Park this morning for nothing. Timothy cottoned up to them as soon as he walked in through the doors. Chloe? Jack? He had no right to call them that. Did you need something? Chloe went straight to the point, leading Timothy to smile awkwardly. I do have something to talk to you guys about, but it's fine. I'm not in a hurry. But we're in a hurry. We have head out at 7:20, or else we'll be late for work, so you only have 20 minutes left. Do you really want to talk about it after breakfast? Chloe asked, word for word. It's okay. I don't need breakfast. I'll cut to the chase then. Chloe, something happened with Dad's company. Last night, a manager for one of our projects ran away to Australia with all the project money. Our partner called this morning and said that if we didn't put that money back immediately, he's going to sue us for breach of contract. I don't have that much right now, as cash flow's been pretty tight, Timothy said, feeling embarrassed. So? Chloe looked up and asked, calmly as she glanced at him. So, can you lend me some money? I promise to repay you as soon as this difficult time period passes. Poor Timothy. He lived his entire life in glory and had countless mistresses. In the end, he had to resort to asking his unrecognized daughter for money. How ironic was that? Chloe glanced at Jack. Neither of them uttered a word, but their expressions said it all. You should know that. I'm just a nurse. Even if I give you all my salary over the past few years, it would still not be enough. I would be biting off more than I can chew. Chloe politely rejected his request. Chloe, I know you don't have that much money. What I mean is, can my son-in-law lend me some money from GK? Timothy glanced over at Jack awkwardly. Son-in-law? Those words sounded disgusting coming from Timothy. Back then, he didn't even recognize his daughter, but now he had the audacity to call Jack son-in-law? What if Chloe hadn't married Jack? What if she married an ordinary man? Would Timothy come running over to their home like so? After a few moments of silence, Jack said slowly, Indeed, GK has money, but the company's not my own. If a large amount of money is needed, the board members need to give approval first before I can lend it to you. My father also needs to sign off on it. It's a complicated process, and I can't guarantee you anything. If you're okay with it, you can come to the board meeting with me this morning and explain your situation. Then, the board members can decide whether to lend you the money. Timothy didn't know what to say. He was a man of status, so he would never thick-facedly beg GK's board members for money. To him, it would be equivalent to asking for ridicule. Oh, never mind then. I'll think of another way. Then, Timothy said goodbye and left in a hurry. Honey, good job. Chloe laughed as she stood up. Andrew sent you a message last night, but you were asleep. I didn't wake you up and deleted our conversation afterward. Oh? What did he say? Chloe was curious. He just said that Timothy might come asking you for help and that you shouldn't help him. That was an unnecessary reminder. I would never help Timothy unless water got into my brain. Chloe smiled. Jack decided not to tell Chloe about the other thing Andrew mentioned. Jack believed that the latter might threaten Chloe with her family background in the future, since it seemed like he knew more about it than anyone else. Plus, Chloe had been trying hard to find out where she came from. Even Rick couldn't find out who was following Chloe, but Andrew did. It could only mean that Andrew was not simple at all. In the end, Jack chose not to tell Chloe about his conversation with Andrew last night, since he wanted to protect her and didn't want her to overthink things. It was for her own good. After rejecting Timothy's attempt to borrow money from them, Jack and Chloe headed to work. Jack followed Chloe's car all the way to South Side before leaving with a peace of mind. On his way to GK, Jack put on his headphones and dialed a number. Hello? Rick, keep a close eye on Andrew for me. Andrew? Why? Rick was surprised to hear this. He seems to know a lot of things. I think he knows even more than we do. But he's not willing to reveal anything and keeps being deliberately mysterious. I'm certain something is up with him. Okay, I got it. Rick understood what Jack was worried about, so he immediately agreed. Upon arriving at South Side, Chloe had just finished organizing her stuff and came out of the morning meeting when Violet ran up to her in a hurry. Chief, someone just booked an emergency consultation with you. This early in the morning? Chloe looked down at her watch. It was not even 8:30 a.m. Yeah, appointments with chief physicians usually start in the afternoon, but this patient specifically asked for you. Would you like to see her? Violet asked as she awaited orders from Chloe, who nodded. Why not? We shouldn't keep the patient waiting for nothing. Ever since Chloe mysteriously disappeared from her office and was kidnapped, Violet basically spent every consult with her, from beginning to end. 10 minutes later, a tired-looking woman walked into the clinic. She was around 30 years old and had distinctive features, but her face was as pale as a ghost. Please sit. Chloe looked up at the woman, then back down at her medical records. She was shocked to see that she suffered from intermittent psychosis. Technically, she didn't treat patients with psychosis. There were a lot of hospitals in the city that treated this illness. Chloe, on the other hand, usually dealt with patients with depression, mania, ADHD, or insomnia. She was a doctor who treated patients with mental illnesses, and psychosis wasn't one of them. Psychosis patients were borderline dangerous. According to hospital regulations, Chloe had the right to deny consult for this patient. However, upon seeing the woman's facial expressions, she felt bad for her and didn't have the heart to send her away. "You're suffering from intermittent psychosis?" "For how long?" Chloe asked. "A little over 3 years." The woman sounded completely normal in her replies. "Do you have a family history of psychosis? Is anyone in your family suffering from the same disease?" "You're the first one?" "I am." The woman nodded. "What are your symptoms? Can you explain them to me? For example, do you remember doing anything radical during your psychotic episodes?" "I don't." "Then, do you know the cause of your psychosis? Did your primary physician ever diagnose you?" "Yeah, he said it was because of too much mental pressure." "Where does your mental pressure come from? From work or from life?" Chloe asked in detail, while Violet jotted down important points on her notebook. The woman paused for a second before slowly saying, "Both, I think. Ever since I was diagnosed, I quit my job and have been staying at home this entire time." "Are you married? Do you have children?" "I'm married, but I don't have any children." Chloe nodded at her reply. "Your physician diagnosed you with intermittent psychosis, so I suggest that you go to a psychiatric clinic instead. After all, the doctors there are more authoritative. I'm a neurology physician, but I only treat patients with mental illnesses." Chloe tried to persuade the patient into going elsewhere, but the latter shook her head. "But I don't think that I'm sick. What if I was misdiagnosed? Our neighbor's kid suffered from depression, and I heard it's basically an untreatable disease. Yet, he's already getting better, shortly after you treated him. That's why I came to you. So you could help me." Chloe looked at the woman. The way she talked and organized her thoughts seemed perfectly normal. Chloe knew that patients with intermittent psychosis only suffered sudden onsets. They never knew when it would happen, making this disease intermittent. Having intermittent psychosis was equivalent to living with a time bomb. It was extremely tricky to treat. Chloe looked up at her and said, "I can help you, but I don't know what you're like during your episodes, and since they're intermittent, I can't just wait around for you to suffer from a sudden onset, right? There must be another way. I don't know what I'm like during my episodes, but my husband does. You can hear it from him. Here's a video of him explaining everything. Take a look at it, and you might be able to understand my situation," the woman said, as she took out her phone. Violet looked at the patient vigilantly, afraid that she would take something dangerous out of her purse. The patient took out a phone with a really large screen. Then, she opened up a video and handed it to Chloe. It was a recording of a man. He said, "Here's my wife's situation. During her episodes, she thinks she's a 5-year-old girl. She calls herself Nancy, and does things that only 5-year-old children would do. It's like she's a whole other person. She doesn't remember who she is. She asks for lollipops and calls me uncle. She also gets mad and cries a lot. Once we were riding bicycles when she suddenly fell off it. She said she was a kid who didn't know how to ride a bike. Our lives have become inconvenient because of her disease, and my mother even thought she was possessed by a ghost. A few years ago, my wife became pregnant, but got an abortion behind my back because she was too busy with work to bear a child. Later, we tried to get pregnant, but couldn't. After a year or so, she suddenly got sick. Maybe that child possessed her for revenge? We even hired a Taoist priest and tried to cleanse her aura, but it was no use. I'm an atheist, so I'm convinced that her illness is due to mental pressure and not a ghost. Please treat her, thank you." Upon seeing the video, Chloe sucked in a breath of cold air. "That's my current condition. My husband said that I act like a child during my episodes, as if I were possessed. Apparently it's really scary, but I don't remember anything about it." Chloe slowly set down the phone after watching the video. "You're not possessed. I don't think you're suffering from intermittent psychosis either," Chloe slowly said. "Then what's wrong with me?" The woman was startled. "If I'm right, I think you're suffering from dissociative identity disorder, meaning that 2 souls live in your body, and that little girl's your other personality. If my diagnosis is right, you probably felt extremely guilty after your initial abortion. And then when you wanted to get pregnant, you couldn't. Anxious. Your mind created a little girl, and you became her. In a nutshell, your body created its own hallucination. Right? That's exactly the case. A few years ago, I really wanted a child and was so pressured to become pregnant. I drank a lot of traditional medicine, saw a lot of doctors, and even tried out folk therapies. But nothing worked. I couldn't sleep, and when I did, I always dreamt that I was either pregnant or giving birth. The woman was a little emotional as she grabbed Chloe's hands. Violet immediately ran up to her, removing her hand from Chloe's and pushing her back a few steps. "Please calm down, ma'am, and keep a safe distance from Chief Green." After all, the patient suffered from a psychiatric disorder, and Violet was worried about Chloe's safety. You can't rely solely on medications to cure your disease. You need to find a psychiatrist who is willing to hypnotize you. You need to learn to let go of your grudges and then completely eliminate your other personality. "What should I do then? Chief Green, please cure me. I can give you as much money as you want." The woman was pleasantly surprised to hear that Chloe had a way. "Money's not the problem. The problem is that I don't have the time to treat you day in and day out. Plus, I'm not a psychological hypnotist, so I can't hypnotize you. I can find someone who can help you. However, you have to follow my treatment plan." Okay, I will. I promise." After Chloe prescribed the patient with some nerve-soothing and brain-boosting medicine, Violet sent her off. Then, Chloe called Victoria and asked her to book a reliable hypnotist for the patient. If Victoria weren't pregnant, she would be able to do it herself. However, when the Blake family heard that she was expecting, they didn't even let her grocery shop alone, and she was constantly followed by 4 bodyguards. Therefore, there was no way they would let her treat a patient who suffered from multiple personality disorder. Brenton's family declared that if Victoria gave birth to a daughter, they would give the couple a $10 million mansion. If she gave birth to a son, however, they would give her and Brenton a $1 billion mansion. It was obvious how much rich families valued sons, although these days society paid great attention to gender equality. That old tradition of favoring men over women still existed. Saturday morning. Jack and Chloe both changed into school uniforms and reported to Second High. They arrived during the morning commute for high school students. Chloe had her hair up in a ponytail and wore a black skirt paired with black leggings. Her school uniform coat was made of cashmere. She looked as young and energetic as could be. Jack also wore a black cashmere uniform coat, and they walked into the schoolyard together with single shoulder bags. In that split second, they looked at each other as if time had traveled back to 7 years ago. "Hey, which class are you guys from? Get in here, you're going to be late," the old security guard yelled at them by the school gates. Chloe and Jack smiled at each other and began running in at the same time. When Chloe, Jack, Noah, and Sarah walked in, the principal separated them into different classes. In order for them to have the most surreal experience as a high schooler again, they were to be treated like real students, just like everyone else. A total of 10 successful alumni returned for this event, and their group and the others had also been assigned to different classes. Chloe was assigned to the 8th class in grade 11. It was apparently a gifted class composed of model students. Jack and Noah were assigned to the 5th and 9th class of grade 12, respectively. Sarah, on the other hand, was a little low on luck. She was assigned to the 2nd class in grade 10, where she was stuck with a bunch of freshmen who had been at Second High for less than a semester. All 4 of them graduated from high school 7 years ago. It was an unreal experience to return in such a way. 30 or so pairs of curious eyes shot towards the front as soon as the homeroom teacher walked in with Chloe trailing behind. Chloe was a little reluctant to reveal her identity, and so she did what everyone did in a situation like this, wear black-rimmed glasses. "Good morning, class. This is a student from another school. She is here for the day, to study with us. Everyone, please give her a warm welcome." "Hey, pretty angel, which school did you come from?" a boy asked with a mischievous smile. Chloe spread her lips into a smile but didn't reply. "All right, everyone, Keep it down and study. There's a math mock exam later." Everyone sighed as soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking. High school life made everyone feel like they are merely exam-writing robots. There was pretty much a quiz every 3 days and a test every 5 days. On top of that, there were also weekly, monthly, midterm, and final exams. It really brought forth a sense of urgency for everyone to study hard. There was barely any time for anything else, and there was most definitely no time for romance. Chloe was seated in the 3rd row, beside a chubby boy in glasses. The Back to 17 event was rather secretive. No one knew about it other than the participants and the school employees. In the end, the students really thought Chloe and the others were all just students. Unlike active members of society, kids are less likely to put their focus on who the president of GK and Imperial Star Entertainment are. For the most part, these students were all very heavily focused on school, studying, and, of course, their own inner thoughts and feelings of being a teen. Chloe glanced around curiously, her eyes wide with interest. "Hey, new kid, which school did you come from?" Public high?" Chloe blurted out the first high school that came to her mind. "Public high? I have a cousin that goes there. Which class are you in?" The chubby boy continued. Chloe put her index finger on her lips and quietly hushed him. "Start studying. The teacher's coming soon." "Oh, okay." The chubby boy nodded and quietly began reading his textbook. "Why did she come to our class? Does she not know this is a gifted class? We're all going to get 90s on the test later. Wouldn't she be embarrassed if she got a 60? A girl whispered to her friend. The girls in the gifted class had a superiority complex, and therefore were extremely unwelcoming towards Chloe, who was an outsider. "She will know what it's like to feel ashamed when the test result comes back," another girl replied. Chloe kept her silence and pretended to read the textbook. She then took out her phone and sent Jack a message under the table. Hey, Mr. Dawson, anything happening on your end? I'm having a test later." Little did she know that Jack had no time to reply. His class exploded with excitement the moment he walked in. Word got around that a hottie transferred to the class for the day, and as soon as he was seated, all the girls crowded around his desk. "You're so handsome. Which school did you transfer from? Are you really only staying for a day?" "Why just a day? You should stay. Our high school is great." "Oh yes, our high school is the best in the city. Did you know that the famous president of GK graduated from our school? So did his wife. Did you bring any pens? I can lend you one. I have a lot." "Hey, if you are not used to sitting here, I can ask the teacher to switch your seat. You can sit with me in the front. You'll be closer to the board." Voices were coming towards him from all sides. The girls had surrounded his desk so tightly that not even a fly could get through. Jack sat in the middle of all the attention, not sure what he was supposed to do. Jack was 27, turning 28 soon, and for the first time, he dressed down to appear as a high school student. Surprisingly enough, not only did he actually look like a high school student, he also looked younger than most of the boys in his class. "What's your name?" "Noah." Jack paused for a moment and decided to steal Noah's name. Chloe, on the other end, changed her name to Sarah. Out of options, Sarah gave herself a celebrity-sounding name, Annie, and Noah swapped his name with Jack and called himself Jack. Being the young and naive high school kids they were, they all believed it. Jack was busy being surrounded by a circle of girls and didn't have the time to respond to Chloe's message. Noah was like a fish in the water. During the break, he immediately played a game of basketball with his classmates. So, he ended up making a lot of guy friends while the girls clapped and cheered for him on the sidelines. Sarah, on the other hand, was in a rather awkward situation. She took off her jacket and was about to start studying when a boy behind her asked, "Are you really a high school student? Is there a problem?" Sarah turned around and asked him, "You are quite well developed." The boy gave a meaningful smile as he glanced at Sarah's chest. Immediately, she rolled up the English paperback book and smacked the boy on the head. A 34D chest wasn't something that everyone had. All right? It was considered a strength of hers, so why was she being made fun of now that she was in school? After all, Even 7 years ago, her chest was already pretty big. Her breasts were bigger than Chloe's by at least a cup size, if not more. Back then, she used to always joke with Chloe and call her the flat princess. Chloe, on the other hand, would address her respectfully as the dairy sis. Sarah's mind wandered in memory lane and couldn't help but admit that the olden days were truly golden. If it weren't for this opportunity, they may not ever have the chance to experience their youth again. Math exams had always been tough on girls since it was not their strongest suit. Girls were usually better in subjects that were more focused on liberal arts, such as language, history, and government and politics. Boys, on the other hand, were much more interested in subjects such as math and physics. The class that Chloe was in was not only gifted, it was also heavily science and math-focused. She was indeed randomly assigned to the class and never intended to come to a top class like such. Luckily, it was her, and not Sarah, that was assigned to the class, or else the latter would have a tough time here. Chloe finished the math exam with no stress whatsoever. Not only did she hand in her test papers early, she also went out to the school courtyard for a walk. She felt amazing as the wind breezed through her hair. During lunchtime, all the students went to eat in the cafeteria. The 4 of them kept their act of pretending not to know each other and sat separately. Chloe got her tray of food and watched Jack from afar. He was being surrounded by girls with no way in or out. Ah, shit. So damn dramatic. I don't remember it being like this when we were in school, Chloe said sourly. Hi. A boy sat down in front of her and waved. Chloe gave the boy a glance and vaguely remembered that he was in her class. Hi? Chloe waved back. The cafeteria food is pretty good. You can eat more in case you get hungry in the afternoon. We still have a lot of classes left, the boy reminded her. Thanks. Not far from Chloe, Jack glanced over as he was getting up and took notice of the boy sitting across from Chloe. He immediately felt antsy as he noticed they were smiling and having a good conversation. He then took his tray of food and fought his way through the crowd, all while the girls screamed excitedly and observed. Can you get up for a second? Jack looked at the boy and asked. Why should I? The boy snapped back, unwilling to move. Because I want to eat with her. Jack glanced at Chloe. I want to eat with her too. The boy was not backing down. Jack took out a meal card from his pocket and tossed it on the table. There's $5,000 on here. Take this and go. The boy was dumbstruck. He contemplated for a moment. What could he do with a $5,000 meal card? He could eat braised pork balls in brown sauce and fried carp with sweet and sour sauce every day. No problem. Deal. The boy took the card and immediately walked away. Jack proudly sat down in front of Chloe. Kids these days lack some strength in their character. Chloe sighed with a smile. She then looked at Jack and continued. Benjamin Franklin, could you give me a meal card as well? I promise I'll disappear in a second as well. Stop kidding around, honey, Jack answered with much love and tenderness in his voice. Shh, keep it down. We're exchange students right now. We don't even know each other. Jack couldn't help but smile. You're so into it. On the other side, Sarah was mingling well with the kids. She was crowned as the class belle, the best-looking girl, out of the class, which was quite a big honor in school back then and now. However, the only thing was, she would stutter when asked to provide answers by the teacher. Noah, on the other hand, did well in school and was also very athletic. Basketball, ping pong, you name it. He was good at all of them. Sarah observed for a moment and sourly said, Why doesn't this idiot just go straight to the gym? Why is he king around here? Noah then replied, I'd very much like to do so to you. I'm going to peel your skin off. Hey, watch your image, class belle, Noah reminded Sarah, and she immediately dropped her violent gestures and gave Noah a very ladylike smile. I won't be bothered with you. On Jack and Chloe's side, many students were discontented by the fact that they were eating together, especially the girls in Jack's class. Isn't that girl also an exchange student? Why is Noah eating with her when she's so average-looking? Maybe they know each other? one of the girls guessed. Chloe ate her lunch under the stares of many eyes and left the cafeteria in a hurry upon finishing. She was about to return to the classroom, but instead, she ran into a familiar face, David Cage. If it weren't for this encounter, Chloe would have completely forgotten his existence. Chloe wasn't planning on saying anything as their last conversation had ended unhappily at Linda's wedding when she refused to help him. It was no surprise that David would be asked to participate in this program. After all, he was considered rich as well. Beside him stood a young-looking girl. It had only been a couple of hours, and David had already gotten intimate with a student. He was rather good at the art of pickup lines, but little did he know that he would see Chloe here. "You, too?" David trailed off when he suddenly remembered that the event was supposed to be a secret. "Yes." Chloe nodded, her attitude distant. As she was about to walk away, David called out, "Chloe!" "Yes?" "I'm sorry about last time. I was too impulsive." "Last time?" "Sorry. I don't really remember what happened." Chloe then turned and walked up the stairs. "Do you know her?" the shy girl asked David. "Oh, she's my neighbor," David lied without thinking. The first class after lunch was still math. Their homeroom teacher, who was also a math teacher, walked in with a thick stack of tests results. "The morning test results are out. I'm so nervous," one of the students muttered under his breath. Chloe, on the other hand, only stared at the board, her expression as calm as ever. One of the tactics that high school teachers used to force students to study harder was to announce test results. This way, everyone in the class would know each other's test score. Aria, 92. The teacher passed the test paper to a girl sitting in the front row, who dropped her gaze as she took the test. Grace, 96. Layla, 91. Hazel, 95. Caroline, 96. The teacher called the students one by one. Chloe couldn't help but feel very impressed by these students. It was indeed a gifted class, but for everyone to score above 90 on that difficult math test was still very impressive. By the end of it, the teacher had 2 test results left in her hand. Other than Chloe's test result, there was also another student's test result that had not yet been distributed. Sebastian, Stowe. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the whole class began applauding. A good-looking boy with slightly long hair walked up to the front of the class and took his test result back without saying a word. Everyone's eyes followed him admiringly, as they all knew how extremely difficult it was to score 100% on that test. The teacher then glanced at Chloe and continued, "Sarah." The class decibel went from 100 to 0 in a heartbeat, as everyone waited silently to hear the new student's score. The girls were waiting for their chance to ridicule the outsider, while the boys waited anticipatedly, wondering what the new girl's grades were like. After all, within the school courtyard, there were only 2 things that one could capitalize on: your looks and your grades. Sarah, 100. Chloe walked up to the front of the class with no surprise on her face and took the test result back. The silence within the class lasted for a while longer, as everyone was stunned by what they all just heard. "How's that even possible? There must be a mistake. Maybe our teacher was going easy on her. Maybe she copied off Sebastian's test. That's impossible. They don't even sit close to each other. How could she possibly copy him?" Everyone added their remarks and comments as Chloe walked back to her seat calmly, with her test results in hand. "Good job." The chubby boy sitting beside Chloe gave her a thumbs up. Chloe had never done any of the questions before, but it wasn't difficult for her. The fact that she had chosen medicine meant that her science and math grades were good, so it wasn't surprising for her to get 100%. The questions on this exam are already difficult enough. It's actually already outside of the curriculum, especially the last question. However, 2 students still scored 100%. Let's give Sebastian and Sarah a round of applause. As soon as the teacher finished, the entire class broke into loud applause once again. After math class was over, the chubby boy moved closer to Chloe and asked, "Are you really a student of public high?" "Yes." Chloe nodded guiltily. I didn't know public high students were this smart. Our high school has the best math curriculum in the city. As you can see, Sebastian from our class is extremely smart. He's almost inhuman. I thought no one could compete with him, but here you are. It's a shame for you to attend public high. Since you're on exchange, you can probably tell that everything about our school, including the environment and the teachers, is one of the best. Maybe you should just transfer over. Don't go back there, the chubby boy convinced Chloe excitedly. Chloe seemed to have left a favorable impression on him. Chloe only smiled and didn't say anything. She then glanced over at the boy who had also scored 100 on the test. It was recess time, and everyone else was out playing while he continued to study. Is he always like that? Chloe asked curiously. Yeah, his family's not that rich. He went to a junior high school back in his village, but he was invited to enroll in our school for free because his grades were really good. I heard that his family is very poor and he has several siblings. He doesn't get a lot of allowance, so he rarely even eats meat. He eats bok choy and potatoes every day, the chubby boy kept blabbering. Chloe contemplated for a moment. She felt bad for the boy. Suddenly, the hallway became very noisy. A lot of the girls had gathered around the doorway. Jack stood at the entrance. Can you please get Sarah from your class for me? Jack asked a girl calmly. He had almost forgotten Chloe had changed her name. Okay. Wait here for a moment, handsome. I will get her for you. The girl at the doorway nodded happily at Jack's request and walked into the classroom. Sarah, someone's looking for you. Oh, okay. Chloe stood up slowly. She didn't notice Jack standing in the middle of the crowd until she had walked to the entrance. Why are you here? She asked in a low voice. Jack passed a stuffed bag to her. What is this? Chloe asked, dumbstruck. Things that you like to eat. Chloe peered into the bag and noticed it was all the snacks and drinks that she used to love. Donuts, lollipops, potato chips, and sour plum juice. In mere seconds, her thoughts drifted, and all the wonderful memories came rushing towards her. Back then, Chloe had an odd habit of eating carrots. While others liked to eat fruit, she simply ate carrots. The other students had ridiculed her and called her a rabbit. Back then, she wasn't rich in any sense, but didn't eat carrots because she was trying to be frugal. She simply liked them because they were crunchy and sweet. As she dug through the snack bag, she found a couple of packages of carrot sticks inside. Thank you, Senior. To avoid revealing their identity and relationship, Chloe bowed to Jack to show her gratitude in front of other students. Jack watched Chloe as she continued to play her role intently, a small smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Anytime, he said, as he gently ruffled her hair and walked out like a rock star. This gesture had caused yet another burst of excitement from the female crowd. Oh my gosh, how do you know that cute guy? I heard he's an exchange student as well. He's in the 5th class of grade 12. Do you guys know each other? A girl asked curiously. We're, from the same school, really? He's from public high too? But does that school really have someone this handsome? The senior girls in grade 12 are saying this guy is a super scholar. All the test results from the morning came back 100%. Public high students are so smart. The young and naive high school students really believed that Chloe and Jack were exchange students. Deep down, Chloe felt terribly guilty, since she would never intentionally lie to other people. However, at the very least, it was a white lie. Everyone take some. It's on me, said Chloe as she passed her bag of snacks. The bag was emptied in an instant by crazed female students. They surely didn't care what they were eating, or whether the snacks tasted good. They only cared about the fact that the snacks were bought by that handsome senior. Chloe held a couple of carrot sticks in her hand and walked back to her seat. Do you want one? Chloe asked her chubby neighbor with a smile. I've never seen someone eat carrots like they are fruits. Do they taste good? The chubby boy questioned. I think carrots taste better than fruit. They're sweet and crispy, and most importantly, they're loaded with vitamins. Chloe took another bite out of the carrot cutely. She was half-heartedly glad that the event was only one day. If it were 3 or 5 days, Jack would definitely come looking for her every day. By then, all the classmates would assume that they were going out, which was forbidden in high school due to the stress of studying. It would be just like 7 years ago. They knew being in a relationship was forbidden, but they swaggered about regardless. But then, even though the school knew, it never openly punished them. Even the teachers had asked them to keep a low profile, merely because both of them were super scholars. Their teacher had specifically said, "You can stay in a relationship as long as you score 100% in each class." So, in high school, those who could date and receive good grades at the same time were surely geniuses. The day quickly ended, and as soon as the bell rang, all the students jumped up merrily and began packing things up. "Sarah, are you coming to night prep tonight?" the chubby boy asked with a hint of reluctance in parting. "No, I'm going home." "What about tomorrow? Are you coming to class?" "No, I'm going back to my school." "So, will we be able to see each other again?" the chubby boy finally asked. "Maybe. We might meet again soon." Smiling, Chloe turned and walked away. "Sarah, this is for you." A boy handed her a slip of paper before leaving. "Sarah, what's your Snap? I want to add you." An outgoing-looking boy shyly asked. I don't have Snap. I don't use it." Chloe guiltily lied again. "Sarah, what's your cell phone number?" Another boy walked up to her, stuck out his tongue, and playfully asked. Chloe was thinking about how to answer, since it was reasonable for her to not have Snap. However, everyone would know she was lying if she said she didn't have a phone number. At that moment, her savior arrived. Sarah waved to her from a distance and almost revealed her name. Upon hearing Sarah call her, Chloe immediately ran over to her. "How were things today?" Chloe asked. "It was great, but some of my male classmates kept on saying that my boobs don't look like that of a high school student. I told them that I am a very well-developed high schooler." "Ha ha ha." Chloe bent over laughing. "What about you? How was your day?" "Great. I did lots of papers and got to know some classmates. These kids are so pure and innocent, I feel bad lying to them." Chloe munched on a carrot while walking. "Huh, a carrot. Jack must have gotten it for you, right?" "How did you know?" Chloe looked at Sarah like she was a fortune teller. "He's the only one who would spoil you like this." Chloe smiled upon hearing what Sarah said. Indeed, she might not be able to find another man who loved her as much as Jack did. Likewise, no other woman in this world loved Jack more than her. Their love for each other was equally deep into the bone marrow. Linking arms, the two walked far out of the school. They wanted to avoid being seen by students and leaking their true identity. So, Jack sent their rendezvous point to their group in Snap. Chloe and Sarah found the Mercedes-Benz RV that belonged to GK after walking through an alleyway. When they opened the door to go in, they saw that Noah and Jack were already there. They were drinking red wine and chatting casually. "Welcome back, pretty ladies," Noah smiled. "Bullcrap, why didn't you come to check on me today? Did the high school girls charm you?" Displeased, Sarah began lecturing Noah as soon as she got onto the car. "God, I was playing basketball all afternoon. As for you, I saw you surrounded by boys even from far away, and you were purposefully sticking your chest out." "What were you trying to do?" Noah mocked her right back. Chloe was different. She sat right next to Jack after she got onto the car. Then, Jack held up his glass of red wine and put it next to her mouth. "Honey, you must be tired," Jack lovingly said. Chloe sipped red wine as she leaned on Jack's shoulder. My God. Look at them and look at us. Noah thought that the mood was off. He and Sarah always argued or fought when they were with each other. As for Jack and Chloe, they were always cheesy, as if he was her Romeo and she was his Juliet. Why was their couple image so different? Stop changing the subject. Tell me what happened between you and that tall girl from class 9 today? I swear nothing happened. Noah held his head and tried his best to explain. You guys, stop fooling around. Let's go eat first. I'm starving. Smiling, Chloe reminded them. Yay. What food is Mr. Dawson going to treat us to today? He's super rich, so let's eat whatever we want. What about a seafood feast? Smiling, Noah looked at them. Jack smiled but didn't say anything other than to the chauffeur. Let's go. Bored, Chloe looked out the window and suddenly remembered that someone gave her a slip of paper right before she left. So, she took it out of her book and opened it in front of everyone. Jack glared at the words on the paper and slowly read it out for her. Can you be my girlfriend? Chloe felt the awkwardness brewing in the air, and she immediately crumpled up the piece of paper before throwing it out of the window. Then, she held her forehead with her right hand. So, Mrs. Dawson, would you like to provide an explanation as to what just happened? Jack lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Maybe it's for someone else, and I took it by accident, Chloe immediately explained. Our girl's definitely very attractive. She's not stunning, but she's smart, and a straight A student. Those people are rare to come by. Sarah held onto Chloe's hand and smiled. The four of them soon arrived at a high-class restaurant in downtown and ordered a family seafood combo. Chloe suddenly remembered something when she was talking to Jack. Honey, how much did you donate to our school? $30 million to improve the hardware and to build a library, computer lab, and chemistry lab. Oh, Chloe nodded, deep in thought. What's wrong? Seeing that Chloe had something on her mind, Jack gently asked. I saw a boy in my class who's really smart. He went to a middle school in a village, but Second High made an exception and accepted him because of his high grades. They sponsored a part of his tuition and textbook fees, but his family isn't well off. His school supplies aren't good and he's not eating well. I feel bad for him. Jack immediately understood what she meant after she finished speaking. Then, I'll donate $20 more million to sponsor the kids in need at Second High. I'll improve their quality of life by giving them better food and supplies. Chloe nodded. Then, she added, however, we have to watch the money closely to prevent people from the school from taking it, leaving very little to the students, or not giving the money to those who need it the most. You should ask someone from GK to be in charge of that. Jack nodded. Chloe really liked smart and hardworking kids. She really hoped that with their help, they could give more kids with good work ethics and ambition a brighter tomorrow. She didn't want their futures to be hindered just because they didn't have money. The four of them left after dinner. Surprisingly, they saw Bella with her friends by the doors of the restaurant. She seemed to have drunk, as her face was blushed. She was driving her white Audi Q5. Technically, with her family's financial powers, she could afford to drive $1 million sports car. However, her father worked for the government, so she had to lay low. After Jack and Chloe moved away, she also sold her house at Imperial Park. Now that Mrs. Dawson no longer paid attention to her, she had no more chances to approach Jack. So, she spent the last few days having fun and drinking with her so-called best friends. They hung out at the bar for quite a while, before coming to this seafood restaurant, and they were all a little tipsy. Someone suggested seafood, so they drove here under influence. She didn't think that she would see Jack and Chloe here, so her expression was a little complicated. Jack didn't plan to greet her. He put his arm around Chloe's shoulder and walked out. However, Bella suddenly called out to her. Chloe, Miss Hall, can I help you? Chloe turned around and smiled. I heard that you are a genius. Bella was a little drunk and more arrogant than usual. Chloe was speechless. She didn't know how to answer Bella. If she said yes, she would seem pretentious. If she said no, she would be lying. Chloe is a genius, so? Sarah glared at Bella and answered for Chloe. Then are you brave enough to compete with me? Bella laughed. Is that really necessary? Chloe calmly looked at Bella. Why did she have to compete to prove that she was a genius? That life would be so tiring. If you want to be a genius, go ahead. I agree that you're the smartest. Nobody else is smarter than you are. Chloe slowly but surely said those words. However, what she said angered Bella. So, are you scared? Maybe you're a fake. A genius manufactured from lies. You don't want to compete with me because you're scared, right? Ha ha, Bella sneered. I don't blame you for dreaming. Chloe calmly looked at Bella. What? What do you mean? Bella heard the ridiculing tone in Chloe's voice and was immediately displeased. I mean exactly what I said. After speaking, Chloe linked arms with Jack and smiled at him sweetly. Honey, let's go. Mm-hmm. Jack nodded, never even looking at Bella. Chloe's indifference made Bella more jealous than ever. That hoe is so disgusting. Why didn't you teach her a lesson? She's so repulsive, Sarah said in a disgusted tone. Arguing with people like her would only drag down my own intelligence. I saw something really interesting in my Snap friend circle a while back. Smiling, Chloe said. Jack, Noah, and Sarah all looked at her, waiting for her to finish her though. If an idiot argues with you, then you should agree with their viewpoints. That way, you will be growing them into the most idiotic of the idiots, Chloe slowly said. Ha ha ha. That's really funny, Sarah laughed her heart out. Noah gave her a thumbs up. Smart, you're good at this. Jack, on the other hand, brushed her face lovingly. Where do you get all these weird sayings from? I just found it reasonable, haha. If Bella thinks that she's a genius, then she is. If she thinks that she's smarter than me, then she is. I don't care about what she thinks and the delusional titles she wants to give herself. You make it sound like you are a secluded saint that has already seen through everything, Sarah laughed. The four walked to the Mercedes RV. Noah held Sarah's hand, and before he could say anything, Chloe said, Sarah, why don't you stay over at my place tonight? No, it's so inconvenient. I don't want to disrupt your business, Sarah laughed dirtily. No, I'm on my period. He can't do it anyways. Chloe laughed purposefully. Sarah was immediately speechless. Ahem, Goddess Green, please stop digging a hole for me. You're on your period, but she's not on hers. Leave a way out for us, okay? Noah begged with a sad face. So, are you guys sleeping together now? Chloe teased them. BS, what are you talking about? I didn't say I was going to sleep with you. Although Sarah was usually outspoken, she was still embarrassed at key moments like this. She immediately turned around and punched Noah. Okay, sweetie, someone's gonna cry if you keep teasing them. Let's go. Jack pulled Chloe onto the RV, while Noah and Sarah called a cab and left together. Noah had been staying over at Sarah's place recently. It was convenient since Sarah rented the place for herself. Neither of them liked hotels because it seemed like they were having an affair. After all, Noah was the captain of the criminal police squad, so he felt weird using his ID to book a hotel room. On the way home, Chloe was playing cute in Jack's embrace. Honey, why do you think that they're not talking about marriage yet? They're getting old, really? Chloe complained about Noah and Sarah. It's too soon. They haven't been together for long, but they've known each other for so many years. But they just started dating. It would be too sudden if they got married now. You shouldn't worry about them. Smiling, Jack pinched her face. The next day was Sunday, but Chloe didn't have the day off. She went to work at Southside and got a day off on Monday. On Monday, she and Jack went back to Second High to donate $50 million to the school. However, this time, they didn't go as students, but rather as the president and Mrs. Dawson of GK Corporation. There was a mass assembly at 8 that morning. Thousands of students gathered at the school auditorium. Chloe and Jack were no longer wearing school uniforms. Jack was in a black suit, and Chloe was in a white, medium-length down jacket. The two walked onto the stage, hand in hand. The crowd went wild. God, isn't that the handsome lad who was listening in last week? Eh? Isn't that the genius girl Sarah Green, who was in our class? The students in Jack and Chloe's classes were completely shocked. Everyone, quiet down and let our principal speak, the Dean of Education said, before he handed the microphone to the principal of Second High, who was a man in his 50s. He had graying hair and glasses framing his serious face. Students, I believe that you're no strangers to these two here. Today, I am going to formally introduce them. This man standing beside me is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the GK Corporation, Mr. Jack Dawson. The woman beside him is his wife, Chloe Green. They were students of Second High, and they were here 2 days ago to experience school life again. After the principal spoke, the crowd went wild. The girls in the 5th class of 12th grade screamed, "No wonder he's so handsome! He's President Dawson! My God, that's so cool!" The chubby boy in the 8th class of grade 11 was so surprised that his glasses almost fell onto the floor. The girl that he had feelings towards, that cute-looking smart girl, was actually the famous senior Chloe Green. Why was Chloe famous? It wasn't because she married Jack and became Mrs. Dawson. Rather, there were many tales of her during her time at Second High. Apparently, she was a genius who received perfect grades on her middle and high school entrance examinations, and her uni entrance exams scores were also terrifyingly high. She could have gone to the best school in Capital City, but she gave that up and chose to stay at a local third-rate medical school. The incident caused an uproar back then. It was said that the teachers of university went to her house multiple times to convince her, but their efforts were in vain. Even the teachers of Second High tried to change her mind, but failed. Such a legendary character appeared in his school, and it was magical that they were in the same class for an entire day. They even sat so close together. The chubby boy felt his blood pressure rising to the point of almost passing out. "Wow, no wonder she's so good at tests. She's the genius girl," the students of 11th grade commented. At that moment, the principal said, "As 2 of our school's most successful alumni, President and Mrs. Dawson, came back to school for the experience and decided to donate $50 million to the school." 50 million? God, that's crazy. Oh my God, you can do everything when you have money. We will never understand the world of rich people. The principal continued to say, 30 million will be used to repair and run the library, computer lab, and science labs. The rest will be used towards improving the quality of life for students in need. Those with good grades who are in need of financial aid will receive money each month that will be used for food and other necessities. Let's give them a round of applause and thank them for contributing to our school. After the principal finished his sentence, thunderous applause rang throughout the auditorium. Chloe stood on stage calmly and only smiled. She wasn't doing this to boost her reputation. She didn't care about those things. During this Back to 17 event, she felt extremely sympathetic towards that straight-A student named Sebastian. He was so hardworking and smart, but ate subpar food due to poor family conditions. She knew how tiring high school life was. Many kids had to eat supplements to support their brain. She heard the other students say that Sebastian's father often biked 30 miles through the mountains to the city just to bring him 20 boiled eggs. A father's love was godlike, and it moved Chloe very much. So, after explaining the situation to Jack, he immediately agreed to donate an extra 20 million. Wow, Mr. Dawson and Ms. Green are my idols. They're such a good match. One of the female students fangirled over them. No wonder he was so good to her, their husband and wife. I'm so jealous. The girls thought that the 2 legendary characters were from a cheesy TV show. "Principal, let Mr. Dawson say something," a brave girl stood up and shouted. The other students immediately cheered them on. The principal was easygoing and immediately handed the microphone to Jack. "President Dawson, why don't you say something?" Jack didn't really like to be out in the spotlight, so originally, all he wanted to do was show up with Chloe and explain that they didn't mean to deceive everyone with their undercover experience. Thus, they didn't really have a speech prepared beforehand. However, he couldn't exactly reject the principal after he passed him the mic. So, he slowly took the mic, looked around, and said, "My academic career took up almost 2 decades of my life, and to me, my most memorable time was spent at Second High. In those 3 years, I met my wife, Chloe, and we experienced love and youth together. All thanks to that time, we became husband and wife all these years later." Chloe was a little moved. Clapping her hands, she looked at Jack with tears in her eyes. In one's life, the most painful things are not having what you want and losing what you want. I am lucky enough to have the most precious thing in my life. You're all still young and might not understand what I'm saying. But as you grow older and meet someone you like, you'll come to understand. I just want to tell you all something important, and that is to cherish what you have." After Jack's brief speech, he was met with thunderous applause. "Principal, can you tell us what Mrs. Dawson is doing now? Is it really true that she rejected Capital University's offer to stay in the city?" A straight-A student from the student council couldn't help but ask. The principal looked at Chloe and got her permission before holding up the microphone and saying, "I believe that many of you are interested in Chloe because she obtained the highest middle and high school entrance exam scores since the founding of the school a century ago. She is also the only one who chose to study locally instead of abroad or in Capital City. Now, with her permission, I'll briefly walk you through her life after second high." When he said that, all the students went dead silent since they were all very interested in the genius girl. After leaving second high, she studied nursing at a local medical school. When the principal said that, everyone was surprised. How could the most talented genius that appeared in second high choose nursing when she's more than capable of taking on a profession that makes a lot more money? After graduating from nursing school, she was hired by the first hospital as an intern at the OB/GYN department. Everyone felt pity for her, and some even guessed that she was traumatized from breaking up with Jack. Then, the principal said, "But one time, a pregnant woman who had almost bled out when her water broke was brought to the first hospital in the middle of the night. The doctor was absent, and Chloe made a shocking decision with a life on the line. With the assistance of her co-worker, who was also a nurse, Chloe performed a C-section on the pregnant patient. Chloe worked both as the main surgeon and the anesthesiologist. The surgery was extremely successful, and both the mother and child are perfectly healthy to this day." "Oh my, that's too cool. No wonder she's a genius." Some comments came from the 8th class, accompanied by clapping. Chloe bit her lips and listened as the principal retold her life. To be honest, this was her first time being put through such a situation. She was quite nervous. Maybe he saw that she was feeling uncomfortable. Jack extended his hand and squeezed hers, giving her encouragement. The principal continued to say, "After that incident, she was made an exception to be promoted to an official employee. Later, she was transferred to Southside Recuperation Center to be a nurse in the orthopedics department, and was later promoted to head nurse due to her excellent performance. Then, the hospital director's relative was in a car crash, and none of the doctors could guarantee her safety since it was such a difficult surgery. Chloe acted as the main surgeon again and saved another mother and her daughter. The crowd was shocked once again. "No way, that's too unbelievable. She's not human, she's a god." Some of the male students were doubtful and thought that the principal was over-exaggerating. Later, the director saw her talent and recommended her with a few high-level chiefs at her hospital, making her the first person in the city who successfully transitioned from a nurse to a doctor. She got her certificate with perfect scores in every subject. Another thing to note was that she successfully completed a human dissection perfectly in the shortest amount of time. What's more, human dissection wasn't even within the parameters of her exam. More people exclaimed out of surprise. What was more magical was that many departments of the hospital wanted her after she was certified, because she is an expert in the fields of gynecology, optometry, neurosurgery, neurology, and orthopedics. "My God, is she really human?" someone else exclaimed again. At this moment, Ms. Green is the youngest chief neurology physician in the entire country. Let's applaud her excellence. After the principal finished speaking, the crowd produced thunderous applause. With love, Jack looked at his beautiful wife. At this moment, he was extremely proud of her. "Principal, let Mrs. Green say something and teach us her ways," someone shouted. Others cheered and backed him up. The principal then handed the microphone to Chloe. Chloe became emotional as she glanced around the crowd. "I am thankful for everything I have today. We can't take what we have for granted. A part of what we have comes from God, but more comes from our hard work. I never thought that I was a genius, And like everyone else, I had to work hard and strive for success. You can't fast track to success. You can only achieve it by treating each and everything seriously and persevere. To wrap it up, I want to tell you my favorite quote. Everybody held their breaths and waited for her to speak. She said, "You can't climb to the top of a mountain with one step. You can only achieve it through perseverance." 3 seconds later, everybody clapped again. Tisk, tisk. She's definitely a genius. Look how down-to-earth she is. The chubby boy saw Chloe as his idol and goddess because she was too perfect. At that moment, some boy in the crowd shouted, "Ms. Green, I love you. You're too late. She belongs to someone already." The principal replied with a smile on his face. Chloe and Jack looked into each other's eyes and smiled. At noon, the principal tried to get them to stay for lunch. However, Chloe and Jack were too busy, especially Jack, as there was a pile of things for him to take care of at the GK Corporation. Therefore, the two didn't stay to eat and drove away from school. Honey say, "Is it really good for us to be so high profile? It seems like we're just there to show off." Smiling, Chloe asked, "You need assets to show off. You can't show off if you're just an average employee, right?" Jack asked. "Fine, you can always reason out of nonsense." Chloe smiled. "Honey, we don't have time to eat lunch together, right?" Seeing that Jack rejected the principal's invitation, Chloe guessed he was busy again. I have to inspect and approve the blueprints of the vacation resort. Then I'll eat at my mom's house. The cafeteria at Southside is probably closed at this hour. Okay, I'll drive you. Then Jack drove Chloe to Sky Blessing Court in his Maybach and left. When Chloe walked in with her bag, her mom wasn't home. June was leaning on the sofa and playing on her phone. She seemed to be voice-calling someone on Snap. Seeing Chloe walk in, she immediately put her phone down, stood up, and said, "Chloe, what brought you here?" "Where is my mom?" Auntie went out to see her friend." "Oh." Chloe nodded. "So, is there any food at home?" Chloe had been busy all morning at school and was quite hungry. "There is no food at home. I can order some delivery for you. I have their number," June said, as she grabbed a restaurant's business card. "It's okay. I will get going now." Chloe didn't like to order delivery. She preferred homemade food when she had time. Certainly, Mom's food had always been her favorite since she was little. But June was so on top of things. She even knew how to order delivery. Didn't her mom say that she was a good homemaker and had stellar cooking skills? "Cousin, you came alone?" June followed Chloe out. "Yeah. Is my brother-in-law busy? I bet his company is really pretty. I would sure like to go see it sometime," June mumbled. "Yeah, he's pretty busy." Chloe left home without anything else. She felt it was quite interesting that June asked about Jack whenever she saw her. June was a young lady with big ambitions. She directly got her eyes on Jack. Chloe chuckled, but didn't say anything. Then, she hailed a cab and pulled out Snap after getting in. "Victoria, are you there?" "Sir, just keep driving. I'll let you know where I'm going in a second," Chloe told the driver, who nodded. "Sounds good," Victoria responded immediately. "Yes, I am." "Are you at home or—" "Home. I'm so bored." "Are you coming to see me?" Victoria asked, full of anticipation. "Yup, I'm going over to visit you. Will you feed me?" "I'm starving. I didn't have lunch yet," Chloe chuckled. "Really?" Victoria was thrilled. "Yup. Hurry, you're more than welcome. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some yummy food for you, huh?" Victoria was really excited to hear that Chloe was coming to her house. She had been bored ever since her maternity leave. Chloe's cab arrived at Victoria and Brenton's Manor District. Victoria and Brenton lived in a well-known wealthy area in the city. The Blake family had always been rich. Whether it was the interior finish, geographical, location, or the floor plan, they were all the best. She heard that Victoria's old white Lexus was upgraded. Although it was still a Lexus, it was upgraded from a $400,000 car to an over $2 million car, the richest of the rich. When Chloe arrived, she brought Victoria lots of expensive fruits. She was strong, holding one fruit basket in each hand. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Are you Hercules? Plus, fruit baskets are so corny, said Victoria. They are for you. Take them and shut up. Chloe placed the heavy baskets onto Victoria's coffee table in the living room like a boss. Then, she followed Victoria into the dining room. It was such a big dining room. They were the only two there, but there were 8 dishes of both meat and veggie dishes. They looked very tempting. I'll give you 32 likes. You're so efficient. Chloe gave her a big thumbs up. The maid made them, not me. But I'm sure they taste good. Hurry up and have some. Then the two of them continued chatting while eating. Is your Brenton still really busy? Busy my foot. He has been chilling every day and is off work at 3 p.m, earlier than an elementary school kid, Victoria complained, while Chloe chuckled nonstop. When Victoria started being funny, her humor level could compete with that of Sarah. Chloe felt that her life had a lot more laughter with these two friends in it. Have you seen Justin lately? Victoria asked suddenly. No, why? Justin's family is worried that he still doesn't have a girlfriend yet, and hence has been arranging blind dates for him. Even my husband said that he would get sick of seeing all those women. Maybe the Coopers are just being nice. Chloe never gave random comments about Justin's life. After all, she was in a sensitive position. I don't think it'll work, even if he goes on 100 of those blind dates and every one of them is with a beautiful woman. How so? Confused, Chloe raised her head and looked at Victoria. Because Justin is still thinking about you. Victoria's words were on point. They made Chloe feel a little awkward. Let's eat. I'm so hungry. Chloe quickly changed the topic and stopped talking about this with Victoria. Chloe didn't forget to take pictures while eating. Then she posted them on Snap. Got fed at Dr. Victoria's. Yay, under the caption were 9 pictures of food. 8 of them were the dishes. To make it a 9, Chloe added a picture of a bowl of rice by itself. OCD, really? Victoria laughed at her. Chloe smiled, but didn't respond. Sis, you are so blessed to have all these foods. Thomas, who was abroad, was the first one to like and comment on her post. When you get back, I'll take you out every day, and stuff your belly full of food. Chloe responded. Awesome, love ya. Thomas sent a smiley. What the hell, you heartless girl? You didn't call me for this? Friendship over. Sarah immediately started to complain. You were at it all night yesterday with Captain Noah. How could I wake you up? I thought you wouldn't wake up until sunset. That's dirty. All night? How could you say that out loud? Goddess Green is no longer the pure and innocent girl in my heart. Sarah chuckled. You're thinking too much. I thought, you guys played poker all night. What? Did you guys do something else that we don't know about? Chloe asked on purpose. Chloe, come here, I promise I won't kill you. Sarah pretended to be mad and fought with Chloe playfully when she realized that she had been tricked. When Chloe and Victoria finished lunch, the maid served some more fruit. The two of them were bathing under the sun on the top floor balcony with the heater on. What a life. Victoria was reluctant to let Chloe leave. Girl, when are you coming to see me again? All right, don't make it sound like I'm here visiting a prisoner. You're pregnant, not a criminal. Call me to hang out whenever you miss me. Disturb me whenever you want. Okay then, I will go to Southside to see you tomorrow. Sure, I will treat you to lunch in our cafeteria. They said goodbye to each other reluctantly before Chloe called a cab and went back to South Hill Manor. She hadn't been resting well these last couple of days, so Chloe took a nap through the entire afternoon. It was 5-something when she woke up. Then she realized that she had 3 missed calls. They were all from a local landline. Just as she was wondering, her cell phone rang again. It was that landline number. Hello? Hello? Is this Miss Chloe Green? A woman's voice she didn't recognize sounded from the other side of the phone. This is she. Chloe nodded. Hi, Miss Chloe Green. I am a TV producer. Hi. Anything I can do for you? Chloe frowned slightly. She had no idea who this woman was. Here's the thing. Our TV station is launching a new show. It's a live broadcast called The Strongest Brain in History. I want to invite you to be our guest. Guest? I'm sorry, but I am not interested. Chloe declined immediately. Ms. Chloe, I hope you can come. I did research on successful individuals in this city, and your profile immediately attracted my attention. I heard that you were already a genius when you were a teenage girl, and your IQ is really high. Our show, The Strongest Brain in History, is a good match for you, so I really hope that you can come. The reward is very generous as well. I don't need any money. Chloe smiled faintly. I know, but if you could beat the other 11 challengers, our TV station will donate $1 million to the impoverished children around our area. Won't you even participate for charity? Sure enough, Chloe sank into silence when she heard this. She was unwilling to go on TV, especially a live broadcast, but if she could help people, this would have a different meaning to her. Let me sleep on it. Can I? I'm sorry, Ms. Green. We don't really have the time to wait because we are broadcasting tomorrow night. If you are coming, it would be best if you can confirm with us now. Otherwise, we will have to look for someone else. If I don't go, but somebody else does, will the money still be donated to impoverished children? Yes, but it's not the same. Your social status is higher and worth more, so the reward is $1 million. If we find someone else, we will, at most, donate $100,000. Your social status is worth more because you are the young madam of GK and a chief physician at Southside, the director explained with patience. I see. When does it start tomorrow night? Chloe asked. The live broadcast starts at 8 and it will last for an hour and a half. It will be just this once? Chloe asked cautiously. Recently, many popular shows were broadcasted weekly and had more than one season, and Chloe really didn't have that much time on her hands. Yes, it will just be one day. All right, I'll go. Thank you. Please arrive at the TV station tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Look for me when you get to the station. We need to do your makeup before the live broadcast. Okay. Chloe calculated the time. She got off work at 5:30. After a simple dinner, she would be done by 7. It would be great if her presence could draw in $1 million scholarship for children, wouldn't it? On the other end, after that director hung up the phone, she looked graciously at the woman across from her. Miss Hall, everything's set. She said yes? Bella carelessly asked while she filed her nails with a buffer. Yeah, she said that she will come tomorrow night. Huh. Then tomorrow night will be the night to tear off her genius mask. Miss Hall, what if Chloe really is a genius? What would we do then? We would be shooting ourselves in the foot. Bella impatiently dropped her nail buffer on the table before the director could finish her sentence. Are you an idiot? We're the one who made up these questions, and I get to see the answers beforehand. How will I lose? No matter how smart she is, she's not going to answer faster than I will. Besides, she studied medicine, but tomorrow's questions will involve topics like astronomy and geography. It's impossible for her to know everything. All we have to do is we'll pick rare and bizarre questions to ask her. Right, Miss Hall. You're smart. Tomorrow night I will show up as the last guest. I must erase the genius title. She has, Bella sneered. She suddenly had a feeling that the Jack liked Chloe because she was called a genius. If she fell from grace tomorrow and was no longer considered a genius, she would become a laughingstock and Jack wouldn't like her so much then, will he? Meanwhile, Chloe was having dinner by herself as she thought about the kind of show. The Strongest Brain in History was, and why it would spend $1 million to invite her to attend for an hour and a half. Even popular celebrities weren't compensated so much. Was something shady going on? It was already past 8 p.m. when Jack arrived home. Chloe had already taken a shower and was on their bed, watching Notes from the Hills. More often than not, Chloe preferred the laid-back life as opposed to the city's fast-paced lifestyle. She enjoyed waking up naturally, enjoying a slow breakfast, soaking in the sun on the balcony with a fat cat in her arms, reading a novel, This was the kind of life Chloe wanted. However, now was not the time. While she was young, she wanted to strive for more. After all, a person must bring value to the life they were given. She intended to realize her lazy dreams after their retirement. She wanted to travel the world with Jack while enjoying a simple and relaxed life. Retirement should look like retirement. What are you thinking about, baby? After his shower, Jack directly climbed onto the bed. He cupped Chloe's cute face and planted a sweet kiss on her lips. After a long day at work, what Jack looked forward to the most was coming home to see his most beloved one, on their bed, waiting for him. Then, they would talk about the events of the day, sharing what happened with one another. I'm thinking about our life after retirement. Retirement? Baby, you're thinking too much. We're still in our 20s. Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It'll come before you know it. Don't you know that time flies? Think back to the 7 years that passed us by. Don't you think the years passed by really quickly? Chloe looked at Jack stubbornly. It was pretty fast. Jack squinted his eyes as he began thinking about his wife's words. Exactly. Now that I think about it, we're not young anymore. Maybe in the blink of an eye, we'll be old. After Chloe finished her fantasizing in Jack's arms, she asked, "Was work busy today?" It wasn't too bad. Every day's pretty much the same. Jack nodded. He wasn't too interested in managing the corporation. He was only in it because he couldn't abandon the family business. Since he agreed to take on the job, he would do his best. Ever since he took over GK, its performance had improved drastically. The company's biggest investors were all very fond of Jack and his capabilities. Jack's father retired with peace of mind since it was standard for a father to pass on his business to his son. Oh, right, honey. I'm going to be on a live broadcast tomorrow. Chloe suddenly remembered this important event she wanted to talk to Jack about. Live broadcast? Jack furrowed his brows, evidently surprised. Yeah. What's the show? Something called The Strongest Brain in History. I've never heard of it. Haha, me neither. Apparently it's a new show where successful professionals are invited to show off their intelligence. I'm not interested in that part, but I am interested in their charity. The producer told me that for an hour and a half of my live broadcast, the show would donate $1 million to children in poverty. If I can help those kids just by doing a live broadcast, why shouldn't I, right? Oh, I see. Sure, whatever you want. Just don't work too hard, we have enough money, Jack said as he embraced Chloe lovingly. I know. It's not about the money. I just want to do my part. I understand. Thank you for understanding, Mr. Dawson. Let's go to sleep. Not yet, Do you still have work to do? Chloe looked confused. Yes, I still have one important thing to do. Jack was more than serious. Okay, then go ahead. Chloe nodded innocently, returning to her book, but her body was instantly mounted by Mr. Dawson. In the next second, his lips were on hers. So the important thing that Mr. Dawson had to do was this? The next morning, Chloe left for work early in the morning. As soon as she reached Southside, she was greeted by Cody, whom she hadn't seen in a very long time. Sister Chloe, I need help. His features were hidden by his baseball cap and mask. Hurry up and come in. Chloe looked around, checking for paparazzi. Why are you here so early? I came to see you, Cody said, as he took off his mask and sat down beside Chloe's desk. Chloe took a disposable cup and poured him some warm water. Slow down. What happened? Sister Chloe, please talk to President Dawson. I've already recovered. Please, don't keep me hanging around like a useless pretty boy. I want to do fight scenes, you know? A couple of days ago, that renowned director talked to Sister Beth. He wanted me to act in a tough guy movie, but Sister Beth and the company rejected his offer. Oh my God, I am so pissed. I love the director. I want to act in his movie so badly. I don't care about box office sales, but I want the opportunity to transform my image. I'm not that young anymore. I can't keep acting in pretty boy roles. I need to grow into a man. Cody rambled on, and Chloe knew what he meant. He wanted to shoot action scenes, but his manager and the company wouldn't give him permission. They're just looking out for you. Chloe laughed as she took a sip from her own cup. I know that they're looking out for me, but I'm already fine now. I keep attending dumb, useless events. I can't even hold concerts. I'm so bored. If this keeps going on, I'm going to go insane. Sis, please help me. I know President Dawson will listen to you the most. Sway him with pillow talk. Please help a brother out. Pillow talk. Wow. You really went there. Chloe was speechless. The kid did look very lively, so Chloe was confident in his recovery. Plus, he didn't show any signs of rejection after his liver transplant. It seemed like a liver donated by a member of the family was much more stable than that of an anonymous donor. I know what you're saying, but as a safety precaution, you have to do a full-body checkup here at the hospital. I also need the surgeon to guarantee your complete recovery. Otherwise, no way. Sis, that's not necessary. It's too much of a hassle. Hearing Chloe's requirements, Cody felt like his head was about to explode. It's a must, otherwise. No deal, Chloe insisted. All right, I'll do it. But only if you keep your word. If I pass all the tests, you have to persuade President Dawson into letting me take that movie, Cody stated his terms. Deal? Chloe smiled. Then, Cody turned to head out. Oh yeah, Cody. Yeah, Sister Chloe? Cody turned back around. Has Hannah visited you? Her? She came to the neighborhood several times. She had a stupid thermos bottle on her. She said she wanted me to drink some chicken soup. I smashed it and told her off. She never came back after that. She's so fake. God knows why she was so nice to me. Maybe she wanted to trick more money out of me. Maybe she really cares about you? Chloe asked carefully. She cares about me? Don't kid around. Sister Chloe, a woman who's never cared about me in the past 10 years. A woman who's not even worthy of being called a mother would never care about me. The only thing she cares about is that child, not me. Cody laughed bitterly before turning around to leave. Chloe knew that the misunderstandings between Cody and Hannah were too deep. If she didn't tell him the truth, it looked like he would never forgive her. However, Chloe had promised Hannah that she would keep her secret. Therefore, she suddenly felt very indecisive. After a busy day, Chloe left work at 5:30 p.m. When she passed a KFC, she bought a hamburger and cola. After a quick bite, Chloe drove to the TV station. The agreed meeting time was 7 p.m. Chloe reached the TV station with 5 minutes to spare. She was always very punctual. Mrs. Dawson, you're here. The director walked over enthusiastically upon seeing her. Chloe nodded and followed the director into the dressing room. Not one for heavy makeup, Chloe insisted that they kept her makeup light. Ultimately, they gave her Korean-style natural makeup. Also, instead of the original gold chipao that the director brought, she opted for a more elegant, black and white printed chipao. Because there was heating in the recording area, it was okay to wear short sleeves. Before she got onto the stage, the director reminded her repeatedly, Mrs. Dawson, you don't have to talk too much. Just answer the questions along with the other contestants. It's okay if you get eliminated. We won't give you questions that are too difficult to answer. I know that you will make it to the final round. You will definitely win the reward. So, what you're saying is, if I don't win, you won't donate $1 million? Chloe suddenly realized this important problem. Yes, that is correct. But that's not what you said before. I was under the impression that my presence will guarantee the $1 million donation. Chloe's expression turned cold. Maybe I wasn't clear. Haha. Please don't mind me, but from what I know, you definitely won't lose, right? What a perfect time to use flattery. Chloe's sneer grazed past the director's face. I'm not flattering you. I'm just being honest. Mrs. Dawson, you truly are an exceptional woman. The female director laughed, delivering a crisp response. Chloe hated these types of liars, people who cheated others through loopholes. Instead of being upfront from the beginning, the director waited until the last minute to tell Chloe the truth, which was that she would only receive the reward if she won the contest. This type of fraudulent behavior truly rubbed Chloe the wrong way. She didn't care about $1 million. She could give those poor children that amount anytime she wanted to, but this was about basic integrity and honesty. If this was any other time, Chloe would have gotten up and left, but she didn't, because she recognized the scent of perfume the director used. It was a perfume from a brand called VVO. What's interesting was that Bella also loved the brand. If Chloe remembered correctly, that woman had the same scent every time they met. Some might call it a coincidence. Most girls liked Chanel, but that didn't mean that they all know each other. However, VVO was different. It was an Italian indie brand, not one that was famous across the world. Due to it being an up-and-coming brand, VVO was only known to Italian citizens. Since Bella studied in Italy ever since she was little, it wasn't strange that she had a bottle, but where did this director get hers? There were no counters available domestically, and although there was a chance that she had gotten it from someone who had traveled to Italy, the perfume was made from extremely rare and expensive materials. It was only affordable for rich people. An $8,000 bottle of perfume, was that something a director of this caliber could afford? Both she and Sarah were perfume enthusiasts. This was why she was so knowledgeable when it came to scents. Sarah even asked someone to buy her an exact bottle from in Italy, leaving her with buyer's remorse for a whole month, since the bottle cost $8,000. Chloe didn't like this particular smell. It was too pungent for her taste. She wasn't into scents that were unforgettable after a single whiff. Something this attention-grabbing didn't suit her. She was more into the subtle scents, like those that smelled like candies or fruits. With that, Chloe looked up at the female director and smiled. "Miss Director, are you close with Mayor Hall's daughter, Bella Hall?" Sure enough, upon hearing her question, the expression on the female director's face changed ever so slightly. "What, Mayor? Mayor Hall's daughter? I don't know her at all." The director stammered, clearly caught off guard. "Oh, that's all right then." The corners of Chloe's lip curled upwards, as if all the answers were apparent as could be. Ever since she began working in the neurology department, she became more aware of micro-expressions. For example, when a patient was nervous, they would tug on the corners of their shirts. When a patient was angry, they would clench their fists. When a patient was lying, their eyes would shift around. Therefore, when the director denied knowing Bella, Chloe saw right through her. It seemed like the strongest brain in history was a setup from the very beginning. Chloe suddenly remembered her encounter with Bella a couple of days ago. They ran into each other at the entrance of a seafood restaurant. Bella was tipsy at the time, and even challenged Chloe to an IQ showdown. At the time, Chloe thought that Bella acted that way because she was drunk. It turned out that woman meant every word. Why would she be interested in something so meaningless and childish? Was she kidding? Chloe felt speechless. Since she was already there, however, she wasn't about to cower. A woman with Bella's intelligence was no match for her. Even if there were 10 Bella Halls on stage, she would still beat them all. A person's IQ wasn't something that could be increased. It wasn't something that could be improved overnight by gobbling brain food. Chloe's IQ was all talent. It was a generous gift from God, something that made up for her previous 20-something tumultuous years of life. Chloe knew that God was fair. If He gave you something amazing, He will also take away something equally good. Caterpillars are ugly and slow, but that kept them safe since no one wants to touch them. Butterflies are beautiful and fly quickly, but that's because many animals, including humans, are after them. If they ever slowed down, they would die immediately. It was the law of nature. Chloe never felt superior to anyone because of her high IQ. Instead, she always worked hard to achieve her goals. She was where she was at, not because of luck, but because of hard work. Success never came easily, and no one is always lucky. After her makeup was done, Chloe went on stage and discovered an audience of 800 people. This was the introduction she received. Miss Chloe Green, 24 years of age, is a chief physician in the neurology department of Southside Recuperation Center. She's married to Jack Dawson, the current president of GK. When she was in high school, she was known as a genius girl. Today, we will find out just how amazing she is. The intro seemed glorious on the outside, but was in actuality a setup for something later on. Chloe knew that Bella wanted to embarrass her. The latter wanted to show everyone that she wasn't all that impressive, and that it was just all talk. With a smile, Chloe walked onto the stage and waved to everyone. She then sat down in her designated chair. Other than Chloe, there were 11 other contestants, all deemed geniuses, both men and women. Bella wasn't in the group, but Chloe knew that these people were only appetizers. After the host finished his introduction, the lightning round began. Chloe made sure to stay in the middle to upper rankings, refraining from doing her best. The series of challenges took nearly an hour. Finally, Chloe entered the final four, where the real competition began. After eliminating the other 3 competitors, she was the only one left. At this time, the host announced, "Mrs. Dawson, in front of you is the Gate of Dreams. Once you open it, you will receive a $1 million prize. Before this, however, there is still one more challenger waiting for you. Are you ready?" With so many people watching, how could she say no? Smiling, she nodded. Of course. Immediately after, Bella came in from another entrance. She was dressed in a white evening gown and had on crystal-high heels. Her hair was lightly curled. She had dressed herself up as a goddess. For some odd reason, the first thought that entered Chloe's mind upon seeing her was, this woman was trying hard to look all innocent. Next, introducing our very special guest today, Miss Bella Hall. The host continued. Miss Bella Hall grew up in Italy and was deeply influenced by both cultures. She became the youngest master of painting in the country, and is greatly influential in both countries. Although she had the chance of obtaining Italian citizenship, she refused the offer due to her unwavering patriotism for her own country. Ignoring the dissuasion of her mentors at the Academy of Fine Arts, she resolutely returned to the country. Now, she has opened up the largest art academy in the city and has become the idol of countless students. Not only is she beautiful, her exceptional intelligence has made her an exemplary socialite. Let us give a warm welcome to Miss Hall. After the host's long introduction, Bella Hall walked up to the middle of the stage. Taking the microphone, she smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Bella Hall. Goddess Hall, good luck. Goddess Hall, we love you." There were actually fans in the audience cheering Bella on. I am here today for charity. The show informed me that my presence would bring $1 million to children in poverty. Knowing that I can help, I feel extremely proud. Chloe felt speechless. This woman had stolen her entire line. It is my honor today to battle Mrs. Dawson. I'm sure that everyone knows that I am good friends with her. We've always been close, and now that we're on stage together, it's not a competition. We're both here for the charity, so if my friend Mrs. Dawson doesn't do well, please be understanding towards her. Goddess, you are too kind. You are even thinking about your friend. Goddess, how could you be so kind? Not only are you doing charity, you're also saving your friend's face. Fools were always the ones getting played. In their eyes, Bella was a perfect goddess. However, perfect people didn't exist in this world. Those who seemed perfect were just trying their best to hide their flaws so they could show the world their best side. Miss Hall, don't worry about me, I don't think I will lose. So there is no need for the audience to show understanding towards me. I was only giving an example. After all, this is a live broadcast. If there really is a difficult question later on, and you couldn't answer it, wouldn't it be awkward? After all, honey, you haven't received too high of an education and you haven't studied abroad. So many questions may still be difficult for you, Bella said as she smiled warmly at Chloe. The audience probably really thought that they were good friends. Studying abroad has nothing to do with intelligence. It only enriches one's experience. This is a show about intelligence, so why would I be worried? Chloe wasn't backing down either. She had a comeback to Bella Hall's every sentence. Afraid that the two women would start a fight, the host immediately stepped in to mediate the situation. The final round will begin momentarily. Miss Hall, please take your seat. Sure. Bella nodded, and sat down across from Chloe. The two women were sitting 5 meters apart from each other and could clearly see the expressions on each other's face. Bella was gloating as if she had the competition in the bag. Chloe knew Bella had came prepared for this. She probably received all the answers beforehand. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so arrogant. "So, are you guys ready?" the host asked in a serious tone. "I am." Bella smiled sweetly. Chloe didn't say anything. Instead, she made an okay sign with her hand. "All right, then we'll begin with the questions. Please listen to the questions carefully and hit the buzzer once you know the answer." Life resides in motion. Who said this? Before the host finished the question, Bella answered, "Voltaire. The best time to have fruits. Between 2 meals, again." Bella answered in no time. "What dynasty is the 4 sheep square statue from?" "Shang." Bella answered in a second again. "Wow, bravo, Miss Hall. You got them all right." After the host finished talking, the audience applauded enthusiastically. Then, the host looked at Chloe on purpose in a mocking manner. "Mrs. Dawson, good luck to you too." Chloe reflected on Bella's rapid answers and felt it was funny. She saw the answers first and then came up to show off. What was the point? Chloe looked at the host and responded with deeper meaning. "I'm in no rush. Let Miss Hall perform." Listen to the next question. What is the first publisher that was involved in movie filming? The business publisher. Bella got this one again. Marx was the first in human history to create. The philosophy of materialism, Bella answered, her face filled with pride and confidence. On the other hand, Chloe didn't answer a single question in time. She didn't seem as though she was competing anyway. Human consciousness not only reflects the objective world, but also creates the objective world. This is, the host asked. Dialectical materialism, Bella answered loudly. All correct, the host announced with a big smile. The audience burst into resounding applause. "Mrs. Dawson, is your answering button broken?" the host asked sarcastically. Members of the audience near the stage laughed out loud immediately. Some people even whispered, "What kind of a genius girl is she? She is not that special. She hasn't even gotten one question." Goddess Hall got them all. "I think Goddess Hall is the real genius, and she must be a knockoff." Haha, yeah. If President Dawson sees that he married a knockoff genius, he'll be devastated. All kinds of arguments went on under these circumstances. On stage, though, the two sides were still competing. Bella's face was soaked with pride because everything was going according to plan. "My answering button is not broken." Chloe chuckled. "Then how have you not gotten a single question? Do you not know the answers?" the host asked. "Yeah, they were just too easy. I don't feel like it's necessary to answer. It's child's play." Chloe laughed. Upon hearing this, Bella's face changed a little. This was a direct insult to her. Wow, this Chloe girl has no shame. Those questions are so difficult. But she said that they are too easy? How pretentious of her. Maybe Mrs. Dawson has real skills. "Let's see how it goes first." A couple near the stage mumbled. Many people in front of their TVs could see their performance because it was broadcasted live. Jack had the TV on while he was busy at work. He only looked up with a gentle expression on his face when Chloe showed up. "Sir, what's up with young madam? Why isn't she racing to be the first to answer those questions?" "It's killing me." "She's waiting for the right moment to use her big move," Jack responded. He knew Chloe too well. So, he wasn't worried that his wife would lose it all. Justin was still working overtime in the president's office at Imperial Star headquarters. "President Cooper, the executive meeting starts in 5 minutes, his female secretary whispered. "Cancel it." Are you sure?" The secretary was stunned and wondered what point there was to working overtime. Justin stared at the live broadcast. He waved his hands and kicked out the secretary. Half an hour ago, Max called and told him to turn on the TV and watch the local broadcast. He turned on the TV in suspicion, and sure enough, saw Chloe in the show. She was up against Bella. They were engaged in an ultimate IQ battle. Justin's heart was hanging as he watched, because it was a live broadcast, and many people were watching. He was scared Chloe might be beaten by Bella. Victoria had been anxious at home as well. If Brenton didn't stop her, she would have gone to the scene to support Chloe. "Victoria, chill out. Chloe will definitely win." Brenton tried his best to comfort her. "What do you know? Can't you tell? Bitch Hall obviously knows the answers, and that's why she's answering so fast. Chloe is being set up. Do you understand? But I believe in Chloe's inhuman IQ. Even if she was set up, she will still turn it around. Bella is definitely no match for her." Eh? What you just said makes some sense. When Victoria calmed down, she felt that Brenton was right. What kind of person was Chloe? She was someone who wouldn't let the color drain from her face, no matter what happened. Bella's little tricks might end up shooting herself in the foot. So, don't worry. Let's not go, all right? It's minus 20 degrees Celsius outside and you are pregnant. Go easy on yourself, Your Highness. Victoria was pregnant, and the whole Blake family was focused on her. Brenton, too, was worried that something might go wrong. Besides, with Victoria's situation, what was she going to do, even if she went to the TV station? It was a live broadcast. Was she going to interrupt it? Would it solve anything? She thought about it, and felt like Brenton's words made some sense, so Victoria finally calmed down. Brenton waved his hands and sent the maid away. Then he cuddled Victoria as they continued watching the broadcast. Their excitement level was as high as when they watched the Olympics. Sarah couldn't watch the broadcast because she was on the plane, but it would be a shame if she missed this splendid scene. Therefore, Noah made a smart move and turned on the recording function. He planned to record the show and show it to Sarah after she got off the plane. Like Brenton, Noah had full confidence in Chloe. He thought that a strong woman like her would definitely not be beaten by Bella. Auntie Cousin Chloe is on TV. Over at Sky Blessing Court, June had a banana in hand, eating it while pointing at the TV. Sandra took a closer look and realized that it really was her daughter. This kid. Why didn't she tell me? I almost missed it. What show is this? It seems like a competition of brains, to see who is the smartest. June figured out what was going on. Hence, Sandra started to nervously watch the broadcast with her. Chloe originally thought it was only a show and didn't take it seriously. However, she didn't expect the attention of so many people now that it was being broadcasted live. Bella was even eviler. She worked with the director and host to manipulate everything, trying to taint Chloe's reputation. Under such circumstances, Chloe couldn't stay calm anymore. She decided to strike back. "Mrs. Dawson, your words seem to have some hidden meaning. Our questions are not easy. You shouldn't slander our program team just because you can't answer our questions." How about this? This show is a live broadcast and everyone knows that we can't cheat. Let's play something that's more fun. What? Bella looked at Chloe cautiously. Let's ask each other questions. You give me one, and I'll give you one. We each get 10 questions. What do you think? All of a sudden, Bella was a little frightened. If the questions were not from the program team but from Chloe, they might be very difficult. Even if she thought of herself as smart, she might not be able to win. Chloe had pushed her into a tight spot. Seeing Bella hesitate, Chloe continued, "Of course, I'm only making a suggestion. If Miss Hall doesn't want to play, it's totally fine. I can give you the win and take the loss. The show's questions are pretty simple anyways." What Chloe was implying was that even if you win, it's meaningless because the questions were too easy. Her words rattled Bella. "I agree. Miss Hall..." The host wanted to stop Bella from accepting, but Bella interrupted the host. "It's all right. Do what she says." In front of so many people, Bella's pride mattered the most. Therefore, she was easily provoked by Chloe's reverse psychology. If they began to question each other, the possibilities would be endless. What questions were they going to ask each other? The results were unpredictable. Backstage, the director's expression shifted ever so slightly as she said worriedly, "Miss Hall ran straight into her trap. She's going to lose. The show was already protecting Bella by not running the originally planned program. Chloe's genius was honest and real, but Bella's intelligence was fabricated through packaging. Accepting the challenge wasn't advantageous for Bella at all. After accepting Chloe's proposal, Bella began regretting her decision. However, it was no longer up to her. With so many people watching the live show, she couldn't back down, even if she was heading to her death. "Go, go, Goddess Hall, we believe in you!" a fan yelled out, holding up a large sign. "Kind and gorgeous, Bella's the best. Kind and gorgeous, Bella's the best." Some idiotic fans even began chanting. Their chants angered Bella so much that she began to secretly curse them out. Chloe, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her face. Jack gazed at Chloe's face lovingly through the TV, loving the way she smiled. His wife was always so cool and collected, confident and calm. He stared at the TV screen as if he couldn't have enough of her. "Go, go, young madame. Go, go, young madame." Assistant Mark quietly cheered on the side, almost comically. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment out in the suburbs, Simon was rolled up in bed, feeling bittersweet as he watched her on TV. He was once so close to her, but later on, because he wanted to get closer to the rich and powerful, he hooked up with Lisa and Jenny. He had missed his best chance with Chloe. Thinking back to their past, he wondered if they would die. Separated if Jack never came back. Truthfully speaking, even if Jack didn't come back home, Chloe wouldn't have married Simon. This was because he was riddled with problems himself. Ordinary university students didn't solicit prostitutes. Even if his girlfriend didn't want to be intimate with him, it wasn't an excuse for his disgusting behavior. The Chloe in front of him today had already become a character unreachable by him. She was at the top of the social circle, right next to Jack, attending all sorts of grand events and ceremonies. At work, she was also the best doctor of her generation. Simon, on the other hand, willingly ran himself into a ditch. He worked in a small private hospital, earning his living by cheating and defrauding his patients. Along with Jenny, he would gamble what little money he earned away at casinos. After that, he would cheat his patients some more, and the vicious cycle would repeat itself. For him, life was almost meaningless, and he had no one but himself to blame. Are you looking at your ex again? Stop looking at her. She's a rich and important woman now, way out of your league. You should stop thinking about her. She wouldn't look at a dog like you, even if you kneeled down in front of her, Jenny mocked, as she pulled off her spaghetti straps, exposing her breasts. It has nothing to do with you. Shut up. Simon glared at Jenny unhappily. On TV, the host had finally agreed to Chloe's suggestion that she and Bella question each other. Then we'll have Miss Hall ask the first question. The host was very biased, giving the first chance to ask a question to Bella. If Bella's question was difficult enough to stump Chloe, it would completely embarrass the latter. Glowering at Chloe, Bella slowly asked, "What is the correct ratio between coarse and fine for the mix of edible grains?" 1-2, Chloe replied. "That is correct," the host announced, feeling speechless. Next is Mrs. Dawson's turn to ask a question. As a tribute to the Olympics, I'll ask you something simple that's related to it. In the 2008 Olympic Games, who took gold for men's singles in ping pong? Chloe asked, smiling. It was an easy question. Even the audience knew the answer. Bella, however, was clearly unsure. She always talked about her patriotism, about how much she loved their country, but she was stumped by the simplest of questions. What was even more magical was that after a couple of seconds she replied, "Zhang Jik." As the words left her mouth, the entire audience erupted with gasps. No one had expected her to get such a simple question wrong. Chloe smiled. It wasn't Zhang Jik 8 years ago. Ma Lin was the one that won gold in 2008. Even the host couldn't remain silent anymore. Miss Hall, that match was between Ma Lin and Wang Hao, both exceptional professional players. In the end, it was Ma Lin who won. I must have remembered wrong. Bella reasoned matter-of-factly. Next, it is Miss Hall's turn. Bella, what year was the computer invented? Chloe, 1946. Correct, the host confirmed. Chloe, what was the earliest meaning of groom in ancient time? Bella, a man entering into holy matrimony. Wrong, its earliest meaning was new scholars, the host corrected. Bella coughed quietly, feeling embarrassed. The entire studio fell dead silent. Bella, do fish have hearts? Chloe, yes, correct. Chloe, do newborns cry tears? Bella, yes. Wrong. Newborns do not shed tears when they cry. In front of the television, Assistant Mark laughed. I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment for Miss Hall. Young madam is truly too awesome. Bella, suppose you put on a pot of water in a spaceship. How long will the water take to boil? Chloe, it will never boil. Chloe, how many kilometers are in a light year? Bella, 100,000 kilometers. Wrong, it's approximately 9.5 trillion kilometers. Chloe corrected Bella herself this time. Mrs. Dawson is correct. The host didn't dare to make eye contact with Bella. The audience fell dead silent once again. With 4 questions asked, Bella had gotten none of them correct, while Chloe had gotten all of hers right. It was truly embarrassing. Bella, who invented the first telescope? Chloe, Galileo. Chloe, what year was penicillin invented? Bella, 1966. Wrong, it's 1928, Chloe corrected. That doesn't count. Medical knowledge is your specialty. You did that on purpose. Bella looked like she was about to burst out in tears from embarrassment. Chloe, however, smiled, but didn't say anything. Bella, which country is the famous tennis player Schiavone from? Chloe, Italy. Bella was surprised. Chloe immediately asked, the 4 books of the 4 books and 5 classics include the Analects, the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, and what's the last one? Bella looked confused. Then she replied, Tao Te Ching. The scholars in the audience began to snicker. Some even began to question Miss Hall's love for classical literature. Shouldn't a master of traditional painting know more about the country's history? Miss Hall, the correct answer is Mencius, the host reminded, feeling bad for Bella. I knew that. I just remembered wrong. Her reason felt a little forced. Bella, who's the original singer of Hit Me Baby One More Time? Chloe, Britney Spears. Chloe immediately asked back, who received the 1993 Nobel Peace Prize? Bella felt awkward as she was stumped again. That's such an easy question. Even I know the answer. How could Miss Hall not know? A girl in the audience mumbled to herself. Miss Hall, you have a chance to seek help from the audience, the host reminded kindly. Biting her lips, Bella finally said, I want help from the audience. She then pointed to a slightly chubby girl. The girl was wearing glasses and was very cute. She stood up and said loudly, It was Nelson Mandela, the greatest leader of South Africa. The host nodded. Correct! Up until now, they had asked each other a total of 7 questions. Chloe had gotten hers all correct, while Bella's only right answer was thanks to an audience member. How ironic! More and more doubtful noises began coming from the audience. Didn't Miss Hall study abroad for many years? Shouldn't she be knowledgeable and worldly? Why doesn't she know the most basic of things? Yeah, it's strange to me too. She seems to know little to nothing while Mrs. Dawson knows about everything. What a surprise. Yeah, this is a live event, and there's no chance to cheat. It's the best way to test one's intelligence. Mrs. Dawson is truly amazing. She's young, never studied abroad, and I heard that she didn't even graduate from a top-tier university, but she's still so knowledgeable. Meanwhile, Bella was almost about to explode from anger. She asked, for which movie did Nicole Kidman win the 2003 Oscar for Best Actress? Before Chloe gave her answer, Victoria screamed in front of the television. F. King Bach! How low can she go? She was just complaining about how Chloe intentionally asked her a medical question. But now she's asking her all about foreign things, knowing full well that Chloe's never studied abroad. English songs and English movies? What a dirty batch. Even Victoria couldn't help but curse Bella out. Surprisingly, Chloe answered calmly, "The movie's name is The Hours." "Correct." The host confirmed before Chloe continued. "What breed is the tiger in Ang Lee's Life of Pi?" "Siberian," Bella stammered out. Chloe couldn't help but chuckle. "Girl, the tiger is Bengal, thank you very much." There were snickers coming from the audience as well, embarrassing Bella to no end. In front of his television, Noah laughed as he sipped on a can of cola. What made Mayor Hall's daughter go to this show? Was she looking for torture? Is she a masochist? Does it pain her to not get tortured? Bella immediately asked, "Which of Garcia Marquez's works is hailed as a masterpiece of the historical and social landscape of Latin America?" Chloe, 100 Years of Solitude. Then she immediately asked, "Which famous Russian author wrote The Hunter's Notes and House of Nobles?" "Leo Tolstoy," Bella responded without hesitation. Leo Tolstoy was famous for Anna Karenina and War and Peace. Did you mix him up with someone else, Miss Hall? The correct answer should be Turgenev. He was known for the works in my question. Chloe looked at Bella speechlessly. If she had known how weak the womaner Shakuman was, she wouldn't have wasted time dealing with her. With that, the audience erupted into laughter once again. "I'm so embarrassed for Miss Hall. Mrs. Dawson is completely wrecking her." "Are they really friends?" "It doesn't look like it," a girl in the audience asked quietly. "Who the hell knows? But there's definitely nothing special about studying abroad at an amazing university. She can't even compare to our local talent, Mrs. Dawson," a sitting boy said while laughing. In the midst of the sounds of ridicule, Bella threw out her final question. In the 1930s, when the U.S. experienced its Great Depression, which American leader preceded President Roosevelt? What an obscure question to ask. It was clear that no one in the audience knew the answer, as many had their phones out, Googling the correct response. Once again, Chloe's response was instant. Hoover, correct. Even the host wanted to compliment Chloe. Since Bella played dirty, asking questions that were both foreign and obscure, Chloe decided that it was time to stop playing nice. She was determined to send Bella to her grave. Chloe dug deep into her brain and finally came up with her final question. In Shinchiji's Buddhist Dancers, written on the wall of Zyoku, what comes after the line, "Thick green mountains could not cover up"? "I want help from the audience," Bella said awkwardly. The host, however, felt even more awkward than Bella. "Miss Hall, you only have one chance to ask for assistance from the audience. You've already used it up. Then, I don't know." Bella wasn't well versed in ancient poetry, with the exception of the most popular ones like Hoeing Millet in the Midday Heat or Bright Moonlight Before My Bed. She was clueless of niche poems like the one she was just asked. The correct answer is, "The river, after all, flows eastwards into the sea." As Chloe stated the right answer, the audience erupted into loud applause. After 10 questions, Chloe had gotten all of hers correct. Bella, on the other hand, only managed to get one correct, and it was only because she sought assistance from the audience. The next time she asked for assistance, she was told that she had no more chances left. Half King awkward. Bella was truly defeated this time. Chloe chewed her up and spat her out. In the words of Noah, Miss Hall's probably out of her mind. Why compete with Chloe in terms of intelligence? Was she looking to get wrecked? Chloe was never one to instigate a fight, but she was also never one to back down. Beating Bella in her own game was truly amazing. Bella had unequivocally embarrassed herself on live television, in front of the entire nation. Chloe, on the other hand, handled all sorts of obscure questions so effortlessly. Plus, she had quick reflexes. It was the key to her victory. Next, let us congratulate Mrs. Dawson on winning the $1 million prize. Mrs. Dawson, would you like to donate this money to children living in poverty? Yes, I would love to. Chloe nodded, expressing her stance. In actuality, the program didn't have such a grand amount to donate. The $1 million was all from Bella's own pocket. She wanted to embarrass Chloe through the show, but in the end, she fell into her own trap. In the words of Victoria, Bakch Hall had run out of brain cells and was in need of a recharge. In the words of Sarah, anyone who dares to challenge Chloe's intelligence is looking for defeat. In front of the television, Justin let out a sigh of relief. He put down his pen and walked out of his office. Chloe's presence was ever so pervasive. Even though she wasn't living near him, he could still see her every move. It was as if she had become a part of his life. When they reached backstage, Chloe and Bella went into separate makeup rooms. Miss Hall, before the director could finish her sentence, Bella's hand came down on her face, slapping so hard that she began to see stars. Idiot! What was the plan before? How did things turn out this way? I was humiliated. If my dad sees this, he will be so mad. Bella completely lost it, redirecting all the blame onto the director. She had expected the plan to pan out perfectly, even gifting the director a bottle of VVO perfume. Now that her plan completely failed, it was her who was wholly embarrassed. How could Bella swallow this anger? Miss Hall, when we talked about this before, we practiced all of the questions with you. The plan was foolproof. Who would have thought that you were going to agree to an impromptu questioning round? We couldn't control a situation like that. Not to mention this program is live, not pre-recorded. We couldn't even edit it. The director looked completely innocent and wronged. She had tried her best. How was she supposed to know that Bella was going to be so easily provoked by Chloe? Bella had nothing but her own stupidity to blame, all right? So what you're saying is, this is my fault? Bella interrogated the director as she glared at her. Afraid of Bella's wrath, the director immediately shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying that this was an accident. It wasn't something we could have controlled. Miss Hall, please don't be too angry. BS, I was embarrassed in front of so many people. How can I not be pissed? I always knew that you were useless. Now I'm not sure that your TV station will survive. Miss Hall, please calm down. We won't fail again in the future. You still think there's still a future? Bella unleashed her wrath onto the makeup room, smashing everything in it. In the other makeup room, Chloe could hear the ruckus. What's that noise? Chloe asked. Miss Hall is probably angry. She lost to me, fair and square. Why is she mad at others? She should use the time to read more books. Chloe laughed. Defeating Bella was a piece of cake. It was so easy that she was almost bored. Mrs. Dawson, can you please give me your autograph? The makeup artist handed Chloe a small notebook, her face full of admiration. Chloe felt slightly awkward. I really admire you. I also attended second high, but I didn't get in with high grades. My parents paid for my entrance. Haha. But in the end, I didn't manage to get into a good university, so I went to a beauty school to study makeup. You are the pride of second high. You were amazing on stage just now. You're like my idol. The makeup artist rambled on with praises, making Chloe feel embarrassed. Therefore, she took the notebook and signed her name. After removing her makeup, Chloe put on her coat and walked out. She was immediately greeted by the sight of a Maybach. Seeing Chloe come out, Jack stepped out of his car with a cup of warm milk tea. Honey, you've worked hard. Jack walked over to Chloe and handed her the warm milk tea. Thank you, Master Dawson. Chloe took the milk tea, her heart as warm as the beverage. She couldn't help but leave a quick peck on Jack's face. She swore that the PDA wasn't on purpose, but the scene was caught by Bella just in time. She came out right after Chloe. Seeing Jack's arrival, she wanted to say hi. However, with the lovebirds' milk tea and kissing, her face immediately turned dark. Did you drive here from home? Chloe wasn't expecting a pickup from Jack. I was at work and just wrapped up, so I came to pick you up. Honey, if you keep spoiling me, how can I leave you? Chloe smiled sweetly. That's my ultimate goal. The corners of Jack's lips curled up. Oh my, how dark of you, Mr. Dawson. Even scheming your own wife. With the lovebirds flirting at the entrance, Bella walked around them and made her way towards her own car. She felt so embarrassed by everything that happened tonight. She didn't want to stay, even for another second. Unexpectedly, Chloe suddenly turned around and said, "Miss Hall!" Bella turned around not knowing what Chloe wanted. "I have a couple of copies of 300 song poems at home. Would you like to borrow them? I can send them to you tomorrow." "No, thank you." Bella's face darkened even more as she quickly turned around and walked away. After Bella drove off, Jack reached out his hand and lovingly tapped her tall, delicate nose. "I didn't know how good my wife was at torturing others." "Huh? What? Do you feel bad for her?" "Yeah, I feel bad that you didn't do it sooner. She was arrogant for so long." With one hand holding her hands, Jack opened the car door with his other hand and helped Chloe onto the passenger side. "Oh, honey, I drove my own car here." Chloe suddenly remembered. "It's okay. I'll get someone from the company to drive it back." With that, Jack drove off from the TV station. "Let's go and get a midnight snack. Let's celebrate," Jack proposed gently. "Are we celebrating Bella's loss?" Chloe asked proudly. "What else?" "Ha ha ha, honey, we shouldn't be so blunt. Miss Hall will cry." As the pair kept chatting, Chloe's cell phone suddenly rang. "Chloe, hurry up and come back home." Sandra quickly hung up after speaking. "Damn, we don't have time to eat a midnight snack or celebrate anymore. What happened?" Jack tilted his head and looked at Chloe, who answered, "My mom just called and asked me to head back home. I'm assuming that she saw my live broadcast and is probably going to scold me." "Don't worry, I'll go with you." Then, Jack drove straight to Sky Blessing Court, where her mother lived. "Cousin Chloe, you're here." June opened the door. Her eyes lit up immediately upon seeing Jack standing behind Chloe. She greeted him. "Brother-in-law, you're here too?" Jack nodded, but he didn't say anything. That's the kind of person he was. He never said more than 3 sentences at once to anyone but Chloe. Of course, work not included. Therefore, Assistant Mark often thought of himself as a lucky man, since aside from his wife, Mark was the second person Jack spoke the most to. Technically, Jack was showing favor towards him, right? "Mom, you wanted to see me?" Chloe went in as she took off her scarf and down jacket. The north wind was blowing strong outside, but the plants inside the house bloomed so beautifully that it felt like spring. Sandra liked potted plants, so the first-floor living room was filled with greeneries. There were devil's ivies, viper's bowstring hemp, money trees, lucky bamboo, and even peace lilies, which were incredibly hard to care for. After taking off her jacket, Chloe picked up a watering can and began spraying the money trees with water. Sandra was cooking in the kitchen and walked out upon hearing her daughter's voice. "Chloe, I just saw you on TV." "Yup. That was a live broadcast. Did I look pretty, Mom?" Chloe smiled as she asked coyishly. "Child, I told you to stay low-key, didn't I? Don't be so flashy. Famous people always get spat at." Sandra droned on and on. "Mom, it's fine, it was a one-time thing. Plus, it was just an entertainment program. Haha." Chloe watered the flowers as she listened to her mother nag at her. To prove that everything was okay, she played dumb so that her mother wouldn't feel anxious. "Jack, you're here too?" Only then did Sandra see Jack, who was sitting on the couch. "Auntie." Jack nodded at Sandra, and Chloe reminded him, "Why are you still calling my mom Auntie? Are you sleepwalking?" Jack immediately understood what his wife meant. He looked shyly at Sandra and then said, "Mom." Sandra was both embarrassed and surprised to hear Jack suddenly going from auntie to mom. "Mom, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and give him a red pocket for changing to calling you Mom." Chloe joked, and Sandra slapped her forehead in realization. Right, look at me, I completely forgot about it." Then, she immediately ran up to the second floor. I was just kidding. I can't believe she actually went." Chloe put down the watering can in her hand and stood up from the couch. "Chloe, have you and my brother-in-law had dinner yet?" June suddenly asked her, and Chloe shook her head. "Not yet. Is there anything to eat here?" "There is. Auntie and I made some pork hock soup. It's really good. I'll pour you guys some." "Sure." Chloe nodded, but she noticed a detail, and that was the fact that June said that she and her mom made the soup together. Chloe knew better than anyone that pork hock soup was her mother's specialty, and even she hadn't learned how to make it. So how did June and her mother make it together? Why did she have to emphasize the together? Did she want to prove how virtuous she was? That she was capable of doing anything? Soon, Sandra hurried downstairs with a really thick red pocket in her hand. She carefully handed it to Jack. "Here, take it." Mom, you didn't have to do that. Jack was too old to take red pocket money from elders. "Just take it. It's just a gesture." Chloe smiled. "Since my mom is offering, you should just take it." Upon hearing this, Jack took the red pocket and felt the weight of it in his hands. "Hey, my rich mother, let me guess how much money you put in there." "I'm guessing $10,001, as in Jack is a 1 in 100,000 son-in-law?" Chloe walked up to Sandra and coyishly put her arms around her mother's neck. Sandra was obviously a bit shy as she smiled but didn't say anything. Chloe grabbed the giant red pocket from Jack and opened it up. After a quick count, Chloe exclaimed, "Whoa, there's more than 10,000 in here. There's $20,000 in there," Sandra said with a smile on her face. Before continuing, "Jack, take it. I know you're rich, but that's your money. I've been saving up, and this is the money that Chloe has given me over the years, or else I wouldn't even have so much. I know this money is a drop in the ocean for you, but still, I wanted you to have it. Just don't think the amount is too little." "I won't. Thanks, Mom." Jack felt touched. It was so kind of Chloe's mother to give him red pocket money. No amount was too little for him. He would be satisfied even if Sandra were to give him 2,000 instead of 20,000 today. "Mom, you're so rich. You've never even given me so much money." Chloe hugged her mother and complained coyishly, and Jack said, "I'll ask my mom to give you red pocket money next time too." No, I'm happy as long as your mom doesn't pick on me." Chloe immediately waved her hands, and Sandra scolded her daughter. "Don't talk like that." "Oh, right. My pork hock soup is still cooking in the kitchen." Then she ran towards the kitchen, while Chloe, in a great mood, followed her mother. "Mom, let me help you." Suddenly, all that was left in the living room was Jack and June. Jack took out his phone. Upon opening his mailbox, he began reading the emails that company employees sent him. June was wearing an emerald-colored loungewear piece that Sandra had bought her at the mall. She smoothed out the stray hairs by her ears and said gently, "Brother-in-law, have some fruit." "No thanks," Jack replied without looking up. "Brother-in-law, I heard that you own the biggest corporation in the city. I bet your office building is really tall, isn't it? When Auntie told me about you, I knew you were a powerful man, or else you wouldn't be able to manage such a big company." "Oh, right. Is your company hiring?" "I want to work there. I don't want to go back to my village and do farm work for the rest of my life. It's really tiring and the crops aren't growing well. I like the city, the food is delicious, and the clothes are fancy. I really like it here and really want to stay here." Before Jack could say anything, June moved closer to him and continued blabbering. "Brother-in-law, I can do a lot of things. I can cook and I can clean the floors. Maybe I could work as a cleaner for your office? You don't have to give me a lot of money, just $1,000 a month, what do you think?" Jack was annoyed by June's inability to take his silence as a hint. With a frown on his face, he looked up and was just about to say something when Chloe walked out of the kitchen. "What were you guys talking about?" Chloe smiled as she sat down between Jack and June, forcing the latter to move back. "Oh, I was asking my brother-in-law if he had any job opportunities for me. I want to go work at his company, since doing nothing every day is really boring. Plus, I can't stay here and keep spending my auntie's money, right? I'd be really embarrassed. Auntie has treated me very well and bought me a lot of things. I'm old enough to make money by myself and don't want to be a freeloader," June ranted, thinking that she made valid points. Chloe listened to her drone on and on while she picked up a grape from the fruit platter and nibbled at it. After finishing the grape, she wiped her hands and said quietly, "Oh, that's what you were talking about. I actually already found a job for you." "Really? What kind of job? June was confused. Why didn't her cousin say anything earlier? You can work here and spend time with my mom. You can cook for her, clean for her, and talk to her. My mom's old, and she can't clean a 200-square-meter townhouse by herself anymore. I was going to hire her a cleaner anyway, but since you're already here, and you said you could do anything, I thought it'd be best if you just worked here. I'm sure you'll do a great job. Cousin Chloe, but Before June could finish her sentence, Chloe continued, Ever since Thomas went abroad, my mom's been feeling really lonely. The neighbors she used to live with now live far away, so they can't see each other every day. She doesn't have much to do by herself anyways. When you're done with work around the house, you can go out with her and do some grocery shopping and square dancing. My mom said you're a great dancer. You're really good at dancing that popular song, Little Apple, right? Cousin Chloe? June wanted to protest, but Chloe didn't even give her the chance to do so. She continued interrupting her. You can eat here and live here, and I'll pay you $3,000 a month. It's quite a lot. You're my cousin, and I have to treat you well, right? You can have 4 days off every month. You can either spend that time walking around town or visiting home if you miss your parents. After saying all that, Chloe turned around to Jack and showed him a post on her friend circle. Honey, a new barbecue restaurant opened here. It looks pretty good. Let's go try it sometime. Sure. Jack nodded. In the end, June never got the chance to finish her thought. All she felt was anger culminating within her. The truth was, she didn't care about how much she made. All she wanted was to work closer to Jack. She noticed that she barely got to see Jack at Sky Blessing Court. Therefore, she was looking for an opportunity to go work at GK, but Chloe never provided her with one. Truth be told, Chloe knew what June was thinking as soon as the latter opened her mouth. Thus, she would never bring trouble upon herself or Jack. June may be from the countryside, but she wasn't a simple and honest, small-town girl. Perhaps it was because of the convenience of cell phones and the internet, but June browsed Snap and other apps, just like any other city dweller. Therefore, she wasn't an ignorant girl from the countryside. Not only was she aware that Jack was GK's president, she also knew what it took to survive in this city. Therefore, she wanted to become a rich man's sugar baby, and her brother-in-law was one that was super good-looking as well. She would give and do anything to be with him, with or without money. Unhappy, June sat on the other end of the couch and didn't utter another word. Just then, Sandra brought out a pot of pork hock soup and some egg pancakes. Chloe immediately dug in. After a few bites, she began to miss Thomas. Therefore, without thinking too much about the time difference, she sent him a video request. It was 9:30 p.m. in the country, so 1:30 a.m. where Thomas was. The phone rang for a while before Thomas finally picked it up in a daze. Upon seeing who it was, Thomas half-threatened his sister. "Little Chloe Green, how dare you call me in the middle of the night?" "Lazy boy, come and have some pork hock soup," Chloe said as she showed Thomas the pot of soup on the dining table, which immediately woke him up. "Holy crap, I can't believe you would do this to me in the middle of the night. You suck." Thomas had to swallow a couple of times to stop himself from drooling. "Thomas, you look like you've lost weight." Sandra looked at her son with a heartbroken expression on her face. "Mom, I'm skinny, but I grew much taller. My classmates and I jog and play basketball every day, and I live a really fulfilled life. I also eat a lot, so don't worry about me." Then, Thomas noticed the man sitting beside Chloe and said, "Hey, is that my brother-in-law?" "Yup," Chloe said as she turned the camera towards her husband. "Brother-in-law, you've gotten more handsome. Do you have enough allowance? If you don't, I'll ask the finance department to send you some more tomorrow." Jack looked at Thomas dotingly, as if he were his own brother. "Mr. Dawson, don't be like that. You can't give him money as soon as he calls you handsome." Amused, Chloe looked at Jack, and then back at Thomas. "You can't be like that either. No ass-kissing as soon as you see your brother-in-law. Got it?" "Ass-kissing requires technique," okay? It doesn't just work on everyone. Then, Thomas glanced over the girl sitting not far behind Chloe and asked, "Hey, sis, who's the girl behind you? Did you hire a maid for Mom?" Thomas's inadvertent question left June in endless awkwardness. Sandra immediately took Chloe's phone and explained, "Thomas, this is June, your uncle's daughter." "Who?" Thomas had no recollection of who June was. "Your uncle's daughter. Oh, the one from Nanwa Village?" His tone was unfriendly, but Sandra wanted them to get to know each other. After all, they were cousins. "June, come and say hi to Thomas." Upon hearing what Sandra said, June shyly walked over and waved her hand at the screen. "Hey, Thomas." She and Thomas were of the same age, so she could call him by his name. Thomas, however, didn't like June much, so he ignored her. Instead, he said to Chloe, who was standing behind June, "Sis, do you miss me? What do you think? I think that you probably forgot about your little brother, now that you have my brother-in-law." "Hey, is that jealousy I'm detecting in your voice, you little brat? Sis, you're a chief of an entire department now. You shouldn't be so liberal with terms like brat. It's not good for your reputation." Thomas laughed aloud at Chloe's comment. "Okay, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. I'm going to dig in now. This pork hock soup is so aromatic and delicious. It tastes just like Mom's cooking." Before hanging up, Chloe provoked Thomas once more. As expected, Thomas could barely contain his saliva. "Little Chloe, come to New Zealand right now. I promise not to beat you to death." After hanging up, both Chloe and Jack had more soup. Sandra was a really good cook. She had a couple of specialty dishes that Chloe and Thomas loved eating. It was already 10:30 p.m. by the time they finished dinner. Jack and Chloe stood up to leave, but right before they reached their car, Sandra suddenly said, "Chloe, wait, I need to talk to you." "Sure." Chloe nodded and stayed where she was while Jack got onto the car first. Then, Sandra turned around and glanced at June, who was playing with her phone. "June, can you go back to the house first?" "Oh, sure." June looked at Chloe in an unfriendly manner before turning around to leave. "Mom, what did you need to talk to me about that you had to do it in private?" Chloe laughed. "Chloe, I went out to see someone yesterday." Sandra didn't cut straight to the chase. Perhaps she was afraid that Chloe wouldn't be able to accept the truth, so she decided to set the stage first. "You went to see Timothy?" Chloe asked, and her mother looked at her with surprise. "How did you know?" Chloe easily deduced who it was. Timothy had officially begun his civil war with Andrew and was in dire need of money. He already came looking for her a couple of days ago, but she didn't help him. Therefore, it was only natural for Timothy to turn his attention to Sandra. Her mother wasn't one with a great temper, but she was straightforward and soft-hearted. Timothy took that to his advantage, trying to benefit himself again and again. His actions disgusted Chloe. "I think something happened at his company. You know that ever since Evelyn's incident, he couldn't trust anyone anymore. After all, he didn't give birth to Andrew, and this foster son of his colluded with Lily, and they're trying to suck him dry. Apparently he's short of cash, and since it's a large amount, even the banks aren't willing to issue him a loan." "How much did he tell you he needed?" Chloe asked calmly, and Sandra stuck out 5 fingers. $500 million. That's not too much. Chloe nodded. "Right, I know Jack can afford to lend him that amount. Can he help Timothy?" "Mom, do you know what will happen to us if we help him?" Chloe looked up and asked her mother as she looked into her eyes. "Don't worry. He said he'll return the money in 2 months at the latest. In 2 months, he'll receive collections from other projects and have enough money to pay you guys back. Plus, to show his sincerity, he's willing to give you and Jack 8% of Green Corporation's stocks. Those stocks are worth quite a lot, so I wanted to ask you what you think. Most of the Green Corporation's stocks are in Andrew's hands. What would we do with 8%? Plus, the Green Corporation hasn't been stable, and if any scandals break out, the company's stocks will crash, so technically it wouldn't benefit us." Upon seeing that Chloe was unwilling to give in, Sandra continued, He was a playboy at his prime, but I feel bad for him right now. Mom, remember that saying, the pathetic must have done something that led them there? We can't help him out of pure sympathy. Don't you remember the story of the farmer and the snake? The farmer helped the snake, but the snake bit him in return. That's what's going to happen if we help Timothy. Chloe was furious that once again, Timothy used her mother's soft-heartedness for his own benefit. Chloe, I know all that, but you saw him. He looks senile and has gray hairs all over his head. You know I'm a soft-hearted woman. I can't watch him suffer like that. If you can't give him $500 million, can't you just lend him $100 million? Don't worry, you can demand that he use his real estate as a guarantee. He will most definitely pay you back. Mom, him repaying us isn't the point. If he just needs money, I can ask Jack to lend him some. But the problem now is that he's in a civil war with Andrew. If we help him, we'll be declaring our position in that war against Andrew, who will immediately treat us like enemies. You have no idea how scary that foster son of his is. Let me put it like this. Even Jack feels uneasy towards him. He's that scary? Sandra was surprised, as Chloe's description of Andrew was out of her expectations. What do you think? If Andrew was just a nobody, would Timothy bite the ground and ask everyone he knows to lend him money? You have a point. Depressed, Sandra looked down onto the ground, feeling a little embarrassed. Mom, he's playing with your emotions. He knows your weaknesses and therefore uses them to his advantage. He's not worth helping. Really. And I will never declare war against Andrew for him. Oh, and perhaps you don't know about this, but he hasn't been back to his mansion in a while. Instead, he's staying at a condo at Ocean Garden with a university student. That girl's an undergraduate sophomore. She's 20 years old, even young than I am. His empire isn't the only thing that he's concerned about. He's also trying as hard as he can to have another son. His greed has no limits, Mom. Do you really think that I will help a man who has the time to sleep with girls less than half his age? Are you telling me the truth? Or are these just rumors? Sandra's eyes opened wide as she asked Chloe, who took out her phone and opened a link. Take a look at it for yourself. It was a news article posted by the media a few days ago. No one was really paying attention to Timothy these days, so it quickly died off. However, the photos were clearer than ever. The first photo was of him holding the hands of a young woman. They were standing outside his residential district. The woman, wearing a red mink jacket and white beret, was pretty and sweet-looking. The second photo was of them in a grocery store. He was pushing the cart, while the woman intimately linked arms with him. The third photo was also the best one. It was a photo of them making out in a car. The photo only captured the side of his face, but anyone who knew what Timothy looked like would instantly know that it was him. Sandra felt her heart sink, little by little, upon seeing these photos. She hated herself for still believing that damned man. He almost manipulated her again. That old man, he deserves everything he gets. As the old saying goes, persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. That phrase perfectly describes him. I can't believe he has the audacity to be some university student's sugar daddy at a time like this. So, of course I wouldn't agree to lend him $500 million. How would I know he wouldn't buy that woman a mansion or a Porsche with that money? I got it, Chloe. I understand everything now. He'll never get to see me or use me, ever again, Sandra said. Then she stormed back into the house angrily. Chloe was freezing after standing in the cold for so long. The good news was, Jack turned on the heater in the car, warming her up as soon as she climbed in. Honey, let's go home. Chloe smiled as she buckled her seatbelt. Sandra sat furiously down on the couch upon returning home. June, who couldn't take a hint, scooted up to her and asked, Auntie, I'm really curious. How did Chloe meet her husband? How did she marry Rich? She's not that pretty, and only graduated from a third-tier university. Maybe because they were high school sweethearts. Sandra wasn't really listening to June, so she didn't detect the hint of jealousy in the latter's voice. June was confused. They met in high school? Yeah, they were in the same class since grade 10. Back then, the school didn't allow students to date, but they still did. I used to think they were bad for each other, but now it seems like your cousin was right to marry Jack. Setting his parents' attitudes toward her aside, Jack spoils Chloe to no end and lets her do anything she wants to. Sandra accepted and approved of Jack from the bottom of her heart. They all say that time was the best tool to test someone with. Chloe and Jack had been married for a while now. She had a hot temper, can be stubborn sometimes, and was also involved with negative press time and again. She has yet to even get pregnant. What's worse, her relationship with Jack's parents was sour. Any other man would have lost their patience long ago. Yet, to Sandra's surprise, Jack treated Chloe better and better every day. As Chloe's mother, she was extremely satisfied with her daughter's choice of partner. I see. So my cousin went to an elite high school, right? Or else she would never meet someone like my brother-in-law. How much did tuition cost there? Auntie, where did you get the money to send her to a school like that? I thought you guys were poor. Back then? Did your entire family starve to send Chloe to school, just so she could hit on rich guys? June asked with disdain. Sandra became angry upon hearing this and looked at June in bewilderment. How can you talk like that? Oh, what I meant was it necessary for my cousin to go to a school with such high tuition? If she didn't marry rich, wouldn't your investments have failed? What investment? We didn't think that much back then, and your cousin got into that high school all by herself. Her middle school examination scores were the highest in the city, and Second High was the best school there was. They admitted her through proper channels, and since she performed outstandingly in school, we didn't have to pay a cent of her tuition, not even for textbooks. All we gave her was pocket money, which is normal for any high school student, but since she didn't live at school and usually ate at home, she barely spent any money. Plus, when we sent her to Second High, we weren't expecting her to marry rich. All we wanted was for her to have a bright future. If your uncle hadn't... At this, Sandra's voice choked, but she still managed to finish her sentence. If your uncle hadn't died at such a young age, then your cousin wouldn't have been forced to take care of Thomas and I. If that was the case, she would have gone to the United States right after high school. Sandra still remembered how much attention Chloe gained when she received the highest university examination scores in the city. Countless universities that Chloe liked, domestic and abroad, sent her offer letters. If James hadn't died, Chloe would have never stayed in the city. At worst, she would have become a doctor at the best hospital in Capital City a long time ago. Her life wouldn't have had so many bumps on the road. In the past, Sandra always blamed her daughter for James's death. However, now she was heartbroken for Chloe since she suffered the most because of the misfortunes in their family. Thomas was right. Chloe's life hadn't been easy over the past few years. I didn't know that my cousin's sister's grades were that good. I can't copy her then. My grades sucked, and I didn't even finish middle school. My dad told me to stop going to school. He said that girls shouldn't be so educated. Only by marrying into a good family will I be able to live a better life. Auntie, do you think my dad has a point? Your dad has a point. Marriage is extremely important to women. Sandra nodded. I'm so jealous that my cousin married someone so outstanding. June held her chin with her hands and probed on about Chloe. In her opinion, Chloe wasn't even that pretty. What did her brother-in-law even like about her? Your brother-in-law might be an outstanding man, but Chloe isn't bad either. Our families might not match, but I think they are more than spiritually compatible. Or else, they wouldn't be in such tacit agreement. Sandra was old, but she received higher education in the past and used to work in the entertainment industry. Therefore, she knew all about spiritual compatibility. Auntie, what's spiritual compatibility? Isn't a woman's looks enough to attract a man? June touched her face and asked blankly. You wouldn't understand it even if I explained it to you. You shouldn't think so much. It's getting late. You should go to bed, Sandra said. She didn't feel like talking to her niece anymore, so she chased the latter upstairs. Then, Sandra sent Timothy a message. I asked Chloe and tried to help you, but she didn't agree. I can't do anything else about it. You should take care of yourself." Timothy was showering in the university student's rented apartment when he received the message. The young woman heard his phone ring. After glancing at it, she said sweetly, "Timothy, you got a message." Wasn't it weird for a 20-year-old woman to call a 50-year-old man Timothy? After all, she was even younger than Timothy's daughters. Timothy walked out of the bathroom with a towel around his waist and looked at his phone. Damn it, that batch didn't bite. Timothy felt like if Sandra really wanted to help him, she would force Chloe into lending him money. Therefore, he was sure that Sandra wasn't trying hard enough to persuade Chloe into helping him. Unwilling to give up, he replied, "Sandra, it's okay if she doesn't lend me $500 million. What about 100 million? We were a great couple once, and after all that's said and done, I am still Chloe's father. Please help me. I don't have any options left, or else I wouldn't have come to you," he typed, continuing to play the victim card. Little did he know that Sandra had found out the truth. Thus, she would never feel bad for him, ever again. Really? You didn't have any options left? Is that why you're some university student's sugar daddy? Timothy was suddenly at a loss for words. I see. You don't have any options left. Is that why you're trying so hard to have another boy, so that kid will stand up to Andrew? You should just give up, really. You're too old. What if you die during sex? Plus, if she ends up having a daughter, you'll still be disappointed. Even if you have a son, well, do you think that foster son of yours will let that kid grow up without a scratch? Timothy, what goes around comes around. You really should learn to be a better man. God is watching. Timothy fell silent. He realized that Sandra found out about everything, meaning that he couldn't manipulate her anymore. It seemed like he had run into another dead end. On their way back, Jack drove slowly since it just snowed and the roads were slippery. Honey, what do you think of that cousin of mine? That peasant? Jack frowned and Chloe nodded. Yeah. What do you want to hear? Jack asked, not sure where to begin. The truth, of course. I think she's a little dim-witted. That's why you shouldn't have asked her to stay and take care of Mom. Our mom needs a smart maid with professional training. As long as she's good at her job, I'm willing to pay even $10,000 a month. That's why I really don't understand why you would ask that cousin of yours to stay. Jack didn't hold back his criticism at all. If a woman found out that the man she liked called her dim-witted, she would probably want to bury herself alive. Chloe controlled her laughter and explained, "She's cheap and will only cost us $3,000 a month." Who knew that Jack added insult to injury? Cheap things aren't good, and good things don't come cheap. Upon hearing this, Chloe burst out laughing. Wild with joy, she tilted her head and looked at Jack. "Mr. Dawson, I love you so much." She said this in all seriousness and meant every word of it. However, Jack's response made her entire body crawling with ants. He said, "Love isn't something to be said, it's something to be made. Fine, you win." Chloe covered her face with her hands, ready to grovel by his feet. Jack returned her confession of love into a sex-fueled palooza. Back to business, though. Did Mom talk to you about Timothy? Jack asked. Pleased with herself, Chloe replied, "Hey, not bad. You called her Mom. Money sure is great. My mom bought you over with $20,000. Jack was speechless. Can't we enjoy a proper conversation anymore? We can. Ha ha. Yeah. My mom talked to me about Timothy. That despicable man used my mom's kindness to his advantage and played the victim time and again. He almost deceived my mom for the millionth time. What did you say to your mom? I hope you weren't too harsh on her. It would break her heart," Jack persuaded, hoping to spare Sandra's emotions. "I totally forgot about my mom's emotions. I just showed her proof of Timothy being some university student's sugar daddy. Simple as that. I bet she was really sad to see those photos. She was fine. The truth is, my mom doesn't have any leftover feelings for that man anymore. She just feels bad for him. However, Timothy has been taking advantage of my mother's sympathy from day one." I've never seen anyone as vile as he is. I hope she can let go of the past. We can't participate in the Green family's affairs, or else we might be burned as well. I know. I wouldn't have helped him even if you asked me to. I'm not a saint. I would never help someone who treated me like trash on the street and become enemies with a man scarier than the devil. Jack nodded. Soon, they arrived at South Hill Manor. Cody's physical examination came back normal. After a conversation with his lead surgeon, Chloe decided to give Cody back his freedom. She immediately called Jack, letting him know that Cody was ready to go back to work. As efficient as GK was on that same day, the company announced that Cody had signed a TV drama deal with Action Director. Elated, Cody sent Chloe 8 red pockets, each with $200, as a thank you for her help and support. The days passed by. Towards the end of the year, GK Film and Television and Imperial Star Entertainment sank into intense competition. Many new movies were released to celebrate the new year, and the two companies both strived to release the greatest number of movies and receive the highest box offices. Some netizens were even bored enough to compare the handsomeness of the two companies' presidents. The competition was more than fierce could describe. GK Headquarters. After his meeting, Jack was walking out of the conference room when Mark handed him his phone. "Sir, something happened to General Manager Jennifer at the branch company in other city." "What?" Jack was as calm as ever since he didn't care about Jennifer at all. Apparently, General Manager Jennifer was hurt by a beam during her visit to one of the company's construction sites. Her injury isn't serious, but her ankle was dislocated, and she needs rest. Deputy General Manager has taken over all her duties for the time being. "Okay." Jack nodded, satisfied with the temporary transfer of power. "Sir, General Manager Jennifer called to request a paid leave of absence starting today." "Sure." She also said that she will send over any hospital bills and subsequent rehabilitation fees to HQ so she could be reimbursed. "Sure." Jack was a man with integrity. Sure, he disliked Jennifer, but business was business. If that woman was really injured during work, GK had to take full responsibility. A paid leave of absence was necessary. "Sir, but General Manager Jennifer also said that—" Mark continued, but Jack had lost his patience. He frowned. "I suggest that you just tell me everything at once. I don't have much patience when it comes to her." Sir, General Manager Jennifer also said that she wants to receive treatment back here in the city. After all, she has no family and no one to rely on in other city, so she would like to apply for relocation," Mark said carefully, as he observed the president's facial expression. Mark was aware of what Jennifer wanted to do: apply for relocation, come back to rest, and then stay at HQ indefinitely once she recovered. Doing so would basically invalidate the young madam's decision to transfer her, so Mark wasn't sure if the president would agree to it. However, Jennifer was injured, and most men sympathized with injured women. Mark had to admit that Jennifer made a good move, asking to be transferred back to HQ at a time like this. Jack stopped in his tracks upon hearing what Mark said and tilted his head towards him. "You can tell her that, if she continues to receive treatment in other city, the company is willing to reimburse all of her hospitalization and rehabilitation fees. If she insists on coming back, that's fine too. But she'll have to hand in her letter of resignation as soon as she comes back." Mark didn't expect the president to be so merciless. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Jack scanned his assistant's face indifferently, and Mark immediately shook his head. No, I don't." Then, Jack turned around and went into his office, while Mark picked up his cell phone to call Jennifer. "General Manager Jennifer. Assistant Mark. How did it go? What did Jack say?" Jennifer asked urgently. "General Manager Jennifer, the president said that—" Mark bit down on his lips, reluctant to say any more. He knew Jennifer would be pissed off to no end upon hearing what Jack said. "What did he say?" Tell me, I'm anxious here. Did President Dawson agree for me to go back? Jennifer asked in anticipation. Back when she thought of this method, she had a feeling that it would work. No matter how apathetic President Dawson seemed, at the end of the day, he was still a man who should have a heart of mercy. Jennifer thought she had taken everything into account, but she overlooked the fact that Jack didn't care if she came back. He only cared whether Chloe wanted her to come back. Back then, Chloe was the one who asked for Jennifer to be transferred away from HQ. If Jack brought her back, Chloe wouldn't think too much, but still, she might feel uncomfortable by his decision. Ultimately, no one liked to be around a manipulative batch all day, every day. The president said that if you continue your rehabilitation in another city, the company will reimburse you for everything and approve your paid leave of absence. However, if you want to come back to the city, you have to do something first. Do what? Jennifer was as anxious as could be. She hated how slow Mark talked. Hand in your letter of resignation. For a second, Jennifer didn't know what to say. Did the president really say that? Jennifer clenched down on her teeth and asked, enunciating each word. General Manager Jennifer, I'm just a little assistant. I would never have the guts to create something out of nothing, Mark replied innocently. But Jennifer spat back at him. But from what I know, you know the young madame really well. Was Chloe the one who gave you these orders? What? What does the young madame have to do with this? Why would you say something like that? Mark retorted, obviously unhappy with Jennifer's accusations. The young madame hadn't been to GK in weeks. Why would she care about mundane things like this? Jennifer was sure a narrow-hearted woman who thought Chloe was the same way. It's best that she didn't. Humph. Then, Jennifer rudely hung up on Mark. Then, she looked down at her ankle. Did she get hurt? She did. But the injury wasn't that bad. She designed the accident herself and only sustained minor injuries. Truth be told, she probably didn't even need any time off work. However, she made things sound much more serious than they actually were, so as to evoke the president's sympathy. To her surprise, Jack was so dispassionate towards her. Why can he treat Chloe so well, but treat me like a weed? Furious, Jennifer picked up a vase on her coffee table and smashed it into pieces. So many women, including Bella, Jennifer, and even June, were jealous of how well Jack treated Chloe. He spoiled her to no end and let her do anything she wanted as long as she was happy. However, they all forgot the reason behind his actions. Jack spoiled Chloe because she was Chloe. Jack didn't care how beautiful and outstanding a woman was. If she wasn't Chloe, then no dice. When Chloe arrived at the hospital cafeteria for lunch, she bumped into Andrew, who held his tray and sat down across from Chloe. I know what you're going to say. You're going to ask me why I'm here, right? Andrew looked at Chloe and asked what the latter always asked him. Yeah, Chloe nodded. That was exactly what she wanted to ask him. Why wasn't the president of the Green Corporation eating lunch at high-end seafood or Western restaurant? It felt a little off that he would come to eat at Southside's noisy cafeteria. Because I miss the food here. Andrew instinctively wanted to tell Chloe that he missed her, but the latter probably wasn't mentally prepared for that. Therefore, he decided to say something completely unrelated. Crazy dude. Chloe looked down and cursed at Andrew as she ate. Sure, Southside's food improved by a lot, but it wasn't that good. Andrew was truly crazy. You look well. Andrew smiled as he looked at Chloe in all seriousness. She immediately touched her face and said, Yeah, I'm preparing my body for pregnancy, so I've been eating everything, whether it's ginseng, velvet antler, chicken soup, or traditional medicine. With supplements like that, of course I look well. Truth be told, you don't have to put yourself through so much. Why are you in such a hurry to have children? You're still young. Andrew smiled. Jack and I both like children. It has nothing to do with age. Chloe calmly expressed her opinion. Andrew noticed that Chloe had a great appetite and was eating a lot of meat, so he picked up his chopsticks and placed the untouched meat in his plate onto Chloe's. Chloe was just about to say she didn't want any when Andrew interrupted her. My blood pressure has been high recently, and the doctor said I can't have too much meat. Could it be that I actually have to live my life like a monk in the future? Upon hearing what he said, Chloe burst out in laughter. What are you laughing about? High blood pressure isn't that serious. Watch your diet and avoid spicy and oily foods, as well as foods with high protein. You should also exercise more, and if by then your blood pressure is still high, you can take some pills to control it. However, I don't recommend that, since many things can be fixed by adjusting your diet and exercising more. Got it. You're acting more and more like a doctor. You're a rich woman now. I heard that your annual salary jumped up to $1.2 million after you were promoted to a chief physician. You sure know a lot. Chloe smiled as she looked down, proud of herself. The increase in her salary really was a pleasant surprise. Southside was a high-end hospital to begin with, so even regular physicians earned up to $600,000 a year. Therefore, it was only natural for her, a chief physician, to earn double the salary. At one time in her life, an annual salary of $1.2 million was something she would never even dare to dream of. However, today, it had become a reality. Chloe was good at financing. She sends $10,000 or so every month to her mother, spends a portion, and saves the rest for Thomas's marriage down the road. Jack's monthly salary was still deposited into her card, so Chloe was super wealthy. Director Richard praises you every time I see him, so of course I know about your raise. Shh, we need to keep things on the down low, Chloe said, as she put a finger on her lips and shushed him. Andrew felt his heart melting upon seeing her cute expression. He felt the urge to pull her to him and kiss her with all his might. But he had to swallow that urge. Chloe was slow to warm up to others, so those who wanted to court her had to take their time. If they were in such a hurry, things might go against their wishes. Chloe frowned upon noticing the oddness in Andrew's expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Andrew, you look like a dog looking at a bone. Andrew was immediately rendered speechlessness. Chloe, my little sister, can't you use another metaphor? This one sounds really weird. However, Chloe ignored him and continued eating with her head down. Oh, right. Brenny used to treat you really badly, right? Do you want revenge? I can ruin her life for you. It'll be really easy, Andrew said as he smiled wickedly. No, Chloe refused immediately. What's wrong? You don't want revenge? No. She's already living a sad life. I don't want to take advantage of it. Plus, she seems to be behaving recently. After what happened to her mom and younger brother, she seems to be keeping her head down. I don't want to bully someone who is almost defeated. In the past, Chloe may have hated Brenny, since she found the latter to be stupid and annoying. However, she no longer had such strong feelings towards her. Sometimes when she saw Brenny bullied by other girls, she would even lend her a hand. She wasn't being magnanimous or kind-hearted. It was simply that in the end, their last names were both Green. Even though she was not Timothy's biological daughter, Chloe had known Brenny from an early age. So even if they had been enemies, there was no need to hold a grudge. All right, fine, you are always so kind. Chloe didn't answer, but just quietly continued eating. The old man reached out to you recently, right? Yes, but I turned him down. Good girl. There's not much time left for him anyway. Andrew smiled proudly. So, what about Evelyn and Liam? Chloe was curious. She heard that after the incident, Timothy had placed Evelyn on house arrest. The two of them ran away. Ran away? Andrew nodded. Yes, they fled with Evelyn's lover and they've already left the city. According to reliable sources, they're in Australia now. So, what about Brenny? Chloe was surprised. Who cares? Evelyn couldn't even take care of herself, but I have to admit that woman's one tough cookie. No matter how hard I pushed her, she didn't take out all her savings. This time, when she fled, she took everything she had left in the safety deposit box at the bank with her. which I think included some money and jewelry, so she definitely did not leave empty-handed. She must have realized that there's not much benefit in staying with the old man any longer than she has already, so it'd be better to just leave. Maybe she will come back after the old man passes away. That means Brenny was abandoned. Chloe felt a pang of pity for her. Right now, Brenny had no one at all that cared about her. Brenny's mother had run away with her lover and her younger brother, while her father found a college girl as his sugar baby. Brenny could barely stay at her own family mansion, because right now, the Green family was under the complete control of Lily and Andrew. She hasn't been home in a while. Supposedly she met a guy, a contractor. She's been fooling around with him for a while and has totally given up on herself, said Andrew with disdain. Chloe fell completely silent upon hearing this. Brenny used to be the center of the world. She could dance and play the piano, and she wore luxury brand outfits all the time. She was good-looking and used to be a famous socialite in her circle. Now, she had fallen into such an awful situation. Chloe empathized with Brenny, who loved Case Chase, but couldn't be with him. Eventually, in order to avoid Andrew and to leave the Green family, she just had to find herself a place to call home. She might not love the contractor, but at the very least, he was someone she could rely on. So, what about her shares of Green Corporation? Oh, I took them back. At one point, she wanted to try and date the young man from the Chase family, but she didn't have clothes to wear. So I gave her $500,000 to buy clothing and jewelry, and she gave the shares to me in return. Chloe was speechless. Did Brenny really sell her shares for just $500,000? That's really... Chloe didn't know what to say. Chloe, do you pity her? Andrew moved over and suddenly got right up in Chloe's face. His voice was odd and creepy. His eyes were opaque. Why should I? Winner takes all. Isn't that the basic rule of survival? Answered Chloe after regaining control of her emotions. After the meal with Chloe, Andrew left. Chloe went back to work and didn't give any further thought about Brenny's situation. The Cooper Mansion. Hey, old man, why are you back? As soon as Justin entered the house, he saw Grandpa Cooper sitting there in the living room, sipping tea. You little crap. Come here. I have something to tell you. So which socialite is it this time? Can't you just let me meet them all at the same time? Justin seemed to know his grandpa very well. Kid, Mayor Hall has a daughter who's about the same age as you. He called me about it last night. Holy crap, are you talking about Bella? Justin was stomping mad. Yeah, her name is Bella Hall. I heard she was studying abroad in Italy this entire time. And Justin impatiently interrupted Grandpa Cooper before he could finish his sentence. Old man, are you crazy? Why would you introduce that vile woman to me? Do you know how bad her reputation is in our circle? He went crazy upon hearing Bella's name. If it were Mayor Hall who mentioned this instead of Grandpa Cooper, Justin would have slapped him across the face. Was he blind? He would rather die than be set up with Bella. You know her? Grandpa Cooper realized what was happening upon seeing his grandson's reaction, and Justin replied, Not only do I know her, I've met her multiple times. She's literally a defective good. I've never seen anyone as bad as she is. I can't believe you would introduce a woman like that to me. Do you want great-grandchildren or not? Is she that bad? I did some digging and thought she was fine. She's good-looking, was well-educated, and is extremely sensible. Tell me who you got that information from. I'm going to slap him to death right now. I can't believe he would talk bullshit with his eyes open. Justin spat furiously. Before Grandpa Cooper could say anything else, Justin pointed at his grandfather and asked in all seriousness, Old man, did my grandma know how bad your taste is? Grandpa Cooper didn't know what to say. All he did was look for a setup date for his grandson. Why did the latter get so angry that he had to bring up his deceased wife? Stop with the nonsense. Sit down and tell me about her. What's wrong with her? Grandpa Cooper had a feeling that something was wrong upon seeing how vexed his grandson was. Therefore, he patted the seat next to him, and Justin immediately went up and put his arm around his grandpa's neck. He said, "Old man, let me tell you, everything you think she is, it's just for show. She's not sensible, kind, nor ladylike. Everything, aside from her face, is fake. You have no idea how evil she is. She's in love with GK's president, so she has been trying time and again to break him and his wife up." "Aren't you in love with the wife of GK's president as well? How much better are you than she is?" Grandpa Cooper retorted cleverly. After the Army surgeon incident, Grandpa Cooper investigated into Chloe and realized that his grandson was in love with a married woman. He was furious at the time, but later he found out that his grandson was engaged in a one-sided infatuation and didn't do anything immoral. That's why Grandpa Cooper calmed down and decided to let his grandson be. Actually, Grandpa Cooper wasn't surprised that Justin was in love with Chloe. Throughout these years, Justin never asked his grandpa for any favors, nor did he prey on the weak, just because the latter was an army commander. Even when he was met with difficulties during his path to entrepreneurship, he never asked his grandfather for help. Therefore, when Justin begged his grandfather to help a couple get an army surgeon, of course, Grandpa Cooper had to look into it. "Grandpa, that's not the same. My feelings for her are one-sided and I didn't do anything to break them up. I only thought about being with her, but Bella put her thoughts into action. Not only did she try to sow discord between Chloe and her mother-in-law, yesterday, she also forced Chloe onto TV to test out just how smart she was. Not only is Bella vile, she's also an idiot. From the way you're talking about her, I'm assuming that you're not willing to be set up with her?" Grandpa Cooper looked at Justin in all seriousness. "Of course I'm not willing. Let me tell you, Grandpa, even if all the women on this world died and Bella and a pig were all that was left, I swear to you that I will choose the pig." Grandpa Cooper almost spat out the tea in his mouth upon hearing what Justin said. His grandson's mouth was sure, unforgiving. To Justin, Bella wasn't even as good as a pig. The lesson here today was to never offend Justin. His mouth was even more hostile than Mr. Dawson's. "Okay then, if that's the case, I have nothing else to say. I trust your judgment and will call Mayor Hall right now to tell him that we're not interested," Grandpa Cooper said as he picked up their home phone. On the other side of town, the Hall couple was also trying hard to persuade Bella. "Bella, listen to me. You need to give up on Jack. You're too good to be sucking up to Jack. The Cooper family is much better than the Dawson family. And if we get married to someone with a military background, your dad might even be promoted to the provincial government. Just think about it, okay?" "Mom, I hate Justin." Bella's face was grim as she immediately objected. "It doesn't matter if you like him or not. The Cooper family just called and the commander politely rejected my proposal." Mayor Hall walked up to his wife and daughter, a little unhappy with the situation. "That's good, since I didn't plan on being set up with Justin to begin with. I really don't like that man. He's nothing compared to Justin." Bella viciously defamed Justin. "Bella, let me ask you, are you determined to interfere in Jack's marriage?" This was the first time Mayor Hall asked his daughter such a serious question, to which Bella answered without hesitation, "Yes." Mayor Hall looked at his daughter with slight disappointment. "Bella, there are so many fish in the ocean. Why are you so hung up on the one you can't have?" "No one is as outstanding as Jack, but he has a wife," Bella's mother interjected. "He can get divorced," Bella said casually as she looked down at her phone and began fondling it. Mayor Hall sighed. "I know that kid pretty well. Jack is a great man, and perhaps the perfect son-in-law. But he's married, and his relationship with his wife is stable. It's immoral for you to try to break up their family. Who cares about morality? The only thing people care about these days is the result. No one cares about morals and ethics. Plus, no matter how moral I am, no one will present me with an award, so why should I abide by ancient ideologies and these so-called morals? People will talk about you behind your back for being someone's mistress. You might not be afraid of scandals, but what about your dad? He's the mayor. You shouldn't be this stubborn. Bella's mother didn't want her daughter to keep chasing after Jack, especially since she had been at it long enough, and still hadn't succeeded. Therefore, she and Mayor Hall kept trying to persuade their daughter into mending her ways. You guys, you're too conservative. In today's world, there's something called public opinion, and a profession called Internet Water Army. I can hire some water armies to boost my reputation, while at the same time ruin Chloe's. They can make up a story of how she's the other woman who intervened in Jack and my relationship. In a couple of years, I'll be Mrs. Dawson, and everything will be a done deal. By then, no one will care if she was wronged or innocent. That's victimizing. Unlike his daughter, Mayor Hall was a man with integrity. Therefore, he would never do anything like what his daughter had just suggested. Who did I victimize? Chloe? That's not called victimizing, it's called survival of the fittest. It's the law of nature, Bella said matter-of-factly. If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. Do whatever you want. You've grown up, and we're too old to discipline you. But I hope you won't regret your decision today. Mayor Hall knew that his daughter was set on sticking to her guns, so he didn't want to waste any time persuading her. Therefore, he stood up to leave. Bella, please don't cause too much trouble for us. Your dad was saying how he wanted us to immigrate to Australia after he retires. No, I'm not going anywhere. I have to have Jack. Right now, not only did Bella want to steal Jack, more than anything, she wanted to steal the thing that Chloe treasured the most. Her infatuation for Jack had become a war between women. Bella's feelings for Jack wasn't love. It was an urge to control and dominate him. Before Chloe got off work, she tidied up her office, took off her white lab coat, and put on her red cotton jacket. She also put on the scarf, and Toke looked adorable with her little bag. Good night, Chief Green. Night, Chief. Her colleagues waved goodbye as she headed out the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Chloe saw a Maybach parked outside before she even saw her own car. She immediately ran up to it and knocked on its window. Hey, handsome, you can't park here. The fine is $200. Pay up. Chloe smiled as she playfully stuck out her hand. Chloe was just pranking Jack. To her surprise, however, Mr. Dawson immediately took out his wallet and put a stack of cash in Chloe's hand. Then, he boldly asked, I just paid the fine. You can consider the rest as a tip. Also, pretty lady, can I book you for the night? Holy crap. Chloe was dumbstruck. Mr. Dawson's imagination was beyond human. Unwilling to admit defeat, Chloe answered, One night with me isn't worth your while since I'm too expensive. How about this? You can pay me $10 million up front, and I'll let you have me for the year. I can even give you a discount. Sounds like a plan, Jack said as he took out his phone. What are you doing? Chloe asked, confused. I'm sending you money. Didn't you say I can have you for the year if I pay $10 million to you right now? Stop it. I was kidding. Chloe stuck her head inside Jack's window in a hurry, in an attempt to stop him from acting absurd. However, she fell right into his trap. As soon as her head went in, Jack immediately held her face to his and kissed her passionately. Their makeout session was so intense that the road behind Jack's Maybach became congested, and the drivers all began honking their horns at them. Hey, stop with the PDA. Why are you having car sex in the middle of the day? A man in a BMW cursed at them, causing Chloe to immediately back out her neck and deftly climb into the passenger seat. Honey, can we have barbecue lamb leg tonight? I saw someone upload a photo of it onto Snap last night and my mouth literally watered. Sure, but we have to go back to my parents first. Oh, we're going there first? Yeah, my dad called and asked us to go home for dinner. I think they miss us, so we can go back to check up on them. We'll leave before dinner and go have barbecue lamb leg. Jack was very considerate, but so was Chloe. Sure, let's go back. We can have lamb leg tomorrow night. Let's eat at your parents' tonight. I don't want to disappoint them. Ever since her relationship with Jack's parents improved, she stopped doing whatever she wanted. Now, she occasionally compromised and learned to think in Jack's shoes. It was one of the reasons he loved her so much. The two of them drove straight to the Dawson Manor. Jack had been really busy recently and hadn't been home in a while. The Dawson couple was elated to see their son and daughter-in-law come home for dinner. "Wash your hands. Dinner's ready." Mrs. Dawson smiled as she greeted them. She smiled! Peter walked downstairs as he took off his reading glasses. "Your mom has a sharp tongue, but she's really soft-hearted. She knows that Chloe likes seafood, so she especially ordered a bunch to be flown in today. Everything's really fresh." "Thank you." Chloe nodded at Mrs. Dawson, and Jack reminded her quietly, "You need to call her mom." Chloe's face immediately turned red. After some hesitation, she said, "Thanks, Mom." Mrs. Dawson was holding a bowl of crabs when she heard Chloe say this, and she literally froze in her steps. She probably never thought that one day Chloe would let go of everything that happened and call her Mom. "Mom, what are you standing there for? Where's your red pocket?" "Chloe didn't just call you Mom for free," Jack purposely said, really loudly. Embarrassed, Chloe elbowed Jack to get him to stop talking. She didn't want Mrs. Dawson to think that she called the latter Mom, just so she could get money. It seemed like Mr. Dawson had been plotting this moment ever since Sandra gave him a red pocket at Sky Blessing Court. Jack sure was a schemer, even ripping off his own mother. Upon hearing what her son said, Mrs. Dawson immediately came back to her senses. She quickly put down the crabs in her hands and ran upstairs. "Your mom's just too excited." Peter smiled. Chloe pulled out a chair and said, "Dad, please sit." "Good, good." Peter beamed at Chloe and nodded his head non-stop. Jack, on the other hand, gently looked at Chloe. She looked like a shy little wife who just got married. Adorable as could be. A minute later, Mrs. Dawson rushed downstairs with a square handbag in her hands. It was brand new, with a relatively young design. It was obvious that this handbag wasn't one a woman of Mrs. Dawson's age would use. "Mom, your red pocket is a bag?" Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, don't look down on this bag. Your mother bought it a few days ago while she was traveling in France. It's a limited edition Hermes. This bag looks to be about $400,000. "Mom, you sure are generous," Jack laughed, but Mrs. Dawson didn't say anything. She simply walked up to them and handed the bag to Chloe. "Take it. I bought it for you in France." Chloe felt embarrassed. After all, it was a really expensive, luxury item. "Take it. It's a gift for calling her Mom," Jack reminded with a smile. "Thanks, Mom." Only then did Chloe stop acting reserved and carefully took the bag. It was a pretty light yellow bag that was delicately made. Chloe really liked the bag, but upon hearing that it cost $400,000, she felt her heart bleeding. She wasn't used to such a luxurious life yet. From the looks of it, she probably had to use the bag for at least 5 years. Chloe felt her heart well up with warmth upon seeing all the seafood dishes on the dining table. She was probably the only person on the table who liked seafood, so everything was for her. For a wealthy family like the Dawsons, money wasn't the most important thing. It was the thought that mattered. Ever since they talked things out last time, Mrs. Dawson seemed to see through Bella's true colors and therefore stopped picking on Chloe. "Chloe, seafood might taste good, but it's still cold for your body. Once you finish dinner, remember to drink some brown sugar ginger water to warm your body up, especially since you're trying to get pregnant," Mrs. Dawson reminded her. "Yeah, I haven't had seafood in a while. Even when I do, I always remember to drink womb-warming traditional medicine afterward." Mrs. Dawson nodded, and Mr. Dawson said, "Jack, your uncle called yesterday and asked our family to go visit them in Hawaii during New Year. Do you want to go?" After a moment's thought, Jack answered, "Not this year. Chloe's brother is studying abroad, and her mother will be all alone this year. We need to be considerate of her feelings, but if you and Mom want to go, you should go. Let's not go either. Hawaii is still the U.S. "It won't feel like New Year there," Mrs. Dawson interjected. "Dad, why don't you invite my uncle's family here?" "I did, but they won't come. They've been there for decades and treat that country like home, Peter said. The four of them ate as they chit-chatted. Mrs. Dawson suddenly remembered something and glanced over at Chloe. I saw the live broadcast of you and Bella Hall the other day. Chloe noticed that instead of Bella, Mrs. Dawson called Bella by her full name. Yeah, it's a charity show. The production team said that they're donating $1 million to undereducated children, Chloe said nonchalantly. She would never tell them about Bella's failed attempt to ruin her reputation. After all, she didn't want to be a petty person who talked behind others' backs. Mrs. Dawson, on the other hand, said unhappily, I did some digging, and it turns out that TV station doesn't even have that program. And the $1 million was Bella's own money. She conspired everything. Chloe wasn't surprised to hear this. She figured out what was going on as soon as she realized that Bella and that producer were jackals from the same lair. What surprised her, however, was that Mrs. Dawson investigated into the matter herself. It seemed like she was more rational than she used to be. Mom, don't say her name when we're eating. You're going to ruin our appetites, Jack reminded his mother. Mrs. Dawson immediately came back to her senses. Right. Let's not talk about her anymore. Everyone knew that Bella's reputation in the Dawson family had gone to crap. She would never be able to chase after Jack by sucking up to his parents ever again. After dinner, Chloe helped the maid clean up the dishes. Then, she made some tea for Jack's father. Jack sat down with his father as they drank tea and played chess. It was a rare sight to see. That night, the Dawson couple unwillingly said goodbye to Jack and Chloe. Mrs. Dawson said, If you're not too busy, remember to visit more often. We will. Chloe and Jack Booth nodded, and Mrs. Dawson added, Call me and tell me what you want to eat in advance. I'll prepare everything. We got it, Mom. Go back inside. It's too cold out here. Then, Jack walked his mother back into the manor before getting into their car with Chloe. You should open the handbag my mom gave you. Jack smiled as he looked at Chloe, who was sitting in the passenger's seat. Why? Confused, Chloe asked. To see how much my mom put in there. Huh? I thought she just gave me a bag. Did she give me money as well? Chloe was dumbfounded. I know my mom, and she's actually a really generous woman. Take a look. I'm not completely sure either, Jack said as he drove. Chloe carefully opened the bag zipper to see a bunch of cash lying inside the bag, all tied up in bundles. She counted 10 bundles, meaning that there were $100,000 in that handbag. At the bottom of the bag was a $1 bill. 1 in 100,000? Your mother sure was generous, Chloe said, a little flabbergasted. All she did was call her mother-in-law Mom. Not only did she give Chloe a $400,000 bag, she also stuffed that bag with $100,000 in cash. Yup, she sure was a generous woman. It means she's happy that you called her Mom. Jack smiled. He had been worried about Chloe's relationship with his mother ever since they got married. Now, things were finally looking up. He knew Chloe didn't take a liking to his mother because of money. Rather, it was because they had gained mutual understanding. Honey, GK's holding a celebrity party tomorrow night. Do you want to come? A celebrity party? Yeah, all of GK's celebrities are going. The company even invited a few renowned domestic superstars and directors. I'm going to discuss with them the future development of GK film and television. Hey, sounds like fun. Should I bring a little booklet with me so I can ask for autographs anytime I want to? Nope, they're the ones who need to bring little booklets, since they're going to want your signature, Mrs. President. Chloe laughed. Where and when is it being held? 8 p.m. at one of GK's hotels. Okay then, I'll go with you. I'm worried about the female celebrities at your company. They're capable of gobbling you up without even spitting out the bones. Chloe decided to go. She didn't want to give the female celebrities any opportunities to get close to Jack. Jack laughed upon hearing what she said. The next day, after Chloe got off work, she called Jack and asked him if she should head over to the hotel beforehand for makeup and a wardrobe change. Jack said she didn't need to, since it was just a private party, and they were only having dinner and going to a nightclub afterward. The gathering was going to be casual. Chloe immediately felt relaxed and headed to GK headquarters with her mid-length white cotton jacket, toque, scarf, and black-rimmed glasses. Then, the two of them drove over to the hotel and arrived at 7:50 p.m. Upon arrival, they walked straight into the VIP hall, which was bustling with people. There was a couple of dozen celebrities, both male and female. It was an incredible sight to see. Sister Chloe, Cody, wearing a long black windcoat and looking particularly dashing, was the first to stand up and greet Chloe. Chloe reached out her hand and high-fived Cody, making the celebrities around them more jealous than ever. It seemed like the rumors that Cody signed with GK Film and Television because of the young madam were true. Cody was even closer with Chloe than he was with Jack. The media once reported that Cody and Chloe were lovers, and that was how he got to sign with GK. Although the article was posted by a small tabloid magazine, Jack still forcibly acquired the agency. Since then, no one reported about Cody and Chloe again. However, everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Cody and Chloe were as close as siblings. Plus, Emery and Cody were the hottest celebrities at GK, so naturally, the others were jealous. Annie, wearing a pink off-shoulder gown, got up to greet Chloe, pretending to be really close with her. "Chloe, you're here." Everyone got goosebumps upon hearing what she said, but Chloe nodded at her with a smile. She didn't feel the need to expose her. This woman was smarter than she used to be. Ever since she realized how important Chloe was to President Dawson and the high status she held at GK, she began kissing the young madam's ass every chance she got. In private, she treated Chloe with respect and always called her young madam. In public, however, she called her Chloe, showing off to others how close she was with Chloe. Annie was a textbook manipulative batch. However, Chloe didn't care about that, as long as Annie didn't pose a threat to her and Jack. If Annie wanted to cotton up with Chloe, go for it. Jack and Chloe held hands as they walked into the hall and towards the table in the middle of the room. They sat next to GK's vice president, as well as some high-level executives. President Dawson, young madam. Good evening, President and Mrs. Dawson. All the celebrities greeted them as they walked over to their table. The two of them quietly sat down. Then Jack waved his hand, gesturing for everyone else to sit down as well. Soon, dinner was served. Those who had been working in the entertainment industry all had great tolerance when it came to alcohol. Even Cody's tolerance grew, since the last time Chloe drank with him. During dinner, celebrities came over to toast them, one after another. There were 2 half glasses of red wine in front of Chloe and Jack. The latter looked at their glasses and ordered domineeringly, "Honey, by the time dinner ends, you still have to have wine left over in your glass." Chloe was speechless. Fine. If Mr. Dawson didn't want her to drink, she'll just listen to him. In the end, Chloe only took tiny sips of wine when celebrities toasted her. And after dinner, Jack glanced at Chloe's wine glass to see a few drops of wine still inside it. This time, she really listened to him. After dinner, the group went straight to Seductive Fox, where Rick reserved the biggest private room for them. It was extremely private and had concert-level speakers. The celebrities proceeded to enjoy their evening. Even Emery, who was usually cold and indifferent, was in a good mood and sang song after song. Suddenly, the room of the private door opened, and a man wearing a black leather jacket walked in. He looked to be about 40 years old. He was a handsome, tough-looking man. "Whoa! I can't believe Movie King Zion is here. This is awesome! I'm going to go take a photo with him. I want his autograph. I want to drink with him. I really want to sleep with him. Me too. I heard he's still single. Maybe he'll fall for me. Then we'll have a shotgun wedding." The female celebrities were sure straightforward. Chloe wasn't sure how she was supposed to react to what they just said. He was just a man. Why were they making such a fuss out of him? Weren't celebrities all packaged to seem like perfect people? In a nutshell, Zion's arrival led countless female celebrities to scream in excitement and sigh in lust. But who was Zion? Even Chloe, who wasn't gossipy and didn't know a lot of famous people, knew who Zion was. This guy was just too famous. Zion was 39 years old and used to be a rock singer. 10 years ago, he began starring in films and quickly became a movie star. He mainly starred in action and military films and received numerous awards and every Best Actor award that ever existed. He had been popular for a while now and knew almost everyone in the industry. Therefore, he held high status and was respected amongst celebrities. Apparently, he earned double of what Emery did and was incredibly influential. Zion used to live in Capital City, and he worked under a film and television company there. This time, he came to the city to see if he could sign with GK, only because he was interested in a literary film that the company was shooting in Africa. Therefore, he asked a middle person to invite him to the party, thus giving him a chance to talk to Jack about a possible partnership. As soon as Zion walked in, the private room's atmosphere went up a notch. "Hey, Emery." Zion and Emery knew each other pretty well. Rumor had it that every time Emery visited Capital City for work, she would always go to Zion's mansion. No one knew if they were buddies or friends with benefits. Either way, they had an interesting relationship. "Zion, you're late. This is our second location of the night already," Emery said. Her pretty face was slightly red. It seemed like she had a lot to drink. "I'll punish myself with 3 drinks, haha. But I'm going to drink with President Dawson," Zion said, as he picked up a glass in one hand and a bottle of beer in the other, and walked up to where Jack was sitting. "President Dawson, I'm sorry for being so late. Allow me to punish myself with 3 drinks." Then, Zion drank 3 consecutive glasses of beer while the others clapped. After finishing the drinks, Zion sat down beside Jack, handed him a cigarette, and even lit it up for him. Everyone was shocked to see Zion sucking up to President Dawson to such a degree. The little celebrities around them were completely dumbstruck. See? No matter how popular a celebrity is, he still has to behave in front of President Dawson. Of course, President Dawson is our sponsor. At the end of the day, celebrities, even superstars, are just employees. I wish I were President Dawson. He gets to sit so close with Movie King Zion. I wish I were Movie King Zion. He gets to talk to President Dawson in private. At this time, Chloe was sitting far away from Jack, since she didn't want to drink anymore. Herds of people continued making toasts to Jack, so if she sat beside him, she would have to drink with him. Therefore, Chloe quietly whispered something into Jack's ear before hiding away. How far away was she hiding to? In a giant private room that could contain 50 people, Chloe sat on the edge of a couch in a corner, where no one could notice her. Her attire was extremely ordinary, unlike the female celebrities who were all wearing evening gowns. Sure, they looked pretty, but it was the middle of winter and freezing outside. Chloe took off her white cotton jacket to reveal a cute red Mickey Mouse sweatshirt. Her outfit didn't match her age, so some might accuse her of playing young. But Chloe was a complete Disney fan, so what could she do? People in the room were too drunk and having too much fun to notice where the young madam was. Jack and the vice president were talking about a new partnership with a renowned director when Zion arrived and quickly joined their conversation in an oh-so-natural way. He had been in the industry for too long, so naturally, he knew how to get along with company executives. Chloe watched as the others sang, danced, drank, and played games. Even Cody was surrounded by a group of female celebrities, drinking his memories away. To fight off boredom, Chloe took out her phone and began playing a popular game. Her head was down as she played intently on her phone. At that moment, Zion got up to go to the washroom. Coincidentally, the bathroom was right next to the dark little corner Chloe was sitting in. She was so focused on her game that she didn't even notice someone watching her from behind. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice say, "You're good at this game. Do you play it often?" A bit shocked, Chloe quickly turned around to see a man behind her. His hands were on the couch, supporting his body as he leaned forward, and his face was right next to hers. It's just to pass the time. I don't really like playing it," Chloe said cautiously as she moved up on the couch, creating a safe distance between him and herself. He might be a superstar, but still she didn't know him well. The truth was, Zion's attention had been on Chloe for a while. Every woman in the room had dressed to impress. They were either wearing elegant evening gowns or sexy cocktail dresses. They all had delicate makeup on, and everyone was prettier than the next. Chloe, on the other hand, had zero makeup on and was wearing glasses and a Mickey Mouse sweatshirt. Her presence was a little out of place. Chloe didn't dress like that to attract attention. After all, she wasn't a celebrity, and there weren't reporters around, so she didn't feel the need to slather on makeup and look all fancy. Moreover, Chloe hated business and social gatherings, but ever since she married Jack, she had no choice to tag along with him to some events. In reality, she was just a simple woman who liked to spend time with her family, husband, and friends. She would rather have coffee with Sarah and Victoria than attend 10 parties. She would rather enjoy a simple dinner with her mother and Jack than attend 100 celebrations. However, most of the time, Chloe didn't have much of a choice. As Jack's wife and GK's young madam, there were gatherings that she couldn't miss. Today, she was here to keep Jack company. At the same time, she also wanted to see if there were any manipulative backsatches who wanted to declare war against her. That way, she would be able to fight off each and every one of them. She never thought that a superstar like Zion would take notice in her because of what she was wearing. Zion, on the other hand, saw Chloe not because of her beauty, since compared to the female celebrities present, she was more ordinary than ordinary. He noticed her because she looked real, like the girl next door, and gave him a sense of familiarity. After Zion talked to Jack about work, he also had some drinks with a few celebrities. Then, he glanced around the room randomly and immediately saw a girl playing with her phone, her head so lowered that her nose was about to touch the screen. With countless A-list celebrities present, who had the time to play with their phone? Everyone was huddled up in groups, either taking photos, drinking, sucking up, or uploading updates onto their friend circles. Therefore, Zion was interested in the woman who was dumb enough to play with her phone alone in a dark little corner. He watched Chloe for a minute, but she never looked up, so he could only see half of her face. Curious, he pretended to go to the bathroom in an attempt to get close to her and talk to her. When he opened his mouth, that woman looked up. As expected, she wasn't jaw-droppingly beautiful, but her features were pretty and delicate. Zion had been in the entertainment industry for years. He had had more girlfriends and friends with benefits than his fingers could count. However, he couldn't bring himself to fall in love with any of them, and that was why he was close to 40 and still unmarried. To increase viewership, some tabloids even defamed him by saying that his sexual orientation had changed. The truth was, Zion liked women, but he was sick of generic-looking celebrities. He didn't even want to look at them anymore. He was also sick of scheming university girls who tried to get in bed with him, since he felt like he was more calculating than those women could ever be. Thus, he couldn't help but walk up to Chloe, who actually piqued his interest. "Are you one of GK's celebrities? I've never seen you on TV. Have you debuted yet?" Amused, Zion asked Chloe as he looked at her. When women saw him, their first reactions would either be to get close to him or scream in excitement. Chloe, however, instinctively moved away from him, as if she didn't want to sit close to him. Zion smiled, thinking that she was an interesting woman. He was almost 40, and it's been a while since he met a woman like her. Was she afraid that he would harass her? Who was she kidding? He was a domestic superstar. Chloe felt awkward that Zion thought she was a GK celebrity. However, it wasn't Zion's fault, since he wasn't from the city, and rarely paid attention to local news. It was normal for him not to know that President Dawson had a wife he loved very much, and that wife was her. I'm actually... Chloe opened her mouth, wanting to tell him who she was. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.